This audiobook contains 29 censored sentences and 65 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. A lot of those outfits were things you wanted to see, weren't they? If anything, you're the culprit here. Ichin. All right, I'm the guilty one. Happy now? Saying that, Ichin pulled Yutaha into his arms, and the two of them sat quietly in the living room together. As for their cat, Peppa had long since retreated to its little cat bed, yawning and ready for sleep. Nestled in Ichin's embrace, Yutaha finally quieted down. Smelling the faint scent of alcohol on him, she whispered, "Ichin, try not to drink so much in the future, okay? Just because Dad offers you a drink doesn't mean you have to accept every time. Drinking too much isn't good for you. Don't worry, I know my limits," Ichin said as he gently stroked her long hair with a smile. "See, I didn't get drunk tonight. If I thought I wouldn't have drunk at all. That's good. Then, I won't nag you about it as long as you know what you're doing." As she spoke, Yutaha shifted her position in his arms and closed her eyes contentedly. "Ichin, this is our second new year together, right?" "Yeah, our second one," Ichin replied, a bit nostalgic. "Time really flies. It's almost been 2 years since I got here. In just a few months, we'll graduate high school and head off to college. Do you regret it at all? Going to the same university as me means you won't get to meet any other cute girls." "Other cute girls?" Ichin lowered his head with a smile and looked into Yutaha's bright eyes. "Are you lacking confidence in your looks? Because I don't think there's many who can compare to you." "I am confident, but we won't be in the same major at college, so I won't be able to keep tabs on you all the time." "What if, There's no what if," Ichin said with a laugh as he lightly patted her on the back. "Don't forget I'm majoring in computer science. How many girls do you think are even in that field?" "Oh, right," Yutaha suddenly realized, then grinned playfully. "Then when your classmates see me, won't they just die of jealousy?" Ichin didn't know what kind of classmates Head have yet, but he was sure the male-to-female ratio would be heavily skewed. That's just how STEM majors worked. Sigh. Hopefully he wouldn't end up being too hated. The first morning of the new year, Ichin lazily got up around 9 a.m., stretching after sitting up. He glanced at Yutaha, still fast asleep under the covers. Not wanting to wake her, he quietly got dressed and left the bedroom. Yumiko, who had drunk quite a bit last night, was also still out cold. So Ichin went to the living room alone, warmed up a bit with some stretches, and then got on the treadmill with their cat, Peppa, watching from the side. As he ran, Peppa sat calmly beside the machine, staring at him with gleaming eyes. Ichin glanced down and chuckled. "What? You want to run too?" So he slowed down the treadmill, picked Peppa up, and placed the cat on it. Peppa ran 2 steps before realizing what was happening, then leapt off in a flash and bolted up the cat tree. Trying to make him exercise? Huh? Not a chance. Chapter 333:30. New Year. Peppa's behavior really left Ichin at a loss, eating so much but refusing to exercise. The moment he tried to make him run a bit for his own good, the little thing just humored him for a few steps before darting away. "Sigh, I'm doing this for your own good, What if one day I try to find you a mate and you're too fat and they're not interested?" Unfortunately, the little cat had no idea what Ichin was talking about. He simply lounged atop the cat tree, looking utterly relaxed. Giving up on the idea of forcing it to exercise, Ichin continued with his own morning jog. After a bit of running, he headed back to the bedroom to grab a change of clothes and gently woke Yutaha before heading into the bathroom to wash up. A dozen or so minutes later, he emerged from a shower to find Yutaha and Yumiko both sitting lazily on the living room sofa, looking half awake. Ichin chuckled and said, "All right, it's getting late. You two go wash up. They'll make breakfast. Yumiko, how about wontons this morning?" "Sound good. I'm not picky." Yumiko stretched and yawned as she stood up. Yutaha, watching her, reached out and poked her side with a grin. "Lucky you, Yumiko, you make it look so easy. Is this the result of consistent training? And it's really firm, too." "Well, I work with programmers all day," Yumiko replied. "Sitting in front of a screen that long will mess you up fast if you don't take care of yourself. Gotta stay fit to last in this industry. But you shouldn't be envious. Your figure is amazing, too." With a laugh, she stood up and stretched before walking over to the treadmill. You already exercise regularly. As long as you stay healthy, that's enough. If you ended up with a body like mine, I doubt you'd even like it. That's true. Yutaha nodded in agreement. She took pride in looking her best not just for herself, but because Ichin appreciated it too. With her confident appearance, simply standing next to Ichin was enough to discourage anyone with ill intentions from approaching. The conversation from last night about college might have been a joke on the surface, but Yutaha knew she needed to stay sharp. College life was very different from high school. Even at Tokyo University, you could easily run into someone who'd try to steal your barato. Sneaky people didn't care about location. By the time Yutaha and Yumiko finished washing up, Ichin had breakfast ready. Though calling it breakfast might be a stretch, it's already 10 a.m., he said with a smile, glancing at the clock in the living room. Well, whatever. Let's eat first, then we'll go out. Yumiko, tonight Yutaha, her parents, and I'm going to have dinner with her relatives, so we won't be able to spend the evening with you. No waities, no waities. Yumiko waved it off, slurping down a wonton. I'll figure something out myself for dinner. After the not-so-early breakfast, Ichin and Yutaha changed into their outdoor clothes while Yumiko returned to her dorm to put on a thicker outfit. The three of them then headed out. Driving out, they picked up Aoba, Nene, and Shinoda, who all lived in Tokyo. The group made their way to Senji Temple in Asakusa. Originally, they wanted to invite Kayagami too, but she was busy doing the family rounds today and couldn't make it. They'd have to wait until the 3rd when they all left together for the trip. After parking, the group looked at the massive crowds on the street. Aoba sighed in relief. Thank goodness I didn't listen to my mom and wear a kimono. I'd be dying in this crowd. What? You own a kimono? Shinoda exclaimed in surprise. Well, she added with a grin, considering your height, a single set would probably last you forever. I didn't choose to be this short. Aoba cried, standing on her tiptoes and pouting. Oba huffed, then turned to Yutaha. But Yutaha, if you wore a kimono, you'd definitely look gorgeous. Why didn't you wear one? Too much trouble, Yutaha replied bluntly. It takes forever to put on, and the only kimono I have is from middle school. There's no way I can still wear that. If I wanted to wear one, I'd have to get it custom made. Honestly, I didn't even consider it. With Yutaha's personality, there was no way she'd be satisfied with just buying a ready-made kimono off the rack. She'd want it custom-tailored from a proper shop. At the moment, the street was filled with women in kimonos, some of them wearing rather luxurious ones. After a moment of thought, Yutaha looked to Ichin and said, Ichin, do you think I should get one custom-made for next year? Wearing a kimono for New Year's every now and then might be kind of nice. Sure, Ichin agreed readily. But I don't know much about kimonos or where to get them tailored. You'll have to find the place. They'll just come along with you. Just imagining Yutaha in a kimono. Yeah, she'd absolutely steal the spotlight walking down the street like that. They didn't linger too long, chatting. Everyone headed into Senji Temple. Though it was crowded, the flow of people was still moving. After lining up for nearly half an hour, they finally made their offerings and wished for good fortune in the new year. Then they headed over to draw Omikuji fortunes. Once they each got their fortune slip, they stood in a circle, glancing at one another. No one wanted to be the first to open theirs. Ichin raised his hand and said, All right, then I'll go first. He opened his fortune slip, and the others immediately crowded around. Oh, Daikichi, great blessing. That's awesome. Nene looked surprised. Looks like you're going to have some amazing luck this year. Ichin-kun. Not bad at all. Ichin smiled as he looked at the slip, then turned to the others. Mine's done. Your turn. Everyone exchanged glances and then, on a quick count of 3, opened their slips at the same time. Yutaha. Daikichi, great blessing, same as Ichin. Yumiko. Chikichi, middle blessing. Aoba. Chikichi as well. Nene and Shinoda. Shikichi, small blessing. Overall, pretty good results. No one pulled a bad fortune. Looking at her small blessing, Shinoda Hajime grinned. Shikichi isn't bad. I just hope this year I can actually snag those limited edition pre-orders online. Everything else was fine, but that was definitely a challenge. Even though Ichin didn't buy as many figures these days, he still kept up with the news online. These days, scalpers didn't just flip tickets anymore. And when it came to highly popular items like the RG Hainu Gundam, the God Gundam, or the PGURX 78-2, there wasn't a single release that scalpers weren't drooling over. And it wasn't just a China problem. Japan had scalpers too. All one could wish for in the new year was for all scalpers to disappear, preferably as a family. Chapter 331. The first live stream of the new year during the New Year holidays. After making a visit to the Kinoshita household in Chiba, Ichin and everyone who was available headed out together to Rin Toyama's hometown in Aichi Prefecture, where they enjoyed a 4-day trip. After returning to Tokyo and resting for 2 more days, it was almost time to get back to work. That night, after taking a shower and checking the time, Ichin turned on his computer, opened his webcam, and launched his streaming software. He had already posted a stream preview earlier in the day, and now it was just about time to go live. Holding their cat, Peppa, Yudaha watched Ichin setting everything up and asked, "Ichin, are you about to stream?" "Yeah, I already sent out the announcement. He'll just stream for an hour or 2. It's been a while since I've shown my face, might as well chat with everyone a bit." After adjusting the webcam, Ichin added, "Want to join me, Yudaha?" "Nope, he'll go watch TV in the living room and chat with everyone in the group instead. You handle the stream." Yudaha wasn't particularly interested in streaming and turned him down without hesitation. She picked up the cat and left the bedroom. Watching the door close, Ichin smiled and shook his head. "TCH, not even a little tempted?" "Huh? Oh well, streaming solo's not a problem." Then, seeing the time was just right, he started the stream. Ichin was always punctual with his streams. He'd open the stream 5 to 10 minutes before the official start, then begin once enough people had joined. But today was clearly different. Since it was a Friday, just 5 minutes after going live, the chat was already flooding with messages. Seeing the fast-scrolling chat, Ichin turned on his camera and microphone. All right, stop spamming, I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Long time no see. As promised, I'm back with a stream." Taking a sip of juice from a nearby glass, Ichin said, "No rush. Let's wait for a few more people to show up before we get into the main content. For now, let's just chat casually. How was everyone's New Year's?" The chat filled with responses like lying around at home, playing games, and even a few working overtime messages, making Ichin smile. Looks like everyone had a fulfilling holiday, huh? Me? Same as last year, I didn't go back to China for New Year's. Planning to return for Spring Festival instead. Over here in Japan, it's been busy lately with Lunar New Year approaching. The streets, especially in Tokyo, are packed. So aside from hanging out in Tokyo on the first day, I went to Aichi Prefecture with some colleagues and friends to visit another colleague's hometown. We just got back today. Then someone in chat asked about his studies, which made sense ever since some of his personal details have been revealed. Everyone who followed him knew he was still in high school. No need to worry about my academics. I've always done well in school, and I've already received my acceptance to the University of Tokyo. Starting in April, they'll be entering their computer science program. Immediately, the chat exploded with 666 and humble brag LOL. "I'm not bragging, really," Ichin said with a laugh. "If I've got the grades, of course I'm going to aim for the best collage possible." I saw someone ask if my grades are so good. Why not go back to China for university? Well, I did consider it. But first of all, my career is here. Even though we've also set up a studio in Shanghai, the main base is still in Japan. And secondly, my girlfriend is also attending Todai. So naturally, I want to study here too. For me, the location doesn't matter much. What matters are the other factors. As for the boss lady, she's in the living room, watching TV and playing with the cat. She doesn't want to be on camera. Yes, we adopted a cat in orange tabby. So far, we're lucky he hasn't turned into a chonky orange loaf. After answering some casual viewer questions, Ichin saw the stream's viewership pass 300,000. He decided it was time to get into the main event. Okay, we've got enough people now. Let's start the planned content for today. Even though you've all probably seen PV3 already, it dropped at the end of last month. I'm going to play it again here, so I can explain things more clearly. Then he replayed the now 3 million views PV3 on stream. After it finished, he didn't close the video but dragged the progress bar back to the beginning. Alright, now that we've seen it again, let me give you some behind-the-scenes commentary on what you just saw. He moved the progress bar slightly, revealing a 2D cutscene. This is the opening of the PV. The main characters are running down from a pyramid, clearly fleeing from something. I can't give away too much, but right here, you'll notice and throws Morgana out. This connects to one of Morgana's special abilities. They'll keep the details under wraps for now. It's a fun one. I'm sure you all noticed from the PV that this cat is no ordinary feline. Next was a subway scene featuring the protagonist, accompanied by news footage of a subway accident. This is the protagonist commuting between areas. Besides the usual map-based fast travel, you can also physically enter subway stations and ride the trains. Of course, unlike real life, while there is an action for scanning a ticket, it won't actually deduct money. During transitions between areas, you'll see scenes like this, one of the protagonists riding the train. The news about the subway accident ties into the game's story. It's not just background fluff, it's plot relevant. He scrubbed the video forward a few seconds, showing the protagonist standing in a packed subway car as the doors closed and the train departed. And this shirtless, giant humanoid monster is a story-related boss. I won't say more about it. I hope you'll experience that part of the story for yourselves in-game. That felt like a whole lot of words without saying much. Sure, plot spoilers had to be avoided, but couldn't he say something more solid? All right, Ichin chuckled. Let's leave the plot aside. They'll talk about something I can reveal, like the new protagonist team members. They'll share a bit about them, including their voice actors. I'm sure that's something you're all curious about. He jumped to another timestamp on a video. A male character appeared, awakening a persona with a distinct ukiyo-e art style. This is one of the new party members. His name is Yusuke Kitagawa, an art student with a special talent in painting. His persona is Gomen Ishikawa. I won't explain the name, you can look it up later if you're interested. As for his voice actor, it's none other than the one everyone affectionately calls the squad leader, Tomokazu Sugita. With that as a segue, Ichin began sharing behind-the-scenes stories from the voice recording sessions, giving the stream an even more relaxed and engaging vibe. Chapter 332. Microsoft acquires Blizzard. The end of Sony has arrived. Although Ichin normally doesn't interfere much with the voice acting process, whenever he had spare time, he would still visit the recording sessions to check in on the progress and the general atmosphere. After a few visits, had grown familiar with several voice actors, especially those who were into gaming. Some of them had already reserved early access with Ichin, hoping to play the game as soon as it was finished. Naturally, Ichin agreed without hesitation. So yeah, don't be too envious of those voice actors. Even if they get the game early, they won't be streaming it. They'll just hole up at home, play it all night, and then post on Twitter to stir some envy. Of course, it's also possible that some of them might not even finish it before release day. They're super busy, especially the popular ones. As for post-release streams, Billy's already been in touch with me. There'll be an official promo page, and we'll be inviting a dozen or so streamers from the single-player category to play the game live. If you're still unsure about the game, you can wait and watch their streams before deciding. While chatting, Cincheredo, I won't go into too much detail, gotta let you discover that yourselves, but if you want to romance characters, you'll definitely need to raise your stats. That last line immediately got everyone excited. Wait, romance? You for real? Bro, is this game a harem sim now? So far there's only in... Wait, are you telling me Morgana's a girl too? Even though Morgana's voice actor was female, no one was sure if the character itself was. It's a cat. Surely not, right? Well, doesn't hurt to try. As the comments got increasingly unhinged, Ichin could only shake his head in exasperation. You guys need to calm down. Yeah, we've only revealed one female character so far, but I can tell you this. There are 3 more female members of the main cast that haven't been announced yet. They'll appear in PV4, so stay tuned. Each one has a unique personality, and I work directly with the art team on their designs. Trust me, every one of them could be your waifu. And of course, there are some non-party female characters with their own side plots that can be romance too. As both the developer and a player himself, Ichin understood the player mindset well. In a game like this RPG with daily life elements, it was crucial to have a wide cast of main and side characters to interact with. In fact, he had even gone out of his way to flesh out extra side plots for the romanceable characters during development. As for the famously tough, perfect first playthrough from Persona 5, Itchin had already adjusted the difficulty balance, so players wouldn't feel like they had to sacrifice one thing to get another. After explaining all that, and finishing his commentary on the PV3 elements, Itchin leaned back Centurato. Well, that's about it for the PV breakdown. Now that it's done, I've got a bit of free time. What should I do next? He stretched his neck and took a sip of his drink while reading suggestions from the chat. Huh, you guys want me to play Hollow Knight? I mean, I could, but the game's been out for a while. Most of you have probably already played it. Would watching me play it even be interesting? Immediately, the chat exploded with dozens of it would. Well, I see how it is. You guys just want to see me embarrass myself? Huh? TCH, you're in for a surprise then. Sure, I'm not the best gamer just because I make games, but I'm no pushover either. And Hollow Knight, I know the game inside out. Since we got time, alright, it'll give you guys a little show. He logged into Steam, getting ready to fire up Hollow Knight. Wonder which boss rotation it is this week. Just as he was about to launch the game, his bedroom door slammed open with a loud bang. Itchin, something huge just happened. Even with his headphones on, Itchin jumped in surprise. Luckily, he wasn't the type to curse instinctively, and he remembered he was still live on stream. Turning around, he saw that it was Kei Yagami, followed by Rin Toyama and Yumiko Centurato. Activision Blizzard is getting acquired by Microsoft. Huh. Itchin's first reaction was disbelief. It had to be fake, right? But seeing everyone's shocked and serious expressions, it clearly wasn't some early April Fool's prank. Wait, you're serious? Everyone nodded. Yudaha added, Yep, I just searched on my phone, it's legit. The news just dropped. Itchin turned back to his PC, closed Steam, opened his browser, and switched the OBS source so viewers could see his screen. While typing, he said, Alright, forget about waifus for a second. Centurato, no one in chat believed it either. But after a few seconds of doubt, some fast-fingered viewers had already looked it up and were posting messages. Holy smokes, ITS real. Microsoft's buying them out. While they got money, Itchin also found the just-published article on a local gaming news site. Wow, it's true. 7 billion. Microsoft's cash flow is even crazier than I thought. This is Activision Blizzard we're talking about, yeah. Their IPs have been slacking lately, and Blizzard's had its share of scandals, but still, a dying camel's bigger than a horse. And they're seriously getting acquired. He read through the article with a stream, viewers following along. Once done, Itchin leaned back in his chair and let out a breath. Welp, Sony's doomsday has officially begun. Chapter 333. Microsoft's almighty money power. Activision Blizzard's market value had remained high, even with the company plagued by all sorts of chaotic decisions in recent years. Its valuation still sat at around 60 to 70 billion. And now, just the news of Microsoft's acquisition caused a sudden spike in their stock price. After reading through reports from multiple media outlets and getting a solid grasp of the situation, Itchin closed his browser, ready to dig into a proper discussion with his viewers. Turning his head, he noticed Kei Yagami and the others had already stepped out and even thoughtfully closed the bedroom door behind them. Well then, I guess you're all a lot more interested in Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard right now, Itchin said with a lazy stretch and a grin. Didn't expect this at all. I just planned to casually stream a bit today, and boom, this kind of megaton drops. Gotta hand it to Microsoft. Money power is scary. He continued, some people are asking, why would Microsoft spend that much money to buy Activision Blizzard? After all, both Activision and Blizzard aren't what they used to be. And that's true, they've declined. But even so, the value they still hold is enormous. He paused, intending to sip something to refresh his throat, only to realize the juice head brought in earlier was already gone. Just as he was thinking of heading out to grab more, Yudaha entered with perfect timing, carrying a bottle of soda. I saw you ran out, so I brought you another one, she said with a smile, placing the cola on his desk. Kay and the others are in the living room. Keep streaming, we'll be fine, chatting on our own. Itchin nodded, gently pinched Yudaha's cheek, and let her go. Then, addressing his jealous audience, he smirked. All right, don't be envious. You can't copy this even if you tried. With that cheeky comment out of the way, Itchin returned to discussing the acquisition. Let's put Blizzard aside for now and talk Activision. In my opinion, the reason Microsoft wants this deal is primarily because of Activision and the studios and IPs under its belt. Take the Call of Duty series, for example. Yes, it's been phoning it in lately, focusing on online multiplayer and totally neglecting single-player campaigns. And even when they do make a campaign, it's trash. But you have to admit, COD still racks up massive sales numbers every year. It's always among the top-selling titles. Just as Itchin reached this point, everyone understood what he was hinting at. Oh, no way. Is COD going to be exclusive to Xbox now? Not quite. It's not coming to Switch either, that much is certain. But then again, the Switch doesn't need it. They've got Splatoon, and even ports of older games like Crysis are doing fine. Seeing the chat spam predictions and reactions, Itchin chuckled, and not saying they'll definitely remove COD from Sony platforms. He didn't even get to finish before the chat exploded with a flood of titles that Activision might abandon sequels for. Letting them run wild with speculation, Itchin relaxed with a long sip of cola before continuing. All right, now let's talk Blizzard. This is where it really gets interesting. I'm not going to bring up Blizzard's internal drama, it's just too messy. If you're curious, you can look it up yourselves. Since this is a console-focused stream, Cincherado, but let's focus on Overwatch. That game exploded when it launched blazing hot, even kicked off a whole esports scene. It had so much potential, and yet look where it is now. Overwatch 2, we haven't even seen real news about it. I'd bet they haven't made much progress at all. A ton of Blizzard's key developers already jumped ship. You've got such a valuable IP, and you don't expand the lore, don't build side games with new mechanics, don't even pump out CG shorts. You could have made an entire Overwatch universe or something, but not even interested in making money properly. That take had chat going absolutely wild in agreement. Facts. Look at Riot, they turned League of Legends into a whole universe. And Blizzard can't even squeeze out a single fart. Honestly, the only real Overwatch CGs are from the 3DR community. Nah, Tifa is still the true goddess of 3D. True that. Tifa is peak. Alright boys, BRB. Need a 2-minute break. Everyone was spiraling off topic again, as usual. Itchin shook his head and sighed with a grin. Then he took another big gulp of cola and said, Alright, that's the short version of things. I don't know when this acquisition will be finalized, and I don't have a clue how Microsoft will handle all these new IPs either. We'll just have to wait and see. And personally, I'm really curious how Sony will respond. That was easily one of the hottest discussion points after the announcement. Would Sony collapse? Should Nintendo hurry up and buy Capcom? Now that Microsoft's flexing its wallet, why not go buy Konami too? The jokes and wild takes were endless and fun. It reminded Itchin of a conversation at work before the end of December break, when everyone had been talking about Pokemon and Game Freak. Today, something as absurd as Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard had become reality, so who's to say Pokemon, the world's top IP, couldn't one day have a proper rebirth? As someone who grew up with Pokemon, Itchin didn't say anything out loud, but deep down he still held a bit of hope. Not hope in Game Freak, but hope in the Pokemon IP itself. As for playing Hollow Knight, yeah, Itchin wasn't really in the mood anymore. After chatting with viewers a bit longer, he wrapped up the stream. No one was upset that he ended early after all. The Microsoft Activision bombshell gave them plenty to talk about. Chapter 334. Back to work after ending the stream, Itchin headed to the living room. Sure enough, Kayagami and the others were still there, watching TV together. Peppa the cat was currently nestled comfortably in Rin Toyama's arms, eyes half closed as he enjoyed the gentle petting. Done streaming already? Itchin? Yudaha asked. Yeah, after such a big news bomb, I didn't really feel like continuing. Better to let the audience go watch the drama unfold elsewhere. Itchin replied with a smile, sitting down next to Yudaha with his cola in hand. Okay, you guys are really fast. The moment you saw the news, you rushed over. Could have just messaged me, you know? How are we supposed to know you were streaming? Kay shrugged. We didn't learn Chinese for nothing. Okay? We use Bilibili too. We just aren't that fluent yet. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and showed him the Bilibili app on her screen. Yumiko chimed in as well. We were going to text you at first, but then thought why not just come tell you directly? We could have tea and chat while we're at it. Still early, after all. Well, that's true. You guys could drop by any time if you're free, Ichin said, relaxing into the couch. He let out a sigh. Man, that really was major news. Something like this right at the start of the year. Makes you wonder what else is coming. Yudaha thought for a moment and teased, like, Sony going bankrupt? That's bravado much. Ichin chuckled, gently patting her hand. Sure, they sold off some buildings, but it's nowhere near bankruptcy. At most, Microsoft's move might mess with their gaming division, though not enough to cause serious damage. But yeah, this surprise attack from Microsoft could definitely shake up Sony's operations for the next year, maybe even longer. So basically, no matter what, Sony's in for a rough ride, huh? Kay said with a grin. Now I'm suddenly thinking, maybe we should release our next game on Xbox too? Not a bad idea. Ichin didn't mind the thought at all. Even though Microsoft's console sales aren't as high as Sony's, their platform ecosystem is solid. And they've got money to burn tons of games debut on Game Pass. As for the studio's current 3 titles, Hollow Knight and Slay the Spire could be brought to Xbox easily. Nothing complicated. He figured he'd reach out to someone at Xbox later if the terms were good. Launching on Game Pass wouldn't be out of the question either. After all, even their own flagship title, Halo, debuted on Game Pass. It just showed how little Microsoft seemed to care about raw sales, something only a company with deep pockets could afford. He yawned. Rin Toyama, suddenly feeling drowsy, stretched and said, Let's leave the business talk for after the holiday. Okay, time to head back. I'm beat after today's trip. Tired already? All right, let's go, Kay replied. Yumiko nodded as well. Rin gently returned Peppa to Yudaha's arms, and the 3 of them stood up and left Ichin's home. After seeing the 3 of them off, Ichin turned to Yudaha. Tired? Want to head to bed early today? Sure, Yudaha smiled and nodded. These next 2 days are for recharging anyway. After that, you're back to work. And don't forget, we also have a center exam this month. We should at least go experience it. Yeah, that's still pretty important. Even though they'd already been accepted into the University of Tokyo, both Ichin and Yudaha still wanted to take the center exam just to see how well they could score when going all out. After 2 days of rest back in Tokyo, the New Year holidays came to an end. Everyone returned to the company and resumed work. At 9:30 in the morning, Ichin and Yudaha arrived at the office together, bringing along their cat, Peppa. While they were away traveling during the New Year break, Peppa had been left with Yudaha's parents. You could say had been eating very well. Cinchuredo, she saw Peppa lounging on a desk and curiously walked over to poke his belly. Why does it feel like he's even fatter than before? Kay, sitting nearby, chimed in because while we were out traveling, Yudaha's parents were in charge. You think that cat wouldn't get fat? And this is even after Ichin and Yudaha started putting him on a diet again. Orange cats really do eat a ton. And yet, as she finished saying that, Kay pulled out a dried fish treat and fed it to Peppa, leaving Aerie stunned. Didn't you just say he's overeating? Hypocrisy much? Ha ha ha. I can't help it. It's just a habit at this point. Kay scratched her head with a sheepish laugh, picked up Peppa for a few snuggles, then set him down and got ready to work. Come on. Aerie time for your first task of the year. Oh, bring it on. About 10 minutes later, Ichin walked out of the office after finishing a meeting with Hazuki and Yumiko. He saw Aerie already at her desk and called out to her, Yo, Aerie. Long time no see. How was your New Year's? The moment he brought it up, Aerie made a sour face. Ugh, not great. It was a week of pure suffering. The only silver lining was not having to wear those light, floaty dresses for banquets like in summer. Hearing her mention banquets, Shinoda rolled her chair over immediately, grabbed Iriri's hand, and asked eagerly, I'm super curious. Were those fancy banquets you rich girls go to like? Banquets? Aerie twitched her lips, clearly not in the mood to talk about it, but seeing everyone gather around, she gave in and reluctantly started explaining. There's honestly nothing that exciting. Sure, the venues are a bit fancier, and everyone dresses up nicely. Over the New Year, it's mostly just family and relatives, so those are more bearable. The other banquets, though, it's just people from the same social circle networking, exchanging contacts, seeing if they can partner up on anything. Also, She added with a sigh, "It's where parents try to matchmake their kids when they hit the right age. I've seen it happen so many times. That's exactly why I stopped going once I got to high school." Whoa, so that's what it's like. Aoba asked curiously, "So, Eriri, have you ever run into any eligible bachelors at those parties? Like, guys who tried to hit on you?" Eriri shot her a dramatic eye roll. "Not interested. But if you really want to know, you should ask Haruno-senpai when she shows up. Every time she goes to a banquet, she ends up being the center of attention for everyone her age." Speak of the devil. I heard someone calling my name. Haruno has arrived. Chapter 335. Company financial report. Everyone turned toward the entrance, and sure enough, Haruno walked in, smiling brightly. Behind her was Yukino, carrying a cat carrier. "Yukino." Eriri didn't expect to see Yukino and immediately jumped up, running over with excitement and throwing her arms around the slightly shy girl. With Eriri hugging her tightly, Yukino naturally turned red in the face. "Eriri, let go, everyone's watching." I'm just so happy. I didn't see you at all today." Letting go, Eriri beamed and asked, "When did you get back?" "Yesterday." As soon as she said it, Yukino's expression turned a little pained. "I really don't want to spend New Year's like that ever again." Haruno heard that and turned around with a teasing smile. "Yukino, this time you were just tagging along. If it were the old days, Mom would have already arranged a matchmaking meeting for you." "I know, you don't have to say it." Yukino shot her sister a side glance. Haruno walked over to the cat tower and opened the carrier to release her 2 cats. In an instant, the number of cats in the office doubled from 2 to 4. The room became lively and noisy, especially since it was the first day back at work. Everyone was still in holiday mode. Soon, a bunch of staff gathered around for a good session of cat cuddling. Meanwhile, Haruno made her way over to Aoba and Shinoda. She looked at the group of girls and said, "I think I heard someone say my name just now when I walked in. What were you guys talking about?" Shinoda explained they were just discussing party events. Parties?" Haruno tapped her chin with a graceful finger and smiled. Like Eriri said, most of them aren't very interesting. They're just places where families meet to talk business, discuss potential investments, and look for collaborations. If the parents bring their kids, it usually splits into 2 zones after it starts: adults on one side, young people on the other. Shinoda's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Haruno-senpai, did you ever see any handsome guys at those parties? Or celebrities?" "Handsome guys? Celebs?" Haruno tilted her head, thinking, there were a few lookers, sure, but honestly, not that exciting. Most of the smart guys around my age are already studying abroad. At the recent events, there really weren't many people I could even talk to. As for celebrities, yeah, there were a few, both male and female. "What, you want autographs?" She grinned, then added seriously, "Just a heads up though, that circle is messy. If you can avoid getting involved, you probably should." This company was one Haruno and Yukino had invested in, so technically they were insiders. And while Haruno was full of chaotic energy, she would never do anything to sabotage her own interests or her sister's circle of friends. Doing anything shady behind Yukino's back would absolutely blow up in her face. Better to behave. "Messy?" Shinoda leaned in closer, even more curious. "What kind of messy? Come on, give me the details. I'm just nosy. I'm not actually going to go chasing anyone." Haruno didn't mind sharing a few juicy stories. While she had no interest in getting involved with the entertainment industry herself, she did know some behind-the-scenes gossip thanks to her social network. Of course, she wasn't about to drop real names, just pseudonyms. If any of it got confirmed by tabloids in the future, that was none of her concern. And just like that, Haruno found herself surrounded. More and more girls gathered around her, eager for some celebrity tea. She told them about actors and actresses who got too into their roles and started dating during filming only to break up before the media even found out. Or male idols 2-timing or 3-timing their partners, all while maintaining their clean public image. Even though Haruno wasn't part of the industry, her insights were so spicy and well-connected that it felt like insider knowledge. She never gave real names, but everyone listening was still feasting on the gossip. Ichin, who had gone to get some coffee, returned to find a whole crowd gathered near the art team's area. Not only was Yutaha, there who already had a keen interest in gossip, but even the normally shy Hifumi was blushing while listening intently. Hazuki hadn't joined the crowd. She came over with her own coffee and whispered to Ichin, "Not going to listen? Haruno's gossip is actually kind of interesting." "I'm not that into gossip," Ichin replied, shaking his head and heading for his office. Hazuki, once Haruno finishes, asked the two sisters to come see me. Got it. About 15 minutes later, Haruno finally walked into the office with Yukino in tow. "Hello, Ichin-kun, you called for us?" she said with a cheerful grin. "Of course. This is company business, and it does involve both of you." Ichin gestured toward the chairs across from his desk and handed them each a printed report. "Here, take a look. This is last year's revenue report. Since you two only invested recently, your profit shares are still relatively small, but next year's should look a lot better." "Oh, so that's what this is. You're giving it to us earlier than I expected." Haruno raised an eyebrow in surprise and started flipping through the document. Game development sure does burn through money. Even though the new title isn't out yet, the pre-order numbers are way better than I imagined. Between renting 2 studio spaces, paying staff, buying equipment, and all the other overhead monthly expenses were significant. Fortunately, Hollow Knight and Slay the Spire had strong sales, and the recent investment from the Yukino Shida sisters, plus the upcoming Persona pre-order surge, made the financial report look much healthier. Without those pre-orders, they'd have barely broken even. Haruno skimmed through the report and quickly began contemplating further investment. She was very aware of Persona's development progress, and Ichin's company clearly had enormous potential. Investing more now would almost certainly pay off. Originally, she had only invested to help Yukino feel more secure, but now she was seriously thinking about making real money from it. Doing a quick estimate of potential sales for the new game and planning out future development timelines, Haruno grew even more certain. She would be increasing her investment. Chapter 336. An unexpected message. "Oh, you want to invest more?" After hearing what Haruno had in mind, Ichin naturally agreed. The company was bound to expand further in the future. With operations and development demanding more funds, it was understandable that Haruno wanted to increase her investment after seeing the profits. Ichin himself was confident he wouldn't let his shareholders lose money. Sure, the game is about to enter the promotion phase, and will definitely need a lot of funding, not to mention looking for various marketing channels. "I can handle the promotion channels. Just leave that to me," Haruno said with a snap of her fingers, smiling. "As for the investment amount, they'll discuss it with my parents when I get back. I plan to throw in the rest of my savings." "Ichin, you better not let your me lose everything." "Don't worry, that won't happen." At that moment, Yukino had also finished reading the financial report and turned to her sister. "Haruno, didn't Mom say I also hold a small portion of shares in the family company? She's been saving the annual dividends for me. Hasn't she?" Yukino, are you saying?" Yukino nodded. "I may not be as business savvy as you, but I can understand this financial report. After the game is released this year, along with the various merchandise, revenue will definitely jump to another level. That'll allow for further expansion and the development of even more games. With such a promising future, there's no reason not to invest more." Though she said she didn't know much, her reasoning was sharp and clear. Haruno thought for a moment, then agreed. "All right, they'll talk to Mom about it when we get home today. She should be okay with it." "Ichin, could you tell us more about your plans after Persona is complete?" "Plans, huh?" Ichin nodded. "Sure. I've been thinking a lot these past few days and have a general direction. First off, hiring more staff and expanding the team. We still have space here in Tokyo, plenty of room to bring in more people. I'm even thinking of renting the vacant space next door and connecting the two areas. The studio in China will also be recruiting more, and I plan to open another one. With 3 studios, I'm aiming to develop 2 to 3 new projects: a large-scale ARPG, a first-person shooter, and a small-scale 2D indie game. Dark Souls, Titanfall, Apex, and BattleBlock Theater, that was the lineup. Persona's pre-order numbers had already surpassed 1 million. Ichin was confident that once officially released, total sales would hit 3 million within the year. With that kind of revenue, boosted by merchandise sales and the additional investments from the Yukino Shida sisters, running 3 concurrent projects was totally doable. After 2 years of steady groundwork, it was finally time to go all out. 3 concurrent projects, huh? Looks like someone's finally showing his ambition. Despite the bold plan, Haruno didn't try to talk him down. After all, she had known Ichin for a long time and understood he wasn't someone who acted recklessly. If he decided to run 3 projects at once, it meant he had the confidence to back it up. Well, once your plans kick off, if there's anything you need help with, just say the word. We'll find a way to support you. As for the promotional channel for Persona, it'll start reaching out over the next few days. Once I have a short list of good ones, you can make the final call. Thanks. After their discussion, the 3 of them left the office. Haruno took a copy of the financial report with her. Before noon, she left the company to return to her own work while Yukino stayed behind. Whenever she came by, she usually stayed until the end of the workday. Over by the company's cat tower, Yukino had moved a chair and was quietly reading a book. From time to time, she'd glance up at her cats lounging on the cat tower. After several encounters, Ichin's cat Peppa and her white cat Sesame had become quite close. They were now cuddled up together, eyes half closed in lazy comfort. The relationship looked good given a few more months. They might be expecting kittens. At the same time, Yukino figured she'd need to get her other cat, Machi, spayed. Otherwise, when the kittens were growing up, it'd be all too easy for the older cat to go in a heat. Meanwhile, in the office, Hazuki suddenly received a call from a contact at Nintendo. After a brief exchange, her expression shifted to one of surprise. She then walked out of the office with her phone and found Ichin, who was currently with the programming team. Ichin-kun, come here for a sec. HM. Ichin turned at the sound of her voice and saw Hazuki gesturing with her phone. Looked like the call was for him. Yumiko, take care of things here for now. We'll be back after this call. After saying that, Ichin followed Hazuki to her office, where she handed him the phone. Hello, this is Ichin speaking. Huh? Just like Hazuki a moment ago, Ichin's face showed surprise after hearing what the Nintendo rep said on the other end. Exchanging a glance with Hazuki, Ichin replied, if that's possible, then we'd be extremely grateful. A lot of our developers are really looking forward to it. We're curious about how much innovation this one brings. All right then, we'll wait for the build to try it out. After hanging up, Ichin scratched his head and looked at Hazuki. We're not even game streamers or influencers. Didn't think we'd get early access. Hazuki chuckled. Isn't that a good thing? True. He glanced at his watch. It was 10:30 a.m. They said the key will be sent at 1:30 this afternoon. They'll check in on everyone's progress. Hazuki, should we send it out to the team as soon as we get it? You're the boss. You decide, Hazuki said with a raised index finger. But I call dibs on the first copy. I've got nothing planned this afternoon. All right, I'll go ask around. After leaving the office, Ichin headed back to the programming team to ask about their progress, then checked in with the other departments. Seeing him go around asking questions, Kei Yagami couldn't help but ask, hey, is there some last-minute task we need to squeeze in? No, it's something else. With his arms crossed, Senshirado, quick question, how many of you have pre-ordered Pokemon Legends? Arceus? In no time, over a dozen hands went up. All physical editions? Everyone nodded in unison. Good. Ichin smiled. At 1:30 this afternoon, Nintendo will be sending over a batch of Arceus CD keys. One for each of you. You can start playing as soon as you get it, but you must not leak this info, got it? After a short silence, the office erupted. Pokemon. Wait, does that mean we get to play it early? Sounds like it, right? Ichin raised his hands to calm the excited crowd and chuckled. Yep, that's right. We're getting a batch of digital game keys for internal use only. That means just for us, don't post anything about it online, and definitely don't share publicly. If word gets out and the one who's screwed. Judging by everyone's reaction, you're all pretty curious about Arceus. Huh. All right, then once the keys arrive this afternoon, those of you with your consoles can go ahead and download the game. I'm giving you the rest of the day. I'll spend it here in the office and play. Just make sure after your session, send me a mini review. What impressed you? What disappointed you? Just be honest. Sound good? No problem. With everyone in agreement, Ichin sent them back to work. The morning still had a few hours left, and they needed to get through it first. Awesome, early access. Gotta get as much done this morning as I can. Let's go. Over in the art department, Rin Toyama looked over at Ichin, curiosity written on her face. Ichin-kun, how on earth did you manage to get early access? Let's just say it's one of those little perks of being in game development, he replied with a grin. Developers who are genuinely interested can sometimes get early copies, kind of like gaming review media. Of course, unlike review outlets, we should give proper feedback from a developer's perspective. Rin, KU2 should write some notes too. Don't just praise the game because we got freebies. If there are flaws, write them down. If you spot bugs, let me know directly, you'll report them. Aruri, who had been quiet until now, suddenly lit up and raised her hand, eyes sparkling. Iti-inkun. So if we can get Arceus early, does that mean we might get Breath of the Wild 2 too? Or other games? As long as Nintendo's willing to share, I think it's possible. Ichin replied with a nod and a smile. And of course, when our own Persona game is ready, we'll send it over to some Nintendo-affiliated studios too. Exchange of experiences and all. Yay! No ing allowed. Puffed. Aruri shot Ichin a playful look, then happily returned to her seat, humming a tune as she got back to work. Noon, lunchtime. Some people had brought bentos, but the rest bolted out the door the moment the clock hit lunch. Besides grabbing food, they planned to swing by home and bring back their Switches. After all, it'd be painfully frustrating to watch others play a yet-to-release game while you sit there empty-handed. Ichin was no exception. After lunch with Yutaha, the two of them went home to fetch their own Switch consoles. At 1:30 p.m. sharp, as everyone eagerly waited, Ichin received a new email in his inbox, a batch of ready-to-use game keys. After verifying the keys and successfully downloading the game on both his and Yutaha's consoles, Ichin split the keys into batches and handed them off to each department lead to distribute. Stepping out of the office, Ichin saw everyone already holding their Switches, successfully redeeming and downloading the game. Wahoo! Got ourselves a fun afternoon, seeing the Pokemon Legends Arceus icon pop up on her Switch. Aruri spun in her chair with glee. Beside her, Yukino was also downloading the game on her NS. As one of the company's shareholders, Yukino naturally enjoyed the same perks. What surprised Ichin was that she even brought a console, though hers was the compact NS Lite model. Walking over to Aruri and Yukino, Ichin glanced at Yukino's screen and smiled. Didn't expect this, Yukino. You've started getting into games under Aruri's influence, huh? On Yukino's home screen, he spotted Breath of the Wild, Mario Kart, and Capcom's Ace Attorney series. Yukino put down her Switch and looked at him calmly. Yes, I was influenced by Aruri, but as long as it doesn't interfere with daily studies, playing games can actually be quite enjoyable. Many games offer a unique narrative experience different from books, but still impactful. Aruri chimed in just in time. Of course, not every story is well written. Plenty of games have terrible plots. Oh right, Ichin, the new Kirby game is coming soon, right? What do you think? The meaning behind her words couldn't be clearer. She wanted Ichin to somehow get early access to Kirby 2. After all, the release was just around the corner somewhere near the end of March. All right, I get it. He'll ask around later. But for now, focus on this game, okay? Don't forget you still owe me a review. No problem. Game reviews? I'm a pro at that. Aruri confidently patted her flat chest and agreed without hesitation. About 10 minutes later, everyone had finished downloading the game and couldn't wait to dive in. Ichin and Yutaha were no exception. Back in the office, they each picked up their Switches and joined the fun. As the game opened, Yutaha remarked, Pokemon, huh? I only finished the main storyline in Sword and Shield. Didn't even touch the DLCs, and I skipped the Diamond and Pearl remakes too. I'm about the same, though I did play the DLCs, Ichin replied, already immersed in the game. The opening scene immediately caught him off guard. The protagonist had actually traveled from the modern world to the ancient past. Now, that was an interesting setup. A person from the present dropped into a faraway historical period to participate in events of the past. It was a refreshing twist. The storytelling already seemed like it would surpass Sword and Shield. Sure, the visuals were about what he expected, mediocre, and the frame rate had its wobbles. But overall, it was still within an acceptable range. Time to keep playing. Chapter 338, 338. First impressions after playing throughout the entire afternoon, everyone in the company was completely absorbed in the game. Getting early access to a yet-to-be-released title was a first for them all, something to fully savor and enjoy. It wasn't until after 5 p.m. that Ichin finally saved his game and put down the controller. Feels alright. The experience is very different from past Pokemon titles. Having to constantly catch multiples of the same species makes the early game a bit monotonous, but the improved map design and the sheer size of the areas make exploration enjoyable. On the other side, Yutaha also set down her Switch at the same time and nodded in agreement. True, while the graphics and frame rate still leave much to be desired, as a first attempt at something new, the change in gameplay is quite refreshing. That said, the boss battles in the main story requiring you to dodge constantly and throw items yourself, it gets a little tedious. A very fair assessment. Given Game Freak's usual technical standards, even with some extra development support, you couldn't expect much better. That said, Ichin felt the game just barely met his passing criteria. Of course, that was just a passing score. Whether it could improve from there would depend on the rest of the experience. After a sip of water, the two stepped out of the office. In the workspace, everyone was still playing, some on handheld mode, others with their Switch docks connected to monitors, playing in TV mode. Ichin sat down beside Kayagami and asked, "So, what do you think so far?" It's kind of mixed," she replied while maneuvering her character across the plains and catching a Geodude. "I'm taking it slow, getting a feel for the mechanics, and exploring. Based on GF's track record over the past few years, this one deserves a bit more praise. But honestly, that's only because it's a Pokemon game and the IP carries it. Without the Pokemon name, this would just be a barely passable RPG. Still, I appreciate the gameplay changes. I'm willing to keep playing." After Ichin went around collecting everyone's first impressions of Arceus. Overall, the responses were measured and honest. While Pokemon was a shared childhood memory for many, everyone agreed the games had been declining generation after generation. So the attempt to break from the mold with this one was a positive move. But the gameplay still had a lot of room for improvement, and the visuals and model details were far from polished. Yumiko didn't mince words. If our team got to optimize this game, even if we couldn't hit 60 FPS, we could definitely make it run smoothly at 30 FPS and clean up the visuals a ton. I haven't seen the code, but with models and rendering like this, I'm sure they're using up more system resources than necessary. Turning off her Switch, Yumiko clapped a hand on Ichin's shoulder, looking him straight in the eye. "Seriously, if there's a chance, talk to Nintendo. See if we can get a shot at developing a title. The dev rights are with GF. I know, talk with them. Didn't the Diamond and Pearl remakes get outsourced? We got a shot." "You're really dreaming big, huh, Yumiko?" Despite his words, Ichin wasn't against the idea. Far from it. But the reality was that their studio didn't have enough clout yet. Even if Persona turned out to be a huge hit, there was no way Nintendo would negotiate with GF on their behalf to hand them the Pokemon franchise. Still, a side story or spin-off, or maybe even a remake, there was a chance. But GF wasn't dumb. If a third-party studio made a game better than GF's own internal teams, it would be a major embarrassment. They wouldn't risk that easily. So for now, the best thing to do was to make their own games as good as possible, rack up hits and acclaim, and build up their standing in the industry. After 2 days back at work, it was finally time for Ichin to return to school for his final semester of senior year. He also had a university center exam at the end of the month, just to see what kind of score he could get. Not that it mattered much, he already had his acceptance letter from Tokyo University. This was more for the experience. Back at school, Ichin and Yutaha reunited with their classmates. Since everyone in their class was college-bound, and the center exam was only 2 weeks away, the atmosphere was noticeably more serious. The usual relaxed vibe had faded. The only ones who seemed carefree were Ichin and Yutaha. That said, when classmates approached them with questions about studying, both Ichin and Yutaha were generous and helpful with their answers. Seeing everyone work so hard for college entrance, Ichin and Yutaha were more than willing to lend a hand. And even without pressure, Yutaha found herself influenced by the classroom's mood. She pulled out her workbook and quietly began solving problems. After completing 2 math problems, she glanced at Ichin beside her. "Don't you want to practice a little too, Ichin?" "HM?" Ichin looked up from the English version of Sherlock Holmes he was reading and smiled. "Don't worry, we'll study during lunch. I'm not just going to wing it, you know? If I screw this up, my mom would absolutely kill me." "That's true." Yudaha chuckled, recalling how seriously Ichin's mom took his academics. Compared to her own parents, who certainly cared about her studies, they had never demanded specific scores or set harsh conditions. They simply asked her to take things seriously. Yudaha had always been diligent, even after starting her writing career. Like Ichin, she didn't need parental nagging to stay focused. Later that morning, after modern Japanese class, Ichin and Yudaha were called to the teacher's office by Shizuka Hiratsuka. "Come in, have a seat." Once they sat down, she handed them each a piece of chocolate part of a wedding gift from a first-year teacher who'd recently gotten married. "So, how's your prep going for the center exam at the end of the month? I know you've already received your Tokyo University acceptance letters, but a lot of people are still paying attention to your scores." Ichin had expected this. Spreading his hands, he said, "Don't worry, Hiratsuka-sensei. It's just an exam. As long as the content doesn't go too far beyond the syllabus, you'll get a score the school can be proud of. So if it does go a little beyond the syllabus, you can still handle it?" "Well, obviously." Ichin grinned. "I've studied quite a bit of advanced math already." The teachers nearby all turned with surprised expressions. Was this the aura of a true top student? Chapter 339. Hiratsuka, Shizuka's grim prospects in matchmaking. Ichin's comment didn't come across as bragging to Hiratsuka Shizuka. She gave him a helpless look and said, "I know you're capable, but during the exam, I want you to solve everything using high school level knowledge. No need to show off what you've learned beyond that, understood?" Okay, got it." "And you, Yudaha?" "Me?" Seeing Hiratsuka turn to her, Yudaha smiled and replied, "I'm fine as well. I've been ready for a while now. All that's left is to adjust my state of mind a little. There's not much else that needs improvement." Compared to Ichin, Yudaha was always the more reassuring one in Hiratsuka's eyes. Satisfied, Hiratsuka nodded and said, "All right, that's all I had to say. The next period is about to start. Head back to class. Oh, and take these 2 boxes of candy too." With that, in addition to the chocolate she had given earlier, she handed Ichin and Yudaha 2 more boxes of sweets. Ichin glanced at the sweets in his hands, exchanged a look with Yudaha, then thanked her before the 2 left the office. As they exited, Ichin glanced back to see Hiratsuka slumped over her desk, idly playing with a pen, and whispered, "Tikesuke, a wedding among the teachers, huh? For someone like Hiratsuka-sensei, who's been single for ages, that must have been a tough blow." Hooking her arm around his as they walked back toward the classroom, Yudaha proposed, "Ichin, why don't I ask my mom to see if she knows any suitable men for Hiratsuka-sensei?" "Sure. Let your mom keep an eye out, then we can check if Hiratsuka-sensei's interested." When it came to Hiratsuka Shizuka, it really was Barado of a shame. She had good looks, a wonderful personality, and a respectable job. Her personality was straightforward too. If she had any flaws, it'd be that she smoked and drank, and she wasn't the type to become a housewife. In Japan, women like Hiratsuka often had a hard time finding an ideal partner. What Ichin hadn't expected was that her chances were that slim. Hopefully, Yudaha's mom could help. Not just her, though Itaha's editor, Machida Sonoko, was another beautiful but single woman in her 30s. Were romantic issues really that common among the younger generation these days? Ichin didn't quite understand. Then again, he was already a winner at life, so he had no reason to dwell on it or rub salt in the wound. Noon, at the service club room. It was the first day of a new semester. Yukino had come early in the morning to clean the room herself, so they could all have lunch together here. Of course, the other activity room that Ichin and Yudaha used to occupy had already been vacated. They'd returned the key to Hiratsuka and now spent their free time in the service club instead. After sipping some of Ichin's homemade soup, Eriri let out a content sigh. "Huh, first day back in class. Really takes some getting used to. All right, You third years have the center exams this month, right? Are you all in revision mode now? Yudaha nodded while eating. Yeah, everyone's studying hard. The closer we get to the exam, the more nervous people are. Some of them even come to Ichin and me during breaks to ask questions. TCH, so dedicated. Eruri sighed in amazement. We've still got a year before we go through that ourselves. Thank goodness we can relax a little longer. Having already locked in her future in the arts program at Tokyo University of the Arts, Eruri didn't need top scores in her academic subjects. As long as she maintained her current level, she'd get in just fine. But then, Iriri's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Hee. Once you two graduate, Yukino and I will be the new third years, be the oldest ones at school. Then all the first and second years will have to call us senpai. Can't deny it, Eruri had always been a bit of a gremlin. Clearly, she was still bitter from all the times Yudaha teased her into calling her senpai. That said, Eruri had long since dropped the senpai, and now just called Yudaha by name. Only Yukino still used the respectful form of address, which reflected their very different personalities. And speaking of Yukino, a year from now, she'd likely get into Tokyo University as well, becoming Ichin and Yudaha's underclassmen again. Soon, the four of them finished lunch and began reading or relaxing in the clubroom. While taking out his review book, Ichin also brought out the candy Hiratsuka had given them that morning. Here, courtesy of Hiratsuka-sensei. Apparently, one of the first-year teachers got married, and she couldn't handle the emotional damage, so she passed the wedding sweets on to me and Yudaha. Try some. Huh, that's what happened. Eruri popped a candy into her mouth. I don't know many first-year teachers, but yeah, poor Hiratsuka-sensei. She's been on so many blind dates and mixers, and still hasn't found a boyfriend. And it's not like her standards are that high. Outside the classroom, Hiratsuka was pretty easygoing. When they gathered for tea, Eruri had even asked about her ideal partner. Her requirements really weren't that demanding. Yukino picked a mint-flavored candy, unwrapped it, and popped it in. Squinting thoughtfully, she said, I've heard a bit about Hiratsuka-sensei from my mom and sister. Her situation has been quite a concern for her family. I think they arranged a blind date for her over the new year, but it didn't go anywhere either. Why not? Eruri asked in disbelief. Hiratsuka-sensei's family is well off, right? Any guy they set her up with wouldn't be bad. They weren't, Yukino replied with a complicated expression. After I heard about it, I asked my mom for details. She said the man was successful in his career, but quite a bit older. How much older? Ichin asked. Curious. 37. Ichin inhaled sharply. That's way too big a gap. No one would accept that, come on. Hiratsuka was only 30 this year. And based on her looks, no one would doubt it if you said she was 25. She was in the same league as Hazuki, Akane Akasaka, and Machida, Sonoko women whose age you couldn't guess from appearances. Yudaha nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's not that a 7-year gap is always bad. If the man were 30 and the woman 23, nobody would blink an eye. But at Hiratsuka-sensei's current age, I think a difference of 3 to 4 years is probably the most acceptable. Her family's matchmaking sense is seriously off. I'll ask my mom to keep an eye out. I'll tell my mom too, Eruri quickly added. Hiratsuka-sensei's just too pitiful. Just outside the service club room, Hiratsuka's lips twitched at what she overheard. She didn't knock. Instead, she quietly turned and walked away. Her students knew this much about her situation. She needed to go find a quiet place to be alone. Chapter 340. Review and relaxation after school in the afternoon. Ichin and Yudaha headed to the company. Eruri and Yukino came along too, riding in Ichin's car. Technically, they were still studying when they were at the service club, but the main issue there was the lack of air conditioning. Compared to that, the company office was much cozier and you could pet cats too. After checking on everyone's work progress, Ichin walked over to Hazuki's side. You guys didn't play games during work today, right? Hazuki smiled and replied, Don't worry, we didn't. We just played a bit during the lunch break. Everyone likes gaming, sure, but we know how to prioritize tasks. Good then. Ichin then asked about the ongoing negotiations with Microsoft regarding getting their game on Xbox and Game Pass. After confirming that Hazuki was still following up consistently, he left the matter in her hands and returned to his office. Ichin's office had always been the quietest space in the company, so whenever she came over, Yukino used it as her study room. As for the meeting room, it was frequently needed for team discussions, so it wasn't suitable for regular use. When he entered the office, Yutaha had already prepared a cup of coffee for him. Sitting down, Ichin took a sip and began working on his tasks. As for his review session, he planned to do it later that evening at home. About half an hour later, Yutaha finished a mock math exam with ease. After checking the answers and seeing she got a perfect score, she stretched lazily with satisfaction. She glanced around the office. Ichin had his headphones on, immersed in work, while Yukino was solving problems. So Yutaha quietly got up, stepped out to get a pot of coffee, and came back. She topped off Ichin's cup first, then poured some for Yukino too. Yukino was deep in thought over a math problem when she noticed Yutaha pouring her coffee. She quickly said, "Thank you. Senpai, you're welcome. I just finished up and thought I'd take a break." After setting down the coffee pot, Yutaha glanced at the problem Yukino was working on and said with some surprise, "You're already doing third-year problems?" Yukino nodded. "Yeah, I've already finished all the second-year material. Now it's just about regular review. So I've started studying the third-year content in advance." Pulling over a chair to sit next to her, Yutaha looked impressed. Yukino wasn't just skimming the beginning, she had already made it deep into the material. Her pace was truly impressive, and from the looks of it, she wasn't just rushing through it either. She genuinely understood the concepts. "As expected of you, Yukino, you're moving really fast. But don't push yourself too hard. You can slow down a bit if you need to. And if you come across anything difficult, feel free to ask me or Ichin. I'm a bit better at Japanese literature, and Ichin's strengths are English, math, and physics." Yukino didn't reject the offer. She hadn't finished all the third-year content yet, and when self-studying, she would occasionally run into challenging problems. She didn't mind asking for help. During last semester's final review period, she had consulted both Ichin and Yutaha when working on some advanced questions. After solving 2 more problems, Yukino took a sip of her warm coffee, then glanced over at Ichin, who was still working. She asked softly, "Senpai's not studying right now?" Him, Yutaha, who was flipping through some English reading passages, replied, "When he's at the company, he mainly works. He studies at night when we're home. As for me, things with my novel are settled. The second volume has already been submitted, so I'm doing some practice problems now and planning to relax tonight. I haven't had much time to play with my new Pokemon game yet. Plus, we need to start preparing. After the exams, we're going back home to spend the new year with Ichin's parents, so we'll be taking a few days off. You've both already been accepted to university, so taking a break shouldn't be an issue." Yukino glanced at Yutaha, then at Ichin. As for their relationship, of course, she was a little envious. But she also understood that such things couldn't be forced, and she had no immediate plans for romance anyway. Her goal was to get into the University of Tokyo and become a lawyer. Everything else could wait. She had already made it clear to her family that she wasn't going to inherit the family business, so she wasn't being pressured to marry early. Even if she were, her sister Haruno would be first in line. No way it'd be her turn yet. As Yukino mentally complained about this, Haruno, who was studying in a university library, suddenly sneezed. A girl next to her kindly handed her a tissue. "Haruno, are you catching a cold?" No. Haruno took the tissue and wiped her nose. "Someone's probably talking about me behind my back. Must be my little sister." "Your sister, huh? You said she's really pretty. Where do we get to meet her?" "Next time, maybe. She's pretty shy. Probably won't be able to keep up with you guys." After that, Haruno took out her phone and sent Yukino a message. "Yukino, were you just thinking about your big sis?" Yukino stared blankly at the message for a moment, then silently replied, "Please don't be so full of yourself." Then she muted her phone and went back to solving problems, ignoring whatever Haruno might send next. That night, after dinner and a bath, Ichin began studying in the bedroom. Yutaha, having finished drying her hair, sat on the couch with her Switch and headphones on, playing Pokemon Legends Arceus. Her progress wasn't very fast, around 6 or 7 hours in, still in the early stages. She wasn't influenced by the others at the company who were much further along. She continued to play at her own pace, determined to catch every available Pokemon at each stage. Over an hour later, Ichin finished everything he had planned to review for the day. He set down his pen and closed his textbook. Turning around, he saw Yutaha sitting on the bed, focused intently on her game. Taking off her headphones, she saw Ichin walk over and suddenly wrap his arms around her while peeking at her screen. For a starter, Yutaha had chosen Oshawott. It had already evolved into Duat at level 25, still a while away from its final evolution into Samurott. Seeing him, Yutaha took off one side of her headphones. Done studying? Yeah, I finished everything I planned for today. He gave her a quick kiss and asked, So, how's it going so far? Not bad. Compared to Sword and Shield, this one's more appealing to me, especially the story. I like the vibe of it. How about you? Aren't you going to keep playing? Your progress is even slower than mine. No ruse. I'm going to grab some snacks. Want anything? Bring me a bag of chips and some juice too. Chapter 341. The final exam of high school before returning home for the spring festival, Ichin faced one last task in National Center test. As scheduled, it arrived without delay. On Saturday morning, Ichin and Yutaha got up on time with the help of their alarm. After breakfast, accompanied by Yutaha's parents, they headed to the exam venue together. Yutaha initially didn't want her parents to come along, but she couldn't say no after all. This was her final major exam of her high school life. No matter what, her parents wanted to be there for her. Ichin drove, and the four of them arrived near the testing site. After parking the car, Ichin and Yutaha took their exam materials and entered the building with the two parents seeing them off. The testing site was massive. Unlike the college entrance exams in China, which were held in numerous classrooms across various high schools, here the exams were conducted in large hall-like venues. Rows of desks and chairs were neatly arranged throughout the vast space, with sufficient distance between each student. Ichin wasn't too concerned about the layout of the exam hall. What mattered more to him was the indoor heating. If it was too cold, that'd be a real problem. Thankfully, once inside, the heating was more than sufficient. Ichin and Yutaha weren't seated next to each other, so after encouraging her a bit, the two went off to find their respective seats. It took a bit of time, but Ichin located his desk and began waiting for the exam to start. Soon enough, the test began. As soon as he got the paper, Ichin dove in. Science exams posed no challenge for him. Even while studying abroad, he had practiced countless questions. His workload hadn't decreased just because of the environment. Not to mention, he was already naturally strong in the sciences. The math section didn't include any questions beyond the syllabus or particularly complex problems. Even the last few big questions were familiar territory for him. While others were still scribbling away, Ichin breezed through the paper without a single pause and finished it completely. After finishing, he carefully reviewed everything. Once sure there were no mistakes, he sat quietly, waiting for the exam to end instead of submitting early. He wasn't the type to draw attention. It was just a test. Why stand out unnecessarily? It was better to stay seated, enjoy the warmth, and wait for the time to run out. About 40 minutes later, the dismissal bell rang. After handing in the paper to the invigilator, Ichin exited the hall. He reunited with Yutaha, and together they found her parents who had been waiting outside. Even though both kids were known for their excellent grades, Yutaha's mother still asked nervously the moment they appeared, "How was the exam?" Ichin and Yutaha exchanged a glance. "Should I go first or you?" "You'll go." Yutaha had been smiling ever since she walked out of the exam hall. Holding her mother's arm cheerfully, she said, "Relax, I finished really early. I should get a perfect score." "Ichin, you too, right?" Ichin nodded. "Yeah, I double-checked. No issues. Should be full marks. We can compare answers over lunch and confirm." Hearing their confident responses, Yutaha's mom finally let out a relieved smile and pulled out her phone. "All right, let's find somewhere to rest and get lunch. I also need to message your mom, Ichin." After a relaxing lunch, Ichin and Yutaha returned to the exam hall for the afternoon session. For the two of them, who had prepared thoroughly, the next part of the test was no problem at all. After comparing answers again, Everything matched perfectly unless they both happened to be wrong. It was safe to say they both scored full marks. As for the second day of testing, it went just as smoothly. Neither of them slacked off, and they once again completed the paper faster than anyone else, without encountering a single question they couldn't solve. Once the exams were finally over and they returned home, Ichin collapsed directly onto the couch. Seeing Ichin lying down, Peppa, who had been perched on the cat tower, leapt down and trotted over to the sofa. With one big jump, the fat orange cat landed squarely on Ichin's stomach. Now weighing over 8 pounds, almost 9 Peppa's impact, made even the equipped Ichin reflexively curl up from the shock. Staring at the dazed fluffball peering innocently at him, Ichin sat up and grabbed the cat into his arms, aggressively rubbing its head. "You little rascal, you've got some nerve. Right now it's not too bad, but in 2 or 3 years, you'll probably be able to knock someone out cold with a landing like that." Peppa simply responded with a clueless little meow. Yudaha, just coming out of the bedroom, saw the scene and asked curiously Ichin what happened. After Ichin recounted Peppa's crime, Yudaha considered her own small build and decided it was probably best not to lie on the living room couch from now on. She didn't think she could survive such a landing. Taking Peppa from Ichin and placing the cat on her lap, Yudaha said, "Ichin, we're heading back tomorrow, right?" "Yeah, we are. It's almost New Year's." Rubbing his belly, Ichin asked, "Uncle and Annie have everything ready, right?" "They've been ready for a while. But unlike us, Dad's been really busy lately, so he can only take 4 days off. Mom will be coming back with him. 4 days is enough. We won't stay long either. We're just going back to relax over the New Year. No need to stop by the studio this time." "Oh, right, we should tell everyone in the group chat that we're heading back tomorrow." Taking out his phone, Ichin quickly posted a formal reminder in the company group chat about their return home for the holiday something had already mentioned before. He also gave instructions to Hazuki and a few department heads to keep an eye on ongoing projects. Right after posting, several confirmations rolled in, then Eruri chimed in. "Eruri, I finally beat Arceus." Well then, no word from her all weekend, and she didn't respond to Yagamiko's invite either. Turns out she was grinding away at the game at home. Very quickly, the topic in the group chat shifted from Ichin and Yuta has returned to the game Pokemon Legends Arceus. Clearly, during the weekend break, everyone had been playing it. As expected, many were facing various issues while exploring the game, and now they were turning to the first one to finish it Eri for advice. Not long after, Sakura Nene also posted that she had finished the game and even included a screenshot as proof. Looking at the chat, Ichin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Looks like he had something to keep him occupied during the downtime back home time to finish the game himself. Chapter 342. Launching on another platform, spending the Spring Festival in Ichin's hometown wasn't something that made Yudahan nervous anymore after all. She had already experienced it once before. Her parents had also joined them on the previous trip. This time, although they met some of Ichin's relatives again, everyone got along quite well. Of course, there were some differences compared to before. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was held at home rather than going out to dine with other relatives. Still, during the New Year, Ichin's parents hosted a celebratory banquet for their children's university admissions. Even though the college entrance exam wasn't officially over yet, Ichin had already secured his admission to the University of Tokyo early. Since Yudaha was also there, they decided to celebrate both of them together and invited a good number of guests. With that, some relatives who had not yet met Yudaha were introduced to her. When they learned that the two were in a relationship and had both been accepted into Todai, those with school-age children could not help but feel envious. After all, Yudaha was handsome, intelligent from a young age, and had earned acceptance into a prestigious university. And already with a girlfriend, it's hard not to admire that, no matter who you are. After making the rounds with the relatives and enjoying a few relaxing days at home, Ichin and Yudaha finally boarded a plane, leaving Shanghai for Tokyo. A smooth 2-hour flight later, their plane landed safely. After collecting their luggage and exiting the airport, they got into the car parked in the airport lot. As she fastened her seatbelt, Yudaha turned to Ichin and asked, "Ichin, there's not much left for us to do in high school now. Basically, we're just waiting for the graduation ceremony. Are you still planning to go to school every day? He'll think about it. Probably not every day. Ichin turned the steering wheel as he replied, it's time to start thinking about college stuff. As for high school, all that's left is the graduation photo and the ceremony. I wonder which universities the rest of our classmates are heading to. Having spent 2 years at Toyogaseki, Ichin had a decent relationship with his classmates and was genuinely curious about their futures. Everyone had been working hard before the National Center test, and from both a personal and empathetic standpoint, he hoped they'd all do well. They should all do pretty well, Yudaha said thoughtfully. Our class already had strong grades. As long as they don't aim unrealistically high, they should get into the collages they want. It's only early February, and while we're taking it easy, the others still have entrance exams and interviews ahead. Some of them will be quite busy. In other words, while Ichin and Yudaha could relax now, the rest of their classmates still had at least another month and a half of intense preparation. When they got home, it wasn't even lunchtime yet thanks to getting up early for the flight. Still a bit tired, the two didn't feel like cooking or going out, so they ordered takeout and invited Yudaha's mother from next door to join them. After lunch, they took a nap, freshened up, and then headed to the company. When they arrived, the office was already bustling with energy. At first, no one noticed Ichin had walked in. It was Hazuki who had been in the middle of discussing something with Yagami. Kohu looked up and saw Ichin and Yudaha already standing right in front of them. Oh, you two are finally back. Have fun. The rest of the team came over to greet them as well. It was good, very relaxing. Ichin told Yudaha she could do her own thing, then gathered Hazuki, Yumiko, Yagami-ko, and Toyama Rin and headed into his office. I've been gone for a week. How's everyone doing? Hazuki grinned. Worried about that? Sure, things were a little more laid back than usual, but no work was left undone. With the kind of benefits we offer here, no one's slacking off. You won't find another workplace this good so easily. True that, Yumiko added. You remember my friend, the one who works in anti-cheat development for games? Her company's not bad, but the workload is heavy. She's working overtime at least 3 days a week. Their benefits are average at best, definitely nothing like the snacks and afternoon tea we've got here. By the way, if we eventually move into online multiplayer games, do you think I could bring her in? Maybe even have her bring a few people and form a dedicated team? That's definitely doable. Yumiko's friend was a woman around the same age as her. Whether it's Titanfall, Apex Legends, Fall Guys, or the Soul series, any future online titles would need serious anti-cheat measures. Building a dedicated team for that would be necessary. And if someone reliable could bring in trusted teammates, even better. Looking to Yumiko, Ichin said, then, Yumiko, find a time to meet up with her and talk about our plan to form a team. See if she's interested. If she is, ask if she knows anyone else reliable and skilled. We're open to recommendations. As for salary and benefits, that's easy to negotiate. Got it. He'll arrange something this week. She's been wanting a change of environment anyway. After that, Ichin turned to Hazuki. Hazuki, how's the deal with Xbox going? Pretty much finalized. Porting Hollow Knight and Slay the Spire to Xbox is simple, barely needs any optimization. They can run directly. The main issue is joining the Game Pass subscription. We haven't finalized the terms there yet. Probably need another round or two of negotiations. As for Persona, Ichin, are we going to launch it on Xbox even though we won't have English voiceovers ready at release? We're still looking for voice actors and haven't found the right ones yet, so the English dub will be delayed, Ichin nodded. But that's not a big deal. We'll still include English subtitles. And with Japanese voice acting available, it'll be enough for launch. We can just state in our announcement that English voiceovers will be added later. Yumiko, the Xbox version of Persona runs fine, right? No issues, Yumiko confirmed. I did some testing yesterday. It can run at a stable 4K 60. Satisfied, Ichin snapped his fingers. Okay, let's add Xbox as a platform. But let's wait a bit, no rush. Maybe announce it 6 months after launch. The game's pre-orders have been open for quite some time. Ichin didn't want to drop a sudden announcement about joining Game Pass. While Xbox Game Pass would bring in some fees for Microsoft, the main revenue still came from game sales. Chapter 343. Confirming the release date after the meeting, Ichin left the company and drove to Toyogaseki. A few minutes later, Yukino and Eruri came out together. During his trip back home for the new year, Ichin had asked Yukino to take care of Peppa. That way, Peppa could have some company with Yukino's cat, Sesame. As for Yukino's other cat, Machi, it had just undergone neutering surgery and was still recovering. As soon as they stepped outside, Eruri spotted Ichin's car nearby and immediately dragged Yukino over, opening the back door and hopping in. "When did you and Yutaha get back? She didn't come with you?" "We came back this morning. Took a nap at home after lunch, then stopped by the office. Yuta is still there." Once they got in, Ichin started the car and said, "Let's head to the office first. How about dinner out tonight? As thanks to Yukino for taking care of Peppa. After dinner, we'll drop Yukino off and pick up Peppa." "Eruri, you coming?" Eruri nodded happily. "Of course he'll come if there's free food. What's on the menu?" "It's been cold lately, hot pot or barbecue." "What are you getting all excited for?" "You're just freeloading." Ichin gave her a look in the rearview mirror and turned to Yukino. "You decide, Yukino. What do you feel like eating?" "Me?" Yukino thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go with hot pot. I'm not a big fan of barbecue." Yukino didn't like eating a lot of meat, so barbecue wasn't her thing. In contrast, hot pot offered more variety besides meat. There's fish, shrimp paste, vegetables, and many other options. Eruri rolled her eyes at Ichin, but didn't object to Yukino's choice. She liked hot pot too. Besides, as Ichin said, she was just freeloading, no room to be picky. Soon, the three arrived at the company. Since it wasn't dinner time yet, they had time to relax. During the New Year break, Ichin had already finished the main storyline of Pokemon Legends, Arceus, and had started his second playthrough. He hadn't reached the point of catching Arceus yet, but he was already writing down his thoughts on the game, listing areas for improvement. He had written nearly 1,000 words. To be fair, the mainline Pokemon games have been getting increasingly poor reviews in recent years, sloppy releases, and declining quality. But Arceus was at least innovative. After unlocking all the ride Pokemon in the first playthrough, the game truly became enjoyable. That said, it wasn't without flaws. First and foremost, the graphics. Ichin couldn't ignore it. Many textures and models in the game had room for improvement. It was possible to improve visual fidelity without sacrificing performance, but the devs just didn't bother. Then there was the Pokemon roster and the new forms, some of which were questionable, to say the least. But Ichin wasn't a professional designer. He could only comment from a player's perspective without going into deep critique. Another big issue, voice acting. Pokemon games had always lacked it. After all these years, the only sounds in-game were music and Pokemon cries. Would it really kill them to add voices for NPCs, even if it's just for the main characters? Ichin longed for it, but he figured having voice acting in the next Pokemon game was still unlikely. Oh well, it is what it is. After playing for a while, Ichin returned to writing his impressions, trying to list out as many points as possible. Some staff members who had already completed the game were also writing their post-game reflections. Once collected, Ichin would read through all of them and compile a full report to send to Nintendo and Game Freak. As he typed, Ichin couldn't help but mutter, "Feels like we could run our own game review site at this point. Would be way more legit than IGN or whatever." Eruri, who wasn't working and was instead gaming with Yutaha and Yukino in the office, looked up and said, "Let's not. These days, how many review outlets actually do honest work? Most of them just take the money, barely play the game, toss in a few lines of commentary, slap on a score. And if the bribe's not big enough, they just lower the score." Speaking of which, are we sending Persona to reviewers before launch? We are, but we're not paying them. Ichin continued typing as he said, "They can rate it however they want. I don't care what IGN or those sites give it. But there are a few decent game reviewers here in Japan, well, send them copies too. And also to streamers." Speaking of which, it's probably time to announce the release date. That afternoon, after arriving at the company, Ichin had reviewed the development progress with the team. Persona had finally entered its final development phase. They were almost ready to move on to physical cartridge production. So Ichin figured might as well lock in a release date soon. It was early February now. A May release? How about May 1st? 3 months should be plenty of time to finish remaining testing and bug fixes. All right, let's do it. Clapping his hands, Ichin opened the company chat and summoned Yagami-ko, Yumiko, and Hazuki to his office to discuss the May 1st release. May 1st, huh? Hazuki rubbed her chin in thought. I think it works. We can actually finish development this month. What's left are just minor tweaks. We'll have plenty of time to polish and prepare a day one patch. And yeah, now's a good time to announce the release. The pre-order players must be getting antsy. Yumiko added, no problem on my end. The dev team's been asking me about the release date. They think it's about time we ramp things up. Yagami-ko, of course, had no complaints. The art team always worked efficiently once given tasks. In fact, she even had free time to goof off and draw extra illustrations of the main cast. Great, then let's lock it in. With Ichin's final word, the release date was officially set. He asked Hazuki to inform the rest of the company and let them know there'd be another all-hands meeting tomorrow to boost morale for the final stretch. Half an hour later, Ichin posted new updates on Bilibili and Twitter, officially announcing the release date for Persona. It would launch on May 1st. Chapter 344-344. The physical deluxe edition of the game, after the game's release date was confirmed and announced, it quickly caught the attention of online players and spread rapidly. Everyone rushed to check platforms like the Nintendo Switch eShop, Steam, and Epic Games Store, and sure enough, the previously TBD release date had been officially updated to May 1st. Instantly, players eagerly anticipating the release of Persona launched into a new wave of excitement. As for concerns like, what if the game ends up disappointing after all this hype? That wasn't something on the players' minds. As long as the final product delivered on what was shown in the trailer so far, there was no way it could be bad. At worst, it would just have a lower ceiling than expected. Right after announcing the release date, Ichin followed up with the game's fourth promotional PV, also its final main trailer, a 4-minute showcase. Future promotional videos would be short, under a minute, each focusing on a single character. From the very beginning, Ichin had developed Slay the Spire as a solo project. Then came Hollow Knight, made with a growing team. Both titles were critically acclaimed and sold extremely well, not just in the China region, but globally across Steam. Since launch, both games had maintained a very positive rating, never dropping below a 95 approval rate. Absolutely outstanding. With a price tag of just 50 yuan, even cheaper during sales, the games had consistently attracted indie game enthusiasts and were regularly recommended to new players as must-plays. But Persona, the game now approaching release, was in a completely different league. While the company had grown to around 100 people, a number that only expanded once the Persona project began, the game size and production value rivaled those of major AAA studios. Initially, fans had assumed Ichin's next project after Hollow Knight would be another polished indie title. No one expected such a huge leap in ambition. When word got out about what Ichin was aiming for, there was widespread discussion about whether he was in over his head. After all, his previous games were much smaller in scale. But once Persona was revealed and its trailers began dropping, everyone realized the game was nearly complete, and the final product was looking just as Ichin had promised from the beginning. Alongside the release date, pre-order bonuses were expanded once again. There were now 3 unique sets of alternate outfits, all carefully designed. In addition to pre-order bonuses, the deluxe edition would include 3 more outfits and a set of early game items to help players ease into the game systems. For the Nintendo Switch Physical Edition, developed in collaboration with Nintendo, there were 3 versions: the Standard, the Deluxe, and the Ultimate Deluxe. The Deluxe Edition would come with a soundtrack CD and a physical art book. The Ultimate Deluxe Edition would include everything from the Deluxe Edition, plus a figurine of the protagonist in a school uniform, a different sculpt from the previously announced Phantom Thief version. This version would also include Morgana in his cat form, tucked into the protagonist's backpack. In addition, many physical retail stores in Japan were offering exclusive pre-order bonuses, each different depending on the store. Looking at a report listing all these in-store pre-order bonuses, Ichin smiled and said they really went all out with the unique perks for physical sales. If I were just a regular player, I'd want to buy multiple copies myself just to collect these. Also in the office, Yagami Ko took a sip of her cola and said, "That's all thanks to having such a big main cast. Every store gets a different heroine as the highlight. Posters, mouse pads, keychains, you name it. Hey, Ichin, are we getting a batch of these for internal distribution?" "Of course. We'll keep some in-house. Everyone here poured their heart into this game. Besides the game itself, we should have something to remember it by." "Oh, that's awesome." Ko nodded in approval and went to fetch Shinoda from her desk. When she came in, Hajime asked curiously, "Did you need something?" Ichin looked at her and asked, "Hajime, did you pre-order our game from any store yet?" "Not yet." Shinoda Hajime shook her head. "Rin told me we'd be getting the pre-order bonuses internally, so I figured I'd skip it for once. I still plan to buy a copy, but I'm not going to stress about the bonuses. By the way, are we really getting those bonuses?" Hajime had always cared about store-specific bonuses. Back when they released Fairy Story 3, she ran all over town collecting pre-order items from different stores with the team. "Don't worry, we got them." Ichin grinned. "Also, we've got a small batch of the NS Ultimate Deluxe Edition, only 6 units total. They'll keep one as a company display copy. The remaining 5 will be used in a giveaway. But if you really want that figurine, I can ask Alt to send us an extra one." The Persona figures weren't your average price-tier merchandise. They were high-quality, collector-level items priced at nearly 1,000 RMB. Ichin had high standards for merchandise and wouldn't accept the kind of low-effort figurines often included in physical game bundles. Of course, because of that quality, the quantity was limited. After the game launched, it was inevitable that the Ultimate Deluxe Edition would spike in price. Ichin couldn't do much about that, especially since domestic sales channels weren't yet fully established. Game software, in particular, required special licenses. At most, the figurines and merchandise could be sold through their own storefront, where pricing could be better controlled. "Figurine, yes please." Hajime raised both hands enthusiastically. "Ichin-kun, I want the figurine. Actually, I want all the character figurines. You're way too greedy." Ichin laughed. "The plan is to release about 2 figures per main character. Morgana will only have 1. As for giving them out as perks, it won't just be for you, Hajime. But we can make it your birthday gift from the company." "Hazuki, wasn't our birthday gift this year a shopping voucher?" Hazuki pushed up her glasses. "That's right. And Hajime's birthday already passed. It was on New Year's Day. So if she wants one, she'll have to wait until next year. But no worries. These figures won't all release at once. They'll come out over time, one in next year. You can pick one as your gift then. But that means no shopping voucher. Forget the voucher. I want the figure." As a die-hard figure and merchandise collector, Shinoda Hajime couldn't care less about shopping voucher. Chapter 345. It won't be long before we have kittens that evening. After having hot pot for dinner, Ichin first dropped Eri off at her home before driving Yukino back to her apartment. Together with Yutaha, he went upstairs to Yukino's place where they were finally reunited with Peppa, who had been temporarily fostered there. Even though Peppa had been living there for a week, the moment he saw Ichin and Yutaha, he immediately jumped down from the cat tree and ran over with soft pattering footsteps, rubbing himself affectionately against Yutaha's legs while meowing. Yutaha smiled and picked Peppa up, looking at the little fur ball and saying, "At least you've got a conscience. You still remember to come over to us." As Peppa came over, the small, white cat Sesame, who had been resting on the cat tree with him, also padded over and began circling Yutaha's legs, as if sensing that Peppa was about to leave. Seeing this, Ichin chuckled. "Looks like these two got along pretty well." Yukino nodded. "Yeah, they bonded really nicely. They always cuddle together during naps. Now Sesame doesn't even stick with Machi anymore." That made sense. Once you have a boyfriend, you naturally start ignoring the rest of the world. That said, judging by how things look now, the 2 fur balls probably weren't at breeding age just yet. It might still be a little while. They didn't stay long. After relaxing for a bit and letting the 2 cats play together one more time, Ichin and Yutaha packed up with Peppa and Carrier and got ready to leave. Outside the apartment, Ichin looked at Sesame, Cinchuredo. "No need to see us off." After saying goodbye, Ichin and Yutaha drove home. Once inside the living room, they let Peppa out of Carrier. Even though he was finally back home, Peppa clearly seemed a bit down. Itchin picked him up and chuckled, still young, yet already such a lovesick fool. Don't worry, you'll have plenty of chances to see your little girlfriend again. Yudaha walked over, petting the cat's head as she asked, Itchin, what do you think the kittens between Peppa and Yukino Sesame would look like? No idea, but based on what I've read, they usually have about 1 to 6 kittens. If the mother's small, the litter's usually smaller too. Judging by Sesame's size, probably 2 or 3. 2 or 3, huh? That sounds about right. Yudaha smiled more brightly the more she thought about it. Maybe by summer, we'll have some new family members in the house. I think so too. But don't forget Ariri's already claimed one of the kittens. I haven't forgotten. Well, definitely set one aside for her. Otherwise, she'll totally flip, Yudaha said with a laugh. Honestly, I thought she'd want to raise a dog. Turns out she wanted a cat after all. She's basically a golden retriever herself, especially when she's angry. Maybe we rubbed off on her. Itchin put Peppa down to let him play, then took Yudaha's hand and led her to the couch. But hey, don't go saying things like that to Ariri's face. She will go full golden retriever on you. Relax, Itchin. Making jokes at her expense is my specialty. Soon, Yudaha went to take a bath, while Itchin returned to the bedroom and opened his laptop to check on the newly released 4th PV's Barado. On Bilibili, PV4 had already surpassed 1 million views, with over 10,000 people watching live. The engagement was strong, with likes and coin donations steadily climbing. After skimming through the comment section discussions, Itchin opened YouTube to check the PV stats there. It had already broken the 1 million mark as well. He even checked Steam's backend and saw that in just half a day, Persona's pre-order numbers had jumped by over 30,000. Rubbing his chin, Itchin muttered, "This momentum's kinda insane. It's making me a bit nervous." The situation reminded him a bit of Cyberpunk 2077's pre-release hype. That game had also generated massive attention and pre-orders only to crash and burn in reviews after launch. Of course, Itchin didn't think Persona would meet the same fate. Cyberpunk's downfall was entirely self-inflicted mismanaged development, chaotic internal processes, and overhyped marketing with zero regard for consequences. Sure, CD Projekt Red still made a ton of money off it thanks to the goodwill built up by the Witcher series, but that reputation was severely damaged in the process. As for his own Persona project, there was no way it would follow the same path. On the project management side, whether it was himself or his assistants Rin and Hazuki, they were all extremely diligent. From the start of development until now, there hadn't been any major issues. Even minor problems were usually resolved within 2 or 3 days, without affecting the timeline at all. In fact, Persona had been developing ahead of schedule. The original release target was summer, but now they were ready to launch in May and not with a bug-ridden mess like 2077 either. After checking the pre-sale status on the NS and Epic platforms, Itchin stretched with satisfaction and said, "All right, in March. Let's send review codes to all the game media outlets we can reach. This is a real large-scale project time to go all out. I refuse to believe they'll dare give us low scores. And if they do, I'll roast them to death myself." After a good night's rest, Itchin and Yudaha finally returned to school. And today happened to be the day the center exam results were released. Just as they arrived, they were immediately stopped by Hiratsuka-sensei, who had been waiting outside the classroom. After putting down their bags, they followed her to the office. Inside, they found all the third-year teachers present along with the grade head and even the principal. Wow, this was quite the turnout. Itchin and Yudaha exchanged a glance. No doubt this was all because of their scores. Chapter 346, Valedictorian Speech. When the main characters arrived, the grade supervisor immediately greeted them with a beaming smile. "Itchin-kun, Kasumigakaka-san, you probably haven't checked your scores yet, have you? Although you've both already been accepted into the University of Tokyo, since you still took the exam, the results matter. We received your scores first thing this morning." As he spoke, he handed over their score reports. Itchin glanced at his just about what he expected based on the post-exam self-grading. Yudaha looked at hers only 2 points behind Itchin's. But in the rankings, the two of them were placed first and second among all candidates. Was this something to be proud of? Yutaha thought about it carefully. Maybe not. They had expected to achieve these scores and rankings from the beginning. Now it was just officially confirmed. The principal looked at them with genuine delight. You two did exceptionally well. This is the best result we've had in Toygasaki's history. So, Ichin-kun Katakusen, for the graduation ceremony, I'd like both of you to represent the graduating class with a speech. You'll also be giving some words of encouragement and blessings to your juniors in the second and third years. Is that all right? Ichin and Yutaha exchanged glances. Yutaha immediately said, Principal, I think just one person giving the speech is enough. Let Ichin do it. He's better at these things than I am. Ichin's mouth twitched. Wow. She threw me under the bus without hesitation. Just wait till we get home. But since graduation was near anyway, Ichin didn't mind taking it on. Sure, I can give a graduation speech. Should I write the draft ahead of time for the teachers to review? The grade supervisor replied, Yes, once you've written it, just let Hiratsuka-sensei take a look. Her command of classical Japanese is impeccable. Ichin nodded. Got it. He'll prepare it. After a few more compliments from the principal, he and the supervisor left the room. Once the office door closed, Hiratsuka Shizuka let out a relaxed smile and patted Ichin's shoulder. You really are something, kid. First place right at the top. And Kasumigakaka did great too. Only 2 points behind. The other high schools in Tokyo will be so jealous. The other teachers in the room all wore satisfied smiles. Toygasaki had always had a decent college acceptance rate, but there were stronger schools in Tokyo. This time, however, the top 2 scores came from their school. Even if the overall average was slightly behind, that alone was enough to make the teachers proud for quite a while. Here, a reward. Hiratsuka handed Ichin and Yutaha each a pack of chocolates. Looking at the chocolates, Ichin raised a brow and teased, Hiratsuka-sensei, it's not even Valentine's Day yet, and you've already gotten chocolates? That's major progress. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish laughing, Hiratsuka hit him square in the stomach with a punch. Thankfully, she hadn't used full force otherwise, he'd be on the floor. Though Ichin was a treasured student in the eyes of the faculty, Hiratsuka certainly wasn't one to go easy on him. Clenching her fist, she scolded, You're getting bold. Huh? Teasing your teacher now? These are from a points reward I got while shopping at the arcade mall. Just say whether you want them or not. Of course I do. Otherwise, wouldn't the punch have been for nothing? Rubbing his stomach, Ichin accepted the chocolates. Turns out they weren't cheap, either. Without opening them just yet, he looked at her and asked, But seriously, Hiratsuka-sensei, this year's Valentine's Day, are you planning to go to another mixer? Or did your family set up a blind date again? Since both Ichin and Yutaha were already admitted to college, their tone around the teachers had become more relaxed. When it came to Valentine's Day, the other teachers naturally joined in the chat. Mixers, huh? Seems like there'll be one this year, too. You going, Hiratsuka-sensei? He'll probably attend at the very least. It's a free meal. Yeah, and I heard other schools hired a few new male teachers this year. Hey, don't be rude. I'm only 27. I'm not that old. No doubt about it, there were still quite a few single teachers in the group. After some thought, Hiratsuka replied, No blind dates set up on my family this year. As for mixers, I probably won't go either. I've on it too many, and it's getting dull. What about you, Ichin? Spending Valentine's Day with Kasumigakaka, I'd assume? Ichin nodded. That's the current plan. But if you don't have anything else going on, Kei and the others are planning to hold a party at the dorm. You could join to be more fun with everyone. Oh, that sounds good. Although Hiratsuka was confident in her drinking abilities, she always kept her guard up at mixers. But if it was with Yagami and the other girls, then she could probably let loose and enjoy herself. He'll ask Kei and the others. If there's booze, I'm in. After chatting a bit more and hearing some faculty gossip, Ichin and Yutaha left the office and returned to their classroom. With graduation approaching, the third years didn't have many classes left. Most came to school for final graduation procedures or to wrap up their 3 years of club activities. As soon as they walked in, Ichin and Yutaha heard their classmates discussing their center exam scores and the results of various university entrance exams. Setting aside the chocolate from Hiratsuka-sensei, the two naturally joined the conversation, curious about how their classmates had done. After listening around, it seemed that everyone had performed reasonably well, at least no one had crashed and burned. When the bell rang, Hiratsuka Shizuka entered the classroom, but this time, she wasn't holding any textbooks. She walked in empty-handed. Looking at the students, she smiled sentimentally. It was almost graduation time again. These kids would soon be leaving Toyogaseki and heading to their respective universities. Clapping her hands, she said, "Even though there's no class, there are still things you need to take care of. The school will be organizing graduation photo shoots soon. Today's weather is a bit iffy, so we won't do it today. But if tomorrow's weather is good, ITLL will be your turn, so don't skip school or leave early. Especially you, Ichin. Stay on campus until at least 4 p.m. tomorrow. Got it?" Ichin hadn't expected to be singled out, but he waved casually. No big deal. His company meeting was scheduled for today. Tomorrow head be completely free. Chapter 347. Final development sprint before launch. Once school was over, Ichin and Yutaha headed to the company. Iruri came along too. As a member of the art team, she naturally had to attend a meeting. As for Yukino, she had cleaning duties at school today. After finishing, she planned to head straight home and pick up some groceries for dinner. By the time they arrived at the company, the team had already received Ichin's message sent on the way out of school, so everyone had wrapped up their tasks and was waiting in the main conference room. Leaving Yutaha to take care of her own arrangements, Ichin and Iriri entered the meeting room together. Since everyone's here, let's keep it brief and get started. Not wasting time, Ichin took a sip of water, then looked around the room. You all should know the release date by now. The game is set to launch on May 1st, which means we need to submit the finalized build to Nintendo by mid-March. That way, they'll have enough time to produce the physical cartridges and handle distribution. So if we exclude the day one patch, we only have 1 month of core development time left. He paused and swept his gaze across the room. Seeing that no one looked particularly alarmed, Ichin continued, "Good. Looks like everyone's confident about the schedule. Based on our current plan, we should be able to wrap everything up even before mid-March. Of course, I'm not asking anyone to work overtime or rush, just stick to the schedule and keep things steady. Now, let's go around and have each team report on what they're currently working on and what's still pending." After over half an hour of reports and discussions, the team members gradually left the meeting room and returned to their workstations. However, Hazuki, Yagami-kei, Toyama Rin, and Yumiko stayed behind. Leaning on the back of Ichin's chair, Hazuki sipped her coffee and said, 1 month to fully complete the game, then over a month left for the day one patch, polish, and fixes should be plenty. Yeah, it is, Ichin nodded, but we've got more to do besides that. Snapping his fingers, Ichin turned to Yumiko. Yumiko, your workload isn't too heavy right now, is it, right? It's manageable. No need for overtime, she replied with a nod. Is there something you want me to help with? Yup, there's something I'd like you to get involved with. Ichin smiled. We need to keep recruiting, especially programmers. Since I got into Todai, I'm planning to target graduates from the University of Tokyo's computer science department. In a few days, I'll go visit Todai and talk with the department heads about holding an internal recruitment drive. If we can reach an agreement, I'll leave the screening and hiring process to you and HR. Is that okay? Oh, hiring, huh? Yumiko folded her arms with some interest. Todai grads, huh? I just wonder if they'll be interested in our company. Before graduation, they're just students who haven't entered the workforce, yet no need to put Todai on too high a pedestal. Even though he'd be attending Todai himself, Ichin didn't bother to hype it up. After all, besides being a student, he was also the boss of a game development company. Standing up, Ichin smiled. Of course, we'll need to have that meeting with the collage first before anything can move forward. But I don't think ITLL be a problem. Even Todai grads couldn't guarantee they'd land dream jobs right after graduation. And frankly, Ichin's company wasn't some no-name startup. He wasn't bragging when he said many of those students might not find better salaries or benefits elsewhere. So that's Yumiko's task sorted. Now for UK. He turned to Yagami-kei. Once the art team finishes the required in-game assets, I'd like you to lead the creation of 5 promotional posters before the end of March. You'll be in charge of the selection and approval completely your call. These will be used for outdoor marketing. Promotional posters? Got it. Leave it to me. Kay accepted the task with full confidence. With everyone's assignments laid out, they exited the conference room. Ichin returned to his office, while Kay went off to organize the poster work. Inside the office, Yutaha was lounging in Ichin's executive chair, casually browsing websites with the mouse in hand. When she saw him walk in, she smiled. Meeting's done? Yeah, everything's been arranged. Walking over to her, Ichin saw she was browsing light novel forums specifically, posts discussing her latest book. The reviews online seem pretty good. Huh? They are. She nodded while scrolling. Even if it's just a light novel, since it involves workplace themes, I'm not going to write nonsense. I want it to be entertaining and grounded in reality. After all, it's a modern urban setting, no sci-fi or fantasy elements here. Once she finished reading the post, Yutaha closed the browser and got up from the chair. Here, it's your turn. I'm going to go play with the kitty. Their cat, Peppa, had come to the office earlier with Kay and the others. With so many girls around, plus Hazuki's cat Peppa never got bored like at home. Ichin nodded and sat down to get to work. As he said in the meeting, the goal was to finish the game within a month. And as the boss, he was very much part of the dev team. It wasn't his style to just delegate and sit back. Even though he wasn't in the programming department's physical space, he stayed in sync through internal chat tools and voice comms, so working from his office didn't lower productivity. He stayed focused until nearly 6 p.m., when Yutaha opened the door and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Ichin, it's quitting time. Take a break. Yeah, got it. Nodding, Ichin took off his headphones, stretched, saved his progress, and shut down the computer. Let's go home. Tonight, dinner was being made by Yutaha's mom, so there was no need to eat out. As they stepped out of the office, Ichin noticed Iriri gathering her things. Iriri, want us to drop you off? Absolutely. Let me hitch a ride. Chapter 348. Leisurely days before graduation the next day, when Ichin arrived at school, he noticed that the entire senior year floor was buzzing with excitement. Yutaha, holding onto Ichin's arm, whispered, "Did you forget? Hiratsuka-sensei said yesterday that graduation photo shoots start today." All right, that's true. Ichin finally remembered. He looked up at the weather, bright and sunny. Perfect for graduation photos. Yawning lazily, Ichin and Yutaha entered the classroom together. With graduation just around the corner, they no longer paid any mind to the school's minor rules. They walked hand in hand or with linked arms whenever they came and went. As Ichin put it, "We're about to graduate, of course. We need to spread some sweet couple vibes before heading off to university." This strategy definitely got under a lot of students' skin and even some single teachers. Like Hiratsuka Shizuka. And yes, Hiratsuka Shizuka. Today's special appearance, 1-1. Since there were no more classes, the classroom was mostly empty. Aside from a few early arrivals chatting inside, most students were either still on their way or off tending to club activities. After a quick discussion, Ichin and Yutaha decided not to hang around and headed to the service club room instead. As expected, the service club was peaceful in the morning. Yukino and Airi wouldn't arrive until lunchtime when they'd all eat together. Ichin opened the window a bit to let in fresh air, then pulled over a chair and sat down. Yutaha smoothly pulled her ultra-thin laptop from her bag and began typing away. It was time to start writing volume 3 of her novel. Ichin also took out his own laptop and began writing a review on his gameplay experience with Arceus. After typing for a while, he paused, pulled out his Switch, opened the game again to revisit the map, immersed himself briefly, then continued writing. About an hour later, he finally finished the last line and let out a sigh of relief. His post-play review was nearly 3,000 words long, had clearly and thoroughly covered all the necessary points. Not sure if GF will actually read all this, though. During the days he was writing the review and feedback, Ichin had also called their Nintendo contact to inquire about Game Freak's current development environment. While the contact couldn't share too many specifics, they had hinted at a few things. So when writing his suggestions, Itchin made sure they were technically feasible for GF to implement. Hearing him muttering, Yudaha leaned slightly over to glance at his screen from Itchin's shoulder. That's a lot of writing. Whether they read it or not isn't up to us. Since they asked for our feedback and even gave us the game early, we should at least do our part. Besides, now that the game's been released, even if we don't say anything, the player base online is definitely talking. I'm sure GF's seen the feedback. Yeah, you're right. But don't forget GF has publicly said before that they're used to online criticism, and just ignore it. Itchin shrugged and smiled. Honestly, that's kind of a skill in itself. But still, like you said, they'll just do what I need to do. If there's someone at GF who genuinely cares about Pokemon, they'll read it. With that, he saved the document and closed it, then opened Steam on his laptop. Even though he didn't bring a controller, Slay the Spire was still playable. Worst case, he could just hop on Bilibili and watch some fun videos. Seeing Itchin getting ready to relax, Yudaha quickly scooted her chair away and put on her headphones. She had set a goal for herself that morning. Write 5,000 words today. Before turning on her music, she glanced at Itchin and warned, Itchin, don't bother me, okay? I need to focus. Ok, he won't. Itchin gave her a hand sign and put on his own headphones, launching his music and diving into the game. And so, the two of them spent the entire morning chilling in the service club room. The only interruption was Hiratsuka Shizuka dropping by to make sure they were actually on campus. Once she confirmed, she returned to her office satisfied. By lunchtime, Yukino and Aruri showed up with their bentos. Seeing the two already comfortably settled in, Aruri grumbled enviously, "Must be nice for you guys. Just lazing around every day while I still have to sit through class and cram a bunch of review sessions." Itchin took out his bento and chuckled. "Well, you're still in the final semester of second year. After spring break, you'll be seniors too. Then you'll start to feel the pressure radiating off all your classmates preparing for college entrance exams." "Huh, that kind of pressure exists?" Aruri looked confused as she chewed her rice. "Sounds like there's a huge difference between second and third year." Yukino provided the answer. "Actually, those who take their studies seriously start going to cram schools during the second semester of their second year. In my class, several people spend every weekend attending intensive prep courses." She took a sip of warm soup and opened her freshly microwave bento. "But that kind of pressure, it usually comes from their families. Weekend cram school all the time? I couldn't handle that," Aruri said, shaking her head. "Yukino, are you planning to take any prep courses?" "No need. I can handle both studying and reviewing on my own. There's no need to go to those classes." Yukino was confident in her academic abilities. Even without extra classes, she was sure she could outperform most students. Her test scores from first through second year had proven that clearly. Yudaha turned to Itchin and asked, "Itchin, isn't it even more intense for students in China?" "Pretty much. In China, most schools finish teaching the third-year content by the second year. Then the entire third year is just intense review and exam prep, like a small quiz every 3 days and a big one every 5. Ugh, that sounds terrifying." Aruri shivered, unable to even imagine such a scenario. Itchin looked at her and smiled. "For someone like you going into an art major, there's no need to stress. Just keep doing what you're doing." Halfway through lunch, Hiratsuka Shizuka dropped by the service club room again. "Itchin, Yudaha remembered to come to the classroom at 1 p.m. this afternoon. It's time for your graduation photos." Graduation photos finally about to begin. Chapter 349. Graduation photo day. In the afternoon, under Hiratsuka Shizuka's lead, the class gathered outside the school building. Another class was already in the middle of their graduation photo shoot. Everyone was standing as per the photographer's directions, with positions being adjusted as needed. Standing beside Hiratsuka, Itchin glanced at the group ahead and asked, "Hiratsuka-sensei, we're up next, right?" "Yeah, we're next," she nodded. "Graduation photos, huh? This is the second graduating class I've led all the way from first to third year. That means I've been homeroom teacher for 6 years straight." Hearing her sentimental tone, Itchin smiled and asked, "Doesn't it make you a bit sad seeing your students graduate?" "It's not too bad. More than sadness, it's just a lot of emotion. I mean, among the students I've taught, There have been plenty of troublemakers who gave me headaches. She punctuated her words by giving Ichin a light smack on the head. Like you, and Yudaha, you too gave me plenty of trouble too. Whoa now, don't go making stuff up, Hiratsuka-sensei. I'm a model student, Ichin declared righteously. It's just that I started my business a little early, so I had to take the occasional leave. And honestly, with students like me who actually study well, you're lucky to meet one every few years. You should take notes from how the grade director and principal treat us. Tisich, getting bold now, huh? Hiratsuka rolled her eyes, then let out a chuckle. But seriously, you and Yudaha are probably the most outstanding students I've had in years. Once you get to university, keep up the good work. There are plenty of geniuses at Todai. Geniuses? I'm not scared of those. Ichin said it with unwavering confidence. Whether in the past or now, he wasn't being arrogant, had always been a genius. He never feared comparisons with others. As for Todai's so-called geniuses, well, those in the computer science department were the only ones who might catch his attention. If any of them were really good, maybe he could even recruit them to his company. Just then, Yudaha walked over and linked arms with him. Ichin, what were you chatting with Hiratsuka-sensei about? About her students and what's ahead for us at Todai. Seeing the two of them all lovey-dovey, Hiratsuka's face immediately twisted into an expression of disgust, and she scooted to the side. Moments ago, she had felt a bit sentimental about her students graduating, but now, she couldn't wait to see them off. At least then she wouldn't be constantly subjected to this couple's public displays of affection. Roughly 10 minutes later, the class ahead finished their photo shoot, and it was Hiratsuka's class turn. Clapping her hands, Hiratsuka gathered the students and led them over. Under the photographer's guidance, they lined up according to height. Yudaha had originally wanted to stand next to Ichin, but since the boys were arranged in the back and the girls in the front, she ended up in the front row, beside homeroom teacher Hiratsuka. As the photographer adjusted others' positions, Hiratsuka leaned slightly toward Yudaha and teased with a smirk. What's wrong? Feeling a little disappointed, you can't stand next to Ichin? Just a little, Yudaha admitted honestly. But only a little. This is a group photo for the entire class, so I won't make selfish demands over something like this. Hiratsuka gave her a curious look. If this were 2 years ago before Ichin showed up, you definitely wouldn't have said that. TCH, love really does change people. Yudaha didn't deny it. Her lips curled slightly into a smile as she stood quietly, waiting for the photo shoot to begin. Soon, everyone's positions were finalized, and the photographer began taking the shots. The school had hired a professional, and under his direction, it didn't take long to capture photos where everyone's smiles and expressions looked great. After checking the results, the photographer nodded in satisfaction. All right, done. Next class. Hiratsuka let out a quiet sigh of relief. She was never fond of being in front of camera. Facing the students, she raised her voice. Okay, we're done here. Head back to the classroom. Don't rush off to your clubs just yet. I still have a few announcements. Everyone returned to the classroom. Standing at the podium, Hiratsuka looked around and said, with the photos done, we're one step closer to graduation. I know some of you took internal university exams and are still waiting for the results. Don't worry. You'll get the news by the end of February, likely within the week. There won't be any more lessons, but you're still expected to come to school on time, no tardiness. There are some graduation-related activities coming up. If you need to attend interviews at the colleges you applied to, come let me know first and take official leave. Got it. Got it. After a few more reminders, Hiratsuka finally dismissed them for free time. Yudaha grabbed her bag and, just like in the morning, left the classroom with Ichin. They made their way to the service club room. Ichin, when are we heading to the office? Taking out his laptop, Ichin said, let's wait a bit until Eruri and Yukino finish class. Eruri mentioned yesterday that she wants to go work after school. And as for Yukino, her cat was brought to the office by Haruno this morning, so she's definitely coming too. Since they've got one more class, they'll use the time to start drafting the graduation speech. It had been a while since Ichin last wrote a speech, so before he began writing, he naturally opened his browser to search for well-written speech examples for reference. Seeing that Ichin had started researching seriously, Yutaha didn't bother him. She pulled her Switch from her bag, ready to play for a bit. She was still hunting a shiny Gardevoir. She had already spent several days on it, and hoped today would be the lucky break. A little after 3 p.m., class ended. Eriri and Yukino packed up and made their way to the service club room with their bags. Opening the door, they found Ichin furiously typing away at his keyboard, while Yutaha sat relaxed with her Switch, headphones on, clearly engrossed in her game. Eriri let out a deep sigh. Every time I see them like this, I get so jealous. Yukino nodded in agreement. After all, who wouldn't envy such a carefree life? If you want to live like this, just make sure you get early admission next year, Ichin said. Then you'll be free too. And what about you, Yukino? Eriri asked. Of course, I'm aiming for early admission too. Chapter 35350. Too bad. No live cat footage after the other two arrived. Ichin saved the speech draft he had been working on, and Yutaha shut off her Switch. The four of them left school together. As soon as they stepped into the company building, they were greeted by Shinoda Hajime, waiting excitedly at the entrance. She rushed over, tugged at Ichin's shirt, and said to the group, "Quick, quick, something huge happened." HM. All four of them looked at her in unison. Something huge? What kind of big news could happen in the company? Ichin asked curiously, "Did someone start dating?" "Well, you could put it that way, but it's not a person." "Not a person?" Ichin instantly connected the dots. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Hajime. "You mean Peppa?" Exactly. Hajime nodded enthusiastically. Peppa and Sesame. Holy smokes, Ichin thought. Please don't tell me they were live-streamed or something. Everyone hurried inside. Ichin glanced over toward the cat tree area and found only Mizuku and Machi lazily lounging there, eyes half closed, completely uninterested in their surroundings. As for Peppa and Sesame, nowhere to be found. Hazuki was over in the art section. When she saw the group coming, she chuckled and pointed toward the meeting room. The two little ones have been holed up in the meeting room since this afternoon. Good thing we didn't need to use it. Plus, the room is nice and quiet. Quiet. Hazuki, I strongly suspect you're making a joke. Hazuki shrugged and looked at Ichin and Yukino. Want to go check on them? Honestly, none of us have dared peek inside. They're young and in love. We figured it's more appropriate for you owners to take a look. Yeah, we definitely should, Ichin agreed. He looked over at Yukino. Let's go, Yukino. Time to inspect the situation. Yukino's cheeks flushed red. She hadn't expected this to happen so quickly. Deep breaths, deep breaths. She nodded and followed Ichin and Yutaha toward the meeting room. Iriri quickly put down her bag and chased after them. Wait for me. This is about the cat it'll be raising in the future. Aside from Ichin's group, Hajime, Yagamiko, and Aoba also tagged along, curious to witness the aftermath. A whole crowd gathered at the door to the meeting room. Ichin didn't hesitate. He pushed the door open. The moment it opened, they heard the meowing of two cats. Then Peppa and the little white cat Sesame poked their heads out from under the table and trotted over to Ichin's feet, affectionately rubbing against him. Ichin laughed as he scooped Peppa into his arms. All right, be honest, what were you two up to all afternoon? Peppa meowed twice at Ichin, then squirmed in his arms, clearly wanting to go to Sesame, who had been picked up by Yukino. And it wasn't just Peppa. Sesame was also wriggling to get free. Ichin and Yukino had no choice but to set the two cats down. Immediately, they scurried out of the room and hopped onto a cat tree, where they began grooming each other lovingly. Even though they hadn't seen anything, Ichin could guess what happened. Looks like Peppa had successfully wooed little Sesame. He turned to Yukino. Looks like there's no separating these two anytime soon. How about letting Peppa stay at your place for a few days? In return, we'll take care of Machi at ours. During the day, we can monitor them through your apartment's cameras. Yukino had already been planning to take Peppa home, so when Ichin brought it up, she agreed right away. All right, then he'll leave Machi in your and Yutaha Senpai's care. Don't worry, well, take good care of her. Kei will also bring her to the office during the day, so you can see her when you drop by. After making arrangements, everyone returned to their work. Iriri and Yukino sat side by side. As they booted up their computers, Iriri asked excitedly, Yukino, if Sesame really does get pregnant, how many kittens do you think she'll have? For a first litter, and given Sesame's size, probably not too many. ID estimate 2, maybe 3 at most. Either way is fine. Iriri clung to Yukino's arm, full of excitement. But you promised. Okay, I want one of the kittens. They'll take good care of it. Yagami K also joined the conversation. Yukino, save one for me too? Our dorm has plenty of space. I can definitely take care of one. Watching you guys with your cats has made me really want one. Whether it's Peppa or Sesame, they're both gorgeous. Their kittens will definitely be adorable. Peppa might have just been a regular orange tabby, and Sesame a plain white cat, but both had sleek fur, good proportions, and very cute faces. There was no way their kittens would turn out ugly. And let's be honest, cats in general don't really come out ugly. Even the chonky, derpy-faced Garfield cats had their charm. Hairless cats, too, had their own unique fan base. Yukino thought about Ko's request for a moment, then replied, if Sesame really does have a litter and there are 3, then yes, you can have one. But if it's only 2, I want to keep one for myself. After all, it would be her cat's kitten, of course. She'd want to raise at least one. No problem. Yagami K beamed. If we don't get 3, they'll just adopt one from a shelter. It's all the same. Let's work hard over the next few weeks. Once Persona launches, we can finally shift gears and start thinking about pets. In the office, with the air conditioning turned on, Yutaha sat on the couch, took a sip of coffee, and sighed. Such a shame. I was really hoping we'd get to see some live-action cat romance footage. I was thinking the same thing. Ichin chuckled as he opened his laptop. But the odds were low. They probably already finished, or maybe they were just getting close. Once they're staying at Yukino's, we might catch something on the camera feed. He then opened the company's internal email system and began reading through the reviews and feedback submitted to his inbox regarding Arceus. There were quite a few. He'd carefully read each one, highlighting the most important reviews. Once sorted, he planned to compile and forward them to Nintendo and Game Freak. Chapter 351. The game is complete. Ichin spent 2 full days and a night reading through every single review submitted by the team. Once he finished, he compiled all the feedback and sent it off to Nintendo. Shortly after, Nintendo's point of contact called Ichin directly and told him they would be inviting Game Freak's developers to go over everything together. After all, even though Game Freak held the development rights to the world's biggest IP, when it came to actual development capability compared to top global studios, GF still had some catching up to do. And since Nintendo had built a solid working relationship with Ichin and his team, they also wanted to use this opportunity to give GF a clearer sense of what true technical excellence looked like. Having handled that, Ichin felt much more at ease and dove straight back into the final development sprint for Persona. While the core game development progressed, voice recording for both the Japanese and Chinese versions had also reached the final stages. Thanks to hiring professional voice actors for both languages, everything went smoothly once the casting was finalized. Finally, on March 15th, the office was packed, especially in the programming department. Ichin was right there with them, under the expectant gazes of everyone. Yumiko finished the final check, let out a huge sigh of relief, stood up, and announced, "It's done. The game runs smoothly. Next step, send it to Nintendo for cartridge production." Woohoo! That's amazing! We finally finished. The room erupted with cheers as the team celebrated the completion of their game. Standing beside Ichin, Yutaha gently tugged on his sleeve. Ichin turned to her and, smiling, pulled her into a hug. The two of them grinned happily. The game was finished. Everyone at the company could finally breathe a little easier. Well, only a little easier. There was still a lot of testing, bug hunting, and day 1 patch work to do. If the release date had been set further out, they could have finished testing and fixed everything before shipping. But with the current schedule, that wasn't possible. As long as the day 1 patch was ready in time, everything would be fine. Outside of the dev team, Ichin spoke to Hazuki, and she cheerfully sent Shiredo her phone to book a restaurant for the launch celebration that evening. 10 minutes later, Hazuki arrived at Ichin's office. "Ichin-kun, reservations done. I booked the entire place. It's a big crowd, after all." Ichin nodded and smiled. "Perfect. That way everyone can really enjoy themselves." Hazuki, let everyone know we're ending early today. Let's leave around 5. Also, there are hotels near the restaurant, right? If anyone drinks too much, don't let them go home. Book them a room for the night on the company's dime. Ichin knew tonight would definitely involve a lot of drinking, so he wanted to be well prepared. Hazuki gave him an okay gesture. Don't worry, I already considered that. There's several hotels nearby. Oh, by the way, Ichin-kun, Yudaha, your school's graduation ceremony is soon, right? Yeah, it's next week. Just a few more days. So in a way, it was a double celebration. The game was complete, and he was about to graduate high school. Leaning against his desk, Hazuki smiled and said, "On your graduation day, how about us company veterans throw you to a party to celebrate?" Ichin laughed. "Hazuki, sounds like you just want an excuse for a party. But sure, why not? What do you think, Yudaha?" Yudaha replied, taking her eyes off her Switch. "There'll be a decent break after graduation. Having everyone over for a party sounds nice." Seeing Yudaha agree, Ichin had no objections. "All right then, it's settled. After the ceremony, we'll throw a party. But before that, today's celebration comes first." At 5 p.m., the company clocked out early. Some took the train, others drove, and they all made their way to the reserved restaurant. It was an izakaya Hazuki and Kei had been to several times before. Great food, great vibes, and just the right size to fit the entire team. The celebration began around 5:30 p.m. and went on until past 10 p.m. It was lively, festive, and filled with laughter. Naturally, people like Hazuki, Yumiko, and others drank quite a bit. Ichin, as the boss, also drank his fair share, but thankfully he didn't get drunk enough to collapse. Together with Yudaha, he made sure the more inebriated staff were safely checked into nearby hotels, and he booked a room for themselves as well to stay the night. As they stepped into the suite with Yudaha holding onto his arm, she flipped on the lights and looked at him with concern. "You really okay? I asked the front desk. There's hangover tea in the room. They'll make you some." "Thanks, Yudaha." While she went to make the tea, Ichin stretched and sank into the suite's living room sofa, exhaling deeply. Thankfully, most of the team were women, and they all handled their alcohol well. Even those who drank too much just zoned out and giggled a bit. No one made a scene. Plus, after a half hour or so, most recovered quickly. Looking up at the hotel ceiling, Ichin murmured to himself, "Another game, finished. Time to move on to the next project." Or not. There's still a whole month of testing and patchwork left before we officially start something new. You should be relaxing right now. Why are you thinking about your next project already? Carrying a cup of hot hangover tea, Yudaha sat down next to him and gave him an exasperated look. "Can't you just chill for once?" Sorry, force of habit." Ichin sat up, took the cup, and sipped it slowly. There's still so many games I want to make. I don't want to slow down. Besides, I really enjoy this creating games together with everyone." Seeing the bright smile on his face, Yudaha couldn't help but smile herself. "I know you love making games, Ichin, but for tonight, take a break, okay?" She gave his head a light tap. "Drink your tea. I'm going to take a shower. Don't you dare fall asleep here. I'm not dragging you to bed." Got it, Ichin replied with a grin. Chapter 352. Graduation, March 20th. Ichin and Yudaha's long-awaited graduation ceremony finally arrived. For this day, Ichin's parents even made a special trip to attend, despite his repeated insistence that it wasn't necessary. Walking along the path to the school auditorium, Ichin let out a small sigh of relief. Good thing that for this part of the ceremony inside the hall, parents don't participate. Otherwise, it'd be way too lively. After all, a graduation ceremony, especially in a large high school like Toyogaseki, was already a bustling affair. If parents also joined in at every stage, things would get over the top. Yudaha chuckled beside him. "What? Getting nervous, Ichin?" "Not really. I just know that if parents were allowed in, my mom would absolutely film my entire speech. No, not just film, record the entire thing start to finish." Yudaha thought for a moment about Ichin's mother's personality and couldn't help but nod. That's true. She definitely would. But even if she didn't, wouldn't the school still record the whole thing? School archives and my mom's personal recording are two very different things. I don't want her pulling it out years later and replaying it on repeat. As they chatted, they arrived at the auditorium. Ichin split from the main group and headed backstage. He was going to be giving the speech as the graduating student representative. Backstage, he greeted the grade supervisor before taking a seat to wait for the ceremony to begin. A few minutes later, Hiratsuka Shizuka arrived. She patted Ichin on the shoulder with a smile. Nervous? Come on, Hiratsuka-sensei. Don't treat me like some rookie student who's never seen the world. I'm running a company, already a little speech isn't going to rattle me. That's true. She pulled over a chair, sat down beside him, and took 2 mints from her pocket, handing him one. As she ate hers, Hiratsuka said, Still, I didn't expect that after ranking first in your grade for 2 years, you'd only agree to give a speech now, at graduation. Because it's a hassle, isn't it? Ichin replied casually. You have to prepare the manuscript. And when you speak, you can't just keep your head down reading. You've got to do it half off script or even fully off script. And then the draft still has to go through a teacher check. And if you're unlucky, they'll make you rewrite parts. Not that I'm saying you are troublesome. Hiratsuka-sensei, you never nitpick my stuff. Hiratsuka laughed and shrugged. I don't like that kind of formal hassle either. In your writing? Never doubted it. It's just a speech to give the underclassmen some motivation. All right, looks like everyone's here. The ceremony's about to start. A graduation ceremony really wasn't complicated first. The principal gave a speech about the graduating class achievements and hopes for their future. Then the student council president spoke, followed by the graduating class representative. While Ichin lounged backstage, a teacher came over to let him know it was almost his turn. He snapped out of his daze, patted his cheeks lightly, stood, and followed the teacher to the stage. In the auditorium, the MC teacher announced the next segment, the graduating student representative speech, and named Ichin. Meanwhile, in the second-year section, in Ariri's class, the girls sitting in front of and behind Ariri turned to look at her. Ariri, it really is Ichin senpai. Didn't think we'd get to hear his speech. Ariri stayed calm. It's just a speech. What's there to be excited about? That's because you know him too well, the long-haired girl behind her said, practically bouncing in her seat. You have no idea how popular he is among the first and second-year girls. Tons of them secretly have a crush on him. Huh? Seriously? Ariri blinked. How come I've never heard that? Because you never paid attention, that's why. The short-haired girl in front whispered. I've heard plenty of them say they're just waiting for him and Kasumigakaka-senpai to break up so they could try to steal him away. They've got zero chance. Like 0.0%. Exactly. Their relationship has always been solid. Oh, Ariri, didn't they already meet each other's parents? Yeah, ages ago. Ariri replied, casually. Since the two were already graduating, she didn't mind sharing. Ichin's apartment is right next to Yutaha's. They became neighbors as soon as he moved in. And for the past 2 Lunar New Years, Ichin's taken Yutaha back home with him. Both families have already met. My guess? They'll probably get married in college. Hey, all right, enough gossip, it's starting, Ariri reminded them, and the chatter stopped. Standing at the podium, Ichin scanned the audience. His gaze quickly found Yutaha among the third-year graduates. They exchanged a brief smile before he began. Good morning, teachers and fellow students. The speech wasn't long, about 5 or 6 minutes, covering memories of school, thoughts on studying, advice for future plans, and of course, a dose of encouragement for the underclassmen. Head kept the tone light, slipping in moments that made the audience chuckle, so everyone listened with interest. The principal, listening from the side, nodded in satisfaction. What an excellent student, strong grades, steady temperament, and impressive entrepreneurial skills. The grade head agreed. Exactly. I wonder if we'll ever have another like him. Well, there are still some promising ones like Yukino Shida Yukino, the current second-year top student, who's apparently close with Ichin and Kasumigakaka. And then there's Sawamura Spencer. Ariri, her artistic talent is outstanding, and she's already considering Tokyo University of the Arts. The principal knew those two well. Both came from notable families. Good. Keep an eye on them and give them priority support. When Ichin finished his speech, thunderous applause erupted. He bowed slightly, ready to step down. But before he could turn, a first-year girl suddenly stood up and shouted, Senpai, I like you. All eyes immediately locked on her, including Ichin's. And once the first brave soul had spoken, several more girls quickly followed, calling out their own confessions toward him. Chapter 353. High school life ends in the third-year section, Ichin's class. When the unexpected confessions rang out, all eyes naturally shifted toward Yutaha. But instead of the anger some had anticipated, she only wore a faint smile, her gaze fixed firmly on Ichin at the podium. After a brief pause, Ichin stepped back to the microphone, smiling at the girls who had stood up. "Thank you for your feelings. But as everyone probably knows, I already have a girlfriend. Strictly speaking, calling her my fiancée wouldn't be wrong. We're definitely going to get married in the future. So, to my juniors here, I do say this. During your remaining high school years and later in university, focus on improving yourselves. You'll surely meet the right person for you." With that, he turned and left the podium, heading backstage. The principal, who had been watching from the start, didn't instruct any teachers to intervene. He smiled. "They're young, it's understandable." And Ichin Kuin responded perfectly. "No need to make a fuss. Let's just move on to the final part of the program." The last segment of the graduation ceremony was the awarding of diplomas to each graduate. Ichin rejoined his class lineup for the presentations. A few male classmates gave him teasing looks, to which he responded with a calm smile, clearly unfazed. Yutaha, over with the girls, mirrored his attitude. She didn't see it as any big deal after today. They'd be fully graduated and would likely never cross paths with those girls again. Even if they did, it wouldn't affect their lives in any way. She simply saw it as giving those underclassmen a harmless moment to let off steam. Before long, the ceremony ended, and the graduates were free to spend their final moments at school taking photos and making memories. Leaving the auditorium, Ichin and Yutaha returned to their classroom to collect their belongings. As they stepped out, they bumped into both of their parents. Ichin's mother rushed forward, hugging her son tightly. "Congratulations on graduating." "Mom, it's just high school," Ichin said helplessly, pulling free. He handed her his diploma. "Let's go. It's getting crowded. No need to squeeze through." His father agreed. "That's right. It's nearly noon. Let's find somewhere to eat. We'll need to head back this afternoon." Ichin blinked in surprise. "Wait, you're leaving already? Didn't you just arrive the day before yesterday?" "What else?" "Today's not a holiday," his father replied. "I still have work to do. I carved out time especially to be here." "All right then. Let's go have lunch together. He'll pick the place." As they exited the building, they spotted Hiratsuka Shizuka being pulled into photos with students. "Hiratsuka-sensei." Hearing Ichin's call, she finished a photo and walked over. After greeting both sets of parents, she asked, "Leaving already?" "Yeah, it's lunchtime. We're going to eat." Ichin said, "Want to join us?" "It'll pass," she smiled. "Once things wrap up here, we third-year teachers have our own gathering. Family time is for you, but I will come to the party tonight." "Hazuki told you?" Seeing her nod, Ichin understood. Hiratsuka was close in age to Hazuki, and they got along well. Plus, she meshed with the group, so of course she'd be invited. He figured Hazuki had probably invited Haruno and Machida, Sonoko as well. "In that case, see you tonight." After saying goodbye, Ichin and Yutaha headed toward the school gate. "Did you message Eri and Yukino? They're coming tonight, right?" Ichin asked. Yutaha nodded. They said they'll go home, change, and then come over. The party that night would be at KS Dorm. Since the old studio had been converted into their dorm, and thanks to their decorations, every non-bedroom space had turned into a cozy lounge perfect for hosting large gatherings. As they stepped out of the school gates, Ichin and Yutaha both turned to look back at Toyagasaki's school building. From today, their high school lives were truly over. They found a nice restaurant for lunch, then went home to grab luggage before Ichin drove their parents to the airport. Before boarding, Ichin's mother looked at her son and future daughter-in-law with a warm smile. "Now that you've graduated, it's on to university. Your father and I won't come for the opening day since you won't be living in dorms. We're not worried about your studies. You're both excellent students. But, Ichin, I do want to remind you, outside of school and work, take good care of Yutaha. Just because you're together now doesn't mean you can neglect the relationship. Love needs effort." Ichin listened patiently and nodded. "Dolvi, Mum. I know. Yutaha smiled softly. Auntie, Ichin treats me very well. You don't need to worry. That's good. His mother hugged Yutaha warmly. Once you're in university, you'll have more free time. Come back with Ichin whenever you can. He'll cook something special for you. Her words filled Yutaha with warmth. She agreed sweetly, and together with Ichin, waved the two elders off at the gate. On the drive back, Yutaha glanced at Ichin behind the wheel. You heard what Annie said earlier, right? You better be good to me. Oh, have I been bad to you in any way? Ichin teased. If I have, just tell me you'll fix it. No, I'm just reminding you, in case you forget. She smiled and switched on the car's audio system. In half a month, we'll be reporting to Todai. I wonder what university life will be like. Didn't Haruno-san and Hiratsuka-sensei tell us? Outside of classes, it's all about self-discipline. For us, that won't be a problem. While Todai's classes were important, Ichin's real goal was to use the professors to gain deeper knowledge and to connect, through their networks, with technical experts in related fields. His company's current development capabilities were sufficient for now, but Ichin had no intention of stopping there. Chapter 354 University Opening Day, April 10th. Monday. Today was the day to report in at the University of Tokyo. Ichin and Yutaha got up on time in the morning, washed up, had a light breakfast, and then drove out together. Since the college was closed right in Tokyo and Yutaha hadn't asked her parents to come along, the two of them could just go by themselves. They didn't have to live in the dorms or bring any luggage. All they needed to do was register, meet some classmates from their respective majors, and pick up their textbooks. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yutaha checked her makeup in a small mirror one last time before glancing at Ichin. Say, Ichin, what kind of classmates do you think we'll meet? How would I know? All I know is that my major has a ton of guys and hardly any girls. I heard that when I went to talk to a professor about graduate employment prospects. As for you, I'm guessing the literature department will have more girls, at least the gender ratio. There should be a bit better than mine. That's true. What's this? You never used to care about that sort of thing. Trying to expand your social circle? Not really. Yutaha shook her head. But since we'll be spending the next 4 years together, I'm a little curious. I just hope I won't run into any troublesome people. Well, they all got into Todai, and everyone's 18 already. The chance of running into an unpleasant personality should be pretty low. It's a small probability event. Chatting like this, they soon reached the university gates. Ichin had already handled some paperwork during a visit over the break and had been assigned a parking spot, so they drove straight in without trouble. One of the perks of being an outstanding student. Parking the car, Ichin noticed that quite a few students had driven themselves. Understandable university meant newfound freedom, and some students from well-off families who hadn't shown it before could now live more freely. After a quick look around, Ichin took Yutaha's hand. Let's go get registered. We don't have class today. Once we finish this morning, we can visit Yukino and check on Peppa and Sesame in the afternoon. After Yukino started caring for Sesame, just as expected, the little white cat had become pregnant, with a 2-month gestation period for cats. More than a month had already passed. Kittens would be arriving soon. And since it was the school break, Yukino spent most of her time at home caring for the expectant cat, eagerly awaiting the kitten's birth. Still chatting about the cats, they arrived at the registration area. Most students were accompanied by parents, though there were also some who came alone. Couples like Ichin and Yutaha were rare. Since they were in different faculties, Ichin first accompanied Yutaha to the literature department to register before heading to the computer science department himself. The computer science faculty staff already knew him from before, so when they saw him, they happily helped with the process. All set, Ichin-kun. Next, you can go pick up your textbooks. I remember you have a car, right? Once you get your books, you should put them in the car before heading to the classroom. It's a bit of a walk. Got it. Thanks, Sensei. After thanking them, Ichin headed to the book distribution area with Yutaha. By the time they arrived, there was already quite a line. It took about 10 minutes before it was their turn. As the faculty member had said, there were a lot of books, especially for computer science, where each volume was large and heavy. Yutaha's literature textbooks weren't much lighter in comparison. Seeing her struggling under the weight, Ichin said, "Give them to me, they'll carry them." Yutaha didn't insist, stacking her books on top of his. Thanks, Ichin, it's fine, not that heavy. They stored the books in the car and then headed to the academic buildings, where they had to part ways. Checking his watch, Ichin said, "We'll definitely be done before noon. If you finish first, message me and wait somewhere same goes for me. If you finish before I do, call Yukino and see about lunch. If she hasn't cooked yet, we can pick her up and eat out." "All right, I got it." After splitting up, Ichin went to the third floor and found a classroom where his class was gathering. Opening the door, he saw the expected lively scene. Plenty of students had already arrived. Just as had heard, there were many Barato male students than female students. Not that it mattered to him. Ignoring a few curious glances, he walked calmly to the back and took a seat. Almost immediately, two students in a row ahead turned around. The one on the left, wearing glasses, looked excited. "It really is you, Ichin-kun. Hi, I'm Takashi Zatoshi, and I'm Ozawa-shun. Nice to meet you." Ichin smiled and nodded. "Didn't think anyone here would know me." "Of course we know you," Takahashi said excitedly. "We've been gaming fans since we were kids. We've played both of the games you made, and we've already pre-ordered Persona." Ozawa nodded. "Yeah, we're really looking forward to it." "Thanks, I appreciate it," Ichin said, pleasantly surprised to meet classmates who like his company's work. "When Persona releases, I promise it won't disappoint." A short chat revealed that the two were from the same high school and had been close friends for years. Like many gaming enthusiasts, they hadn't dated in high school and were a little socially awkward with girls. Ichin also noticed they had no idea he had a girlfriend. They probably just followed his games and nothing else. Soon, the rest of the class arrived, and the homeroom teacher and counselor entered for the first official meeting. Naturally, it began with self-introductions. Ichin kept it simple and low-key before sitting back down, pulling out his phone, and messaging Yuta, whose schedule seemed to be moving along at about the same pace as his. Chapter 355. The dog food we all expected. Ichin. "How's it going over there? How's your class?" Yuta. Everyone just finished introducing themselves. As expected, there are more girls, almost 40 people in my class, but only 8 are guys. I didn't pay much attention to the boys, but there are a few really pretty girls. "How about you, Ichin?" "Ichin, over here. Pretty much as I expected, almost all guys, only 5 girls. The surprising part is that 2 of the guys are fans of our company's games. They recognized me as soon as I walked in." After sending the message, Ichin glanced toward the front. The introductions were already halfway through, so it wouldn't be long before they finished. "Ichin, looks like you're going to finish before me. I'll have to trouble you to wait a bit." "Yuta, it's fine. Want me to just come over and wait for you?" Ichin thought for a moment, replied sure, and then went back to listening to the remaining introductions. 6 minutes later, the last student was done, and the homeroom teacher began outlining the schedule. "Classes start tomorrow, so you're free for the rest of today. Those staying in the dorms should get settled in and used to life here. If you live off campus and haven't registered with me yet, make sure to do so before 2 p.m. As for classes, there are no electives in the first week. You can start choosing them through the school system on Thursday and Friday, so make sure to get that done." After that came a series of reminders about the majors courses. Since computer science was completely new for many students, they'd have to prepare and preview certain things in advance. Of course, none of this was a challenge for Ichin if he wanted to skip grades. He could easily do it, though he had no intention to. The teacher and counselor spent about 30 minutes in total, also talking about campus life, which cafeteria dishes were worth trying, and various clubs, making it less boring than it could have been. By the time they wrapped up, it was already past 11 a.m. "All right, that's it for today," the teacher said. "You're dismissed. Feel free to explore." Once they left, the classroom became lively again. Students were chatting and making plans to explore the campus with new friends. Takahashi and Ozawa turned around to face Ichin. "Ichin, want to grab lunch at the cafeteria? Since we're free this afternoon, how about hitting the arcade?" Ichin smiled and shook his head. "Not today, I've got plans." "You got plans?" they asked, eyes lighting up. "With a girl?" You could say that." Just then, the classroom went noticeably quiet. Ichin glanced toward the door. Sure enough, Yutaha was standing there. With no teachers around, she walked straight in, crossed the room, and stopped in front of him. Itchin, ready to go. Yukino's already waiting for us, and Airi will be there too. She's coming to Freeload for lunch? MHM. She's been at Yukino's place all morning. All right, well, count her in. Standing up, Itchin looked at the two guys. They'll head out then see you in class tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow, they replied in unison. As Itchin left with Yudaha's stunning beauty, lively whispers immediately filled the classroom. From the moment Head walked in, Itchin had drawn attention. His aura was clearly different from a typical student. Now, they discovered that this low-key guy had such a gorgeous girlfriend. In a class full of mostly guys, it was a serious shock. Takahashi finally spoke. I just noticed Itchin's been wearing a ring this whole time. Ozawa nodded. Yeah, and it's a matching set. She's wearing one too. We should have guessed there's no way someone like him would be single. You think we should ask him for tips on dating? Definitely. Let's treat him to lunch tomorrow. Meanwhile, Itchin and Yudaha left the building and headed to the parking lot. Once in the car, they drove off toward Yukino's apartment. On the way, Yudaha asked, those two guys sitting in front of you there, the ones who like our games, right? Yeah, and they've been friends since childhood, even got in a Todai together. Pretty surprising. I see nodding. Yudaha pulled out her phone to show Itchin two newly joined group chats. One's for the whole class, the other's for just the girls. Oh, and I really hit it off with a few girls today. We're going to have lunch together tomorrow, so we can't eat together at noon. Okay? Tomorrow noon? No problem. Itchin thought over his schedule. I'm booked solid in the morning, and I have one class in the afternoon too. I wouldn't want you to wait for me anyway, it's tiring. Just eat with your classmates and call me if you need anything. Don't worry. Yudaha smiled happily. After lunch, they'll just stay at the library and read. Once you're done, come find me and we'll go home together. The Todai library, huh? I've been wanting to see it. Before long, they arrived outside Yukino's apartment building. After a quick phone call and a few minutes wait, Yukino and Airi came out. Getting into the car, Airi asked eagerly, so what's for lunch? Itchin glanced back at her with a smile. Since when did you develop this foodie streak? Every time I see you, you're thinking about food. What? Is that a problem? Airi shot back. It's lunchtime, what else am I supposed to talk about? Ask about your university registration? Fair enough, there wasn't much to say about registration anyway. Chapter 356, Game Testing, Camera Angle Issues? TN. I see many people reading this, but why Poor Stone count this low? I did said it'll do bonus chapters on Power Stones, didn't I? At noon, after grabbing lunch outside, the four of them went straight to Yukino's apartment. The moment they stepped in, Itchin saw Peppa running toward him. Even though Peppa was now living at Yukino's place, the cat still recognized his true owner. Scooping Peppa up into his arms, Itchin laughed. I thought you'd forgotten your parents now that you've got yourself a wife. Looks like you still have some conscience. Yudaha stroked Peppa's head, then followed Yukino into the living room, where she spotted Sesame curled up in the cat bed. Sesame's belly had already grown noticeably round, clearly carrying kittens. When Yukino approached, Sesame immediately got up and nuzzled affectionately against her leg. Yukino smiled, carefully picked Sesame up, and turned to Itchin. Senpai, shouldn't we find a time to take Sesame to the vet for a checkup? Itchin nodded. Yeah, we should. The day after tomorrow works. Tomorrow I've got a lot of classes, but the day after I'm free. It'll come with Yudaha to pick you up, and we'll all go together. I'm coming too. I'm coming too. Airi raised her hand instantly. Ever since Sesame got pregnant, Airi had been visiting Yukino with increasing frequency, stopping by almost every other day. She even brought snacks full of nutrients for Sesame. Of course, feeding Sesame also meant Peppa managed to mooch plenty, so his weight had inevitably gone up a little. A cat's pregnancy lasts 2 months, so with about 1 month left before delivery, there wasn't much worry about Peppa putting on too much weight in the meantime. After sitting around Yukino's for a while, Itchin left Yudaha to continue chatting as a guest, while he headed over to the company. Persona's development had reached the testing and bug-fixing stage A phase with no small workload. Itchin had to personally oversee things, since fixing any major hidden bugs could be extremely time-consuming. At the office, the temporary playtesters were already hard at work, playing while hunting for in-game issues. Among them was someone Ruri had mentioned before, her game-loving friend, Karino Kasaka. This tall, striking girl was in her senior year of university, majoring in economics with excellent grades. When she first came for the tester recruitment, Karino had already expressed her desire to join the company after graduation. After considering her background, Hazuki had been more than happy to invite her, but not to the programming or writing departments. Instead, she was eyed for the finance department. Karino had no objections. After all, that was her actual field of study, and she had even earned her accounting certification. Checking in on the art department, Ichin saw a few members still fine-tuning models, while most others were also joining in the test play, try to spot issues themselves. "How's the experience so far, Kei?" Ichin asked. Yagami Kei had been playing for several days, but since her focus was on testing, her progress had been slow. Still, by now the main character's party was nearly complete, with the story just entering the arc for the last member, the elegant heiress Haru Okamura. Clutching the controller, Yagami Kei beamed. "It's amazing. When we were working on it, I only got bits and pieces of the story, but now that I'm playing through it, the full experience feels incredible. Cool, stylish, and totally Chuyuni. I did find some minor bugs here and there, but nothing major. Yumiko fixes them quickly and rolls them into patches. Honestly, the game feels so good already." After finishing, Yagami Kei waved Ichin toward the programmers, clearly wanting to keep playing. Even though Shed helped create the game, her total immersion showed she was enjoying it just as much as any fan would. As she herself often said, the art team didn't need to know the entire plot. They could get early glimpses if they wanted, but to preserve the genuine player experience, most including Kei avoided spoilers. That way, they could fully immerse themselves when the game was done. After all, aside from being developers, they were also gamers at heart. Heading to the programmers section, Ichin found the testers hard at work. Right then, Karino was leaning beside Ruri, pointing out an issue. "I mean, look, if players can freely move the camera, there are so many possibilities to explore. The characters are so beautifully designed, and the outfits too. Wouldn't adding a few Barato camera angles make things way Barato fun?" Ruri twitched at the corner of her Barato, clearly exasperated. "You didn't have to say that out loud, you know? And so what if it doesn't let you see everything? I think it's better this way." Centurato. About the whole keeping things appropriate thing, someone did bring that up before, same as you just did. "Huh?" Karino's eyes lit up, surprised. "Really? Who is it?" "Hazuki." Ichin chuckled, but I shut it down right away. "Sure, we can make the characters attractive in design, but keeping them dignified is important too. Of course, that's just how we see it. Once the game's out on PC, well, it won't be up to me anymore, right?" Ichin's thoughts were blunt. He had no plans to officially open a creative workshop, but he certainly wasn't against players making mods. If the community wanted to go wild with their own designs, he didn't mind in the slightest. And if someone made an interesting mod, Ichin would be more than happy to try it himself. Hearing that, Karino suddenly clapped her hands in realization. "Oh, Centurato," while Ichin moved on toward Yumiko. Chapter 357. Official classes begin. Yumiko wasn't gaming, she was fixing in-game errors. Ichin pulled up a chair beside her. "Yumiko, is the patchwork going smoothly?" "Relax," Yumiko smiled. "No major issues so far, just minor fixes here and there. The game's underlying framework is solid, and we were careful during development, so nasty bugs are unlikely. Plus, we've been optimizing all along, so the day one patch won't even need much performance work. Workload isn't heavy." "That's good." Feeling reassured, Ichin looked at her screen. The game's already been sent to the review media these past 2 days. Once the day one patch is ready, don't forget to update their copies too. "Don't worry, they'll handle it." After finishing with the programmers, Ichin returned to the art department and stood beside Yagami Kei, watching her play. As the producer, Ichin didn't really feel like playing a long RPG like Persona from start to finish. He was content just being an audience. Watching others enjoy the game felt pretty nice too. Yagami Kei noticed him. While continuing to play, she struck up a conversation. "Ichin, how's Yukino's cat doing?" "Don't worry, great. Yukino takes such careful care of them, they're chubby and healthy." Well, take Sesame to the vet the day after tomorrow. Should know by then how many kittens there are. Oh, a vet visit the day after tomorrow. That instantly caught Kaya's interest. After all, she had already said she wanted a kitten from Yukino's litter. Ichin, count me in. I've never been to a pet clinic before. I want to see for myself someday. I'll raise a pet too, so this is a good chance to learn. Sure, let's go together. Even though the day after was a work day, the game's development was done. Only bug fixing and patches remained. Kay could easily step out for a while. What? You're good at vet. Hearing them, Shinoda Hajime quickly ran over, eyes sparkling. I want to go too. I've never seen a pet checkup. You haven't? Ichin asked in surprise. Didn't you go with Hazuki when she took Mizuku for checkups? Shinoda shook her head. Nope. She said it was just a normal exam boring, so she never took us? But this is different. Sesame's pregnant. It won't be like a normal checkup. We want to know how many kittens there'll be. As they chatted, Aoba and Hifumi wandered over too, curiosity written all over their faces. Ichin sighed. Hey. Don't tell me all of you want to tag along. We're just taking a cat for a checkup, not a school trip. You all stay here and work. They'll ask Kay to film a bit for you, deal? That works. His proposal finally cooled their excitement, and they returned to their testing. After watching Kay play a while longer, Ichin returned to his office. He called Hazuki in, and the two of them started refining the project plan for Battle Block Theater, which Hazuki would take over. Compared to Dark Souls and Titanfall, which Ichin had already drafted, Battle Block Theater was a smaller project. With a solid plan, Hazuki could quickly gather staff to start pre-production. Unlike the two big titles, Ichin estimated Battle Block Theater's dev cycle at about 6 months, wrapping up by year's end. For a team now experienced and backed by a detailed proposal, that timeline was realistic. He kept busy until quitting time, then left with the others and headed to Yukino's. Dinner that night was Yukino's treat home-cooked, so Ichin didn't have to cook himself. The next day, Ichin and Yutaha began their official university classes. Though it was college, the start of classes didn't feel much different. It just meant paying closer attention in lectures and taking more notes. The content itself wasn't difficult for them. After one class ended, Ichin packed up and headed to a different room for the next. The boys in class were all friendly. After class, they grouped up in 2s and 3s, leaving together. Ichin stuck with Takahashi and Usawa. Two guys had met yesterday, but the two clearly had other motives. Ichin, are you free at lunch? We'll treat you. Yeah, our treat. We'll be classmates for 4 years, so we should build good ties, right? Their odd eagerness amused Ichin. If you're thinking of getting the game early, forget it. Apart from review media, no early copies. No, not that. Usawa shook his head quickly and leaned closer, whispering. We want your advice on how to chase girls. Huh? So that's it. Ichin suddenly understood. Looked like Yutaha showing up yesterday had left quite an impression. But then again, he himself wasn't exactly an expert in pursuing girls. His relationship with Yutaha happened naturally, neighbors, later classmates, and then everything just fell into place. Still, seeing their hopeful faces, Ichin nodded. All right then. At lunch, they'll give you some analysis. He couldn't teach them how to pursue girls, but sharing thoughts and giving advice, sure. That he could do. Heading into the next classroom, Ichin used the waiting time before class to message Yutaha, telling her about it. On her side, waiting for class as well, Yutaha read his message and couldn't help but cover her mouth in a laugh. Yutaha, Ichin, them asking you for dating advice, that's really putting you in a tough spot. Isha, don't tease me. I didn't see this coming either. Chapter 358. The cat's pregnancy checkup lunch that day was in the school cafeteria. During the meal, Ichin didn't teach his two classmates any methods for chasing girls. Their problem wasn't strategy at all, it was that they didn't even know how to hold a proper conversation with one. So instead of lofty techniques, Ichin gave them some advice on communication basics first. After eating, the three chatted a bit more before heading off to their afternoon classes. Their schedule was still packed today. Although the lectures were mostly theoretical knowledge, students with no prior exposure still needed time to adjust. For Ichin, however, it wasn't difficult. He already understood most of the material. Listening once in class was enough. So during breaks, besides chatting with Yutaha, he also used his phone to stay in touch with the company, checking on Persona's ongoing bug fixes and Hazuki's progress with the new project plan. Among the class, Ichin had become the most eye-catching student in just 2 days. Though he tried to stay low-key, his looks drew attention. Yesterday, Yutaha's appearance had only intensified it. Now, whenever he walked into the classroom, many classmates couldn't help but take notice. Luckily, the class was mostly male. With fewer girls around, he didn't have to worry about being swarmed by admirers, something Ichin truly didn't want to face. After finishing the 2 afternoon lectures, Ichin said goodbye to his classmates and went alone to the school library. The library was always busy. Some came for reference materials, others simply for the quiet atmosphere. On the second floor, following Yutaha's text message directions, he found her sitting in a corner seat, quietly reading. And there he witnessed an amusing sight. At her table, Yutaha sat alone, but every other chair at the surrounding tables was filled with male students. Ichin didn't need to look closely to know why. They were clearly there for Yutaha. He sighed helplessly. Having such an outstanding girlfriend truly came with complications. Noticing some of the guys watching him, Ichin walked steadily toward her. As he suspected, the boys weren't here for studying. They had gathered because Yutaha's presence had spread by word of mouth. The university wasn't lacking in pretty girls, but among this year's freshmen, Yutaha easily stood out as one of the most striking. One came, then another, and soon a small crowd had gathered. Some even tried to approach her, but Yutaha firmly shut them down, stating she didn't want anyone, especially boys, sitting nearby. She also made it clear she had a boyfriend. The ring on her finger proved she wasn't bluffing. Most who got into Tokyo, you weren't foolish enough to cause a scene. And in the library, anyone making trouble would only bring ruin upon themselves. So now the boys simply lingered around, occupying seats but keeping their distance. When they saw yet another boy heading toward her, many smirked knowingly, expecting him to be rejected like the rest. But what they hadn't anticipated, Yutaha, sensing Ichin's approach, lifted her head and broke into a bright, beautiful smile. Ichin returned it, sitting down beside her. Studying all afternoon. Tired? Not really, it hasn't been that long. Yutaha smiled, closing her book and slipping it into her bag. Let's go. Time to head home. Yeah, let's. We still need to buy groceries, nothing left at home. Yutaha nodded, tidied her things, and stood with him. Ignoring the stares of the boys, they chatted as they left. Oh, are we still going to Yukino's today? Not today. Yukino and Airi had their own classes and club meetings. Let's stick to the plan tomorrow. As the two walked out hand in hand, the surrounding boys finally realized the truth. So he's the boyfriend. Regret and disappointment filled their faces. Before they could even dream of romance, their hopes had already been shattered. Sometimes heartbreak really does come out of nowhere. The next day, after their usual classes, Ichin and Yutaha went to meet Yukino and Airi right after they got out. Then, after calling Yagami K, everyone arranged to meet at the pet clinic. Driving to Yukino's apartment first, they picked up the 2 cats, then headed to the hospital. Their timing was perfect. Just as they parked, Yagami K's car also pulled into the lot. Kei got out, spotting the cat carrier in Yukino's hands. She hurried over with excitement, peeking inside at Sesame. Sesame, long time no see. I brought you something yummy. You'll feed it to you later. As for Peppa, no such luck. He sat sulking in another carrier, held by Airi, with no snacks waiting for him. But that was understandable. At Yukino's house, he was already well fed. The real priority now was the soon-to-be mother, Sesame. Inside, the vet already reserved in advance welcomed them into the exam room. After the usual basic checks, it was time for an ultrasound. Through it all, Sesame behaved very calmly, unmoving under Yukino's gentle strokes. When the images appeared, the vet studied them carefully before speaking. I can't give a 100 exact number yet, but based on my experience, the pregnancy stage and the size of her belly, she'll probably have 3 to 4 kittens. We can see fetal heartbeats already. She's very healthy, thanks to your good care. As long as preparations are made before delivery, there shouldn't be problems. If you want to be extra sure, you can bring her back 5 days to a week before the due date for another check. It was a fair and thorough assessment. After all, it had only been about a month. Today's visit was mainly for a general health check. Finding out the litter size was more of a hopeful bonus. Fortunately, with the vet's years of experience, his judgment was likely close. Hearing it eased Yukino's mind. After expressing their thanks, the examination was done. Ichin then drove Yukino and Yutaha back to Yukino's apartment, before heading off with Yagami-Kei and Airi to the company. Chapter 359. Approaching release. Media scores back at the company. Airi and Yagami-Kei were already excitedly chatting with the others about the visit to the pet clinic. Airi said with enthusiasm, "The doctor said there might be 3 or 4 kittens. I wonder if, after another month, we'll be able to confirm the exact number before the birth." Aoba was just as curious. "Oh, a month will fly by. So when the kittens are born, will it be at Yukino's place or at Ichin's?" "At Yukino's," Airi answered. "She's got cameras at home, so even while she's at school, she can keep an eye on them. Plus, she told me that when Sesame gives birth, Yutaha and Ichin will be staying with her for a few nights to help with the care. And if it's a school day afterward, Ichin and Yutaha can drop by at noon to help out." Toyama Rin, who had been listening, nodded in agreement. "That's a good plan. Now that Ichin and Yutaha are in college, they've got more free time. But Yukino's still in her senior year of high school. Her time is much tighter. At Toyogaseki, students aren't even allowed to leave campus at lunch. As a third year, even though Yukino's grades were always excellent, distractions still weren't ideal. One more month. I can't wait. I'll finally have a cat of my own." Yagami-Kei clasped her cheeks with both hands, glowing with anticipation. Airi looked just the same. Both of them were full of excitement for the pet-raising days ahead. But Aoba poured some cold water on them. "Don't forget, when the kittens are born, they'll still need to stay with their mother. You won't be able to take them home right away. If Sesame gives birth in May, you'll have to wait about 3 months until they're weaned, so not until August." "Oh, right. Totally forgot that part." Yagami-Kei and Airi exchanged looks, then sighed together. Still, it wasn't too bad. They could always visit Yukino's house in the meantime, playing with the kittens and getting familiar with the ones they'd eventually take home. Grabbing her pressure-sensitive pen, Yagami-Kei cheered herself up. "Then I'll just have to work harder so I can buy them the best food and toys later." Just then, Ichin pushed open the office door, overhearing her declaration. He couldn't help but smile. April slipped by quickly. Ichin and Yutaha had fully settled into university life, handling their respective coursework easily and getting along well with classmates. Yutaha in particular, while not close to everyone, had made a few good friends. They had gone out shopping and eaten together. Ichin had met the 3 once himself. They had pleasant personalities, and all 3 were fans of Kasumi Yutiko's novels. Of course, they didn't know Yutaha's true identity. If they ever found out, they'd definitely become her biggest fangirls. By late April, with Persona's release imminent, Ichin arranged for several popular streamers and video creators to visit the Shanghai studio. They spent 2 full days hands-on with the game, although bound by NDA agreements, meaning they couldn't upload raw gameplay with spoilers. They were allowed to show non-story segments and publish their impressions. As part of the arrangement, each also received a Steam key and a physical Switch copy afterward. At the same time, review outlets worldwide dropped their scores the day before release. The results immediately lit up the community. On a 100-point scale, every outlet rated the game above 85, with several giving 95 or even a perfect 100. On a 10-point scale, all scores were above 8, one even gave a full 10. The flood of high marks sent anticipation soaring. Ever since the first PV, players had debated whether the game's quality would match its hype. Some skeptics doubted. Even now, a few grumbled that Ichin must have paid off the media. But in truth, Ichin never bribed anyone, nor did he care to. The media scores were just something to glance at. More important were the streamer and creator impressions, and those, too, quickly silenced doubts. If critics could be accused of bias, the streamer's footage spoke for itself. Real gameplay clips smashed holes in the skeptics' claims. Nearly every influencer praised the game to the skies, lauding its visuals, systems, and sheer polish. The only mild criticism concerned length. I played for 2 whole days, one streamer wrote, and I didn't even finish 1/3 of the story. The amount of content is staggering. Honestly, I can't imagine it. After launch, my channel's basically going to be streaming Persona for half a month straight. The turn-based combat, often a sticking point for some audiences, drew no complaints. Instead, reviewers praised its seamless integration with the game's style, the slick UI, and above all, the music which made every battle feel exhilarating. In the final 2 days before release, every forum buzzed with Persona discussions. In Japan, thanks to Haruno's connections, offline ads had greatly boosted visibility. Pre-orders at physical stores were nearing full capacity. On release eve, the whole team gathered in Yagami Kei's dorm with her roommates. Hazuki, just off a call with a major retailer, smiled. It's 10 p.m. now, and customers are already lining up outside the store to wait overnight. Other stores are fully booked too. Tomorrow morning's launch is going to explode. Cheers erupted in the room. Sakura Nene took a sip of cola, grinning. This is amazing. Our sales are going to break records. We've already hit 3 million pre-orders just for the PC and Switch digital versions. Ichin snapped his fingers. Exactly. Once the physical release hits, boosted by streams and word of mouth, sales will skyrocket again. Based on projections, total sales should break 5 million within a month. Everyone froze at the number, breath caught in their throats. If they actually pulled it off, 2 million more units in a single month, the studio's reputation in the industry would soar to an entirely new level. Chapter 360. Official release. Unprecedented hype. Midnight release time was drawing closer, but no one felt the slightest bit sleepy. On Yagami Kei's insistence, Toyama Rin had even brewed coffee for everyone, so drowsiness was impossible anyway. After a round of fighting games with Yumiko, Ichin sat down beside Yutaha. Glancing at her phone, he asked, "Chatting with classmates?" "MHM. Found some pretty interesting things." Yutaha smiled, then suddenly looked at him. "Ichin, I just realized we've never actually had a fight, have we?" "Huh?" Ichin blinked, thinking back over the past 2 years with Yutaha. Yeah, they really hadn't fought once. The others overheard and crowded over curiously. Airi stared in surprise. "Unbelievable. With your personality, I'd have thought you'd argue all the time." Yutaha gave her an exasperated glare. "What do you take me for? Someone who picks fights over nothing? I'm not like you, flaring up at every little thing. Yuruzi, you're the one who flares up. See? Case in point." "Ugh." Taking a sip of coffee, Hazuki chuckled. "Sorry, Airi, but she's right. You're honestly a lot like a little puppy, quick to bark but cute. Not you too, Hazuki-san." Airi collapsed on the table in defeat, refusing to engage further. Yumiko tilted her head, still curious. "But really? Not even once? I know couples who are super close, and even they argue sometimes." Arms crossed, Ichin nodded. "Yeah, we've had debates over things, but nothing that ever escalated into a fight." "What kind of things?" Yagami Kei asked. Ichin snapped his fingers. "Stuff like plot points in Yutaha's novels, or character and system design in my games. Even daily stuff like whether to have beef or chicken for dinner. Things like that. That's not fighting, that's just talking." Sakura Nene chimed in, putting down her controller to join the circle. "No emotional fights at all?" "None," Yutaha answered plainly. "You know my novels are all romance. Whether it's the first or this current one, the characters always argue at some point. To write it properly, I've read a lot of books, watched dramas, even lurked on relationship forums. Couples quarrel for all sorts of reasons, but real blow-ups usually boil down to money, outside interference, incompatible personalities, or conflicting values. Now tell me, do any of those apply to me and Ichin?" Aoba began ticking off on her fingers. "Not really. Both of you are in plenty, so money's no issue. Outside interference? You've met each other's parents, and you literally live next door to Yutaha's family. Personality and values? Maybe not 100 clear to us, But after 2 years, it's obvious you're fine. Geez. Sakura, Nene whistled. Talk about enviable. Yutaha smiled serenely, showing not the slightest embarrassment. Thank you. I really am happy. Yagami K folded her arms, sighing in admiration. It's rare these days. So many couples rush into marriage, then split the next day. I even read a story where the bride got caught cheating the night before the wedding. The world's full of demons and clowns. Oh, that's insane. From there, the girls slipped into gossip mode. Ichin left them to it, instead pulling out his laptop and browsing idly. Time ticked by, until finally the clock struck midnight. It's time. The game's officially out. Though brick-and-mortar stores wouldn't open until morning, photos were already popping up online of fans camping in line overnight. Meanwhile, on streaming platforms, countless streamers launch Persona streams the instant the game unlocked. Ichin hopped through a few familiar channels, dropping gifts here and there before checking the Steam backend. Sales hadn't spiked massively yet naturally. It was only just unlocked, but they were climbing. Censuredo, 40,000, 45, 50. Barely 10 minutes after release, the number had shot past 50,000, and it kept climbing. By 12:30, Ichin checked again. The count had broken 80,000, surpassing the highest concurrent record of all their previous games. Letting out a long breath, Ichin broke into a grin. Looks like we don't need to worry anymore. Sales are locked in. Opening Bilibili, he saw the front page stream event. Every featured channel was broadcasting Persona, each with over 1 million viewers. Bullet comments flooded the screens. Both the platform and the streamers were raking in benefits. Closing his laptop, Ichin stood from the sofa. All right, it's the middle of the night, but no one's tired, right? How about a late-night snack? My treat. Midnight snack. Let's go. Go. With Ichin, Yagami K, Yumiko, and Hazuki all having cars, seating wasn't an issue. They piled out and headed to an izakaya still open at this late hour, celebrating the launch with a proper feast. Of course, this was just for the core team. The real company-wide celebration would come tomorrow, no, later today after work. Chapter 361. First week sales. In the morning, even though everyone had gone out for a late-night snack, the alarm still dragged them out of bed. Ichin glanced at Yutaha, who was still struggling in the blankets, and gently nudged her cheek with a smile. You don't have class this morning, so just sleep a little longer. They'll go check out the sales at the physical stores and be back before noon to cook. Hearing that, Yutaha didn't argue. She pulled the blanket over herself, closed her eyes, and mumbled, then I'll sleep a little more, so tired. Watching her fall asleep at lightning speed, Ichin chuckled, grabbed his clothes, and went out to wash up. After freshening up, stretching a bit, and eating something simple, Ichin headed to the dorm downstairs. Rin, Yagami, and Yumiko were already up, though except for Yumiko, the other two still looked sleepy. Are we really going? Of course, the two said in unison, nodding firmly. But I don't feel like driving this morning, Yagami added, glancing at Ichin. We'll just sit in your car. Anyway, we only have to go to the company this afternoon. Sure. Yumiko, why don't you come in my car too? Yuta is still sleeping, so with the four of us, ITLL fit perfectly. But Yumiko shook her head. No need. Don't forget, others don't have cars. Relying only on you and Hazuki isn't enough to carry everyone. We need more than 2 cars. Ichin thought for a moment and realized she was right. Shinoda Hajime, Ijima Yun, Aoba, Nene, Hifumi, Tsubame, and Momoko, none of them had cars. And they weren't just visiting Akihabara today. Once Yagami and the others finished breakfast, the 4 of them drove to Akihabara. After parking, they waited a few minutes before the others arrived one after another. Good morning. Shinoda waved energetically, then looked around curiously. Uta didn't come? Ichin replied, she's still sleeping. No classes today, so I let her rest. Just then, the Sawamura family's car pulled up. Behind the wheel was Sayuri Sawamura, while Eruri sat in the passenger seat. Eruri came too, but today's Monday. As a company member, she didn't need to line up for the game they had developed. Ichin thought she'd obediently attend class, but here she was, getting out of the car in her school uniform. Airi faced everyone's puzzled looks, put her hands on her hips, and declared confidently, "What? I can't come see the release of a game I helped develop? Besides, my grades aren't bad. I told Mom, and she let me take half a day off." Sayuri got out as well, smiling. "Iriri's grades are good enough that I don't need to worry. Letting her indulge just this once is fine. But Ichin-kun, it'll trouble you to send her to school at noon. I'm too busy to take her." "No problem. Leave it to me," Ichin assured her. Sayuri then drove away, while the group headed toward Akihabara. Outside the big game stores, despite being a Monday, long lines stretched far down the street. Seeing the staff holding signs at the front of the queue, it was obvious this was the Persona purchase line. Aoba stood on tiptoes, peering toward the distant front of the line. This many people, over 100, right? Ichin glanced at the number tags in people's hands and nodded. The line is already past number 400, which means plenty of people had already bought the game right when the store opened and left. These folks aren't even the first batch. Didn't we see posts online last night? Yagami added. Some people queued overnight. It's May, not cold, but still, that's crazy. Hazuki clapped her hands to gather everyone. All right, no need for us to queue too. Let's head to the next place. They checked every store in Akihabara before moving on to other big game shops across Tokyo. Everywhere they went, sales were booming. The hype was undeniable. Even casual players who hadn't known about Persona got hooked after seeing the promo videos playing on the in-store TVs. They couldn't check sales outside Tokyo directly, but they could call later in the afternoon. Norus. After making the rounds, Ichin drove Airi home, bought ingredients on the way, and went back. He cooked lunch, ate with Yutaha and Airi, then drove Airi to Toigosaki before heading with Yutaha to their own classes. The first week after Persona's release flew by. Every day, Ichin checked sales numbers across platforms, active player counts, and watched the explosion of streams and discussions on various platforms. On YouTube and Bilibili, Persona videos popped up like mushrooms after the rain. Strict anti-leak policies plus the game's long playtime meant that by the weekend, no one had posted a complete first-run guide. Some systems hadn't even been fully figured out yet. Still, a handful of hardcore streamers and uploaders managed to beat the game's first run within a week, grinding day and night, streaming almost every waking hour. On Sunday, Ichin went to the company instead of staying home. Everyone else also showed up in the morning, because today they were announcing the first week's sales. After half an hour in the office, Ichin came out with a small notebook. Everyone was already waiting in the art department. The moment they saw him, all eyes turned. Shinoda was the first to burst out, waving his hand. "Ichin-kun, how are the first week's sales? Tell us already." Ichin looked around at everyone. His calm expression finally broke into a smile, and that smile kept growing wider. "Everyone, in the first week, Persona's worldwide total sales on PC and console combined, including pre-orders, has reached 6.58 million copies, which means this week's actual sales alone surpassed 3 million. 6 million, 3 million. Yagami-ko repeated blankly, then broke into a laugh, grabbing Rin in a tight hug. "This is amazing." Cheers erupted across the office, excitement and joy surging through everyone's hearts. These sales meant the company's success had reached an entirely new level. Chapter 362. The banquet with the first week's results in a proper celebration was in order. Ichin directly booked a hotel banquet hall and even covered the cost for the Shanghai studio members to come join in, so everyone could celebrate together. The Shanghai team, just like the Tokyo side, had been taking language classes, so casual communication wasn't a problem. On Wednesday, the celebration banquet kicked off. Over 100 people gathered in the hall, the atmosphere lively and festive. At Hazuki's invitation as host, and urged on by the loud cheers of the crowd, Ichin helplessly walked up to the stage and took the microphone. Glancing around at the members below, he thought for a moment before speaking. "Originally, I hadn't prepared a speech, but since Hazuki made me come up, he'll just say a few words. Our studio has been around for 2 years now. It's not that long, really. In the first half year, we were just 10 people. We finished polishing Slay the Spire, then developed Hollow Knight, which was our first step forward. After that, we gradually expanded our team and began development on Persona. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the project went smoothly. In just a year and a half, the game released successfully, sales far exceeded expectations, and both players and media alike gave it unanimous praise. For that, I want to thank all of you for the hard work you put in during development. Without you, our company wouldn't be where it is today. At that, Ichin bowed deeply from the heart. Thunderous applause followed. For everyone here, being part of the company and making games together was something to be proud of. When the clapping died down, Ichin continued. Now that Persona has been released, that doesn't mean our company will stop moving forward. It's May now. After this, everyone will have a week-long vacation. Once that's over, we'll continue expanding our staff, and we'll be developing at least 2 new projects. One of them I can tell you about now. It's a high-quality indie-scale 2D platformer supporting both online and local 2-player co-op. Hazuki will be the producer for that one, picking the team members to develop it. After the break, we'll have a meeting. Anyone interested can volunteer. As for the other 1 or 2 projects, those will be large-scale, at least a year of development, with higher technical and financial demands. His words instantly filled everyone with excitement. Except for veterans like Yagami and the others, most didn't know what plans were coming. They had only been guessing. But now, hearing there were already several well-prepared projects lined up, the anticipation skyrocketed. Their boss might be young, but his strength was undeniable. Even the newest hires admired him greatly. Whether it was planning, programming, art, or even Music Kitchen had outstanding skills. Truly, an all-around talent. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Ichin smiled. In short, you don't need to worry about the company's future. As long as you're willing to dive deep into game development and keep improving yourselves, I can guarantee that everyone here will have the chance to show their strengths and find the role that suits them best. That's all from me. Now, let's officially begin the banquet. Eat well, drink well, and enjoy. Handing the microphone back to Hazuki, Ichin stepped down and returned to Yutaha's side. With Yutaha and Eruri present, the Yukino Shida sisters Haruno and Yukino were also naturally in attendance as shareholders. All the girls had dressed in beautiful gowns tonight, dazzling and radiant, turning heads everywhere. As Ichin sat down, Haruno raised her champagne glass with a smile. So, Ichin-kun, what are your plans for the 1-week break? With the game selling like crazy, are you going to strike while the iron is hot and keep pushing promotions? The previous promotions were already enough. Plus, the ads are still running. Ichin shrugged. As for what I'm going to do, what else? Classes, of course. I'm still a student. His answer left Haruno speechless. True enough, after watching Ichin's speech earlier, she had almost forgotten he was just a first-year college student. Shaking her head, she sighed sincerely. What a pity. Why did little Yutaha get to you first? A guy like you would have been the perfect son-in-law for the Yukino Shida family. But I can only imagine it, because asking Yukino to actively chase a boy is impossible. Yukino's cheeks flared red at her sister's words. She glared at Haruno. Stop talking nonsense, and don't drag me into this. Our family doesn't just have me, we have you too. And me? Haruno laughed. Ah, no way. The age gap's not much. But with my personality, Ichin-kun's too sharp. He'd see through me instantly. Impossible. So you actually thought about it, huh? Yuta, listening, didn't get upset. Just as Haruno said, whether it was Yukino or Haruno, being friends was fine, but anything beyond that was close to impossible even if Yutaha weren't in the picture. Well, maybe Yukino had some chance. Despite her stubborn streak, she was still a pure-hearted girl. If they truly spent more time together, anything could happen. But reality was clear. Ichin was already taken. Yutaha had no intention of doing anything to jeopardize their relationship. After chatting a bit, Ichin picked up his wine and called Yumiko over to greet the Shanghai studio members. You should all know her already. Ahagon Yumiko, head of the Tokyo programming team, Ichin introduced. Moving forward, the Shanghai side will also continue recruiting. If we can bring an F. The words cut off, but the implication was enough to make the Shanghai members exchange looks of surprise. It seemed their boss ambitions weren't small. The 3 games already developed were all different genres, and even the upcoming projects were set to diversify further. Yumiko, who had expected this, just smiled. She too was full of anticipation. Chapter 363. Expansion begins after the lively celebration banquet. It was exactly as Ichin had promised. The company went on a full week of vacation. And not just any vacation, but paid leave. With Persona selling so well, Ichin wasn't going to be stingy. Along with the paid holiday, he also planned to hand out bonuses with mid-month salaries. Of course, he didn't announce that part, yet better to save the surprise for payday so everyone could be even happier. While the employees enjoyed their break, Ichin headed back to the office building. He met with the building managers to rent out the empty space right next to their current office. Compared to searching for a new place elsewhere in Tokyo, this was perfect. The rental went smoothly. He signed a contract the very same day, locking it in for 2 years along with their current lease. With the space secured, equipment wasn't immediately urgent. Ichin contacted a PC supplier head worked with before and reserved a batch of gear in advance. At home, Ichin sat in front of his computer, resting his chin on one hand as he looked at the recruitment posts on the screen. Hiring, huh? Both Tokyo and Shanghai need more people. Yutaha, sitting beside him while nibbling on a crepe she had just bought, tilted her head. Do you really need to hire so many? Ichin? Between both sides, that's close to 100 people. I'm about that many. Ichin nodded. Shanghai studio is still too small. They need more staff. I've emphasized they should prioritize candidates with design experience. Hopefully, our company's recent success will attract some seasoned developers. Hazuki's team, which will handle Battle Block Theater, doesn't need too many. Around 20 will be enough. The rest have to be committed to developing Dark Souls. As for Shanghai, their focus will be Titanfall and Apex. Shanghai is handling those? Yutaha asked in surprise, pointing to a group photo from the banquet on the table. But didn't Yumiko say she wanted to be part of that project? Exactly, which means when the project starts, Yumiko will probably be traveling there. Traveling? Seriously? She agreed? Ichin nodded. Yeah, I spoke to her. She agreed readily. And don't worry, since the studio's in Shanghai, my mom already knows Yumiko. If she does move there, they'll arrange an apartment close to our family home for her. Her Chinese is improving fast, too. She's still a bit rough, but once she's living in that environment, she'll pick it up quickly. I see. If that's what Yumiko wants herself, then it's fine. Yutaha understood. It was the best arrangement, after all. Ichin planned to personally lead Dark Souls, which meant someone else had to head Titanfall. Letting the Shanghai team handle it was the smartest option. They were more than capable. Stretching, Ichin leaned over to steal a bite of her crepe. Don't worry. It's just a temporary relocation. It's not like she'll be stuck there forever. If anyone wants to visit, it's just a quick trip. A 2-hour flight, tops. He wasn't wrong. The distance wasn't far. Visits would be easy. Near evening, Ichin was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen when Yagami, Rin, and Yumiko arrived at the dorm. After spending 2 days at Yagami's place, Rin had returned over the weekend, and today they decided to drop by for food. Yutaha stopped Rin from sneaking into the kitchen to help and instead pulled her, Yagami, and Yumiko into the living room for girl talk. Pouring tea for them, Yutaha turned to Yumiko. Yumiko-san, I heard from Ichin earlier you really agreed to take the assignment in Shanghai? Huh? Assignment? Yagami and Rin were hearing this for the first time. Both stared at Yumiko in surprise. Yumiko, calm as always, nodded. Of course. You know, I've always wanted to work on a great FPS. Now that Ichin's developing Titanfall, of course I want to be involved. It's just Shanghai, not some far-off country. If I want, I can come back once a month or even every 2 weeks. Her words left Yagami and Rondo with nothing to say. It was true. This had always been her dream. A short-term relocation wasn't unreasonable. They'd visited Shanghai before, too. The environment was good, and Yumiko's Chinese was solid enough that adapting wouldn't be a problem. Rin tapped her chin thoughtfully. But you're going alone? Yeah, just me. The team, there's expanding too. Ichin said if I go, I can lead the programming group. Honestly, it won't be much different from what I do here. Unlike Hifumi or Aoba, Yumiko didn't get nervous around unfamiliar colleagues. If she went, she'd adapt quickly and dive right into work. At that moment, the kitchen door opened. Ichin stuck his head out. "Dinner's ready. Wash up. Yudaha, come help me carry the dishes." "Coming." Yudaha stood, smiling at the others. "All right, let's eat. Tonight, it's cola chicken wings." "Oh, chicken wings. My favorite." Yagami jumped up excitedly and dashed off to wash her hands. Cinchuredo then quickly packed their things and drove straight to Yukino's apartment. They had already moved into the guest room there yesterday. With the kittens due any moment, Yukino had read plenty of books and consulted vets, but she still didn't feel confident handling it alone. So she had asked Ichin and Yudaha to stay over. As soon as they entered, they saw Yukino crouched carefully by the big nesting box, holding Peppa in her arms, keeping watch over Sesame. Chapter 364. Staying overseeing the scene, Ichin and Yudaha hurried inside. Coming to Yukino's side, Yudaha asked nervously, "Yukino, how is she now?" Shaking her head, Yukino glanced at Sesame lying in the nesting box and whispered, "It seems okay for now." But after eating at noon, she just lay there and didn't move anymore. Even when I came back, she stayed still, only meowed at me a little. I called the vet, and they said it should be today. They told me to keep a close watch. "I see." Ichin leaned closer, reaching into the box to gently stroke Sesame's head, then lightly touched her belly. "For now, things look fine, but tonight I doubt any of us will get much rest." As soon as he said that, the doorbell rang. Yukino glanced at the entrance. That must be Eriri. He'll get it. Ichin walked to the entryway and opened the apartment door. Sure enough, Eriri was standing there, out of breath in her casual clothes. "How's the cat?" Letting her inside, Ichin said, "Don't worry, she hasn't started yet. Everything looks all right. It should be later this afternoon or evening." "Did you come straight from home?" "Yeah, I asked Mom to drop me off." Eriri slipped on indoor slippers and carried her school bag, plus a bag of clothes, into the living room. "I had just gotten home when Yukino sent me the message. I changed clothes and rushed right over. I'm staying here tonight, too." With the kittens about to arrive, Eriri was eager to help, insisting on staying over without hesitation. Yukino didn't object. With Ichin and Yudaha already here, having Eriri join wasn't an issue. Checking the time, Ichin said to the three girls, "It's not early anymore. He'll go buy ingredients for dinner and also swing by to pick up Machi. You three watch over things here. Oh, and if Sesame doesn't give birth until tonight, we'll be busy then. To avoid chaos later, Eriri, you'd better finish your homework now." Got it. Eriri waved him off. "I brought my bag. Of course I'll do my homework." But the moment she said that, Yudaha reached over, unzipped Eriri's bag, and pulled out a Nintendo Switch, 2 cartridge cases, a gaming laptop, and even an Xbox controller. "Are you sure you came here to study?" "Wah. No, put that back." The living room filled with noise, and Ichin could only shake his head helplessly, hoping Yukino could keep things under control. Leaving the apartment, Ichin drove to the supermarket, stocking up on food, including fish and chicken to supplement Sesame's nutrition. Afterward, he headed back to his own place to pick up Machi from Yagami and the others. Carrying the cat carrier to the door, Rin asked worriedly, "Ichin-kun, everything's okay at Yukino's place, right?" "Yeah, don't worry. It's nothing serious. We'll keep an eye on her." Yagami quickly added, "That's right. Actually, maybe I should come too?" Ichin shook his head firmly. "No need, Ko. Yukino's apartment only has 2 bedrooms and a living room. With 4 people already, there's no space for you. Leave it to us. I don't have class tomorrow morning, so I can stay up late. But you, remember you have work tomorrow. Don't forget." "All right." Being reminded by her own boss made Yagami scratch her cheek awkwardly. She sighed regretfully. "Too bad. I really wanted to see the kittens being born. We'll record it for you when it happens. You can watch the video later." "Okay, you'd better keep that promise." After saying goodbye to them, Ichin drove back to Yukino's apartment. The moment he stepped in, he saw an extra person there. "Haruno-san, you came too?" "Good afternoon." Ichin-kun Haruno greeted him with a grin. "I was originally planning to take Yukino out for dinner, but looks like that's impossible now." Ichin nodded, setting down Machi's carrier, so she could go check on her daughter. Looks like ITLL happened tonight. As for dinner, Haruno-san, eat here with us. He'll cook. The supermarket had lots of good ingredients today. I bought plenty. Oh, iti inkung cooking. Then he'll look forward to freeloading. Dinner was prepared by Ichin and Yutaha. Yukino had wanted to help, but with her sister present, she had to stay in the living room to keep Haruno from messing with Sesame's rest. After more than half an hour, the kitchen began to fill the air with fragrance. Aruri bent over her homework at the coffee table, twitched her nose, and glanced toward the kitchen, then at the two sisters staring each other down in silence. Scratching her head, she decided not to say anything. Better to finish her homework now. Otherwise, once night came, between looking after the cat and playing games, there'd be no time left. Dinner was, of course, lavish. Since they were staying over at Yukino's, Ichin and Yutaha made sure to show some sincerity. Taking a bite of braised chicken, Haruno smiled in satisfaction. Delicious. Iti-inkun. Your cooking's gotten even better. You're practically on par with restaurant chefs now. Ichin chuckled and shook his head. Not as exaggerated as you say. Just home-style cooking. As long as you like it, that's enough. Of course I like it. Home-style food is way better than fancy dishes. Right, Yukino? Quietly eating, Yukino gave a small nod. So-called fine dining is more about appearance and gimmicks. I've never been fond of it. These days, if you want premium ingredients, you can just buy them yourself. Cooking them at home makes for the best flavor. Exactly, Yutaha agreed. Ichin and I have been to plenty of high-end Tokyo restaurants these past 2 years, even tried multiple kaiseki places. But honestly, some of those dishes don't taste half as good as what we make ourselves. Aruri stayed silent, just quietly picking more chicken in her bowl before ladling herself a full bowl of fish soup. That guy Ichin, his cooking really had leveled up again. Better eat more now tonight, might be a long night. After dinner, Haruno didn't stay long. She drove back to campus. The moment she left, Yukino let out a sigh of relief. Sitting beside her, Yutaha chuckled. What's this? Worried your sister would stir up trouble? Yukino nodded without hesitation. Exactly. You know my sister's personality too, senpai. If I'm not careful, I might walk right into one of her traps. Normally it doesn't matter, but tonight is too important. I can't let her cause a mess. Haruno's personality, On the side, Ichin typing away at his laptop while working on a project plan thought Yukino was worrying too much. Haruno wasn't the same as before. She wouldn't do something to genuinely upset Yukino, especially not at a time like this. By 9 o'clock, Sesame still showed no signs of giving birth. But Ichin could tell the little cat was uneasy. Likely it wouldn't be much longer. Since everyone had already bathed, he looked at them and said, Let's not keep crowding around her. We might just be making Sesame nervous. We've got the camera. Anyway, let's go back to the bedrooms and watch from there. Yukino nodded. You're right. Come on, Aruri, let's go to the bedroom. You can play games there too. No problem. Aruri packed up her Switch and followed Yukino. Ichin and Yutaha dimmed the living room lights, then headed to the guest room. In the guest room, Ichin set his laptop on the desk to keep working, while Yutaha connected her tablet to Yukino's security cameras. She sat on the bed, the tablet beside her, idly scrolling her phone. Ichin-kun, when do you think Sesame will give birth? Probably soon. If it didn't happen during the day, ITLL usually be at night. Ichin kept typing as he spoke. If you get sleepy, just go to bed. I don't have class tomorrow morning, so I can stay up. I know. Yutaha nodded, then pulled up a comedy video with her headphones. But if I fall asleep and Sesame starts, you'd better wake me up. Ichin gave her an okay gesture and returned to his work. The room gradually grew quiet. By past 11, sleepiness overtook Yutaha. She washed up, slipped into bed, and soon drifted off. Ichin, still full of energy, pulled the tablet closer and kept writing. The Dark Souls project plan was no small task. World building, combat system, map design, plus his own ideas all needed to be laid out. Since Dark Souls had 3 main entries, Ichin planned to start by remaking the third. The DLCs, Painted World and Ringed City, he would still release as expansions. If sales went well, he'd continue with Dark Souls. I next, though, adjusted for modern standards, fixing design flaws like those absurdly long runbacks. Dying once shouldn't mean running 3,600 li. Eventually, he turned off the ceiling light, leaving only the desk lamp on. Working until past 1 a.m., finishing part of the system design, he finally leaned back, massaging his temples. His eyes drifted toward the tablet and froze. They were here. Even though the lighting was dim, he could clearly see inside the big nesting box, along with Sesame, were several tiny, squirming shapes. Without hesitation, Ichin grabbed his phone and called Yukino's room, flicking on the light to wake Yutaha. The call connected instantly. Yukino's anxious voice came through. "Senpai, I saw it. She's giving birth." Stay calm." Ichin soothed her quickly. "Everything looks stable so far. Don't rush in and scare her. Is Eri still awake?" Avaka." Iriri's voice chimed in. "I never even slept. I've been gaming." But Yukino fell asleep, and your call woke her up. By then, Yutaha had sat up, rubbing her eyes. "Ichin gave birth?" "Yeah, the cat gave birth, not me. You're still half asleep." He pinched her cheek lightly with a grin. "Come on, let's go check." Yutaha blinked, finally fully awake, and hurried after him as they left the guest room. Opening the door, they met Yukino and Eri coming out of the master bedroom at the same time. Ichin motioned for silence, then whispered to Yukino, "Get the iodine I told you to prepare earlier, and towels and cotton swabs." She nodded, heading to the storage room to fetch a small bottle of iodine, then the bathroom for a clean towel, cotton swabs, and a pack of medical gloves. The four of them quietly moved to the living room. Peppa and Machi were both awake now. Seeing their humans, they leapt down from the cat tree, meowing loudly not in protest, but almost as if urging them to help. Ichin handed the two cats to Eri, then switched on the living room light and told Yutaha to start recording with her phone. "Let's go." He drew back the curtain on the nesting box. Inside, nestled against Sesame's belly, were four tiny kittens wriggling restlessly. For little ones, one snow white, like their mother, one orange like their father, and two mostly white, but marked with orange and black on their heads and tails. Good mix of colors. Nodding, Ichin pulled on gloves, then guided Yukino in drying the kittens. He gently stroked Sesame's head, confirming the new mother was calm, then pressed lightly on her belly to make sure no more kittens remained inside. Only then did he help Yukino cut and clean the umbilical cords. After 10 minutes of careful work, the four kittens were cleaned and returned to their mother's belly. They were newborns far too fragile to be held or played with. Holding Peppa and Machi in her arms, Iriri's eyes went wide with excitement as she stared at the tiny creatures. "So these are newborn kittens. They're adorable." Yutaha smiled as she filmed, capturing the precious moment. Chapter 365. The kittens are born after dinner. Haruno didn't stay long. She drove back to campus. The moment she left, Yukino let out a sigh of relief. Sitting beside her, Yutaha chuckled. "What's this? Worried your sister would stir up trouble?" Yukino nodded without hesitation. "Exactly. You know my sister's personality too? Senpai. If I'm not careful, I might walk right into one of her traps. Normally it doesn't matter, but tonight is too important. I can't let her cause a mess." Haruno's personality. Huh. On the side, Ichin, typing away at his laptop while working on a project plan, thought Yukino was worrying too much. Haruno wasn't the same as before. She wouldn't do something to genuinely upset Yukino, especially not at a time like this. By 9 o'clock, Sesame still showed no signs of giving birth. But Ichin could tell the little cat was uneasy. Likely, it wouldn't be much longer. Since everyone had already bathed, he looked at them and said, "Let's not keep crowding around her. We might just be making Sesame nervous. We've got the camera. Anyway, let's go back to the bedrooms and watch from there." Yukino nodded. "You're right. Come on, Eri, let's go to the bedroom. You can play games there too." "No problem." Eri packed up her Switch and followed Yukino. Ichin and Yutaha dimmed the living room lights, then headed to the guest room. In the guest room, Ichin set his laptop on the desk to keep working, while Yutaha connected her tablet to Yukino's security cameras. She sat on the bed, the tablet beside her, idly scrolling her phone. Ichin-kun, when do you think Sesame will give birth? Probably soon. If it didn't happen during the day, it'll usually be at night. Ichin kept typing as he spoke. If you get sleepy, just go to bed. I don't have class tomorrow morning, so I can stay up. I know. Yudaha nodded, then pulled up a comedy video with her headphones. But if I fall asleep and Sesame starts, you'd better wake me up. Ichin gave her an okay gesture and returned to his work. The room gradually grew quiet. By past 11, sleepiness overtook Yudaha. She washed up, slipped into bed, and soon drifted off. Ichin, still full of energy, pulled the tablet closer and kept writing. The Dark Souls project plan was no small task: world building, combat system, map design, plus his own ideas all needed to be laid out. Since Dark Souls had 3 main entries, Ichin planned to start by remaking the third. The DLCs, Painted World and Ring City, he would still release as expansions. If sales went well, he'd continue with Dark Souls. I next, though, adjusted for modern standards, fixing design flaws like those absurdly long runbacks. Dying once shouldn't mean running 3,600 li. Eventually, he turned off the ceiling light, leaving only the desk lamp on. Working until past 1 a.m., finishing part of the system design, he finally leaned back, massaging his temples. His eyes drifted toward the tablet and froze. They were here. Even though the lighting was dim, he could clearly see inside the big nesting box, along with Sesame, were several tiny, squirming shapes. Without hesitation, Ichin grabbed his phone and called Yukino's room, flicking on the light to wake Yudaha. The call connected instantly. Yukino's anxious voice came through. "Senpai, I saw it, she's giving birth. Stay calm." Ichin soothed her quickly. "Everything looks stable so far. Don't rush in and scare her. Is Eri still awake?" Avaka." Iriri's voice chimed in. "I never even slept, I've been gaming." But Yukino fell asleep, and your call woke her up. By then, Yudaha had sat up, rubbing her eyes. "Ichin gave birth?" "Yeah, the cat gave birth, not me. You're still half asleep." He pinched her cheek lightly with a grin. "Come on, let's go check." Yudaha blinked, finally fully awake, and hurried after him as they left the guest room. Opening the door, they met Yukino and Eri coming out of the master bedroom at the same time. Ichin motioned for silence, then whispered to Yukino, "Get the iodine I told you to prepare earlier, and towels and cotton swabs." She nodded, heading to the storage room to fetch a small bottle of iodine, then the bathroom for a clean towel, cotton swabs, and a pack of medical gloves. The 4 of them quietly moved to the living room. Peppa and Machi were both awake now. Seeing their humans, they leapt down from the cat tree, meowing loudly, not in protest, but almost as if urging them to help. Ichin handed the 2 cats to Eri, then switched on the living room light and told Yudaha to start recording with her phone. "Let's go." He drew back the curtain on the nesting box. Inside, nestled against Sesame's belly, were 4 tiny kittens wriggling restlessly. For little ones, one snow white, like their mother, one orange like their father, and 2 mostly white, but marked with orange and black on their heads and tails. Good mix of colors. Nodding, Ichin pulled on gloves, then guided Yukino in drying the kittens. He gently stroked Sesame's head, confirming the new mother was calm, then pressed lightly on her belly to make sure no more kittens remained inside. Only then did he help Yukino cut and clean the umbilical cords. After 10 minutes of careful work, the 4 kittens were cleaned and returned to their mother's belly. They were newborns far too fragile to be held or played with. Holding Peppa and Machi in her arms, Iriri's eyes went wide with excitement as she stared at the tiny creatures. "So these are newborn kittens. They're adorable." Yudaha smiled as she filmed, capturing the precious moment. Chapter 366. The morning after the kittens were born, after a long night of busyness. Once they had confirmed in the second half of the night that all the kittens were fine, Yukino prepared a bit of nutritious food for Sesame and fed her. Only then did everyone finally return to their rooms to rest. Of course, since both Yukino and Eri still had classes to attend during the day, they were destined to have a hard time getting through today. Ichin, on the other hand, didn't have much of a problem. He could sleep a bit longer. Yudaha was the same. Though still a first year with her level, slacking off once in a while wasn't a big deal. They hadn't slept long when, early in the morning, the alarm clock's merciless ringing dragged those with classes out of bed. With pained expressions, they shuffled out of their rooms. Opening her door, Aruri glanced at Yutaha, who happened to be coming out of the next room. "Where's Ichin?" she asked. "Still in bed." Yutaha yawned before continuing, "Don't worry. He already woke up just now. He's just trying to sneak in Barato lazing around. I'll get up in time to send us to school." Aruri sighed helplessly. "That guy's life is rough. He can't even sleep peacefully." Yukino added softly, "Senpai, it's fine. We can just take the bus. Let him rest a little longer." "It's fine, really." Yutaha waved her hand nonchalantly. "Relax. His sleep quality is way better than you think. It's only 7:30 now. He'll get up at 8, wash his face, and take you guys to school plenty of time. He doesn't have classes this morning anyway. Doesn't even need to change clothes or fix his hair. It won't take him any time at all." She was right. That was exactly what Ichin himself had said while still buried in bed. Driving the three girls to school wouldn't take long, and after coming back, he could still catch up on sleep before waking up around noon to grab lunch at Todai and start his afternoon classes. Since Yutaha had said that much, Yukino naturally didn't insist further. The three of them headed to the living room first to check on the cats. Peppa and Machi were already awake, but hadn't entered Sesame's nesting box. Instead, they guarded outside, occasionally peeking inside. Yukino unzipped the entrance and peeked in. The kittens were awake too, huddled against Sesame's belly, eagerly nursing one after another. They looked lively and full of energy. Aruri leaned closer, whispering, "Looks like all four little ones are healthy." Yutaha nodded. "Yeah, pretty lucky actually. Sesame's a first-time mother, and to give birth to four at once with all of them this healthy, that's really fortunate. Come on, let's go wash up and leave the little ones to their breakfast." After washing up and eating breakfast themselves, Yukino also prepared food for the three adult cats. While the cats were eating, Ichin came out of the bathroom, yawning, his hair a complete mess. "All right, you're all ready? Then let's go." Seeing his state, Aruri frowned in suspicion. "You're not planning on driving while half asleep, are you? Relax. I'm fully awake, now no way Idaho drive drowsy." He rolled his eyes at her and added, "No matter what, I'd never joke around with my Yutahas or my junior Yukino's safety. So my safety doesn't count. You laughed just now, didn't you?" You totally laughed. Amidst their bickering, the four of them left under the watchful eyes of the cats. Even though Ichin hadn't slept much, his energy wasn't bad. He drove smoothly without issue and safely dropped all three of them off at school. The car stopped at the gate of Todai. Yutaha unfastened her seatbelt, leaned over, and gave Ichin a light kiss. "Ichin, want to have lunch together later?" Ichin nodded. Let's eat together. We'll catch up on some sleep first, then head over before your class ends." Watching Yutaha walk through the gates, Ichin turned the car around and drove back to Yukino's apartment. Inside, the kittens had already finished nursing. Each of them lay in different sleeping positions, nestled against Sesame, sound asleep. When Ichin approached, Sesame showed no sign of anxiety. Calmly, she watched as he gently lifted one of her babies into his hands. It was the first time Ichin had ever seen newborn kittens, especially ones only a night old, so every movement he made was careful to the extreme. He checked them one by one, confirming their breathing was steady. Their umbilical cords hadn't fallen off yet, which would take a few more days, but there was no rush. They were fine just as they were. After placing the kittens back in his Sesame's arms, Ichin took out his phone, snapped a picture, and sent it to Yagami K. Kay had already asked Yukino to reserve one of the kittens for her, since she'd be one of their future cat slaves. Naturally, he had to send her a photo. Sure enough, not even 2 minutes later, Kay called. "Ichin, for kittens? That's a lot." "Yeah, quite a number." Lying back on the guest bed, Ichin chuckled. "I was busy until the middle of the night, so I didn't get the chance to message you right away. I just got back after dropping Yutaha off at Collage. There's one white, one orange, and two mostly white with orange and black patches. They'll all be adorable when they grow up. Kay, have you thought about which one you want to raise?" That's such a tough choice. Kei, who had just woken up and was eating breakfast in her dorm with Rin Toyama and Yumiko, laughed. Is Arari coming to the office this afternoon? If she is, they'll talk it over with her since we're both taking one. Sure, you two could decide for yourselves. After hanging up, Ichin set his alarm and went back to sleep for a while. That afternoon, after finishing class, he and Yutaha picked up Yukino and Arari from Toygaseki. They dropped Yukino off at home, then headed with Arari to the company. Though it was their first working day back from vacation, the news of the kitten's birth had already spread. As soon as they arrived, co-workers swarmed them, clamoring to see pictures. Since Hazuki often brought Mizuku to the office, and Ichin frequently brought Peppa as well, there wasn't a single cat hater among them. So, Ichin had Yutaha transfer the videos from last night onto the office computer and let everyone watch. Whoa, you even recorded it. Staring at the screen, with a newborn kittens squirmed and mewed, Kei's eyes sparkled. They looked so full of energy. Arari, which one do you want? Me? Arari thought for a moment, then said, I want the orange one. Although everyone always joked about the mighty chubby orange, Arari personally loved the goofy look of orange cats. From the start, she had wanted one. Luckily, her choice didn't clash with Kei's. Kei grinned. Then he'll take one of the calicos, the little one with the three-colored tail. And so, on the very day after they were born, two of the kittens already had owners waiting for them. Chapter 367. A new project begins. As for the two kittens left, although others in the company wanted to adopt them, unfortunately Yukino had no intention of giving them away. After Arari called Yukino to tell her about her and Yagami Kei's decisions, Yukino decided she would keep the remaining to herself. With her finances, just the dividends from her shares in Ichin's company alone were more than enough to support a few cats, let alone the fact that she was already a wealthy young lady who never lacked money. Though they couldn't get these kittens, the others in the company didn't give up. Several of them were already planning to visit animal shelters that weekend to see if there were any stray cats suitable for adoption. Ichin figured that in another 6 months, half the company would probably be cat owners. Once the kitten video finished, Ichin gathered everyone in the large conference room. After they took their seats, he looked around and said, All right, vacation's over. Time for a meeting. Persona's release has been going extremely well. Just during our week off, sales across all platforms went up by nearly 1 million copies, and the momentum hasn't slowed. I estimate that within this year, sales could rise by another 2 to 3 million. Everyone froze at his words, then burst into excitement. If Ichin wasn't exaggerating, that meant Persona might actually break 10 million copies sold this year. That was a terrifying number. So far, since Shirado, every title was world famous. If Persona could join that list, it would be a massive boost not just for the game itself, but also for the company's future growth. After letting the excitement run for a bit, Ichin clapped his hands. All right, sales haven't reached that number yet, it's still only our projection. But it's not far off, and we're not stopping with Persona. Next, we're starting new projects. This was the topic he had teased back during the celebration party. Now, it was finally time to reveal it. Holding his laptop mouse, Ichin pulled up the prepared project plans on the projector. This time, we're preparing 3+1 projects. As to why it's 3+1, let's go through them one by one. He introduced them in turn: Battle Block Theater, Dark Souls, Titanfall, and the Battle Royale game Apex. When he finished, everyone sat there slack-jawed. So many project proposals? And just from the gameplay and system outlines, every one of them sounded exciting. Of these, Dark Souls was the most familiar. Ichin had already created a small battle test program earlier for everyone to experience. But compared to that demo, the full proposal described a world, combat system, and mechanics far grander than they had imagined. Clearly not just a single game, but something even bigger. After finishing his explanations, Ichin, a little parched, sipped some coffee before continuing. All right, you can see we've got a lot planned. That means we'll continue expanding the team. I've already rented the empty office space next door, and equipment has been ordered and is being set up. We'll need a lot of new hires. If you know anyone with solid skills, you can recommend them. If they pass and join, there will be referral bonuses. HR will share details later. As for project groups, Titanfall and Apex will be developed by the same team. BattleBlock Theater and Dark Souls will each have their own team. So the company will be split into 3 dev groups. Titanfall and Apex will primarily be handled by the Shanghai branch that's currently expanding. If anyone here is interested and willing to relocate, they'll arrange dorms and set you up there. By the way, Yumiko will be one of the project leads. Shall be leaving for Shanghai soon. His words caused quite a stir. Shanghai. That wasn't just anywhere, that was one of the most famous international cities in the world. Even those who had never traveled abroad had heard plenty about it. The only real barrier was language. Joining that team meant you needed at least some Chinese proficiency. That discouraged some, but others in the company had already been studying and were seriously considering applying. Next is BattleBlock Theater and Dark Souls. Ichin continued. Hazuki will lead BattleBlock Theater, while he'll oversee Dark Souls. Because of its smaller scale, BattleBlock Theater won't need many people. If you're interested in its style, go to Hazuki directly. Everyone else aside from those traveling or working on BattleBlock Theater will automatically join the Dark Souls team. Any objections? Of course, there were none. Just from the scope, Dark Souls would be tough. Its maps, monsters, and art style were unlike anything they had done before. And with that, the meeting wrapped up. Back in his office with Hazuki and Yumiko, Yumiko immediately asked, "When do you need me to leave?" "No rush." "Yumiko," Ichin said, glancing at the calendar on his desk. "It's mid-May now. Take your time to prepare. The Shanghai branch is still hiring. I'm thinking you can head out sometime after June." "Oh, and before you go, why not visit your family? You haven't been home in a while, right?" Yumiko paused, then nodded. "Yeah, it's been some time." "All right, they'll go back this weekend and let them know." With 3 projects kicking off simultaneously, the company was about to dive headfirst into another wave of busy days. Chapter 368. Sakura Nene's application on video platforms. More and more content about Persona was popping up. Half a month after release, player-made walkthroughs were finally becoming complete. Although Ichin had made some changes to the game, trying to raise the protagonist into a perfect 5-star warrior without guides was still rather difficult. As the developer, Ichin naturally couldn't publish walkthroughs himself. Now that guide creators had released theirs, players who wanted to aim for a perfect first run finally had a way forward. Browsing through them online, Ichin saw that indeed, these guides could achieve a flawless first playthrough. Clearly, the creators had put in a lot of work grinding out all the details that required heavy testing. Meanwhile, as more streamers and players cleared the game, the positive reviews remained sky-high. On Steam, the approval rating held steady at 96, overwhelmingly positive. One especially talked about feature was the ability to pursue multiple female characters at once. On Valentine's Day, if a player had romanced more than one, the truth would come out in a special scene. While it didn't lead to further drama and definitely avoided a Makoto Ida situation, the reveal itself was amusing enough. The meme of the protagonist being shameless began spreading after players tried conquering all the heroines. At the office, Yudaha was reading forum posts on her computer. With a smile, she looked over at Ichin. "Players are all saying you're really bold, Ichin. To actually dare put in a system for romancing multiple characters in this day and age." Of course, her words were a jab at the obvious trends in the wider industry. Even big Western studios were no longer designing attractive heroines. Character models were often distorted or unappealing. Ichin only chuckled and replied calmly, "I'm just a game developer. I don't have the time to worry about their protests. Aesthetics aren't for them to dictate, they're for the players. Any halfway normal player knows what kind of character design is better." Take Tifa, for example. Why did people jokingly praise her so much in the 3D section? Simply because her appearance was Barato. If you swap her for Abby, do you think anyone would still stay in that section? They'd all have left long ago. On this point, Ichin would never compromise. If a character design needed to be done well, he would make sure it was the best it could be. As they were talking, someone knocked on the office door. "Come in." With Ichin's permission, the door opened, and Sakura Nene walked in. Seeing who it was, Ichin blinked in surprise, then pointed to the chair across his desk. Nene, what brings you here? After sitting down, Sakura Nene looked a little nervous. I have a request. It's a bit early to bring up now, but I wanted to say in advance. A request? Ichin raised an eyebrow, unsure of what she meant. Nene nodded. Yes. Actually, I've already applied for early graduation. I finished my thesis during the holidays. Early graduation? Ichin looked at her in surprise. You're planning to graduate already? But taking it early, wouldn't that be exhausting? Actually, it wasn't too bad. I've already finished all my coursework. It's just that the thesis took me a bit more time. Sakura Nene looked a little smug, then smiled and continued. Now that I'm on the Battle Block Theater project, and Hazuki-senpai has already picked her team, I want to devote myself fully to development. That's why I decided to graduate early. Once I graduate, I can officially join the company full-time. That was right since Nene was still a university student. She was technically only a part-timer at the company. Of course, Ichin hadn't been stingy with her pay. It was only slightly lower than that of a full employee. So, you're saying you want to start full-time right after you graduate? That's easy, we already agreed to that. No, not that. Nene shook her head quickly. I've never been worried about that. What I mean is, what happens after we finish developing Battle Block Theater? Her cheeks flushed even redder as she spoke, making Ichin and Yutaha even more curious. Under their gazes, Nene hunched her shoulders shyly and whispered, "I'll tell you, but you can't breathe a word to anyone. Promise me you can't tell anyone." Oh, she even wanted it kept a secret. Ichin chuckled and nodded. All right, Yutaha, and I won't tell a soul. Go on. Well, once Battle Block Theater is finished, can I apply to transfer to the Shanghai studio? Ichin and Yutaha froze for a second, then instantly understood what she meant. The two exchanged a glance. Ichin gave her a sly smile and asked, Does Yumiko know about this little decision of yours? Huh? What are you talking about? Nene pretended not to understand. I just want to be part of the Titanfall development team. That's all. What it got to do with anyone else? Just tell me if you'll approve it or not. Of course. Why wouldn't I approve? Ichin waved his hand generously. He'll give you the green light now. But if you change your mind later, you can always come talk to me again. Of course, first you'll need to actually get your diploma. Don't worry, they'll have it before the end of the month. With that, Nene jumped up and hurried out of the office. She felt that if she stayed any longer, her whole face would turn scarlet. Bang, the office door closed behind her. Ichin stood up and sat down next to Yutaha. Yutaha tilted her head curiously. Ichin, is Nene planning to drop the act? Not quite yet. Ichin stretched lazily. But once she really heads to Shanghai, that'll be when she stops pretending. I just wonder how Yumiko will react, then it should be pretty entertaining. Yutaha nodded in agreement. Exactly. Yumiko looks cold on the surface, but she's warm inside. And she gets along well with everyone. Especially with Nene, she practically raised her from the start. When Nene suddenly shows up in Shanghai, Yumiko's probably going to be stunned. Ichin, let's go together when that happens, okay? Ichin calculated the timeline in his head. It was May now, and Battle Block Theater was projected to take about 5 to 6 months. The minute would definitely be finished by November. All right, let's go together then. Chapter 369. Company expansion and the growing kittens in the remaining 10 or so days of May. The company was busy non-stop with interviews for various positions. Thanks to the popularity accumulated from their 3 games, once the job postings went out, many industry professionals and freshly graduated students sent in their resumes. After rounds of interviews, they indeed recruited quite a few capable or talented people. The company expanded further, and the newly prepared office space next door was now fully in use. The entire floor belonged to their company now. After hosting a welcome party for the new hires, the development of Dark Souls officially began. Since Yumiko would soon be leaving for Shanghai, Ichin not only acted as the producer for Dark Souls, but also personally handled programming duties. It was a lot of work, but not enough to trouble him. After the meeting, Ichin returned to his office and got started on programming tasks. 10 minutes later, Yumiko entered and sat down. The ticket's booked. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Ichin glanced at the calendar. Sunday, huh? Then we'll come with you to the airport. Oh, and your apartment's been arranged 2 bedrooms and a living room near a subway station. Only 3 stops from the studio. If you want, you could even buy a car once you're there and drive to work. You'll see when the time comes. At first, it'll probably just take the subway. It's convenient enough. Besides Yumiko, 2 other members of the art team would also be heading to the Shanghai studio. Ichin had already arranged their housing as well. Yumiko, Ichin added, let's hold a little get-together at the dorms on Saturday. Since you're heading off, we won't see each other often. Sure, she smiled, nodding. But let's skip the drinking. I don't want to oversleep and miss my flight. No problem. Just a small party to liven things up, no alcohol. And remember, if you run into any trouble in Shanghai, you can reach out to my parents. You've met them before. Hearing that, Yumiko relaxed completely. She'd been a little nervous about the business trip, but Ichin's parents were kind people, especially his mother, who had looked after them warmly when she visited. Yumiko enjoyed her company a lot. All right, if anything comes up, I'll consult Uncle and Auntie. She also thought to herself that once she was settled, she'd invite his parents out for a meal. There were many things she'd need advice on, especially since she was parachuting in as a leader. Even if both studios recognized her abilities, navigating workplace relationships properly was still important. After Yumiko left, Yudaha, who had been typing on her keyboard the whole time, looked up. Ichin, aren't you going to tell Yumiko that Nene's planning to move there too? What's the rush? It's still half a year away. Ichin waved his hand. Besides, Nene hasn't even been to the office lately. She's busy finishing up her graduation. Don't forget, we promised to keep it secret. If Yumiko finds out now, Nene will probably explode. I know, but I can hardly wait, Yudaha said, fidgeting with impatience. A secret that big, and they still had to wait 6 months. It was frustrating. Truthfully, Ichin felt the same. Kei and Rin had been keeping their relationship progress so low-key it was impossible to tell. Now, finally, there was something brewing between Yumiko and Nene, but they still had to wait. Shaking his head, he focused back on work. Forget it. 6 months will fly by. Let's just work for now. After work, he and Yudaha drove out to pick up snacks and cat food, then headed to Yukino's apartment. Ever since the kittens were born, Ichin and Yudaha had gone back to their own home, but they still visited every few days to check on the kitten's growth. After almost 2 weeks, the orange kitten was the first to open its eyes. True to the reputation of orange cats, it had a big appetite and grew the fastest. When they arrived at Yukino's place, Haruno was also there, cooking dinner with her sister. She was the one to open the door. Ichin-kun, Yudaha-chan, welcome. Welcome, she ushered them in cheerfully. Yukino made lots of delicious food today. Really? Then we'll be sure to eat plenty. Ichin laughed, changing into slippers and dropping their bags in the living room before heading to the cat's nest. The 4 little ones were lively, crawling around non-stop inside. Besides the orange one, the other 3 would probably open their eyes in the next couple of days. Even though they couldn't see yet, it didn't stop them from moving about. Sesame, now fully in her role as cat mom, was no longer weak like right after giving birth. She stayed in the nest, watching her kittens. Whenever one crawled too far, she would go over, pick it up, and place it back in the middle. Meanwhile, Peppa sat quietly at the edge, watching his 4 children. Occasionally, he would try to lean closer and sniff them, only to be swatted away by Sesame. He wasn't allowed inside. Still, Peppa had a good temper. He never got angry. He'd simply stay put, lying there obediently. Ichin laughed as he picked him up. You really are henpecked. Cinchureto, it's kind of sad. Yudaha rolled her eyes at him. Ichin, could you not laugh while saying that? You're showing your true thoughts. Was I laughing? Ichin looked surprised, then glanced at Haruno. When both nodded in unison, Ichin shrugged. All right, Fine. It is pretty funny, but this is for Peppa's own good. If he keeps acting restless, it'll be a real problem. As for Peppa himself, the center of the conversation, he simply lay calmly in Ichin's arms, watching his kittens from above. Chapter 370. Farewell Sunday time for Yumiko to depart for China. Everyone drove together to the airport. Walking beside Yumiko, Ichin explained the things waiting for her once she arrived. The studio has already arranged someone to pick you up. The person in charge will be waiting at the arrivals gate and will drive you straight to your apartment. You don't need to rush to the studio in the first couple of days, just get used to life over there first. Titan Falls development hasn't officially started yet. They're still recruiting. Once you've settled in, then go and blend in with the studio members. Yumiko nodded. I know. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it now in my new life in Shanghai. Good. You should look forward to it. ITLL definitely be interesting. Before moving into the dorms, Yumiko had always rented and lived alone, so living by herself was never a problem. Plus, she wasn't picky with food, whether cooking for herself or eating out. She would definitely live comfortably in Shanghai. That's right. Yudaha, standing beside Ichin, added, you don't need to worry about the modern conveniences there. In fact, there's one thing Japan just can't compare to: the food delivery industry is insanely advanced. In Tokyo, even though some places have started using apps, most of the time you still have to call. But in China, all you need is a phone. You can order food, buy snacks, even daily necessities, and you don't even need to bring your wallet when going out. Back when Yudaha had gone with Ichin to celebrate the New Year in China, she had experienced all of this firsthand. Especially shopping, no need for cash. Just pay directly with your phone. It was simply too convenient. Cinchureto, food, you name it. And there are some other countries too. Aoba chimed in excitedly. That's right. Food delivery there is amazing. When we traveled together before, I was shocked by how convenient it was. And not just meals, you can even order snacks or household goods. The way the conversation was going, it was starting to sound like a delivery service fan meeting. Yumiko checked the time for her flight and smiled. It's about time. I should head in. You don't need to send me further. As soon as she said that, everyone fell into silence. Seeing their reactions, Yumiko chuckled, patting Aoba on the head. Don't look so gloomy. It's not like I'm never coming back. If development progresses smoothly, they'll definitely return once every half month to a month. And during long holidays, you all can come over too. By now, I'm sure everyone has some savings after all. The company's benefits are pretty great. She was right. With the generous benefits, even someone like Shinoda, who usually spent money recklessly, had managed to save up a bit. Traveling together on holidays was entirely possible. Finally, Yumiko hugged each of them one by one. When she reached Sakura Nene, who already had tears welling in her eyes, Yumiko gently patted her head with a smile. From here on, you'll be in charge of programming for one of the development groups. Work hard. I'll check your progress whenever I have time. Nene nodded vigorously and hugged her tightly. After saying her goodbyes, Yumiko disappeared into the security gate. As her figure faded away, Ichin turned to everyone. All right, let's head back. Once Yumiko settles in tonight, we can still video call her. Yagami-ko sighed. What you said is true, but after working with Yumiko for so long, it's hard to get used to her suddenly leaving for a business trip. Even Hifumi, usually the quiet one, nodded softly. It feels like things will get a little dull. When Yumiko was around, something funny always happened, like Ko or Hazuki accidentally angering her, and Yumiko pulling out her model gun to fire a few rubber bullets at their foreheads. With her gone, such scenes would be rare for a while. Walking next to Hifumi, Aoba smiled. Sure, ITLL be a bit dull, but Yumiko's doing this so she can work on the game she loves, right? We're all working hard toward our own goals too. Hearing Aoba's words, Hifumi finally smiled faintly and nodded. We'll all work hard. Leaving the airport, everyone went their separate ways. It was Sunday, and they had come out specifically to see Yumiko off. In the parking lot, Ichin opened the car door and looked at Aoba, Nene, and Hifumi. So what's your plan for today? Should I drop each of you off at home, or? The three glanced at each other before Aoba answered. Ichin-kun, could you drop us off at my place? We'll take the day off and play some games together. Sure, hop in. Yudaha sat in the front passenger seat while the three girls sat in the back. Since all three were on the slimmer side, it wasn't cramped at all. After dropping them off, Ichin and Yudaha returned home. Peppa, who they had brought back on Friday, was now back in its old home. But being alone again The little cat seemed somewhat unsettled. Watching Peppa's reaction, Yutaha thought for a moment before saying, "Ichin, what do you think, should we adopt another cat?" Yukinos, keeping the other two kittens herself, so it wouldn't be right to ask her again. But maybe we could adopt another one about the same age as Peppa, so it has a companion. Another one, huh? Ichin glanced at the lazy Peppa sprawled on the cat tree and nodded. Sure, why not? How about this afternoon? Deal. They had barely returned home, and already an afternoon plan was set. After lunch, they brought Peppa downstairs and headed toward the dorms. Even though Yumiko was on a business trip, her room remained. And the last vacant room had already been reserved by Momiji and Tsubaime, both planning to graduate early, just like Nene. Yutaha and I are heading to the stray animal shelter. We're thinking of adopting another cat. Wanakome. Huh, another one? Ko looked at them with surprise. And Yukinos, keeping the other two herself? She already decided. So Yutaha and I figured we'd adopt one around Peppa's age to keep it company. This time, we'll get a male so we can neuter them both together. TSK, TSK, TSK. A playmate for Peppa, huh? Ko chuckled. Well, Pass, we're planning to visit Yukino later to see her kittens. All right then, we'll be off. Chapter 371. The second cat at home, adopting their second cat, went smoothly. After looking around for a while and with Peppa helping test the compatibility between cats, they quickly found a suitable British Shorthair, gray and white in color, less than a year old. This little one wasn't afraid of Peppa at all, nor did it hiss or fight. It also showed no fear toward Ichin and Yutaha. After learning more about it, the two decided on the spot and completed the adoption procedures. Since the shelter staff already knew Ichin and Yutaha, the paperwork was quick. In less than an hour, they had a new family member. Placing the carrier with the little British Shorthair beside Peppa's carrier in the back seat, the two prepared to head home. Ichin, Yutaha said as she buckled her seatbelt and looked at him, "What should we name this new family member?" "A name, huh?" Ichin started the car and thought for a moment. "The first one is called Peppa. So why don't we name this one George? You really are going all in with Peppa Pig, aren't you?" Ichin laughed. "Ha ha, isn't it kind of fun? Or do you want to come up with a name?" Yutaha? Yutaha stopped talking, leaning back in the passenger seat and thinking. The car moved forward, turned twice, and stopped at a red light. She finally frowned and said, "I can't come up with anything suitable on short notice." Naming was always the hardest part for her when writing novels. Whether it was the protagonists of Love Metronome or the new books cast, even the side characters' names took her forever to settle on. With just a short drive home, it was impossible for her to think of a good one. In the end, she agreed with Ichin. Their second cat will be called George. Sigh. Hopefully that name wouldn't doom this little guy to grow as chubby as Peppa. At home, the newcomer George curiously stepped out of the carrier to inspect his new environment. Compared to the cages at the shelter, this place was infinitely more comfortable. Within minutes, George had adapted and promptly left a big pile in the litter box. Not bad, very clever. He already knew where to go. No need to be taught. After feeding each of them half a can of cat food as an afternoon snack, Ichin let the cats play on their own, brewed some coffee, and he and Yutaha went back to their work. Yutaha was busy writing volume 4 of her novel. As the story developed, sales were climbing, and her popularity in the light novel scene continued to rise. The only difference from veteran authors was that Yutaha had never once held a signing event. Her pen name, Kasumi Yutako, obviously sounded female, and with the publisher's explanation, readers could understand why she avoided public appearances. Still, the mystery only made people more curious about what she really looked like. Human curiosity toward the unknown was impossible to stop. Fortunately, both Yutaha and the publisher had done a good job protecting her identity. She didn't visit the publisher often either, so the media lurking there had never caught on. Ichin, on the other hand, was in the bedroom hammering away at code. Battleblock Theater and Titanfall didn't require his oversight, but for Dark Souls, he was acting as the lead programmer. The art style of Dark Souls was a massive shift from their previous 3 games: dark, oppressive, filled with bizarre monsters. Ichin doubted Ko, Aoba, or Hifumi could adapt quickly. But Ijima Yin? Shed excel. Her past monster designs were always grotesque yet cool, repulsive yet stylish, giving players a strong sense of presence. When combined with Shinoda's elaborate combat animations, the battles felt amazing. So for Dark Souls, Itchin appointed Yun as the lead for monster design. As for humanoid enemies like the Lothric Knights or Black Knights, Ko and the others could handle those just fine. On Monday, after class, Itchin and Yutaha headed to the company. The Battle Block Theater team had moved entirely into the new office space for focused development. Since the art requirements weren't too demanding, Hazuki hadn't brought heavy hitters like Ko along. Instead, she used a few second-string artists, which was enough. Walking over, Itchin lowered his voice. "How's progress?" "Really good," Hazuki replied with a smile. Nene's officially joined full-time. She's doing great currently tuning the engine to match the game style. The artists are designing maps according to my direction, moving along steadily. At this pace, we should have a demo build ready by the end of June. Oh, by the way, Itchin-kun, are we sticking with the same platforms as before? More or less, Itchin nodded. Though this time got it. No ruse. We'll prioritize PC and Switch first. Especially the Switch. This game's scope and gameplay fit it perfectly. We need to make sure that version is polished. Saying that, Itchin glanced at Nene. She really is a genius, huh? Hazuki, do you think we should give her a raise? A raise? That's certainly possible. Hazuki squinted happily. Nene's salary isn't low now, but the engine she developed has huge value. With it, we could build plenty of small-scale single or multiplayer games with little difficulty. Should we propose it now? Itchin thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's wait. Once the demo is ready and Nene has shown off more of her ability, then we'll bring it up. That's better. So, Hazuki, take care of Nene for now. With Yumiko in Shanghai, we can't let her feel wronged. Don't worry. I won't. Hazuki promised with a grin full of gossip, clearly in high spirits. Just then, a shiver ran down Nene's back. She looked up and glanced around only to find Hazuki smiling brightly at her. Why do I feel like Hazuki's plotting something against me? Chapter 372. Always feels like I forgot something. Back in his office, Itchin began reviewing everyone's work for the day. After finishing the checks, and just about to start on his own tasks, he suddenly froze. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Hearing this, Yutaha glanced over curiously. Itchin, you usually have a good memory. Did you really forget something? Arms folded, Itchin nodded. I can't recall what it is, but I have this nagging feeling I really did forget something important. Ugh, what is it? I just can't remember. The barato he tried and failed to remember. The barato irritated he became. The feeling was truly unpleasant. So, he began mentally ticking things off one by one. Studies? All coursework is done, and I've been reading the assigned textbooks, no problem there. Work? Tokyo's recruitment is finished. Both projects have started. The plans are set. Over in Shanghai, recruitment is nearly wrapped up. The new members are skilled, and development will soon begin. At home, the cats are fine. Food's being dispensed by the time feeder. Nothing to worry about. So what on earth am I forgetting? Even Yutaha found this odd. Itchin rarely misjudged things, so if he felt he forgot something, then surely he had. She joined him in thinking. Just then, Itchin's phone buzzed. He picked it up. It was an email from Steam. HM? The game Phantom Epic from my wish list? Ah, right, Akane Kosaka. That's it. Yutaha finally remembered too. Of course, Akane Kosaka, the one who had seen them as rivals and was also developing a game. Moving to Itchin's side, she looked at the email on his screen and chuckled. So her game got delayed. Only releasing today? Looks like the hype from Persona's launch spooked her. Huh? So she rushed to delay it? Itchin nodded, opened Steam, and clicked on the game from his wish list. Sure enough, in the news section, he found a post about the delayed launch. Although the announcement claimed the 1-month delay was to polish the game's quality, to Itchin it was obvious Kosaka deliberately avoided clashing with Persona's release. As he thought this, he added Phantom Epic to his cart, purchased it, and began the download. The game did look somewhat interesting, and although Kosaka treated him as a rival, he would still buy and try it. Compared to Persona, Today's launch had far fewer Steam reviews, but the rating was solid, 85 positive. The real question was whether that score could hold once more players joined in. While waiting for the download, Ichin snapped a photo of the progress bar and sent it to Kosaka. Ichin, Miss Kosaka, congratulations on your game's release. We'll be playing it shortly. A few minutes later, a reply came. Kosaka Akane. Thank you, Ichin-kun. The game still has many flaws. I hope after playing, you can share suggestions so I can improve it. Her tone was unexpectedly humble. So, she must have felt the gap after playing Persona? Her old indie circle might have been a professional business group, but their development skill still lacked polish. It seemed that after this experience, she had recognized her shortcomings and wanted to improve. Ichin didn't mind at all. The more good games in the world, the happier he'd be. He wasn't about to sabotage anyone. Ichin, no problem. They'll write up a full review for you. Putting down his phone, he saw the download was nearly done. He grabbed his controller and plugged it in. Guess he'll skip work for the rest of today and play instead. Once the game installed, he launched it. Yutaha, also curious about Kosaka's work, pulled up a chair and sat beside him to watch. In terms of comprehensive development skill, Kosaka's team couldn't compare to Ichin's. But she clearly understood the principle of playing to strengths, avoiding weaknesses. As a hybrid of a former Dojin group and a copyright company, she had advantages, a stable of excellent illustrators and fairly strong writers. The moment the game started, Ichin noticed the graphics had improved noticeably compared to the PV. The 3D visuals, with anime-style characters, gave it a clear audience it wasn't aiming to appeal to everyone. After playing through the prologue, Ichin quickly understood the story. A classic, straightforward adventure. The protagonist takes on a main quest, levels up while fighting monsters, gathers companions, and eventually saves the world. Nothing groundbreaking yet, but stable and free of glaring problems. As long as it didn't suddenly throw in bizarre values or pull a Golf Club 2 situation, no one would have reason to complain. The visuals are fine, I actually like them. But the open-world design feels lacking, Ichin said. Once out of the starter zone, he saw the issue. The world was vast, but empty. He picked up 2 side quests along the way, both generic monster hunting missions, with no engaging dialogue. When it came to side quests, Ichin still admired CD Projekt Red. Sure, Cyberpunk 2077 had been a mess, but The Witcher 3 side quests were gold standard to him, well-written, immersive, and with memorable characters. By contrast, after over an hour of Phantom Epic, he still hadn't found any noteworthy side quests. After Ichin defeated an elite boss, Yutaha commented, "The combat feels floaty." Yeah, the feedback is weak, the impact just isn't there. But it's tolerable. Combat systems, especially action combat, were never easy for a new studio. Even Ichin's own Dark Souls was still in the process of refining its battle system, far from perfect. Chapter 373. Team size and meetings. As the workday was ending, Ichin saved and closed the game, putting down his controller. Stretching his neck, he commented, "So far it's not bad. ID, give it a 75 out of 100. Only 75? Yutaha tilted her head. You look so focused while playing, I thought you'd rate it higher. Well, the pros and cons are both obvious. The open-world flaws weren't well covered up, so 75 is already a fair score. Come on, time to go home." He shut down the computer, and together with Yutaha, left the office, reminding others that they could wrap up too. At their company, overtime was never forced. As long as employees finished their tasks, they could leave. Over time, everyone naturally grew used to leaving on time, unless they had a bit of unfinished work they wanted to clear up. After driving home, they had dinner at Yutaha's parents' place, then returned to their own apartment and got to their university homework. Although university was more relaxed in schedule compared to high school, the coursework was undeniably more difficult. Even for Ichin and Yutaha, it required focused effort. Homework done, a shower taken, it was already close to 11. Heating up 2 cups of milk, Ichin handed one to Yutaha, then sat on the couch. "Tired? How about an early night today?" Yutaha nodded. That sounds good. Though, Ichin, aren't you going to play more games?" "The game isn't going anywhere." Norus. After a sip of milk, Itchin opened Bilibili on his phone and browsed the single-player streaming section. Quite a few were still streaming Persona. Even after a month since release, the hype hadn't faded. As a massive RPG that took dozens of hours to clear just once, its main story was perfect for streamers. The only downside: streams might cut into sales. But Itchin wasn't worried. Sales were already excellent, and compared to the game's viral reach among players, that little bit of lost revenue hardly mattered. Fast streamers had already finished it within a week or so, while others were digging deep doing multiple playthroughs, aiming for perfect clears. Itchin watched a while, sipping his milk, then went to bed with Yutaha. Lights off, lying under the blankets, Yutaha yawned softly and leaned against him. Itchin, do you think Dark Souls can be finished within a year and a half? It should be. Itchin nodded. The Battle Block Theater team will finish in 6 months, then merge into Persona's team. I don't plan to expand headcount too much. With too many people, management gets messy. The current size is about right. 4 large projects, Itchin aimed to keep team size under 200. That was already massive compared to when they developed Hollow Knight with just 10 people. Even now, Battle Block Theater's team had only 35. That was more than enough. Its art style was consistent and easy once mastered, with level design being the main challenge. Dark Souls, though, had far tougher demands. World design, combat system, and massive boss battles. Having more people doesn't always mean better, Itchin explained. Take Ubisoft. Thousands of staff spread across global studios. Without tight coordination, development rhythm falls apart. The result? Their games are usually passable, but quality varies wildly between different parts of the same game. That's the cost of bloated, scattered teams. That's why for Titanfall, Itchin didn't repeat what had done with Persona, where multiple studios collaborated. Even if coordination was nearly flawless, he now kept each studio responsible for its own game. Yumiko had even been sent to Shanghai as lead programmer. Yutaha shook her head. Sounds way too complicated. I don't think I'm cut out for management. Itchin laughed, pulling her into his arms. You don't need to be. Just keep doing what you love. All right, time to sleep. Good night, Itchin. Good night, Yutaha. After Yumiko settled in Shanghai, she rested for 2 days before heading to the studio to begin development. For the first few planning meetings, Itchin attended remotely. Though present, he mostly listened, watching how the new team gelled in early planning. After several sessions, he felt reassured. The local lead had experience at major overseas companies as well as domestic studios. Things looked promising, and Yumiko herself was blending in fine. Though cool in personality, her professionalism spoke for itself. That afternoon, for PM meeting room, Itchin gathered the art team to review recent character and monster designs. Lesser enemies, gravediggers, peasants, dogs needed no discussion. The focus was knights and large-scale monsters. Connecting his laptop to the projector, Itchin brought up a newly revised 3D model of the Lothric Knight. This one I roughly drafted during testing, he explained, but Aoba reworked it from scratch. Looks good. Remember, the world I designed isn't shiny and new. Knight armor shouldn't gleam. It should look worn, rusted, scarred. Same goes for other enemies. Keep designs true to the world's tone. Of course, for specific female characters I've requested, don't make them too grotesque. With that, he clicked to Momiji's design, sketched the Firekeeper. Chapter 374. Being spied on, game and merchandise sales. The moment the Firekeeper's concept art appeared on the big screen, the room erupted in gasps. So pretty. She has such presence. Even with her eyes covered, you instantly remember her. A tall, slender figure with a frail aura, long gray-white hair, a white crown covering her eyes, a black robe, and a half-hidden but exquisite features beneath her mask. Even though she was designed as a blind maiden who had lost her sight, nothing stopped everyone from recognizing that this Firekeeper was an undeniable beauty. Hearing the praise, Momiji inevitably blushed. She whispered, "It's thanks to Itchin-kun's setting. I only drew according to the notes he gave me. This is just a character illustration. When it comes to making a 3D model, I'm still not so confident." Yagami chuckled. Relax. Momo, We all know your skill. You've grown tremendously these past 2 years. Dark Souls may be very different from Persona, but this task is nothing you can't handle. Toyama Rin nodded as well. That's right, Momo. You need more confidence. You'll definitely pull it off. Ichin looked at Momiji and smiled. They're right. This concept art is excellent. Back when we developed Persona, the models you worked on were already solid and showed huge progress. Keep improving at this pace, and there will be no problem. All right, let's move on. This next one needs revisions. This is Yun's design for the prisoner's cage. The limbs are too thick, make them thinner, emaciated, skeletal. Suddenly called out, Ijima Yun scratched her head in embarrassment. Yeah, now that you say it, it does look off. They'll fix it. The meeting stretched until nearly 6. After going through all the designs and models, Ichin had given the art team a clear direction. When he returned to his office, Yutaha was fully immersed in writing, her fingers flying across the keyboard, clearly in the middle of an inspiration burst. Ichin didn't disturb her. He quietly slipped out, closed the door softly, and headed to Hazuki's office. She looked up from sorting papers. Ichin-kun, what brings you here? Yutaha's in the zone writing. Didn't want to interrupt her. I see. Hazuki smiled, stood, and poured him tea from the office pot. Perfect timing. Tell me how Yumiko's been in Shanghai these days. Ichin blinked. You haven't asked her yourself? Nope. I've been swamped starting this new project. I figured since you've been keeping tabs, I'd ask you first. They'll contact her on the weekend. Got it. Well, she's doing really well. They chatted for about 10 minutes before Ichin returned to his office. By then, Yutaha had stopped typing. Ichin, you came in earlier, didn't you? Yeah, but I saw you were focused, so I didn't disturb you. Closing the door, Ichin walked over, brushed her bangs aside, and smiled. How's the writing? Yutaha smiled warmly, then gave him a quick hug. Not bad. At this pace, I can finish Volume 4 within half a month. That's fast. Ichin sighed. Don't overwork yourself. Besides writing, you've been reading those reference books from class too. If you wear yourself out, you'll feel bad. Follow Current S on novel, barato.et, don't worry. Reading isn't draining for me. Then she hugged him closely. As long as I can hug Ichin like this and recharge with some warm energy from him, they'll be fine. Ichin stroked her hair with a smile. I don't mind letting you hug me here, but maybe we should save this for home. Everyone's been watching for a while. Huh? Yutaha froze, then glanced at the door. Sure enough, the once closed door was now cracked open and Rin, Aoba, even Ifumi were all squished together, spying with gossip-hungry grins. Even Yutaha, usually calm and composed, flushed crimson. How long have you been standing there? Ko smirked. About when you hugged him. Not long. So, they saw everything. As Yutaha's blush deepened until she looked like a steaming kettle, Ichin waved at the crowd helplessly. All right, enough. Shoo. Unless you want the boss lady to dock your pay. At grumbling, they finally dispersed. Ichin glanced at Yutaha, still burying her face against his chest, and chuckled. What's this? Suddenly shy? You weren't like this before. I've always been shy, she muttered, glaring up at him. It just doesn't usually show. Cinchuredo then helped him tidy up as they prepared to leave work. May passed, June came, and soon it was the end of the month. For Ichin and Yutaha, collage was smooth sailing, no struggles at all. As for sales, Persona's momentum had slowed a little, but in June alone, across all platforms, it still sold 650,000 copies. An astounding number, especially with its price point. And not just the game, the merchandise released alongside it, like figures and mousepads, were selling like wildfire. So far, only 3 figures have been made. The protagonist, his persona Arsene, and Takamaki. Yet all 3 had already sold out, with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th production runs snatched up the moment pre-orders opened. The sales of the merchandise proved that this IP's launch was a complete success. Chapter 375, the test demo of Battle Block Theater arriving at the company and setting his things down, Ichin headed straight to the Battle Block Theater dev team. Hazuki, let me see how the demo turned out. Hazuki smiled and handed him a controller. Try it out. We've finished 5 levels so far, and testing has gone well. Nene, you'll be Ichin's partner. Go clear some stages together. No problem. Sakura and Nene happily stood up, grabbed the other controller, and sat beside Ichin. Booting up the demo, Nene said excitedly, with this kind of co-op game, not only can you clear levels together, you can also troll your teammate while doing it. That's super fun. And Ichin, the traps you designed are really creative. Even though the characters look simple, the presentation is excellent. Ichin chuckled. Well, this game was always meant to be small, but refined, so the visual flair can't be lacking. So, Nene, which one do you want? Since it was just a demo, only 2 characters were available, a round-headed little guy and a square-headed little guy. They'll take the square one, then they'll pick the round one. Once they selected, the 2 entered the simple prototype theater stage. 5 large doors stood there, each leading to one of the 5 demo levels. Nene eagerly moved her square-headed avatar ahead. Go, go, go. First stage. We tried earlier, but didn't get a perfect clear. To clear perfectly, players had to collect everything and finish within the time limit. These 5 demo levels weren't the easiest opening ones, so not perfect clearing them right away was normal. Even developers couldn't just breeze through their own game flawlessly. As they entered stage 1, Ichin said, "We're supposed to test gameplay here, so don't mess around, all right?" Don't worry. I want. Ichin quickly figured out the route-jumping steps, clearing spike traps and grabbing the first collectible gem. With his guidance, Nene kept pace, and together they collected everything and reached the exit. Seeing the results screen, Hazuki smiled. Perfect clear. As expected, having you test makes all the difference. I've just played a lot of platformers, that's all. Ichin shrugged with a laugh, and the 2 moved on to the later levels. The difficulty ramped up, but after a few retries, they managed perfect clears on all 5. Setting the controller down, Ichin stroked his chin in thought while the whole dev team quietly waited for his verdict. 2 minutes later, he looked up with a smile. Very good. The jump feel is flawless, no issues there. These 5 levels are well designed. The character and environment feedback all works. Keep progressing at this pace, and ITLL be fine. But don't forget what I said from the start. Level design is the most important thing. Don't let gameplay feel repetitive. Understood. With the demo test done, Ichin returned to his side of things, leaving coordination with Nintendo to Hazuki, the producer. Although he and Hazuki had co-written the project plan, since she was leading this team, he no longer needed to handle those details. Back at his side, Ichin tidied up his own tasks before heading to the programming group. Compared to Battle Block Theater, Dark Souls' programming workload was massive. The programmers were hard at work. Even though Yumiko, their original lead, had gone to Shanghai, everyone still worked seriously without slacking. Narumi and Ruri were huddled over a data issue. I think this part needs adjusting, otherwise it might cause problems, Narumi said. Really? Ruri tilted her head uncertainly. Maybe we should test it? Just then, Ichin stepped over. Let me see. Seeing him, Ruri immediately scooted aside to give him room. Ichin scanned the code quickly, then said, "Here, adjust this part, it can be simplified. And this section uses the wrong function. ITLL cause a runtime error." Narumi and Ruri stared wide-eyed head, instantly spotted issues they hadn't even noticed. Wow, Ichin-kun, you're amazing, Narumi said. I still feel like I haven't caught up to you at all. The gap's too big. Ruri nodded in agreement. She had known many talented peers in school, but none as terrifyingly skilled as Ichin, their boss, and a true all-rounder. Ichin smiled. You're both strong already. Narumi, you've got a solid foundation, you just need more practice. Same for you, Ruri. I'm looking forward to you two becoming the company's programming pillars one day. Anyway, I won't disturb you further. Keep at it. They'll check on the others. As he walked off, Narumi and Ruri leaned together, whispering. Narumi sneaked a glance at him. He's younger than us, but so incredible. This must be the true genius Yumiko mentioned. Ruri nodded. Yeah, even the so-called computer prodigies I met in school weren't on his level. And what's scarier is that he understands everything. Every project, so far he's been the one leading the planning. And also, he's handsome, right? He is Hanwha. Ruri caught herself mid-sentence. blushing furiously as she glared at Narumi. You did that on purpose. Narumi gave a mock-regretful sigh. Doesn't matter. Everyone in the company agrees he's handsome. Too bad Yutaha claimed him so early, otherwise plenty of girls would have made a move. Remembering the jealous faces of the other girls at company dinners, Narumi's smile only grew brighter. Chapter 376. The possibility of Dark Souls on the Switch BattleBlock Theater was already confirmed for a full multi-platform release. Even Sony's platform had been settled. Hazuki had handled all the negotiations. The game's scale and hardware requirements weren't demanding. On every current-gen console, running it smoothly at 60 FPS was practically guaranteed. As for Dark Souls, Itchin was also considering bringing it to consoles. But porting Dark Souls to the Nintendo Switch, that was a much bigger challenge. After all, the Switch's hardware really wasn't that strong, and the version of Dark Souls he was currently developing had graphics far superior to what he remembered. Even if it could be ported over, the in-game visuals and special effects would have to be heavily cut, especially the particle effect for large bosses attacks like the Abyss Watchers, the Twin Princes, the Vor of the Boreal Valley, the Dancer. Any one of them, if not removed of most of their battle effects, would tank the frame rate until it was unplayable. In Itchin's eyes, even stabilizing it at 30 FPS would be extremely difficult, and he really didn't want the end result to look like the Switch port of The Witcher 3, where everything was downgraded so much it barely resembled the original. If it came to that, he'd rather not put Dark Souls on the Switch at all. Sigh, what a headache. Sitting in a library chair, arms folded, Itchin let out a quiet sigh. Beside him, Yutaha, who was reading, heard and bumped his shoulder lightly. Hey, what's wrong, Itchin? Nothing much. Just thinking about how tough it'd be to bring Dark Souls to the Switch and whether it's worth it at all. That. Hearing his troubles, Yutaha couldn't think of a good solution either. After all, the Switch's hardware limitations were obvious. Breath of the Wild might look great at a glance, but even that had gone through tons of trade-offs and still only ran at 30 FPS. If it were on another platform, its graphics and frame rate would have leapt to another level entirely. But there was no changing that. So, should they release on Switch or not? Ikin genuinely couldn't decide. In his memories, Dark Souls Remastered did make it onto the Switch, but that was thanks to its age and the fact it only needed to target 30 FPS. That was doable with enough optimization. But for the Dark Souls he was making now, even the best optimization studio would likely struggle. Shaking his head, Itchin muttered, for now, let's just keep developing his planned focus on PC and Xbox. Seeing his conflicted expression, Yutaha gently took his hand and smiled. All right, don't dwell on it. When the boat reaches the bridge, it'll straighten itself out. With your brains, Itchin, you'll figure something out in the end. Her words made him laugh. He pinched her cheek softly. You really know how to flatter me. I'm not omnipotent. I can't do everything. But you're right, worrying about it here won't change anything. No more brooding. Their playful exchange caught the eyes of nearby students studying in the library. 3 months into their time at Todai, Itchin and Yutaha had gradually become well known. Yutaha's secret as author hadn't been exposed yet, but her talent in the literature department had already earned her plenty of recognition. And Itchin? No need to mention that hardly any young people didn't play games, and it didn't take long for most students to discover who he was. Their relationship was even labeled by classmates as the most enviable couple on campus. By 4 p.m., with plenty of eyes on them, Itchin and Yutaha walked hand in hand to the parking lot, got in the car, and drove off toward the company. Crazy, isn't it? He's not even 20 yet, and already runs such a massive game company. Do you know how much his assets are worth now? If you go by media estimates of game sales and company valuation, easily 3 to 400 billion yen. That much. I'm studying economics. I even asked my professor. We calculated it together, and honestly, that's a conservative number. Just Persona alone has already sold around 8 million copies. These discussions among students never reached Itchin's ears. He never bothered with valuation reports. He had no plans to sell his company, nor was he looking for extra investors. The company was running smoothly. Revenue from Persona S launch was more than enough to support operations and the development of future projects. Driving into the company lot, Ichin spotted not only Eruri, who came over after class to help with development, but also someone he hadn't seen in days, Haruno. "Hello, Ichin, Yudaha. Big sis is here to hang out." Dressed in stylish fashion, Haruno leaned casually against Yagami Ko's desk, looking dazzling as ever. Even after being surrounded by Yudaha and the many beautiful women in the company, Ichin still found himself struck by Haruno's radiance every time. As the Yukinoshita family's eldest daughter, Haruno carried an aura honed since childhood. With her natural beauty and excellent sense of style, she was a woman who simply couldn't be outshined. Her sister Yukino might edge her out in pure looks, but Yukino didn't care for makeup or fashion. Without Haruno's ever-present smile, she gave off a less striking impression. Still, the two sisters looked quite different from each other. Haruno carried herself with confidence, while Yukino had her own quiet, reserved charm. "Haruno, what brings you here today?" "Not busy." Haruno grinned. "The family company's projects don't need me right now, and I've stepped down from student council this semester, so I've got way more free time. After class, I thought I'd drop by, and later he'll grab dinner with little Yukino." Following Ichin into his office, Haruno settled comfortably onto the sofa. "So, how's development going lately? You've got 2 teams here, plus one in Shanghai, right?" "Don't worry, everything's on track." After asking Yudaha to fetch some coffee, Ichin smiled. "Battle Block Theater's demo is done, and the results are very promising. We've already finalized its full multi-platform release. As for the company's future direction, ITLL stays similar to now. Small but polished titles, large-scale single-player games, and online multiplayer projects as the 3 main pillars." Chapter 377. Summer vacation plans. When it came to game development, Ichin had never thought about sticking to just one genre. Focusing only on a single type of game was the easiest way to limit not just himself, but also the entire development team. Ichin and his company members had the ability to create all sorts of different games, and he intended to make the most of that. Right now, they were working on well-known, popular, and best-selling titles from his memories. But one day, those reserves would inevitably run out. That was why he made sure to involve everyone in developing different kinds of projects so that in the future, they could create brand new games themselves. And through this process, Ichin could constantly polish his own skills and grow stronger. Just then, the office door opened. Yudaha walked in with coffee, handed a cup each to Ichin and Haruno, and also brought along a freshly printed report. "This is from Hazuki. She asked me to give it to you. It's the latest work report from the Shanghai studio." "All right, let me take a look." Ichin picked it up and saw that there were 2 versions, one in Chinese and another in Japanese. "Perfect. Haruno, you should take a look too. You probably don't know much about what's happening over there." He passed her the Japanese version. "The Shanghai studio, huh?" Haruno nodded and took the report. "Come to think of it, the last time I went to Shanghai was back in my first year of college during a holiday trip. I wouldn't mind going again sometime." "You could," Ichin said with a smile. "Summer vacation's coming up. Yudaha and I were already planning to go back, partly to visit our parents and partly to check on the studio's progress. If you've got free time, you could come with us." Looking over the report, Haruno nodded. "Sure. He'll also ask Yukino if she wants to go. If she comes along, that would be even better." "That might be a little difficult," Yudaha analyzed. "Right now, Yukino's house is full of cats. Even if 2 of the kittens are already reserved for Ko and Eruri, there are still 2 adult cats and 2 kittens left to take care of. She might not agree to leave them behind." "That's easy." Haruno waved her hand. "Ko's already planning on raising cats. Just leave them with her. And you and Ichin won't be taking your own cats with you, right? You need to board them somewhere too. He'll just ask Yukino tonight." The idea of traveling with her little sister, again something they hadn't done since childhood, actually made Haruno look forward to it. Before long, the 2 of them finished reading the Shanghai studio's report. "Not bad," Haruno said with a bright smile. "The person you put in charge there is really capable. Everything's so well organized. Even I can't find a single flaw." "Exactly." Ichin nodded. "I was lucky to recruit him. He's worked on big projects at major Western studios, with plenty of management experience perfect for running the Shanghai team. He also put in a lot of work during the initial setup. If nothing goes wrong, I plan to give him some shares. He's basically a founding member. Harino had no objections. If it were her own company, she would also reward founding members who made big contributions with a bit of equity, nothing unusual, and a great way to strengthen their sense of belonging. In Tokyo, Hazuki, Ko, and Yumiko already held small shares. It wasn't much, but with the company's growth, even a tiny percentage would guarantee them comfortable lives. After chatting a while longer about company matters, Harino left Ichin's office to play with the 3 cats there. Aside from Hazuki's Mizu, Ichin and Yutaha had also brought their own cats George and Peppa into the office, once they were familiar enough with the environment. They were even planning to take the 2 for neutering in the next few days. Once the cats recovered, Ichin and Yutaha could head back home during the summer. Alone in the office, Ichin opened his computer and searched for the games scheduled for release in July and August. So, Breath of the Wild 2 is finally releasing. It got delayed once last year. Rubbing his chin, Ichin checked the release calendar. July 20th. Snapping his fingers, he picked up his phone and called his contacts at Nintendo. Besides wanting to discuss the possibility of porting Dark Souls to the Switch, he also hoped to use his connections to snag an early copy of Breath of the Wild 2. The call went smoothly. A date was set, and by the time Ichin visited, they'd have a cartridge and a few digital codes prepared for him. Hanging up, he turned to Yutaha, who was reading nearby. Once finals are over, want to go to Kyoto with me? She looked up. To Nintendo? You mean we can get Breath of the Wild too? Yep. Already confirmed. Yutaha smiled happily. Sound great. Just the 2 of us? Ichin thought for a moment. You could ask Eri. If she's interested, then while I'm talking business, she can keep you company around Kyoto. Once I'm done, they'll take you both on a tour of Nintendo headquarters. Who knows, you might even meet some big names. All right, I'll go ask her. Closing her book, Yutaha left the office and went to find Eri, who was busy working. She walked up behind her and tapped her on the head. Startled, Eri pulled off her headphones and glared. What is it? Can't you see him working? Just a question. Yutaha smiled despite Eriri's annoyance. Once exams are over, want to come with Ichin and me to Kyoto? Kyoto? What for? Eri frowned. Ichin's going to meet with Nintendo about Dark Souls. He's taking me along. After he's done, he said he could take us to tour Nintendo HQ. Interested? The moment she heard that, Eriri's eyes lit up. She shot her hand into the air. Of course I'm going. Count me in. Wait, Nintendo. I want to go too. From the side, Yagami Ko, who had overheard, looked just as excited and quickly rushed over. Chapter 378. Summer vacation. As both a gamer and a developer, Yagami Ko was, of course, just like Erishi, loved Nintendo's games. The moment she heard they could visit Nintendo, she lit up with excitement. When are you leaving? I'm coming too. As soon as Ko declared she was in, Rin, Aoba, and Hifumi all crowded around as well, staring at Yutaha with hopeful eyes. This is getting a little crowded. Yutaha quickly pulled out her phone and messaged Ichin. This was something he had to decide. Before long, Ichin stepped out of his office. Seeing the group surrounding Yutaha, he chuckled. What's this? You all want to tag along to Nintendo? Of course we do. Ko crossed her arms, full of anticipation. We grew up on Nintendo games, getting the chance to see it in person. No way we're missing that. Her words made Aoba, Rin, and even the usually shy Hifumi nod in agreement. Ichin hadn't expected even Hifumi to be so eager. Clearly, Nintendo's pull was stronger than he thought. After rubbing his chin in thought, Ichin said, I suppose I can take you guys. But not too many. I'll have to check with them first. Hold on while I make a call. With that, he returned to his office and dialed. Watching the door close, Aoba nervously whispered to Hifumi, Do you think we'll be allowed? I'm not sure, Hifumi murmured, shaking her head. But considering how well Ichin-kun's been working with them, I doubt it'll be a problem. Ko, on the other hand, was certain. No way it's a problem. Persona on Switch has already sold close to 3 million copies. It's made Nintendo a ton of money. Something like this will be easy. Among Nintendo's third-party collaborations, Ubisoft had Mario Rabbids, Capcom had Monster Hunter, Bethesda had Skyrim, and then there was Minecraft. All million sellers. A few other third-party games had gotten close to that mark too. But overall, the Switch sales charts were dominated by Nintendo's own first-party titles or long-running exclusives like Pokemon. Even so, Itchin's past two titles, Hollow Knight and Slay the Spire, had both passed 1 million on Switch this year. And Persona? Its sales were even crazier, topping the weekly charts for the entire first month after release. Even now, sales of Persona on Switch were steadily climbing. With the console already past 100 million units sold, its long-term numbers would only go higher. 5 minutes later, Itchin came out of his office. Before he could even speak, Ko rushed up eagerly. "It's fine, right? Definitely fine." He pushed her head back lightly and looked at everyone. "It's fine. When they heard you were my dev team, they immediately agreed to let me bring a few extras. But listen, no huge groups. Besides Yutaha and Eriri, I can only take 3 or 4 more at most. And we're going on a weekday, so you'll need to finish all your work in advance. If you don't, you're not going. Understood?" The group exchanged glances before Ko declared decisively, "All right, then it's settled. Me, Rin, Aoba, and Hifumi. Just the 4 of us. Wadash, I want to go too." Nene, who had just come out to grab coffee, looked frustrated. "I wanted to meet the Mario dev team and learn from them." "Don't worry," Itchin reassured her. "It's not like I won't be going again. There'll be plenty of chances. Next time, I want to bring Ko, and the others will bring you instead. Deal?" That instantly cheered Nene up. She nodded happily. "Okay, it's a promise." With her spirits lifted, she carried the coffee back to work. Glancing at the calendar, Itchin told the group, "Next week I've got finals. After that, vacation starts, and then we'll head to Kyoto. So push a little harder these days and get extra work done, otherwise you'll just have a pile waiting when we get back." With that, Itchin left for the programming department to hold a short meeting. The first university finals arrived on schedule. Itchin and Yutaha had both prepared thoroughly, and a few days of exams passed without a hitch. Since it was his first finals, Itchin didn't hand in early. He finished his papers and patiently waited for time to end before submitting with the rest. After the last test, he stretched and exhaled in relief. Finally done. Summer vacation starts now. As he packed up, a few male classmates came over, asking about his plans and if he wanted to travel with them. Itchin smiled and declined. "I do have a trip planned, but since I've got a company, it's with my team, a kind of company retreat. Plus, I've got a business trip, and then I need to go home, so I can't join you guys this time. Maybe in the future. Thanks for the invite." The guys knew about his business, so they weren't surprised or too disappointed. After saying goodbye, Itchin left the classroom and headed to the literature department's exam hall, where Yutaha was waiting outside the building. They met up, and Itchin took her hand as they walked toward the parking lot. "How was the difficulty, Itchin?" she asked. "Not hard," he replied with a grin. "First-year computer science is stuff I already know. Just had to review some theory. What about you?" "Not hard either." Yutaha leaned gently on his shoulder with a smile. "I should get a scholarship if nothing goes wrong." "Same here, I think." Leaving the school by car, they drove straight to the company. With vacation underway, the next step was getting ready for their trip to Kyoto. Ko and the others had already gone the extra mile to finish their work early, and now they were buzzing with excitement for their Nintendo visit. Chapter 379. Summer vacation and the trip back home. Nintendo, a century-old company in the truest sense. It started with making Hanafuda, those traditional Japanese playing cards. Later, it entered the video game industry, and in just 50 years grew into one of the world's top developers of both hardware and software, one of the big 3 in gaming today. For any veteran gamer, Nintendo games left deep impressions. Senshirado, Itchin, and Yutaha didn't think much of it, but for Yagami, Ko, and the others, stepping into Nintendo headquarters was beyond exciting. Their luck was especially good that even ran into one of Nintendo's legends, Shigeru Miyamoto, and managed to get his autograph. After their visit, the group spent an extra day sightseeing around Kyoto before finally returning to Tokyo. Since they got back in the afternoon, Itchin decided to invite Aoba, Hifumi, and Eriri over to his apartment for dinner. He picked up some groceries on the way. Back at the dorm, Yagami flopped happily onto the sofa and waved lazily at the three girls. Make yourselves at home. Dinner's on Rin and Ichin. We just sit back and wait to eat. Rin sighed helplessly at Ko's posture, poked her forehead, and scolded Ko. A girl should have some manners. That's way too rude. And go unpack your luggage while you're at it. Effine. Ko puffed her cheeks, but still dragged her suitcase back to her room. Rin moved to the kitchen to prepare ingredients, while Eruri, Aoba, and Hifumi sat on the couch, relaxing with the TV. A while later, Ichin and Yutaha came back downstairs after dropping their things upstairs. Ichin joined Rumi in the kitchen, while Yutaha chatted with the girls in the living room. Yutaha glanced at Ko and Eruri. Ko, Eruri, those kittens at Yukino's place. It should be about time for you two to take them home, right? Ko's face lit up instantly. That's right. We're planning to pick them up this weekend. In the meantime, we need to buy cat beds, litter boxes, kitten food, all that stuff. Eruri was just as excited. She was finally about to have her own cat. She wasn't worried about raising one between the wealth of information online and the cat owners around her. Ichin, Hazuki, Yukino. Advice was always close at hand. Take me along when you go shopping, Eruri said eagerly. I want to buy stuff too. Of course. Ko grinned, ruffling her hair. They agreed to go shopping together that weekend. Yutaha want to come too? Ko asked. Yutaha thought for a moment, then shook her head. I probably won't have time. Ichin and I are planning to fly home for a few days to visit his parents. Oh, right. Ko snapped her fingers and teased. Naturally, meeting your future in-laws is more important. Yutaha didn't even blush. She just smiled calmly. Curious, Aoba asked, if you go back, does that mean you'll see Yumiko too? Yutaha nodded. Yes. Aside from visiting family, Ichin will be meeting up with his old high school classmates, and we'll also check on the Shanghai studio. Of course we'll see Yumiko. And this time it's not just us. Haruno and Yukino are coming too. As shareholders, they'll visit the Shanghai studio, but mostly the sisters are treating it as a vacation. Yukino too, Eruri exclaimed. But what about all her cats? They'll stay at my house with our cats, Peppa and George. My mom will take care of them, Yutaha explained with a smile. We've already installed cameras at home to monitor the cats, and my mom helps out often anyway. No problem at all. Oh, and before we leave, we need to have Peppa and George neutered. Can't forget that. Ah, poor little boys, Eruri sighed. Yutaha shot back without hesitation. Don't forget Yukino's kitten, the little orange one, is also a boy. And so is the white cat. Only the two calicos are female, which means when your cats grow up, they won't escape the snip either. Eruri had no comeback for that. Well, at least it was still a year away. No need to worry yet. After dinner, Ichin drove Eruri, Aoba, and Hifumi home one by one. Back at the apartment, Yutaha told him she had already booked an appointment at the vet for the cat's surgery. Even though it's vacation, there's still so much to do, she mused. Business trips, the cat's surgery, and then going home. Sipping juice on the couch, Ichin glanced at the two cats playing with Yutaha. Leaving so many cats with your mom, are you sure it's okay? Don't worry, Isha. Yutaha set down the toy wand and scooped up the cats, placing them on the sofa. Mom can handle it, and Ko and the others will gladly help too. Besides, we're only gone for 4 or 5 days. Since Tokyo's projects demanded more attention, and the Shanghai studio had an experienced leader, Ichin really only needed a short trip back. 4 or 5 days with his parents was plenty. If he tried to stay for a whole month, his parents would never allow it. Taking George from Yutaha, Ichin scratched the kitten under the chin with a smile. They'll be under anesthesia for the snip. Their faces will definitely be hilarious. We got to take pictures. The little guy didn't understand, of course. He just purred happily in Ichin's arms, eyes half closed in comfort. 2 days later, Ichin's phone was filled with pictures of Peppa and George looking dazed and sleepy after their surgery. Chapter 38380. The first lunch after arrival, boarding the plane, and settling into his first-class seat. Ichin opened his phone and looked at the photos again. Even though he had already laughed at them for 2 days straight, seeing them now still made him chuckle. Yutaha, watching him, shook her head helplessly. Ichin, those 2 poor little guys are already like that, and you're still laughing. Can't help it, it's just too funny. Ichin shrugged. then turned to the opposite seat where Yukino was adjusting her seat and showed her his phone. "Yukino, look at this." She glanced over and immediately saw the photo of Peppa with his tongue lolling out. Her expression nearly cracked. Forcing back her laughter, she said, "Senpai, please don't just show me things like that out of nowhere." Haruno leaned over with a grin. Exactly. Making Yukino laugh is supposed to be my job as the big sister, Ichin. You're stealing my role." At that, Yukino's smile instantly vanished. She shot her sister a glare, shut off her phone, and pulled out her MP3 player and noise-canceling headphones. Clearly, she intended to rest once the plane took off. Haruno knew Yukino had stayed up last night preparing things for the cats being left at Ichin's place, and that she hadn't rested well, so she didn't push further. She sat back quietly. Ichin also powered down his phone and stretched. Still a little while until takeoff. By the time we land, it'll be about lunchtime. "Yuta, anything you want to eat?" Leaning against his shoulder, Yuta thought for a moment. "Nothing specific. I'm fine with whatever. Ask them." So she turned to the two sisters. "Haruno, Yukino, any preference for lunch once we reach Shanghai?" The sisters exchanged a glance before Yukino replied. "Something local?" Haruno nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. I've been before, but I'm not very familiar with food here. Ichin, why don't you decide? Local specialties?" "Sure, leave it to me." That was easy enough. Shanghai had restaurants from all over the world, but its own native dishes and snacks were excellent scallion oil noodles, soup dumplings, wontons. He knew several small traditional shops had gone to since childhood. Just thinking about it made him hungry. The plan was set. Though he didn't say it out loud, yet had just take them there directly. Before takeoff, Ichin messaged his father to confirm that a car would be waiting at the airport. Only then did he switch off his phone. He already had his driver's license, having gotten it during New Year's. With a car waiting, he could drive himself and save his parents the trouble of coming all the way to the airport. Soon, with the in-flight announcement, the plane took off. After climbing into the sky, Ichin and Yuta stopped chatting. They had woken up early, so they both used the flight as a chance to nap. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. By the time they woke up, the plane was preparing to land. The landing was smooth. After collecting their luggage, the four of them left the airport. Ichin quickly called his dad contact, found the arranged driver, and picked up the car keys. It wasn't an expensive car, just something his father had prepared for him to use in China, perfectly adequate for daily driving, especially since Ichin wasn't planning to stay long-term. At least not until after university graduation. "All right, load up the luggage." He opened the trunk, and the 3 suitcases went in. One each for Haruno and Yukino, and one shared by Ichin and Yuta. Most of his suitcase was Yuta's clothes, a few cosmetics and skincare items, plus a laptop and 2 Switch consoles. Nothing more. After all, Ichin was going home, he didn't need to pack clothes. Strictly speaking, Yuta didn't need to either, since Ichin's mother had already planned to take her shopping. But Yuta still packed some, just as Ichin had bought a car. Not strictly necessary, but practical. They got in the car, with Haruno and Yukino in the back seat. Haruno looked out the window at the scenery and sighed. "It looks completely different from the last time I came. So, where are we having lunch?" "A little shop I've been eating at since I was a kid. Scallion oil noodles, soup dumplings, wontons, they're all delicious. And if you want stir-fry, they've got that too. Well, order when we get there." With that, Ichin started the car and headed off. As he drove, he added, "After lunch, Haruno, they'll take you to my place to settle in. Then in the afternoon, do you want to see the studio? Or, if you're tired, we can go tomorrow instead." Haruno tapped her chin thoughtfully. "It's fine, I'm not tired. I don't take naps anyway. Let's visit this afternoon, then I'll have time to sightsee the next few days." "Got it." Ichin nodded. That fixed the schedule. Looking into the rearview mirror, he asked Yukino, "And you? If you're tired, you can stay home with Yuta. Haruno and I will go to the studio, it won't take long." Yukino really was tired, so she didn't object. "Yes, we'll stay home this afternoon." Yuta smiled back at her. "Good idea. Rest first. After a nap, we can go check out the mall near Ichin's house." Half an hour later, the four of them arrived at the small restaurant Ichin had chosen. It wasn't a grand establishment, but it was bustling and very clean. Each of them ordered a bowl of scallion oil noodles, along with 2 baskets of soup dumplings and 2 bowls of wontons. That was their first meal in Shanghai. Simple as it was, Haruno and Yukino both ate happily. After finishing, Haruno took a sip of cola and sighed in satisfaction. Small shop or not, that was delicious. No wonder Ichin brought us here. Yukino dabbed her mouth carefully with a napkin. She had eaten more than usual enough to make her stomach feel full. Yes, the flavor was very good. Having often gone to Ichin's house for meals with Eriri, Yukino had gotten used to all kinds of Chinese food. This place wasn't the best Shed ever had, but the home-style taste was excellent. As soon as they finished eating, she pulled out her phone and immediately connected to the cameras at Ichin's Tokyo apartment, checking in on the cats. Chapter 381. Haruno? Blind date? Altogether, with all the big and small cats combined, there were now 8 cats living in Ichin's apartment, a rather sizable clan. But since Ichin and Yutaha weren't home, only the cats were there, it didn't feel crowded at all. Other than George, who had just joined the family. The rest of the cats were all related 3 full generations. Judging by how well George and Peppa had been getting along, there wasn't likely to be any trouble. After resting for a while at the shop, the 4 of them set out again, driving toward Ichin's home. Originally, Haruno and Yukino had planned to stay at a hotel, but once Ichin's mom heard the 2 sisters were coming over, she immediately decided they should stay at the house. 2 young girls staying in a hotel isn't all that safe. We've got guest rooms here, so just stay at our place. And just like that, the lodging problem was settled. Ichin's mom had even cleaned up the guest room the night before, ready for them to move right in. As the car pulled into the neighborhood, Haruno suddenly grew a little nervous. My Chinese still isn't that great. What if I embarrass myself? Yukino replied softly beside her, if it were anywhere else, you really might embarrass yourself, but both Senpai's parents know a bit of Japanese, so you don't need to worry. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Then I'm fine. Looking toward Yutaha in the passenger seat, Haruno smiled. In this respect, even I have to envy you, Yutaha. Senchurado. With my sister's personality, I doubt many men could handle her. Even though the atmosphere at home had improved lately, Yukino knew their parents were already starting to worry about Haruno's marriage. Once she graduated from university, there was a high chance they would arrange blind dates for her. They couldn't possibly force her into marriage without asking, but blind dates? There was no way Haruno could escape those. Thinking of this, Yukino's lips curved into a small smile. Say, sister, what kind of man do you think you'll meet on a blind date? You won't end up in the same situation as Hiratsuka-sensei, will you? Shizuka? At the sudden mention of Hiratsuka, Shizuka's name, Haruno's expression faltered. She knew full well how many times Shizuka had been through blind dates. The men weren't all terrible, but given Shizuka's qualities, they never matched up. Some lacked height, others were too old, and others had personality issues. As Haruno herself often said, not a single one even scored 85 points in her eyes, and yet they always came with endless demands. Of course, Shizuka wouldn't be impressed. As for Haruno herself, she hadn't thought about it much before, but now that Yukino brought it up, her mind couldn't help but wander. Hopefully, Mother wouldn't stick her with some bizarre guy for a blind date. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be able to hold back her temper. Yes, her temper, but unlike most people, Haruno never showed her anger directly. She would quietly bide her time and then express it through all sorts of other means later. In short, if her blind date turned out to be someone ridiculous, that person was going to suffer. Pulling the car smoothly into his parking spot, Ichin chuckled. I think, with Annie's personality, she wouldn't set you up with some lousy blind date, Haruno. After all, your family would never just marry you off. More likely, they'll be looking to bring a son-in-law into the family. Well, that's true. Given her own nature, Haruno wasn't too worried about her future blind dates. She certainly wasn't without her own methods. They got out of the car, grabbed their luggage, and finally arrived at Ichin's house. Ichin's dad was still at work, but his mom was home, waiting eagerly for their arrival. Yutaha. The moment the front door opened, Ichin's mom completely ignored her son and threw her arms around Yutaha. You're finally here. Yutaha, equally happy, hugged her back. Annie, it's been a while. After holding her for a bit, Ichin's mom let go and turned to Haruno and Yukino. Haruno, Yukino, welcome. Please come in. Ichin, carrying luggage, pulled a face at his mom. Mom, aren't you even going to say hi to your own son? She shot him a glare. You're a grown man already. Stop acting spoiled and get inside. I wasn't acting spoiled. Exhausted, Ichin gave up arguing, quickly went to change in his slippers only to find he had to fetch his own from the shoe cabinet. Meanwhile, Yudaha and the sisters already had theirs neatly laid out, courtesy of his mom. Great. Her son had absolutely no standing in this house. Once inside, Ichin's mom led Haruno and Yukino to the guest room. Though she had prepared in advance, when Yukino saw there was only one room, her expression stiffened for a second before smoothing over again. Their relationship was much better than before, and she no longer minded sharing a bed with her sister. There's only one room, Ichin's mom explained. There used to be another, but my husband converted it into a study. I hope you don't mind. Haruno laughed and shook her head. Not at all, Annie. This room is perfect and spacious too. Right, Yukino? Yukino nodded. Yes, this would do just fine. We really troubled you. It's no trouble at all. Ichin's mom waved happily. You're all Ichin and Yuta has friends and even shareholders in his company. Of course I should treat you well. Just relax and stay here a few days. I'll cook plenty of delicious food for you. What a completely different style from their own mother. They had seen her briefly at the Toyogasaki Sports Festival, but Haruno never imagined the difference would be this striking. After Ichin finished putting away the luggage, everyone gathered in the living room. His mom brought out some fruit, including summer's essential chilled watermelon. While they ate, Ichin said, Mom, later we'll take Haruno to the studio for a look around. Yudaha and Yukino won't be coming. So could you keep them company? After a short rest, maybe you could take them out shopping. Haruno and I will be back before dinner. His mom accepted the task with a smile. Of course, leave it to me. It'll drive them around the neighborhood. Chapter 382. Class reunion? You're going there just to crush them? After resting at home for a while, Ichin and Haruno wasted no time heading out to the studio. Meanwhile, Ichin's mom didn't sit still either once she confirmed Yudaha and Yukino weren't too tired. She took the two girls out shopping at a nearby mall. On the way to the studio, Haruno sat in the passenger seat and glanced at Ichin. Now that we're going over, do the people at the studio know? They don't. I only told Yumiko, no one else. And Yumiko wouldn't say anything either. Shaking his head with a smile, Ichin added, Don't worry, even without advance notice, everyone at the studio has a solid work attitude. That's good. The more I hear you talk about it, the more I look forward to seeing it. Stretching lazily, Haruno looked out at the scenery. With the 3 projects you're developing right now, how confident are you in each game's sales? Sales, It's hard to say at this point. At best, I can only make some rough estimates. After thinking for a moment, Ichin said for Battle Block Theater, considering the production cost and scope, IDs say it could reach maybe 1 million copies at most. But even then, it would more than recover its cost and still turn a good profit. Plus, since the engine is self-developed by one of our own members, that cuts down expenses. Nene's engine will be useful for plenty of future projects too. Then there's Dark Souls. I plan to develop another installment later. And given the type of game Dark Souls is, I could also create several more works with different world settings and slightly altered combat systems. At first, a game like this might be a bit tough to gain traction, but I'm certain it will earn the player's favor. For this Dark Souls, I'm estimating sales of over 5 million copies, but that's across multiple platforms. And the last one, Titanfall? Titanfall, that one's harder to pin down. Ichin shook his head. Even though it looks like just a single project, there's a lot packed in there. Besides the single-player campaign, we also need to develop plenty of gameplay for the multiplayer mode that comes with it. Then, separately from the main game, there's Apex, which I plan to launch as a free battle royale. Apex will be a long-term service game. For this kind of title, the early planning is crucial. I intend to prepare at least 6 months to a year's worth of updates before launch. That way, every season players will have fresh content to keep them engaged and drive in-game purchases. The loot box system and season pass that originally existed in Apex would still be retained. That was its main source of revenue. In Itchin's memory, when Apex first launched, its player count instantly exploded, skyrocketing to global popularity. Streamers across platforms worldwide, both domestic and overseas, were playing it. Live the hype was unprecedented. But after the initial boom, the update schedule and live service management weren't great, and cheating ran rampant, leaving the game stuck in a slump for a while. Thankfully, those issues were later fixed, and with new modes and the introduction of battle passes, the game managed to sustain a stable level of popularity. Now, with Itchin in charge, he definitely wasn't going to repeat those early mistakes, especially with an online battle royale of this scale. After he finished sharing his outlook on Apex, Haruno began to ponder. I know about PUBG and Fortnite both are hugely popular. If you want to carve out a spot in that market, the game's quality has to be top-notch. Quality is one thing you won't have to worry about. Haruno. Hearing Itchin's confident tone, Haruno nodded in agreement. That's something I do trust you with. Since the company wasn't exactly close to Itchin's house and there was some traffic, it took over 40 minutes before they finally reached the tech park where the office was located. After parking, the two walked straight into the building and took the elevator to the third floor. As soon as they entered, they came across a few employees taking a break, sipping coffee, and munching on snacks. They hadn't met Haruno before, but of course they all recognized Itchin. Boss, what brings you here? Their voices instantly drew the attention of everyone else. The office suddenly buzzed with excitement. Itchin waved them down with a smile. Just back for vacation for a couple of days. Brought along one of the company's shareholders to have a look. Carry on with your work, or rest don't mind me. Shareholder? Everyone immediately turned curious eyes toward the young and beautiful Haruno. Although the Tokyo and Shanghai branches didn't interact much, everyone knew the company had outside investors. There were only 2 shareholders, and they had no decision-making power, just financial backing. None of them ever expected that one of those shareholders would be such a young and stunning woman. After greeting the team, Itchin led Haruno around the office for a tour. Before long, they ran into Yumiko working with the programming team. Yumiko, long time no see. Swiveling her chair toward them, Yumiko smiled. It really has been a while. Haruno, too, it's been ages. Where's Yukino? She didn't come. She's resting at Itchin's place. Right now. And he's probably taking her and Yutaha shopping nearby. Hands behind her back, Haruno looked around the office. Not bad. Looks like you've gotten used to things here. Yumiko. At first, I was a little uncomfortable, but I quickly adapted. Everyone's capable, and communication smooth. Stretching as she stood, Yumiko asked, "How long are you staying here?" "About 5 days. Besides visiting the company, I'm also planning to attend a high school reunion. Everyone's just finished college entrance exams." "A reunion with your high school classmates?" Yumiko gave Itchin a surprised look, then chuckled. "If you go, won't it be like crushing them from another dimension? No one could possibly compare with you." Itchin spread his hands. "I'm not going there to show off. It's just a meal with classmates. Everyone already knows what I've been up to. If they were worried I'd flaunt it, they wouldn't have invited me in the first place, right?" "Well, that's true." Not lingering on the topic of the reunion, Itchin looked at Yumiko. "Yumiko, want to come over for dinner tonight? Haruno and Yukino are here too. Come join us." Senshirado, seeing Yumiko, his dad laughed heartily. "Ha ha, Yumiko's here too. Want to have a drink tonight? I just got some really good liquor from a friend." Of course, Yumiko didn't refuse, nodding with a smile. "Sure, I'll have a little." Haruno glanced around the living room, but didn't see Yukino. "Huh, where's Yukino?" "She's in the kitchen." Itchin's dad pointed in that direction. That girl just wouldn't listen, insisted on helping out in the kitchen. "She and Yutaha are both in there." Haruno nodded knowingly. That was very much in line with Yukino's personality. So, together with Itchin, she went into the kitchen, where 3 people were busily working. Yukino, the sound of chopping paused for a moment. Yukino turned her head toward the door. "Big sis, you're back?" "Yup." Haruno walked in smiling and looked toward Itchin's mom. "Andy, let me help too." No, 3 people is plenty," Itchin's mom said while stir-frying. "Normally I can handle it all by myself. With 2 helpers now, it's even easier." "Haruno, You just go sit in the living room. Yukino chimed in from behind her. That's right. Sis, don't come in and cause trouble. Your cooking skills aren't exactly the best. Yukino really doesn't spare her sister's pride. Huh. Haruno puffed up her cheeks in mock anger, but obediently left the kitchen anyway. Ichin didn't interrupt either and went back to the living room. Though Haruno hadn't met Ichin's dad many times, she had been trained since childhood and was used to helping with her own family's company. In just a few minutes, she was already chatting comfortably with him. Ichin himself didn't join in, lazily sipping tea and flipping through TV channels. After about 10 minutes, dinner was ready, an entire table filled to the brim. With the future daughter-in-law here, plus Ichin and Yuta as friends, Ichin's mom had really pulled out all the stops. Even Haruno, Yukino, and Yumiko were left speechless by the feast. For after-dinner entertainment, everyone decided on mahjong. Haruno already knew how to play, but Yukino didn't, so she just sat aside to watch. As for Ichin, he first walked Yumiko back to her apartment since she had worked the next day and then returned. When he came back, he found that his father's seat had been replaced by Yukino. Curious, Ichin pulled over a chair to sit next to Yutaha and asked, why the switch? Before Yutaha could answer, Ichin's mom spoke up. What else? Your dad's terrible at mahjong. I couldn't stand to watch anymore, so I suggested someone take his place. But Yukino learned really fast. After watching just 2 rounds, she could already play and she's way better than him. Ichin's dad, sitting beside his wife, scratched his head awkwardly. Ha, just bad luck, today's bad luck. Of course Ichin didn't buy that excuse. His dad's luck had never been good, and his playing style was laughably bad, but he loved the game anyway. The perfect example of weak player, strong addiction. Ichin didn't play often, but he knew the basic rules. Watching for a bit, he realized Yukino really did have a remarkable learning ability. He had only been gone a short while to walk Yumiko home, and in that time, she had gone from total beginner to playing smoothly. Thinking back, this wasn't surprising. Her learning ability had always been outstanding. Even back when Slay the Spire came out, Yukino had picked it up astonishingly fast. Since they were just playing for fun and not for money, no one had any reservations. Round after round, with the added boost of beginner's luck, Yukino ended up winning far more than she lost that night. By a little past 10, the game wrapped up, and everyone took turns bathing and getting ready for bed. After his shower, Ichin brought out glasses of milk for everyone. Here, Yukino. Thank you, senpai. Taking the cup, Yukino drank a sip and let out a relaxed sigh. Watching her expression, Ichin chuckled. I never asked after you arrived this afternoon. Are you settling in okay? My mom might be a little too enthusiastic. Yukino shook her head, smiling softly. Annie treats me very well. It is a little unfamiliar, since the atmosphere at home has never been like this. But over the past 2 years, being around Senpai, Senpai's partner, and even Hazuki Senpai, I've gotten used to it, and I think it's nice. That's true. Hazuki is very good at influencing the people around her. Spend enough time with people like that, and even the shyest person becomes bolder. Even Hifumi, who used to be severely shy, is doing much better now. Of course, talking with boys is still a bit of a challenge for her. Ichin smiled. Anyway, aside from one reunion, I don't have much else to do these few days. Yutaha and I will take you and Haruno around Shanghai. If you don't mind going a little farther, we could even visit Hangzhou or nearby places. Yukino agreed readily. They'll be in your care, senpai. The high school reunion was set for the 3rd day of their trip. After attending that, Ichin and Yutaha would take the Yukino-Shida sisters on a tour of Hangzhou. Some of their classmates came from well-off families like Ichin, but most were from ordinary households, so the gathering wasn't held anywhere too expensive. They simply chose a modest restaurant and booked a large private room big enough for their whole class. A few classmates were absent, off traveling with family, but nearly everyone else attended. And among them, Ichin was the only one who brought his girlfriend. Although back during New Year's when he first brought Yutaha home, their relationship had already been exposed to a few classmates. Seeing the two of them together face-to-face now was still a surprise. Yutaha's looks left the whole class stunned. Not to mention her Chinese, which was now fluent enough to chat comfortably with everyone. Only a faint accent remained, something that practice would smooth out with time. As they ate happily, listening to everyone talk about events from their second and third years of high school, Ichin shared some amusing stories from his time studying in Japan. Chapter 384 384. Two new goddaughters. The class reunion went smoothly. After dinner and a bit of fun at KTV, Ichin and Yutaha wrapped up their outing and returned home. That day, Haruno and Yukino had gone out with Ichin's mom. Her personality was the complete opposite of the sister's, mother-warm, gentle, and easygoing. Even Haruno, who usually carried a sharp edge, enjoyed sticking close to Ichin's mom, free from any complicated worries. The moment Ichin and Yutaha stepped through the door, Haruno sprang up from the sofa and bounced over with a mischievous grin. "Hey, Ichin, hurry up and call me Big Sis." "Huh?" Ichin froze, utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about?" "Let me explain." Ichin's mom walked over just then, holding the hand of Yukino, whose cheeks were faintly flushed. "This afternoon, I officially took Haruno and Yukino as my goddaughters. From now on, she's your big sister, and this one's your little sister. Treat them like real family, okay?" "What?" Not only Ichin, even Yutaha was completely dumbfounded. Both of them stared blankly at the trio in front of them. At that moment, Ichin's dad came over too, chuckling. "I was surprised at first as well, but isn't this a good thing? Your mom always wanted a daughter, but we never had one. Now, besides Yutaha, she's got Haruno and Yukino too. That's wonderful, isn't it?" Ichin adjusted quickly, though, and turned to his mother. "I don't have a problem with this, but did you at least check with their mother first?" "Of course I did. I called her right away. She didn't object at all. In fact, she happily agreed." With that cleared up, Haruno smirked and reached up to pat Ichin's head. "Well, time to call me sis, isn't it?" Ichin rolled his eyes and muttered, "Haruno, boring." Shaking his head, Ichin then looked at the clearly nervous Yukino and gave her a reassuring smile. "Our relationship might have shifted a little, but it's still the same as before. Don't overthink it, Yukino. And I understand." She opened her mouth as if to speak, but in the end, couldn't bring herself to say the new title. Ichin didn't mind getting used to something like this. Took time. Not everyone could be as loud and carefree as Haruno. Over the next 2 days, Ichin took Yutaha, Haruno, and Yukino on a trip to Hangzhou before flying back to Tokyo. On the plane, Haruno stretched lazily. It was only 5 days, but so much happened. Yukino nodded in agreement. What had started as a simple trip to relax had ended with her unexpectedly gaining godparents and even an older brother. The older would have thought it impossible, but now she found herself quite happy to accept it. After collecting their luggage, Ichin asked, "Haruno, are you two heading back to Chiba today, or staying in Tokyo?" "Back to Chiba, of course." Haruno smiled. "We've been away for several days. I already told Mom we'd go back together tonight." Yukino added, "Senpai, they'll leave the cats in your care for 1 more day. They'll come pick them up tomorrow." "No problem," Ichin said with a grin. "I'll take good care of them." Outside the airport, Haruno got in her car with Yukino, said their goodbyes, and drove off toward Chiba. Once on the highway, Haruno chuckled. "Yukino, you still haven't gotten used to calling Ichin differently, huh?" Yukino's lips twitched as she replied quietly, "Not everyone can adapt so quickly. Besides, Senpai said we should just keep things the same. A title won't change our relationship. And didn't he keep calling you Haruno like before?" "Well, yeah." Haruno couldn't help feeling a little sulky. She had been hoping to tease Ichin over this whole situation, but he never gave her the satisfaction his form of address remained the same as always. But Yukino was right. Titles were just words. Their relationship was already what it was: family. Getting a little brother really is strange. Hands on the wheel, Haruno sighed before breaking into laughter. "Say, since I'm officially the big sister now, does that mean I can drop by Ichin's place for meals anytime I want?" Yukino shot her a look, wordlessly rolling her eyes. She didn't bother to object after all. It wouldn't make a difference. If Haruno wanted to, she'd go regardless, and most likely drag Yukino along too. After spending 1 night in Chiba, the sisters returned to Tokyo the next day. It was Saturday, and Haruno had nothing pressing to do. So when she drove Yukino back to Ichin's place, she came fully intending to freeload another meal. Of course, she wasn't about to show up empty-handed. On the way, she bought a bunch of things, including 2 huge watermelons. They'd eaten loads of them back in China, big, sweet, and cheap. But after coming back here, she was shocked at the prices. She had always known Japanese fruit was expensive, but having just felt the contrast firsthand, the difference was even more glaring. Hauling the melons from the trunk, Haruno muttered, "Ugh. How are those guys at Japan Agriculture? Still not bankrupt?" Yukino calmly picked up the other bags and said, "Complaining won't change anything. This isn't something you or I can fix." "Oh, has Yukino given up on chasing justice now?" "That's not it. I just clearly understand my own limits. To change things like that, it takes more than just words and wishes." Entering the apartment building, Yukino added, "Right now, I can't achieve something so big, not even with the Yukino Shida family's influence. But I'll work toward it." Impressive as always, Yukino. Amazing. Her sister's praise drew no reaction from Yukino, who knew if it was genuine admiration or just sarcasm. They took the elevator up and reached Ichin's apartment. When they rang the bell, the one who answered wasn't Ichin or Yutaha, but Eruri. She had come over early that day, happily spending the whole morning playing with her little orange kitten. The moment she saw Haruno and Yukino, Eruri blurted out in shock, "Haruno-ne, Yukino, you two actually became Ichin's parents' goddaughters." For Eruri, this was hands down the most shocking news of the entire summer vacation so far. Senchuredo, it really does sound like something she would do. What I didn't expect was not just you, Haruno-ne, but even Yukino agreed. Haruno smiled. Maybe she got a taste of family affection she hadn't felt in a long time. Yukino shot her sister a sharp look. "Sis, if you say things like that, they'll tell mother exactly what you said. She's not the same as before anymore. If she hears that, she really will be upset." All right, they'll drop it." Haruno immediately ended the topic, glanced around the living room, and asked, "Just a few of you here? Where's Ko and Rin?" "They went grocery shopping." Ichin poured tea for the sisters, sitting down with them. "They should be back any minute." Right as he said that, the doorbell rang. Ichin opened the door and welcomed in Yagami Ko and Toyama Rin, both carrying big bags of groceries. After setting the food down in the kitchen, Rin came to the living room with a smile. "Haruno, Yukino, did you enjoy your trip these past few days?" "Very much." Haruno beamed. "We even took a trip to Hangzhou. It was wonderful. I haven't had that much fun in ages." And she meant it, compared to Yukino, who still had time to relax at school. Haruno was always busy either working in the family company or being dragged by her mother to meetings and banquets, mingling with business partners. These past few days of carefree travel had truly been a rare and precious experience. Looking toward Ko, Haruno asked, "Ko, you get weekends off now too, right? You could go on trips as well." "That's true." Ko nodded. "But in Japan, there aren't many new places left to see. If it were China, then sure, but 2 days isn't enough time. And with game development still underway, I don't want to take vacation time. I'd rather wait until the project's finished and use a long holiday." "Isn't that right, Rin?" Rin laughed. "Exactly. If we want to travel, we can wait for a long break. And Ko, did you forget? We've got the company trip in the summer." Of course I didn't forget, but I still don't know where we're going this year." She looked straight at Ichin. As the boss, Ichin only spread his hands with a smile. "Don't look at me. I left this year's company trip to Hazuki to arrange. The only thing I know is that it'll be in August." Rin added, "I actually asked Hazuki the other day. She said with how hot it's been, she's considering Hokkaido much cooler there." "Oh, perfect." Ko's eyes lit up. "He'll call her this afternoon to see if it's decided." After finishing that topic, Rin and Ichin went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Ichin also cut up the 2 large watermelons Haruno had bought and put them in the fridge to chill ready for an icy treat in the afternoon. Meanwhile, in the living room, the girls each cuddled a cat, happily playing with them. Peppa and George, both recently neutered, had already recovered well. Yukino sat with Sesame in her lap, gently stroking its back with a smile. Eruri had her little orange kitten stretched out across her legs, giggling as she tickled its tiny paws. After a while, Airi leaned closer to Yukino and whispered, Yukino, can I ask you something? What is it? Lowering her voice further, Airi asked, now that you're Ichin's sister, I noticed you didn't change how you addressed him earlier. You didn't call him Oni-san, did you? Yukino froze for a second. Oh, not used to it? Yukino nodded slightly. Yes, it feels a bit strange, but it's only a title. Senpai hasn't changed how he calls Haruno either. I see. Airi glanced at Yukino, then at Haruno, her face showing a trace of disappointment. Her expression flickered only briefly, but unfortunately, Haruno noticed. Setting down her kitten, Haruno sprang up, gave Airi a quick back hug, and playfully bravado her cheeks. Airi-chan, what were you two whispering about just now? Don't lie, I can tell. Iriri's face stiffened, her not-so-bright little brain working overtime trying to find a way out. In the end, Yukino simply said it outright. Airi was asking about how we address Senpai now. Sis, you can let her go. Oh, so that's what it was. Releasing Airi, Haruno sighed dramatically. That really does bother me, though. Ichin refuses to call me big sis. And I really want to be a proper sister for once. It's the first time I've ever had a little brother. Yukino rolled her eyes openly at that. Her sister. Acting like a dependable big sister? Yukino was the first to think that was impossible. Glancing toward the kitchen, Haruno turned back to the group with a grin. Rin, Yuda, you three, help me figure this out. How can I make Ichin call me One-E-san? Airi timidly raised her hand. Aren't you going to ask me to? Everyone glanced at her briefly, then went right back to their own discussion. I think we could try this. No, that won't work. Ichin won't fall for it. Right? Maybe if we... Watching them completely ignore her, Iriri's temper flared. She set her kitten down, huffed, and marched off to the kitchen. She leaned toward Ichin, whispering urgently. Ichin, I need to tell you something. What is it? Ichin set down his knife and looked at her. Just so we're clear, I'm not letting you sneak bites of the food. I'm not here to steal food. Airi snapped, then jabbed a thumb toward the living room. Haruno is scheming with everyone on how to make you call her One-E-san. Oh, that? I expected as much. Ichin shrugged. If Haruno gave up after just one day, then she wouldn't be Haruno. But Airi, why didn't you stay and join the discussion? Under his gaze, Iriri's face stiffened instantly. Chapter 386, 386. Full and satisfied. Time to work in the end. Under Ichin's amused gaze, Airi left the kitchen in frustration. Watching her retreating bravado, Rin chuckled and said, Airi really gets teased by everyone. You're not going to comfort her a little? No need. Ichin shook his head, continuing to chop vegetables. That girl's not that fragile. Give her 2 minutes and she'll be fine. And indeed, not even a few minutes later, laughter from Airi drifted in from the living room. Ichin glanced at Rin. See? Told you there's nothing to worry about. All Rin could do was admit that Ichin's prediction was spot on. Lunch was handled by Ichin and Rin, so naturally, it turned out to be a feast. Looking at the dishes covering the table, Kei Yagami smiled as she poured herself a glass of cola. With so much good food, it's such a shame Aoba couldn't come. Aoba had originally planned to visit, but some relatives showed up at her house. Their families ended up going to Disneyland together, so she couldn't make it. Before they began eating, Kei mischievously snapped a photo of the spread and sent it to Aoba. At that moment, Aoba was in a Disneyland restaurant with her family, juggling lunch while looking after her little niece busy beyond belief. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Pulling it out, she saw the picture Kei had sent an entire table of delicious dishes. Ugh, Kei-senpai, you're too cruel. Puffing her cheeks, Aoba quickly sent back an angry emoji to express her frustration, then tucked her phone away and looked at her own meal. Even though Disneyland food was above average compared to Ichin's cooking, wasn't even in the same league. No way. Tomorrow I'm going over to mooch a meal too. Back at Ichin's place, seeing Kei happily put away her phone, Ichin sighed. Kei, hurry up and eat already. Ich nu letzte. Despite 6 of the 7 people being girls, the group still managed to polish off every dish. By the end, they were all stuffed. After brewing some green tea for everyone, Ichin sat down and said, honestly, What's with all of you? Eating until you're this full. Even Yukino, too. Being singled out. Yukino blushed from her spot on the sofa and hurriedly tried to justify herself. It was delicious, so I ate a little more. Normally, people's appetites shrink in the summer. Keeping that in mind, Ichin and Rin had made plenty of seasonal vegetables like winter melon and loofah, keeping meat dishes lighter. That was probably why the girls ended up eating more than expected. Still, Ichin hadn't imagined they'd clear out everything. Rubbing her belly, Kay laughed. It's fine. Most of it was veggies, anyway we hardly touched the meat and rice. No need to worry about getting fat. Just resting a bit will be enough. All right, Ichin, when are we eating the watermelon? You're seriously thinking about watermelon in that state? You'll burst. He shot Kay a look before saying it's in the fridge. But wait until after 2. And I made mung bean soup this morning. You can have some later too. Oh, watermelon and mung bean soup. Perfect. By the way, got any ice cream? Yep. This time, it was Yutaha who answered with a smile. After dinner yesterday, I went to the supermarket with Ichin. We stocked up on cat food, snacks, and some ice cream too. The ice cream was mostly for when friends visited. These days, Yutaha had far more options than before. Besides watermelon and mung bean soup, she and Ichin often made fresh juice themselves. Still, ice cream was loaded with sugar. Yutaha wasn't too worried about gaining weight. Sinceredo, not to mention how confident she is in herself. So, even with all these girls around Ichin, Yutaha never felt insecure. Stretching lazily, she leaned against him with a smile, looping her arms around his. Feeling her cling to him, Ichin chuckled. What's this about? Nothing. I'm just too full to move. Her voice carried a spoiled sweetness that made Ichin reach out and pinch her cheek. Watching the two of them, Arari shuddered, goosebumps rising as she folded her arms. Would you two cut out already? Can't you see there are other people here? Oh my, Arari, you still haven't gotten used to this? Yutaha turned toward her with a bravado smile. After playing so many gal games, I thought you'd be immune by now. Or did you forget your past identity? You are the famous Ari Kashiwagi sensei. You've created plenty of memorable works like this, haven't you? The moment that name slipped out, Iriri's composure shattered. She flailed her twin tails furiously and yelled, "Shut up! Don't bring up that name. Drawing manga and this kind of stuff are totally different. Completely different. Is that so?" Yutaha tapped her chin with one long finger, amusement in her eyes. But art needs references. Don't tell me all those sketches were purely from imagination. You can't get that kind of detail just by thinking it up. The bravado Yutaha spoke. The redder Iriri's face grew. Finally, unable to bear it, she let out a cry, bolted toward the guest room, and slammed the door shut. Watching the closed door, Harino laughed. Oh dear, now she's mad. What are you going to do, Yutaha? No need to worry. I've got plenty of ways to handle it. Yutaha's smile didn't fade in the slightest. After knowing Arari for over years, she understood her personality well. This was nothing more than a bout of embarrassed sulking. Even Kay couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, Iriri's drawn all those dujins herself. Yet when someone teases her about it, she still gets shy. I thought she'd have grown immune by now. Some personality weaknesses can't be patched up so quickly. It's something only she can overcome. Ichin rose from the sofa. Anyway, you all keep playing. Whether it's the mung bean soup or watermelon, help yourselves later. I'm going to my room to write a bit. These past few days since we got back to Japan, I haven't done any real work and my hands are getting itchy. Chapter 387. The taste of dog food. Even watermelon and mung bean soup lose their sweetness at present. The 3 games in development at the company all had their project proposals completed. Now, sitting in his room, what Ichin was working on naturally had to be a brand new proposal. When he first decided to start developing games, Ichin had drafted a list filled with titles he wanted to make. There were still a few projects on that list that hadn't even been touched yet. Opening the document, his eyes landed on one particular name, and a look of eagerness spread across his face. The Binding of Isaac. This was a game that had devoured countless hours of his life back in the day. The sheer amount of replayability was insane. So many characters with unique traits, endless item combinations leading to different ways of dealing damage. Players could spend dozens, even hundreds of hours experimenting. Resting his chin on his hand, Ichin looked at the rough notes Head once written down. This one's pixel style, but with the engine Nene built, it can totally be made. Maybe I should set aside some free time and try building a prototype myself? He had 3 teams under him. The Battle Block Theater team was being led by Hazuki. The Shanghai group had their own leads, and he mainly oversaw Dark Souls while checking the progress of the other 2 projects. With some spare time, yeah? Let's get a shot. Decision made. Ichin pulled a drawing tablet from his drawer, hooked it up to his computer, and got to work. The stage design in Isaac wasn't particularly complex, just a series of rooms linked together into floor-based maps. Designing monsters and bosses wasn't hard for Ichin either. The complicated part was the sheer number of items. That was a massive undertaking. Even with Ichin's extraordinary memory, faithfully reproducing all of them would take a long time, and He'd have to carefully check for any missing details. But this wasn't a real obstacle. He wasn't some newbie developer. Even if he forgot an item or 2, he could redesign them, maybe even take the already complex item system and push it further. Time slipped by, and soon it was 2:30 in the afternoon. No one in the living room had left yet. In fact, Narumi, Momiji, and Ruri Goku had all shown up as well. For Ruri, this was her first time visiting her boss home. At first she felt a bit tense, but seeing that Ichin wasn't around and everyone else was so relaxed, she gradually loosened up. Watermelon, ice cream, mung bean soup, and even freshly made fruit smoothies. The summer refreshment spread here was more than complete. Nibbling on a chilled slice of watermelon, Ruri looked toward Yutaha, who was playing with a cat. Shouldn't we call Ichin-kun out? Norus, let him be for a while. Yutaha set the cat down beside her, picked up a slice of watermelon, and took a bite. He's probably focused on his work right now. If he's immersed in it, the first hour or 2 isn't the best time to disturb him until I'll break his train of thought. Let me see. In about 15 minutes we can call him out for a break. Ruri's eyes widened slightly in surprise. So this is what they call the deep understanding between people who live together? Amazing. Kay leaned closer, nudging Ruri's shoulder with a grin. Surprised, right? Yutaha knows Ichin inside and out. They've been together for over 2 years now. Practically joined at the hip, there's probably no one else in the world who understands each other better. Honestly, I know plenty of couples, but it's rare to see anyone with this kind of bond. Agreed. Ruri nodded earnestly. Anyone would envy them. They weren't speaking quietly. Everyone else heard too. Yutaha smiled. In that sense, I really am lucky. Meeting Ichin turned my life upside down in the best way. Biting into her watermelon, Momiji blinked and then muttered to Narumi beside her, Sabame, why do I feel like the watermelon doesn't taste sweet anymore? Narumi nodded repeatedly, staring down at her bowl of mung bean soup. Yeah, the taste of dog food is way too strong. Yutaha rolled her eyes at them. How is this dog food? I was just saying something normal. The only reason you feel it's dog food is because none of you have even been in love before. Her one sentence hit everyone in the room like an AoE attack. Well, not everyone. Kay and Rin looked completely unfazed, unlike the others who were clearly stung by her words. Resting her chin on her hand, Kay chuckled. Yuta's blunt, but she's not wrong. All of you are adults, yet none of you have dating experience. Even Yukino and Eruri are 18 already. High schoolers these days date all the time. Yukino immediately countered, true, but most of it is blind infatuation, with no thought to the consequences. Just at Toyogaseki alone, I've seen at least 10 couples break up not long after starting. Couples like Ichin Senpai and Yutaha Senpai are extremely rare. As for me, my priority is getting into Todai. Love isn't in my plans. Eruri quickly chimed in, exactly. Besides, those guys at school are so immature, I wouldn't give them a second glance. For those unfamiliar with Toyogaseki, this was all news. Rin tilted his head curiously at Yutaha. So it really is like they say? Itcha more or less. Yutaha took a tissue to wipe her hands, recalling, think about it. Yukino and Eruri are both young ladies from good families. Their standards for a partner are naturally high. It's not just about family background. Personal qualities matter a lot. Choosing a life partner isn't something to take lightly. In that sense, I agree with their mindset. Unless you truly meet someone right, there's no point in dating in high school. At 17 or 18, how many actually understand love? The ones who make it to the end are very few. Airi might be clumsy and a bit naive, but spending so much time with Ichin, Yutaha, and Yukino had sharpened her enough not to get fooled by the average high school boy. As for Yukino, after Yutaha graduated, she had taken over the mantle of Toyagasaki's ice-cold beauty, notorious for her sharp tongue. She never treated unwanted admirers with the same gentle patience she showed friends like Airi. These days, no boys even dared to approach her. Those without even the courage to speak up didn't deserve her attention anyway. Hearing her little sister's firm stance reassured Haruno. The last thing she wanted was for Yukino to get stolen away too soon. The chatter continued until Yutaha finally stood, glancing at the time. It was about right time to go call Ichin out. Chapter 388, The Binding of Isaac, Solo Development. Inside the room, Ichin really was just as Yutaha had said, fully immersed in work. Whenever he was doing something he loved, Ichin always dove in with complete focus. The door opened, and Yutaha saw his back facing her. With a soft smile, she tiptoed over and stopped behind him. She was about to speak, but Ichin had already caught the faint fragrance drifting in. He stopped typing and turned his head. "What is it?" Coming in so suddenly. Placing her hands gently on his shoulders, Yutaha began to massage lightly. "It's about time. You've been working long enough. Come out and eat some watermelon. Take a break." While you were busy, Momoji, Tsubame, and Ruri also came over. And those three came too. "All right then, guess I'll rest a bit." After saving his work, Ichin left the room together with Yutaha. In the living room, he greeted the new arrivals, then grabbed a slice of watermelon and happily bit into it. Watermelon wasn't cheap in Japan, but since today's was bought by Haruno, Ichin ate without the slightest sense of guilt. After finishing one slice, he ladled himself a bowl of mung bean soup and sipped it contentedly. Nibbling on snacks and watching Airi and Haruno play Smash Brothers, Kei slid her cushion over and sat next to Ichin. "Ichin, what were you working on in your room just now? A new project?" He didn't hide it and nodded. "Yeah, a new project." The moment he said that, Airi and Haruno dropped their controllers, and everyone else gathered around too. "What kind of project this time? A big one?" Airi asked eagerly. "Not a big one. A pixel-style, top-down game. The scale isn't huge, but players could easily sink hundreds of hours into it." He then gave him a quick rundown of the Binding of Isaac, its setup and mechanics. Kei stroked her chin and smiled. "That kind of game really is a time sink. If it's well designed, it could attract a lot of players. And if the development cost is low, as long as the word of mouth spreads, it won't lose money. But Ichin, we don't exactly have extra manpower to spare right now. Relax. I wasn't planning to hand this to the studio." Ichin waved his hand. "This one I'm going to develop on my own in my spare time." "Eh, all by yourself?" Narumi tilted her head in surprise. "But Ichin-kun, you've still got Dark Souls to develop, plus your university coursework, right? Todai's academics aren't supposed to be easy." "Ishan replied calmly, don't worry. Todai's classes aren't difficult for me. I can still carve out some time for game development. Honestly, this project might be finished before Battle Block Theater is." "For real?" Airi eyed him suspiciously, but recalling his efficiency when he single-handedly made Slay the Spire, she realized it wasn't impossible, even though he said he'd be working solo. Since he was already out of his room, Ichin didn't plan to go back for the rest of the afternoon. He grabbed 2 decks of cards, and they all played together. That evening, everyone stayed for another feast at Ichin's place. When night fell and the others left, Ichin and Yutaha sat together on the sofa, each cradling a cat. The rest of the cats had been taken back by Yukino. After a vet check in a few days, Kei and Airi would be able to bring home the ones they'd chosen. While stroking her cat, Yutaha asked, "Why the sudden decision to develop a game all by yourself again?" "I just felt like it, so I started." Ichin smiled. "This was a game I always wanted to make. But after founding the studio, I shelved it. Now, even though the company has 3 projects, my personal workload isn't that heavy. So I figured I'd try solo development. Why? Afraid I'll spend all my time on games and not on you? A little. Yuta didn't hide it and nodded honestly. Game development takes a lot of time and energy. Ichin slipped his arm around her shoulders and looked into her eyes. Don't worry, I know how to balance things. No matter how busy I get, I'll always make time for you. That's fine then. Satisfied with his answer, Yuta leaned in and kissed his cheek before relaxing against him to watch TV. After a peaceful 2-day weekend, Ichin returned to work. Yuta didn't come along that day. In the morning, Ichin dropped her off at the publishing house to meet Machida Sonoko and discuss novel matters. She'd have lunch with her editor, and afterward, they'd bring her over to the office, so Ichin didn't need to worry. Yuta's novels were selling extremely well now, with an anime adaptation already greenlit. The publisher valued her highly, counting on her to keep writing and bringing in revenue. Those messy, experimental projects of hers weren't even mentioned anymore. Of course, it wasn't just Yuta's talent. Ichin was also a big factor. Japan's ACG industry was deeply interconnected. Games, novels, anime all tightly bound. In just 2 years, Ichin's company had grown to its current scale. Even without plans to go public, its strength was something Fujikawa, Shoten, couldn't ignore. Because of that, they took great care to protect their author lady boss. Ichin didn't even need to say anything. They decided on their own. The publisher even hoped to collaborate with Ichin someday, making games adapted from their light novels. Usually, light novel game adaptations were trash-cheap cash grabs for fans. But Ichin's demonstrated skills were no joke. If he wanted to, he could easily take a combat system from one of his projects, slap it onto an Ice Sky light novel, and still create a game above the passing line, with genuinely solid gameplay. They had already discussed this, but unfortunately, Fujikawa didn't currently have any strong Ice Sky battle-type novels. They'd have to wait until the publisher found one worth adapting before the partnership could move forward. Chapter 389. Sakura Nene. The punishment after causing trouble after being busy all morning. Ichin went out with Hazuki, Kayagami, and Rin Toyama for lunch. When they came back, during the lunch break, he sat comfortably in his office playing The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild 2. The moment he got the game from Nintendo, Ichin dove right in. Although the Switch's hardware power was limited, the game itself was truly outstanding. Within those limitations, Nintendo had pushed every aspect to its very best. With the game set to release at the end of July, Ichin naturally kept quiet on social media about getting his hands on it early. This kind of thing was best enjoyed alone in secret, and maybe later once everyone else started playing, he could show off his save file. Zelda really is too good, as expected of Nintendo's flagship franchise. At around 1 in the afternoon, Yuta finally arrived at the company. Ichin him back. Putting down his controller, Ichin looked at the girl walking into his office and smiled. Welcome back. How was work? Pretty smooth. Yuta stretched lazily as she sat down on the office sofa. Publishing went as smoothly as always. And the translations for Volume 1 and 2 of my novel into Chinese and English are also done. Next month, the overseas editions can finally be released. Her light novel career was, by now, sailing with the wind at its back. Ichin hardly had to worry about her at all. Getting up from his chair, Ichin went over and sat beside her, letting Yuta lean into his chest. You ate lunch properly, right? Of course. She lifted a hand and playfully poked his cheek. I went with Sonoko to a family restaurant. The pasta there was pretty good. What about you, Ichin? I went out with Hazuki and the others, had some ramen. After chatting a little, Ichin encouraged the worn-out Yuta to rest in the office while he went over to the programming team to begin the afternoon's work. Yuta, however, didn't nap. After a short rest, she got up and wandered out to chat with others. The Dark Souls dev team was far too busy for her to bother, so she headed over to the Battle Block Theater team instead. Hazuki, who was in the middle of a discussion with the members about stage design, spotted her and smiled. Yuta, finished with work? All done. Nodding. Yuta walked up beside her and glanced at the contents on Hazuki's monitor. Designing a new stage? Yep. Lots of stages to design for this game. It's going to take quite some time. After explaining, Hazuki made a suggestion. You're free this afternoon, right? Want to try out one of the new stages we just designed? The good thing about this game is that every stage can be tested individually, so it's really convenient. Sure, they'll give it a try. She wasn't particularly skilled at platforming games, but no one could resist the temptation of experiencing a brand new game. So Yutaha took a controller, sat down in front of one of the testing PCs, and began playing through the new stage together with a very excited Sakura Nene. 10 minutes later, cries for help from Sakura Nene echoed throughout the company. Everyone in the art department looked up from their work to see Sakura Nene running frantically at the front, with Yutaha chasing right behind her. I was wrong, Yutaha. Please don't. Stop right there. I promise I won't hit you. Somebody save me. Kayagami pulled off her headphones, watching the two of them with curiosity. What game are they playing? Beside her, Rin Toyama shook his head with a laugh. No idea, but it sure looks entertaining. The chase quickly carried over to the programming team's side. Just then, the office door swung open. Ichin stepped out and immediately caught Nene by the collar, lifting her up. All right, what exactly is going on here? Well done, Ichin. Yutaha praised him cheerfully before turning her smiling gaze on Nene. Didn't I tell you to cooperate properly to clear the stage? So why did you have to stir up trouble? Come now. Time to accept your punishment. You knew. Ichin-kun, save me. Faced with her desperate plea, Ichin only spread his hands. You've come to the wrong person for that. Did you forget? Yuta has the boss wife, who told you not to behave. Don't worry, though when she says punishment, she's not going to do anything too cruel. Just listen and take it. That's right, nothing too bad. Yuta's tone softened, but her words didn't. It's just some Oreos stuffed with wasabi. Very simple. But I want to eat wasabi, but there was no helping it. Nobody intended to save Nene. On the contrary, everyone looked on with barely hidden amusement as Yutaha dragged her off toward the neighboring dev team. Eri had been watching the whole scene play out. Only after the two disappeared from sight did she shake her head and sigh. Honestly, I'm right here as a living example. Yet Nene still hasn't learned? Aoba, aren't you going to help your childhood friend? Aoba, seated nearby, immediately shook her head. Forget it. Better to let her learn her lesson. Besides, this is kind of fun to watch. She said it with a mischievous little smile. At that moment, Ichin walked over and gave both Eri and Aoba a light pat on the head. How's your work coming along? Don't worry, everything's going smoothly. And stop patting my head. I still want to grow taller, you know. Eri shot him a glare before opening up her finished files, displaying several newly completed monster models. You should be fine, right? And I got mine too. Aoba quickly added. After reviewing their work, Ichin nodded in satisfaction. Very well done. Once you finish the remaining ones, send them over to the programming team for a final check. But I doubt there'll be any problems. Anyway, it's 1:30 now. What do you two want for afternoon tea? Ice milk tea? Yes. The entire team chimed in agreement. With everyone on board, Ichin had HR place the order right away. After all, afternoon tea for the whole company would take a while to prepare and deliver. An hour later, the iced milk teas arrived. Everyone happily sipped their drinks as they went on with their afternoon work, bringing some of the teas along with HR to the Battle Block Theater dev team. Ichin spotted Sakura Nene slumped over her desk, face full of despair. Oreos with wasabi. Apparently, the punishment worked wonders. He couldn't even imagine what kind of mischief that girl had pulled during testing to make Yutaha punish her like that. Chapter 39390. Akane Kosaka's new project, summer vacation plans. After handing out the milk tea to everyone, Ichin carried a cup over to Sakura Nene's desk. Here, Nene, yours. Hearing his voice, Nene finally lifted herself up, looking weak and pitiful. Half my life is gone. I never want to touch wasabi again for the rest of my life. What about when it comes with sashimi? Then I just won't eat sashimi anymore. Ichin chuckled, then glanced at Yutaha. What exactly did you put her through? Yutaha smiled slyly. Ichin, want to try it yourself? As she spoke, she picked up a plate from the desk beside her. On it sat several Oreo cookies, but instead of white cream, the filling between the biscuits was unmistakably bright green. Obviously wasabi. Forget it. Go find someone else to bother. Ichin rejected her without a second thought. It wasn't that he disliked wasabi, but the sheer amount stuffed into those cookies was definitely not something you could eat casually. Once the deliveries were done, Ichin prepared to head back to his office. Yudaha, having tested the new stage and properly punished the troublemaking Nene, also took her own milk tea and left with him, looping her arm around his as they walked out together. Back in the office, Ichin leaned back comfortably into his chair and booted up his computer. He had already made some progress on Dark Souls, so for the rest of today before work ended, he planned to work on the binding of Isaac. Just as he was about to begin, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Akane Kosaka. Akane Kosaka. Ichin-kun, our company is about to start development on a new game. How about your side? Already starting on a new project? That's quick. Her company's previous title, Phantom Epoch, had managed to reach the passing line. It had its flaws, of course, but the strengths were also clear. The story was safe and conventional, without any glaring faults, so the reviews have been fairly decent. Sales were reasonable too. The only question was whether those shortcomings from the previous game would be improved in the new project. As Ichin replied, Shinshirado, isn't it a bit careless to just announce it like that? It's just the number of projects, not the details. Nothing sensitive there. And if she were to leak it, she'd be tarnishing her own reputation. She wouldn't do that. Putting his phone aside, Ichin got back to sketching monsters for Isaac. Yudaha wrinkled her nose as he quickly designed a pixel art boss that looked like a giant blob of meat. Ichin, can't you make something a little more pleasant to look at? That's just the style of this game. Don't make it hard on me. Actually, if you don't like these kinds of grotesque designs, then you probably won't like Dark Souls much either. After all, while Dark Souls had many cool, imposing humanoid enemies clad in armor, it also featured plenty of unsettling creatures, giant rats, sludge monsters, and the like. Yudaha already knew that. She had seen some of Ichin's draft designs before, and many of those monsters had failed to interest her. That's fine. I can just play Battle Block Theater. And if not, well, there's always Zelda. With that, she picked up Ichin's Switch and flopped onto the sofa to play. For Isaac, the real challenge lay in designing the countless items and monsters. The systems themselves posed no difficulty for Ichin. He figured that if he worked on it for 2 hours every night at home, within a week or two, he could build the basic framework. After that, it would just be a matter of filling it with content monsters, items, and most importantly, balancing the synergies and stats. In Isaac, the combinations of items could lead to all sorts of outcomes. Some combos made the character absurdly powerful, while others could cripple them completely. Ichin remembered one run where he accidentally picked up an item he didn't want, which turned his bullets into useless sprays of mist. Combined with 0 damage boosts, the run became unwinnable, and he had to restart. Fine-tuning those interactions would take time. There also needed to be a large enough pool of items to keep the game fun. After working for a while, his phone buzzed again, another message from Akane. Akane Kosaka. After hearing your thoughts on our last game, we held several meetings. The new project will still be an RPG, but this time we're dropping the open world concept. We'll be making it as a traditional Japanese RPG instead. Still, Ichin-kun, you're the impressive one. Starting 3 projects at once, I wouldn't dare. I'm looking forward to your new games. Abandoning open world? That's actually a wise move. Reading her message, Ichin nodded. Open worlds could attract players, but building them properly was far from easy. Filling a vast world with NPCs, monsters, and side quests consumed immense resources. And as the map grew larger, both the cost and the difficulty grew exponentially. That was why Ichin himself hadn't touched open-world design yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was that if he ever did, it would have to be done right. For now, he still needed to accumulate technical expertise and nurture his team further. Glancing at the calendar on his desk, Ichin murmured, "It's already July. I wonder if I can finish the binding of Isaac before summer break ends." The rest of his summer vacation was strictly planned out. From Monday to Friday, daytime would be for work overseeing the 3 projects in progress. At night, 2 hours at home would be dedicated to developing Isaac. On weekends, one day would be reserved for Utaha, going on a date, eating out, or watching a movie together. The other day would be spent either gathering with Kay and the others, or simply staying home and diving deeper into his game development. Chapter 391 Lightning Fast Development. The Binding of Isaac release at the end of August. The whole company went on a team-building trip to Hokkaido, enjoying a good break. When they came back, in the last few days before school started, Ichin finally finished balancing the number system for the Binding of Isaac. He even personally handled the small amount of voice acting the game required, pulling in a few coworkers to record the lines. After testing was complete, he packed everything up and uploaded it to Steam and Epic for review. As for the Switch version, that would need to come later. It still required some platform-specific adaptation. Stretching his arms, Ichin let out a deep breath, a smile spreading across his face. Finally done. Utaha, lying on the bed, playing on the Switch, immediately set the console aside and hurried over to him. Ichin, it's really finished? Yep, all done. My efficiency's not bad, huh? He spoke with obvious pride. Even he was surprised by his own speed. Back when he developed Slay the Spire, it had taken nearly 3 months to complete. But this time, in just a month and a half, he had managed to finish the Binding of Isaac. Of course, this was only the base game, not including Rebirth or any of the later DLCs. Adding those would take at least another month and a half. Utaha looked at his smiling face in amazement. That really is fast. How come this time was so quick? It's mostly the art style, Ichin explained. This one's pixel art, which I'm way more comfortable with. Unlike Slay the Spire, where I spent ages just drawing characters and monsters. Art was never my strongest suit, so that's why. Her gaze drifted to the already uploaded game package on his computer. So when will it release? Let me think. Ichin quickly estimated the review times and checked the calendar. Let's go with September 1st. He'll use these next couple days to double-check everything in case there are tweaks to make. With that, he opened Bilibili and posted an announcement. Since the game was finished, it was time to let the players know. Hello everyone, we just got back from a company trip, and during my spare time, I wrapped up development on a solo project. The game is called The Binding of Isaac, a small pixel-style, top-down shooter. The art is deliberately dark, so those interested can check it out once the Steam and Epic pages go live. I'll also post a short trailer later. ITLL release on Steam, Epic, and Switch. The Switch port isn't finished yet, so that version will come a bit later. The PC release is scheduled for September 1st. Priced at 35 yuan. Please look forward to it. Within minutes of posting, discussions exploded. Most players had already cleared Persona over the summer. Some were replaying it, but many were searching for something new, wondering when the next announcement would drop. No one expected Ichin to suddenly appear at the end of August with a completely new game developed solo, no less. Even if it was just a small pixel game, Slay the Spire had been small too, and look how huge that turned out. So curiosity was instantly hooked. An hour later, Ichin uploaded a short promo video for Isaac. The trailer showed exactly what he described. Dark style, dungeon crawling, top-down pixel shooting. It wasn't a huge project, but the footage was undeniably intriguing. The protagonist looks kind of cute at first, but wait, his bullets are tears. Not only that, but as the video goes on, he just keeps getting uglier. True, but the uglier he got, the bigger the bullets became and the stronger the damage. So it's basically, I got uglier, but I also got stronger? Okay, I'm interested now. And at that price? Sure, he'll try it. Steam has refunds anyway. Just like that, discussion and hype spread quickly. On September 1st, the game officially launched. Thanks to the fan base built up from his previous 3 titles, even this small-scale release shot straight into the top sellers on Steam's China region, and sales in other regions weren't bad either. Some players held off, waiting for the Switch release since the game looked perfect for handheld mode. On September 3rd, the Switch version cleared review at lightning speed, and the port was released immediately. Although Isaac was a solo-developed game, its polish was remarkable. Bugs were rare, and on Switch it ran flawlessly at 60 FPS. Despite being under a gigabyte in size, the amount of content shocked players. The collection menu had pages of items marked with question marks, waiting to be unlocked. There were also 10 playable characters, only Isaac available at the start, with the rest requiring unlocks. After 5 days on sale, no one on any forum had managed to unlock everything. At best, they had unlocked all the characters, but many items were still hidden. Replayability was insane. With so many items, every run produced different combinations, leading to wildly different outcomes. Once streamers picked it up, the hype grew even further. And at just 35 yuan, barely the price of 2 cups of milk tea, players had no hesitation trying it out. At the office, Hazuki looked at the game's Steam page showing a 93 positive rating and sighed in admiration. As expected of you, Ichin. Even a summer side project reaches this level. Ichin sipped his coffee and smiled. It's only because it's a small game. If it were any bigger, I couldn't have done it solo. By the way, Hazuki, your team's development has reached a good stage, right? Closing Steam, Hazuki nodded. That's right. The action system and framework are finished, and we've already designed a good number of stages. Perfect. Then let's put up a demo build on Steam. Chapter 392. The Binding of Isaac S. Rising Popularity. New game demo September arrived, and Ichin returned to collage. Falling back in his study mode right after summer break didn't bother him at all. After all, even during vacation, he often picked up books to read. While The Binding of Isaac sales couldn't compare to Persona due to its smaller scope, its live streaming potential was far superior. Unlike Persona, where one playthrough was enough, Isaac offered endless variety. Every run started randomly, often ending in brutal failure. That unpredictability made for fantastic live content. Some streamers even got so hooked they played until 2 or 3 in the morning, still pulling large audiences with lively comment sections full of scrolling messages. The popularity of Isaac made many indie developers realize the untapped potential of roguelike games. Dungeon crawling, top-down pixel design was just one approach. Action roguelikes, strategy roguelikes, RPG-style roguelikes all were possible. Even deck-building games like Slay the Spire still had plenty of room for expansion. This realization sparked brainstorming sessions among countless small studios, each thinking about how to make a roguelike of their own. Ichin didn't know this was happening behind the scenes, but if many new, interesting roguelikes appeared because of it, Heavy thrilled. As long as a roguelike had its own unique hook, it could draw players in. The genre naturally encouraged word-of-mouth promotion. Development costs were relatively low, which meant prices could be affordable, making players more willing to give them a try. Smaller devs might not sell millions, but by tapping into trending genres, giving their games distinct flavor, and sparking enough discussion in forums and communities, even selling tens of thousands of copies would bring profit. This kind of healthy cycle let indie devs not only earn funds, but also grow their player base and skills. That evening after dinner, Ichin went to his room to review plans for Isaac's future updates, only to see a lively discussion in one of his QQ groups. It was a group of game streamers, big and small, all hardcore players. Through them, Ichin sometimes picked up industry news he wouldn't have known otherwise. What surprised him was seeing chatter about indie devs seriously considering roguelike projects. Well, that's a good thing, Ichin mused. No need to overreach by going big at the start. Most don't have the cost or the technical resources. Rubbing his chin, he tossed a few comments into the group chat, then went back to tinkering with Isaac. Although the game already had plenty of content, Ichin had no intention of stopping. He wanted to keep expanding it, ensuring it stayed relevant. Had also enabled Steam Workshop mods, but since the base game itself was already overflowing with content, most players hadn't even thought about making mods yet. When Yutaha returned from her shower, she found Ichin still busy at his desk. Peeking at the screen, she noticed he was designing an item icon. Ichin, is this for an update? Yep, future updates. Ichin nodded, but no rush. I won't release it until October. Steam stats say no one's even unlocked all the achievements yet. Once more players clear it, it'll slowly release new content. Yutaha rolled her eyes. Isaac had 90 achievements on Steam. Some required very specific conditions and weren't easy to obtain. Just 90 achievements, it's not that much, Itch encountered. Sure, some are tough, but most players can grab several in a single run. Over time, they'll naturally unlock them. Besides, the game still isn't the complete version I have in mind. I'm planning at least 2 free updates. They'll do the first myself, and then, after Battle Block Theater launches, I'll hand the second update over to Hazuki and her team. That way, the 2 games alternate, filling the gap while we wait for our bigger titles to release. Even if they were small-scale, Itchin wasn't worried about quality. Their lower price points and modest sales wouldn't be a loss, and thanks to Persona's massive profits, the company had no financial concerns for the next year or two. After watching Itchin work for a while, Yutaha retreated to bed with her Switch, playing Isaac herself. She wasn't a fan of the dark aesthetic, but since it was her boyfriend's game, of course she would support it. And honestly, it was surprisingly addictive. After about an hour, with 1 death and 1 clear, she unlocked a new character. Tired, she put down the Switch, picked up her tablet, and opened Bilibili to watch an Isaac stream. On September 12th, the demo for Battle Block Theater launched simultaneously on Steam and Switch. The game supported both single-player and 2-player modes, local and online. The demo included 10 stages, enough to keep players busy for over an hour if they aimed for perfect clears. Downloads surged right away, surpassing 50,000 on day 1, with peak concurrent players reaching 30,000. For a demo, those numbers were excellent. With its cartoonish art, goofy character expressions, and clever stage designs, the game struck a balance between charm and challenge. Single player was fine, but in co-op the fun skyrocketed. Perfect teamwork could clear stages beautifully, but players could also sabotage each other mid-run, leading to hilarious friendship-ending moments. The level design is fantastic even for a demo. The art style's great too. Finally, a proper co-op game. Just a shame the full version isn't out yet. Can't wait for release. The positive reception filled Hazuki and her team with even more confidence as they entered the final stretch of development. Chapter 393, Akane Kosaka SI. The Gap Friday afternoon. After finishing his classes, Itchin came to the company together with Yutaha. Since it was Friday, high school also let out earlier in the day. Eruri had already arrived at the office, proudly showing off photos on her phone to the others of the little orange kitten she had recently brought home. He cute, right? I even bought it several outfits. On her screen was the orange kitten, a bit bigger than when she first adopted it. With Eruri's constant pampering, plenty of food, toys, and space to roam around, it was living a dream life. Its future was basically set in luxury. Itchin walked over, glanced at the picture of the kitten playing with a teaser wand, and smiled. Looks like the little guy is really enjoying himself. Of course. Eruri proudly lifted her chin. I put a lot of my own savings into giving him the best care. Just the toys alone, I bought so many that he won't run out of things to play with for months. Listening to her, Yutaha poured a bit of cold water on the mood. It's nice that you care, but don't forget it's an orange cat. You need to control its diet, or else one day you won't even be able to lift it. I don't need you telling me that. I already know. Eruri shot her a glare. I even asked Yukino for advice about its meals. I won't let it get fat. Really? Then that's fine. Yutaha nodded. Even with strict dietary control, their own Peppa was still steadily growing heavier, inching closer to becoming a classic fat orange cat. And since Eruri's kitten was Peppa's child, Yutaha certainly didn't believe it would grow into a slim feline. After chatting about cats, Itchin headed over to the Battle Block Theater team. Senchuredo. Hazuki? Holding a cup of coffee, Hazuki crossed her legs and replied, "It's getting tougher, but still manageable. Just don't go helping them, Itchin. They need to think things through themselves. This is just a small-scale project. On larger projects, the challenges will be even bigger. They have to learn to find solutions on their own." I know. Itchin nodded, then walked over to see Sakura Nene. By now, programming tasks needing her direct attention had decreased a lot, so she was tinkering with her own custom engine instead. Standing behind her for a while, Itchin finally spoke. "Tweaking things again? What are you working on this time?" Startled by his sudden voice, Sakura Nene flinched and turned around. Can't you stop scaring people like that? All right, I apologize. Pulling up a chair beside her, Ichin glanced at the computer screen. Are you trying to upgrade your engine? Nene shook her head. Not really an upgrade. While working on Battle Block Theater, I noticed the engine doesn't support action systems very well. So I want to make some changes, hopefully enough to allow development of more interesting action games. Ichin rubbed his chin as he looked at the code on her screen. A side-scrolling action system. Huh. If you want to change it that way, it's doable. But I think you could be a bit bolder. For example, like this. He then gave her some suggestions for modifications. Nene was a bona fide genius. She had majored in law at university, and now here she was making games. With just a few pointers from Ichin, she immediately grasped the direction she needed to take and buried herself in her work. After watching her for a while and confirming her approach was solid, Ichin left her to it and returned to his own office, resuming development on Dark Souls. Meanwhile, in another office building in Tokyo, Akane Kosaka sat in her office, controller in hand, staring thoughtfully at the game running on her screen. She was playing the newly released demo of Battle Block Theater. Even though it was only a demo, the game felt highly polished. Its action system, collection mechanics, and stage designs were all excellent. The cartoonish 2D art style gave it a unique charm that made it a joy to play. Just like The Binding of Isaac, even as a small-scale game, it hits excellence in every area of its scope with nothing to criticize. For small games, cutting-edge AAA graphics weren't the priority, gameplay was. As long as the gameplay was strong, players would naturally be drawn in. Slay the Spire, Hollow Knight, The Binding of Isaac, Battle Block Theater, and then Persona, which looks set to sell millions. No wonder so many veterans in the industry recognize Ichin-kun as a remarkable creator. Setting the controller down, Akane's expression turned serious as she considered how to catch up to his level. In terms of team size, excluding Ichin's Shanghai studio, their Tokyo teams were roughly the same scale. But in terms of talent, her side lagged significantly, especially when it came to top-tier developers. From what Akane knew, the core team, led by Hazuki and other key figures who had left Eagle Jump, had all joined Ichin's company. Each one of them was an invaluable talent. Her own team had skilled people too, but many were still raw, brimming with potential, yet lacking real experience. After experimenting with our first game, we'll need to slow down now and focus on building up technical foundations. Otherwise, the gap between us will only keep widening. As she was deep in thought, a knock came at the office door. Kumin, the head of the programming team, entered. President, about Battle Block Theater's engine, you asked me to investigate. Isn't any known engine currently available on the market? I even checked with some contacts in the industry. Our conclusion is unanimous. It's an internally developed, custom engine. It's very well suited for making small-scale side-scrollers. And The Binding of Isaac was built on the same engine. A custom-built engine? After dismissing him with a wave of her hand, Akane leaned back in her chair. As expected, every step of the way, there's something unexpected. At this point, there's no comparing. With that, she pulled out her phone. Chapter 394. Akane Kosaka wants to poach talent. Akane Kosaka's phone call and her intentions caught Ichin completely off guard. You're saying Akane Kosaka wants to rent Nene's custom-built engine? In the office, Hazuki, whom Ichin had called over, looked at him in surprise. She hadn't expected Akane to take interest in that engine. Beside her, Sakura Nene herself was stunned, still not processing what was going on. Ichin nodded. That's right. That's what she means. I think she's realized this engine has potential. Sure, it's not suited for massive AAA scale games, but for small to mid projects, especially side-scrollers, it's very useful. Akane's a quick learner. After running into problems with her own open-world project, she's not stubbornly clinging to it. Clearly, she wants to learn from our approach, not just chasing big games, but also dabbling in smaller, gameplay-driven ones. Nene, what do you think? Since you're the one who developed it. Me? Pointing at herself, Nene hesitated, then said nervously, I don't really mind. I mean, I built the engine to make games anyway. Doesn't matter who uses it. But if we run out, how would we charge for it? Ichin explained. Normally, engines like Unreal 4 are free to use. But once your revenue exceeds 1 million USD, you owe them a 5 royalty. For our engine, though, since it's not for huge titles, we don't need that $1 million threshold. Let's say, after 200,000 in revenue, a 3 royalty. And from that, Nene, you, as the developer, get half, and the other half goes to the company for updates, maintenance, and online support. Hazuki nodded approvingly. That works. But if it's just Akane, it's not enough. Ichin, don't you think we should also build a proper company website? Brand the engine as one of our products, aimed at indie developers? Yeah, I was already thinking that too. Ichin snapped his fingers with a smile. Let's do it your way. We have people who can build a site, right? Of course. Hazuki nodded. Tsubaim knows how, and a few of the programmers we hired also do web dev. We're not building a marketplace, just a corporate site with some game overviews, like Capcom's. Easy stuff. With that, Ichin asked Hazuki to call over Narumi, Tsubaim, and a few others from the programming team. Looking at the 4 of them, he said, this'll be a side project. Right now, game dev tasks are lighter, so shift some focus to the website. Once it's done, it'll give you bonuses. No problem. Leave it to us, boss. Finishing tasks for the boss was already their job. Getting bonuses on top was a great motivator. And with Ichin's generosity, everyone knew the reward would be worth the effort. Once they were dismissed, Ichin picked up his phone and called Akane. Miss Kosaka, we discussed it internally. We can rent the engine to your company. Oh, that's wonderful. Akane's voice carried a smile. And the fees? Ichin explained about the free trial and the later 3 cut. For a specialized, already functional engine, the conditions were cheap, very cheap. In fact, no problem. I agree to the terms. How do we sign the contract? If you're in a hurry, you can visit our office in the next few days to sign. We still need to add some online features to the engine and upload some free assets. Fine, then it'll come the day after tomorrow in the afternoon, and he'll bring a few developers along. After agreeing on the time, Akane hung up and immediately called her own staff into a meeting. With their last project finished, her devs had plenty of creative ideas, but no real direction. Since she had been focused only on big projects, she hadn't given them an outlet. Now, with a suitable engine available, if it really worked well, they could branch out into multiple smaller games. It was clear to her they needed to slow down a bit. Soon, the appointed day came. At 2 in the afternoon, Akane arrived with several team members. Long time no see, Miss Kosaka. Ichin, already waiting, shook her hand and led them to the conference room. Not long after they sat down, Rin Toyama came in with a tray of drinks, and Hazuki arrived with Sakura Nene. Smiling, Hazuki greeted her. It's been a while, Miss Kosaka. How's your company doing? Ichin told me you're also working on a new project. Long time no see, Miss Hazuki. SS and OVL fire. Net Akane returned the smile. Things are going fairly smoothly. But as for the new project, I've decided to slow the pace. We're still not at the level of a truly qualified development company. Just yesterday, I had a meeting with our creative team. We agreed that blindly chasing large-scale games isn't sustainable. We want to try shifting directions a little, and we've already got some ideas. Our team isn't small, so splitting resources isn't that difficult. Hazuki nodded, then connected her laptop to the projector. Together with Nene, she began explaining the engine. When Akane learned the engine had been developed entirely by Nene while still a first-year university student, she was shocked. Her eyes widened as she looked at the petite girl. Nene, right? How about coming to work at my company instead? They'll make you head of the programming team and give you a top-tier salary. Yeah. Nene froze, dumbfounded. Why was she suddenly trying to poach her? But she quickly composed herself and answered firmly. Sorry, Miss Kosaka. I'm very happy working here, and I don't plan on leaving. Rejected, Akane didn't seem upset. Instead, she gave a regretful smile. That's really a shame. My apologies, Ichin-kun, Miss Hazuki. When I see talent this outstanding, I can't help but want to recruit them. Both Ichin and Hazuki knew that was just her style. Ichin shook his head, unconcerned, and let Nene continue the presentation. Chapter 395. Official website. Engine release. The meeting lasted for about an hour. After going through the tests conducted by Akane Kosaka's development team, they concluded that the engine was easy to pick up, well optimized in every aspect, and entirely capable of being used directly for the game they had planned. With that conclusion made, Akane Kosaka stood up and extended her hand toward Ichin. Then, Ichin-kun, I look forward to working with you. Same here. Ichin smiled as he shook her hand, and the two quickly signed an agreement. Although the agreement was settled, there were still some modifications pending on the engine, so it was scheduled to be delivered to them within a week. That timing worked out perfectly. It would give them enough time to get the official website up and running. Once launched, the engine could be downloaded directly from the site, all data connected to the company's servers. After seeing Akane Kosaka off, Ichin turned to Sakura Nene, gently patting her head. Right now, it's just one company, and they haven't officially started renting it yet. But once our engine spreads through promotion, and when games developed with it are released, if even 1 or 2 titles go viral, you'll become quite the little rich lady. Hearing that, Nene couldn't help puffing up with pride. After all, the engine she developed was finally going to be promoted, and she had confidence it was an engine independent developers would definitely find useful. The others gathered around as well. Aoba, her childhood friend, beamed. That's amazing, Nene. Your engine is going to be used by so many people. It's not that impressive, Nene said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Getting the engine to this level is thanks to Yumikone and Ichin-kun. I couldn't have done it alone. All right, I need to call Yumikone and tell her the good news properly. Ichin nodded. Yeah, definitely let her know. She'll be thrilled. Go on. Watching Nene dash off excitedly with her phone, Hazuki muttered softly, That's really wonderful. Ichin agreed with a nod. It is. But Hazuki, we can't stop here. The website isn't finished yet. Let's get back to work. Right, back to work then. Oh, Ichin, by the way, the company's snack stash is running low. Want me to have HR restock? Sure, go ahead. Although the recent recruitment had increased the number of male employees a little, the company was still female majority, and most of them were very capable and professional. One natural side effect of having more women in the office was that snacks, the little perk of company welfare, disappeared quickly, requiring frequent restocking. But with the company operating smoothly, snacks were a minor expense. If such a cost could keep morale high during work, Ichin was more than willing to cover it. The only pity was the limited office space. If the place were bigger, he would have set up more facilities like an in-house cafeteria staffed with chefs. Unfortunately, the current office didn't allow for that. Glancing around the office floor, Ichin estimated that within 3 years, once Dark Souls and Titanfall released and the company expanded further, they could move into a bigger place, perhaps even their own standalone building. A 5-story office sounded ideal. The first floor as a reception lobby and cafeteria, the upper floors divided into departments with their own workspaces, plus a lounge area and a fitness section. Clicking my tongue, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. A place that big isn't needed right now. His muttering was overheard by Yutaha, who had silently appeared beside him. What isn't needed? Ichin? She asked curiously. I was talking about the company's future office building. Taking her hand, he led her back to the office while explaining his vision in detail. After hearing him out, Yutaha chuckled. Isn't that a great idea? The future office can definitely be designed like that. In Tokyo, there are plenty of office buildings of that size, so finding one isn't impossible. And even if there isn't a perfect match, don't forget Yukino's family is in construction. As long as we have a land, we could commission them to build it. With our relationship, it wouldn't even be that expensive. That's true. Finding one wouldn't be difficult, Ichin admitted with a smile, pinching her cheek. But at least not until a year and a half later, once the 2 games were developing release. Only then will we have enough cash flow to move. Although Persona had brought in a massive profit between ongoing development, daily operations, and the current team size, relocating wasn't necessary yet. At most, planning ahead now would make future execution easier. All right, I need to get back to work. Yutaha, if you get bored, go hang out with Ko and the others. If I get bored, I'll head out. Settling back down, Ichin immersed himself in work again, while Yutaha quietly pulled out a textbook to read. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The official website was successfully launched, featuring introductions, trailers, and platform links for all their released games alongside the download for their self-developed engine. After some discussion, the engine's name was decided. They used Sakura Nene's surname and simply called it Sakura. The current release was version 1.0, with future updates planned for improvements and feature expansion. Once everything was set, the company announced the website launch on social media, along with details of the engine's release and its revenue-sharing policy for commercial use. Game engines were always a hot topic among players, but for indie developers, understanding them was a necessity. Soon, word spread. Independent developers quickly took notice of the engine. Upon learning that the Binding of Isaac and Battle Block Theater had both been made with it, they rushed to download it for research. After tinkering with it, heated discussions broke out in indie dev chat groups about its scope of use. Easy to pick up, highly adaptable, low hardware requirements. Not suited for 3D, but most indie games weren't 3D anyway. This engine might really work. Almost immediately, several indie studios planning new titles decided they'd develop with the Sakura engine. Chapter 396. Selected for TGA after the official website went live, the backend showed that traffic was steadily increasing, though not explosively so. After all, their site was fairly simple. It introduced their games and provided downloads for their engine. Nothing more. Wait, they could also add links to their merchandise store. Thinking of that, Itchin had the programming team put in a bit of extra work, adding Amazon and Taobao links directly onto the official site. Whether it made much of a difference or not didn't matter, at least it was there. Speaking of merchandise, after browsing the site, Hazuki glanced at Itchin. It looks like our Persona figures are skyrocketing in price on the secondhand market. Can't be helped. High-quality figures are always expensive, and with low production runs, prices naturally go up. Itchin really didn't have much of a solution. Figures were different from model kits. With kits, you had molds once the mold was made. Mass production through injection molding was easy. Figures, especially highly detailed ones like the Persona series, were different. The facial features, the intricate costume, paintwork, all of that required painstaking handcrafting. Itchin would have loved to lower the price so more people could buy them, but that just wasn't possible. Maintaining quality meant avoiding cheap outsourcing, and the labor cost and production limits were fixed. Weighing the options, Itchin had chosen to prioritize quality first, quantity second. Now that Persona figures were being scalped high in the secondhand market, there wasn't much he could do to fight it. His only hope was that with later pre-order batches, the increased supply would bring down the resale prices. At least those who pre-ordered from their official shop were guaranteed figures at the original price. As for players who went to scalpers for overpriced ready stock, it was just like with Gunpla enthusiasts paying premium for instant availability. There was no way to stop them. Let's just wait. Once more batches go out, things should settle down. The market isn't something we can control. Shaking his head, Itchin dropped the matter and turned his attention to the programming department. There were some minor issues with Dark Souls system that needed his input. By the time October rolled around, the gaming industry hadn't seen any huge waves. Well, except one: The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild 2. Nintendo's flagship IP sequel had launched earlier that year, and even now in October, it was still sitting firmly in the top 3 of Japan's weekly sales charts every single week, with no sign of dropping. Meanwhile, Persona released back in May still occasionally popped up on the weekly sales charts, and even more often on Steam's bestseller rankings. Since it hadn't even been half a year yet, there was no way they were going to discount it. At earliest, they'd consider a winter sale around the end of the year. As for Dark Souls, development was progressing smoothly, aside from a few small hiccups. The base was built following Dark Souls 3, but unlike DS3, where a single patch would give birth to entire new churches of weapon metas, Itchin hoped this time would be a true 100 flowers bloom situation. That's why he didn't hand weapon balancing to anyone else. He insisted on handling it personally. From the early straight sword church to later cults like the drumstick church and great curved sword, every style had its strengths. By late game, countless special playstyles have been developed as well. Itchin actually disliked it when a certain playstyle became overwhelmingly powerful. That always made one approach stand out too much while rendering other weapon types unpopular. A well-known example was Monster Hunter's longsword, especially in Rise. With just a Sheath 3 longsword, you could pretty much play through the entire game, while other weapons suffered from terrible balance and shallow gameplay, like the Insect Glaive or Lance. Dark Souls, however, had a huge variety of weapons. Itchin wanted each type to feel rewarding after upgrades, something players could use to clear the game. He wanted people to experiment with different weapons, not just rely on one straight sword and a shield to brute force the entire journey. Balance, huh? Staring at the 3D models of a pair of newly made weapons, Itchin's head buzzed. This was going to be a massive undertaking. Luckily, the Binding of Isaac was already finished, and he didn't have to worry about updates for now. That gave him the space to fully focus on weapon values, animation modules, and battle arts like the massive smoke greatsword he was tweaking. Just as he was deep in thought, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in," Itchin called without looking up. The door opened, and Hazuki walked in. "Itchin, I've got some news for you." "Oh, what is it?" "This year's TGA Game Awards, the organizers have invited us. Our Persona has been nominated for Best RPG of the Year and Game of the Year." TGA? Hearing that, Itchin finally lifted his head. Of course he knew about the Game Awards and naturally had to attend. It was just that last year they hadn't released anything, being fully buried in Persona's development, so their moment had to wait until this year. "Hazuki, when you say invited, do you mean they want us to attend in person?" "That's right. They want us at the live ceremony," Hazuki confirmed. "They told me that unless something unexpected happens, we're basically guaranteed Best RPG this year, and Best Game Music is also a possibility. As for Game of the Year, no need to say it, I know we're probably just a runner-up there. After all, Breath of the Wild 2 launched this year. Though Breath of the Wild 2 hadn't leapt as far ahead of its predecessor as people hoped, its depth of gameplay was undeniable. As an RPG, Persona couldn't really compete head-to-head in that aspect, and Itchin never expected to claim the overall crown. Besides, whether or not they won Game of the Year, Persona sales were already on track to hit well over 10 million copies. Stretching his arms, Itchin said, "In that case, Hazuki, go ahead and let them know. We'll be there." "No problem." Hazuki smiled and nodded. "So, how many of us should go?" Itchin thought for a moment. "Well, you definitely need to come with me. Aside from us, let's add Yudaha, and maybe 2 or 3 more people. We'll confirm later." "All right," he'll reply for now. "We can finalize the attendees later." After Hazuki left, Itchin turned his attention back to his work. The TGA, they usually have trailer segments, don't they? That means we should put together announcement videos for Dark Souls and Titanfall. Such a good opportunity can't be wasted. Thinking that, Itchin immediately messaged Hazuki through the company's internal chat. After getting her quick okay, he sent word straight to the Shanghai studio. Chapter 397, Best RPG of the Year, and a company that still doesn't do overtime development on Titanfall, was also going smoothly. The shooting in particular felt great thanks to Yumiko, a veteran who'd studied FPS design for years. The gunplay was dialed in perfectly. As for the Titans, while not every class was finished yet, the protagonist unit BT-7274 had been fully designed, and work on the remaining Titans and level layouts was progressing in parallel. When the Shanghai studio received Itchin's message that they'd be unveiling the game's PV at the Game Awards, the whole team lit up. Say what you will about Western games media being pretty cash-grabby in recent years, TGA still draws the attention of players around the world every December. Announcing a new title on that stage guarantees a ton of eyeballs. And who doesn't want the game they've poured their hearts into to spread across the globe? So the Shanghai team kicked into high gear, throwing themselves even harder into development. The Tokyo studio reacted the same way. Once word got around that Persona had been selected for December's TGA, the office buzzed with excitement. Everyone had full confidence in Persona's quality Best RPG of the Year, felt like a sure thing. As for the other categories like Game of the Year, they were as laid back as Itchin. Great if they won, no big deal if they didn't. Odds were it would go to Breath of the Wild 2 anyway. But prizes weren't the main point. The most important part was the trailer segment at the ceremony. Battle Block Theater would launch in November, so there was no need to air a trailer for it. Dark Souls and Titanfall, though those absolutely needed fresh content over the next 2 months to cut into irresistible announcement trailers. Practically overnight, both studios shifted into high-speed mode. Everyone squeezed every productive minute out of their workday to make sure those TGA trailers would land. Of course, there's still no need to work overtime. At 7 p.m., in a yakiniku place, Ichin, Yutaha, Koyagami, Rin Tayama, Aoba, and Hifumi sat around the grill, happily demolishing a meat feast. The restaurant was run by Chinese owners and blended styles from different regions. The sauces especially came in every variety. Snipping 2 big slices of grilled pork belly and dividing them up, Ichin dipped his pieces into a dry spice mix, wrapped them in lettuce, took a bite, and said, "Overtime just burns the energy you need for the next day. Clock out on time, eat something good, go home to relax and play a bit, sleep well, then show up the next morning full of energy. What's wrong with that? I'll never get why people here are so obsessed with overtime. Makes no sense." Ko felt that one deep in her bones. Tradition, I guess, but not a good one, looking back. Mouth full of grilled meat. She added, "Honestly, life's better now. Ever since I joined your team, my schedule's fixed, my body feels lighter, even my skin's better. Back then, I was literally sleeping at the office for about half the month." Aoba nodded vigorously. "Totally. I still remember when I first joined Eagle Jump, getting to the office early and seeing Ko-senpai sleeping under her desk. Scared me half to death." Rin chimed in from the side, right? "She kept pulling all-nighters at the office. I told her off so many times, but she never listened, so I ended up staying with her a few nights. The company now is nothing like the old days. Nobody slept at the office anymore. At most, if a task wasn't quite done, someone might stay an extra hour or two, but pulling past midnight. No chance. A lot of the married guys even praised the system, saying it let them go home early to be with their families, keeping communication alive and their home life warm and steady. From another angle, you could say Ichin had actually saved a few families that might run into trouble. Siping olong tea utahasmilet. I agree, no overtime is best. We already work all day. There's no need to keep going at night. And don't get me started on those who deliberately push daytime tasks into the evening just to rack up overtime pay. Isn't it way nicer to relax like this and eat together? That logic might be obvious, but few companies actually manage it. After the pork belly, they move on to beef tongue and, the main event, 2 hefty, beautifully marbled steaks. When those steaks hit the grill, everyone's eyes lit up and they couldn't help swallowing. Since the boss was treating, Ichin went for the good stuff. The people at this table were the backbone of the company. He wasn't going to be stingy. After they'd eaten their fill, everyone headed home. Hifumi had just gotten her driver's license and bought a car, so she gave Aoba a lift. Back home, Yutaha went to shower first. Ichin checked on the 2 cats had stayed in, confirmed they'd eaten and used the litter box properly, then headed into the bedroom. He powered up his PC and logged into QQ. The big single-player game chat groups where he lurked were already buzzing about this year's TGA. It was October, and next month the nominee list would be out. Of course, people were talking. He lurked for a bit, saved a few spicy pics the old hands had posted, then opened Steam and booted up the Binding of Isaac. One perk of being the developer. Even you can't rig your own starts. Luck smiled on him today. Opening room Brimstone. Time for a laser build. Halfway through the run, Yutaha came back from her shower. Ichin handed her the controls, grabbed his change of clothes and pajamas, and went to the bathroom. Soaking in the tub, he quietly mapped out the next 2 months. Dark Souls needed more of his attention. To cut a powerful trailer, they'd need grand set pieces, plus some large monsters in playable shape. With 2 installments planned back-to-back, Bloodborne on deck, and even Elden Ring on a long-term roadmap, the Souls line had to be nailed. As for Titanfall, he didn't need to worry much. Yumiko was his hand-picked lead. With her watching it, that side was covered. Trailers, huh? Then I need to get in touch with our partner studio about the music and start hammering out the cues well use. Counting it all up, there was plenty to do on top of his university coursework. Chapter 398. Boss demonstration. When it came to music, especially composition, Ichin had always been self-studying. But since he was usually swamped with work, his learning efficiency hadn't been all that great. Still, for a small game like Battle Block Theater, his skills were more than enough to handle the soundtrack. Of course, if it were something on the scale of Dark Souls, then his current level wouldn't cut it. He would need to keep studying much more. For the music side of things, he had already partnered with a company they'd worked with before. The other party had been preparing well in advance, so things didn't feel rushed. 2 months to prepare a grand, orchestral soundtrack was a trivial task for a professional studio. As for Titanfall, Ichin could always reach out to a music studio in Shanghai. There were plenty of skilled professionals there too. TGA, huh? Ichin-kun, your company is really getting more and more amazing. That's so wonderful. On Friday, Sayuri Sawamura brought over a pile of snacks as gifts and, seeing the company bustling with energy, spoke with heartfelt admiration. Ichin bit into a cookie and shook his head. Not really. We're still far from there. At the very least, we haven't reached the point of contending for Game of the Year yet. But once Dark Souls releases, maybe there's some hope. Dark-themed games came out every year, but none had ever managed to establish a world and gameplay structure like Dark Souls. On top of that, thanks to the company's top-tier artists, Ichin planned to make their art style even stronger than the Dark Souls he remembered. The architectural styles, monster designs, humanoid enemy armor, and weapons, everything had to be polished to perfection. And of course, no Dark Souls-style game could be complete without dragons. In the original Dark Souls 3, even counting DLC, there weren't many dragons. But Ichin wasn't about to let players off the hook that easily. He intended to add several more dragons, each with unique characteristics, as optional elite bosses in certain areas. They wouldn't be mandatory fights. Ichin designed many routes that allowed players to bypass them. But those who fought and won would obtain rare, high-quality weapons and items. A unique boss ought to drop something special, right? Ichin despised the kind of design where you slog through a brutal boss battle only to be rewarded with a few scraps, no proper feedback at all. Back when he played Breath of the Wild, he often felt this frustration, clearing a monster camp, conquering a shrine, finally opening a reward container only to find a flimsy weapon or a couple of ores. By the latter half of the game, he barely felt motivated to search for rewards anymore. That's why in all the games had developed so far, positive player feedback was something he valued deeply. The tougher the enemy, the greater the reward. Of course, shortcuts existed in Dark Souls, but if players chose them, they'd naturally miss out on valuable rewards. That was only fair. And giving good loot never meant Ichin would compromise on difficulty. When it came to setting up tough challenges, he wasn't going to hold back. After chatting with Sayuri for a while, Ichin went over to Hajime Shinodata's desk. He asked her to pause her work and gather the rest of the action team for a meeting. I looked over the motion set you submitted for Iudex Gundar. It still needs some refinement. He had Shinoda pull up the completed animations, pointing at Gundar on the screen. Hear the weapons swing. Add half a second more wind-up. Stop making everything so straightforward. Did you already forget what I told you about varying attack speed fast and slow strikes? Shinoda's mouth twitched. But this is the first boss, right? Isn't that a bit too hard right at the start? Is it? Ichin replied calmly. Don't forget, there's also the champion Gundar later. I've already had you cut down plenty for this first version. The real challenge comes from the player's limited healing items early on, paired with higher enemy damage. As long as players pay attention to the animations, it's not too difficult. Even the fast, slow swings can be dealt with. Just defend properly or create distance. Remember, this game is built around boss fights. Every boss must have distinct mechanics. I'm not spamming mobs in the exploration parts, so the boss battles need to stand out even more. Hearing him out, the programmers nodded in agreement. After dismissing the others, Ichin continued discussing Shinoda's other boss projects before returning to his office. The maps for the later zones were mostly complete, but still fragmented. They needed integration, and Ichin took that task upon himself along with some additional revisions. 1 week later, in the company's conference room, Everyone was gathered, eyes fixed on the large screen where a test program was running. The content: a boss fight against Vor the Boreal Valley, nicknamed the Ice Dog by players. For the demonstration, they didn't just show animations. The entire boss arena had been integrated into a test build. The demonstrator, Shinoda, controlled a starting knight character, basic armor, straight sword, and medium shield, no upgrades at all, though she was the one who created this boss. The action patterns were all Ichin's designs. That alone made her nervous as she showcased the fight. When the Ice Dog unleashed its relentless charge attack, even Shinoda, an experienced action gamer, panicked. She quickly raised her shield, but after a few rushes, her stamina bar was drained. The Ice Dog followed up with a massive hammer strike, instantly wiping out half her health bar. Game over. I died. Shinoda let out a frustrated sigh at the black and white death screen. Meanwhile, the others watching were buzzing with excitement. Hey, I built this stage. The boss stats were my tuning. Too bad she's using base gear. If the weapon was upgraded and the level higher, it wouldn't be that bad. Dream on. With those rabid dog-like moves, even veterans are going to struggle at first. Though Shinoda failed the demo, the sheer sense of oppression from the boss left Ichin very satisfied. Clapping his hands, he announced, "All right, switch to the next one." Next up is Dragon Slayer Armor. Chapter 399. The TGA begins. The promotional PV to be used at TGA naturally couldn't showcase every single boss from the games Ichin's company was developing. Only a select few would be revealed. So, after finalizing the PV's contents, Ichin adjusted the production order of the bosses, moving a few forward to ensure they'd be ready first. As everyone stayed completely focused, December quietly arrived. This time, since they had received an official invitation, they would be attending the TGA awards ceremony in person. Although the holidays hadn't started yet, Ichin's leave request was approved without any issue. He took an entire week off. Not only him, but Yuda's leave was also approved, so the two of them could go together to Los Angeles. Alongside them, Hazuki, Kayagami, and Rin Toyama would also be going. There had originally been one more spot available, but after hours of discussion, no one could agree on who should take it. In the end, they simply left it unused. So, the group totaled 5 people. As for Los Angeles itself, Ichin wasn't particularly interested. If not for the TGA, he might never have considered visiting the US in his life. The reason was simple: it wasn't safe. After all, the so-called Freedom Country had daily shootouts. That wasn't an exaggeration. Ichin wasn't about to gamble with his own life, even if the odds of something happening were slim. On December 9th, at 8:30 in the morning, everyone gathered early at the company. Yawning, Eruri sipped from a milk bottle in her hand, glancing at Aoba, who was adjusting the projector. Isn't it still more than half an hour before it starts? Why so early? This is the TGA. Of course we have to take it seriously. Turning after aligning the projection, Oba looked at Eruri and said, "I even told you yesterday you only needed to be here 5 minutes before it starts. But didn't you still come this early?" Fair point. I guess I'm a little excited too. Draining the last of her milk, Eruri stretched and muttered, "Good thing it's Saturday, and there's no school today, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to watch the live stream." Others arrive around the same time, all carrying simple breakfasts like bread and biscuits. Clearly, they had skipped making food at home just so they could come early to the office. Sitting beside Eruri, Sakura Nene typed a message on her phone to Kei Yagami in Los Angeles. The reply came quickly. "They're already at the venue," Nene announced happily. She says there are tons of famous game developers there. Hey, did you ask if they saw Gabe Newell? Probably not. He hasn't shown up in person for the past few years. What a shame. Isn't he working on the Steam handheld? If we met him, maybe we'd even have a chance to get our hands on a prototype. The Steam handheld had already been announced, though its release was set for next year. Compared to the Nintendo Switch, it was bulkier and heavier, but the specs were far stronger. Unlike other so-called Windows handhelds, it was a dedicated Steam machine designed to run nearly the entire Steam library smoothly. Sure, some brand new AAA titles might struggle to maintain 60 FPS, but 30 FPS was realistic enough. And with only a 1280 by 800 display, Combined with the CPU and GPU performance revealed so far, the system seemed perfectly capable. As for whether it would threaten the Switch, Itchin and the rest of the company didn't think so. Despite the Steam handheld entering the market, the Switch still had a dominant share, a competitive price, and Nintendo's unbeatable first-party lineup. It was more of an alternative option rather than a replacement or rival on equal footing. Listening to the discussion, Hajime chimed in, "It's not without merit, though. If we could apply for a dev kit, that'd be worth it. Itchin, Hazuki, maybe you should reach out. Our games sell pretty well on Steam. Getting in contact shouldn't be hard." With that, she lost interest in the topic and wandered off toward the nearby cat tower. Because of the Los Angeles trip, Itchin's 2 cats, Hazuki's Mizuku, and one of KS Cats had all been left with Arari for pet sitting. Naturally, when she came today, she brought all 4 to the company. Combined with Yukino's cats, the office was currently hosting 9 cats in total. Even if there wasn't a TGA live stream to watch, just playing with cats in the office was enough to keep everyone entertained. Time ticked by, and at 9 a.m., the official TGA streaming channel went live with its countdown. With countless players worldwide waiting in excitement, at 9:30, the countdown ended. The TGA had officially begun. As the live stream switched to the Grand Theater hosting the ceremony, everyone immediately began searching the crowd for Itchin and his team. Not only those in the company, but also thousands of Chinese players watching from home were eagerly awaiting this TGA. Aside from giants like Tencent and NetEase, Itchin's company had quickly become one of the most impressive Chinese developers in recent years. Of course, the fact that one of their studios was based in Tokyo was undeniable, and Itchin had never tried to hide it. But as long as he was the boss and the lead on the projects, that was enough. Soon after the opening performances, the host appeared, and the annual TGA Game Awards officially kicked off. With over 20 categories, mid-show entertainment, and new game trailers sprinkled throughout, every segment was designed to captivate. At the venue, Itchin sat calmly with Yutaha beside him, her arm linked through his. In the past 2 days, even though he hadn't spent much time sightseeing, Itchin had met several well-known developers at the hotel. They had long discussions about game design philosophies, and Itchin felt had gained a lot from those exchanges. Leaning gently against his shoulder, Yutaha whispered, "It's starting, Itchin." "Yeah, it's starting. But don't worry, the first few awards probably don't involve us." No sooner had he said that than the nominations for Best Game Soundtrack flashed on screen. Among them was Persona, and the award for Best Game Soundtrack goes to Persona. Itchin froze. This one too. He had no choice amidst congratulations from the new friends had made in the industry, and under their encouragement, Itchin embraced Yutaha and Hazuki beside him, then rose from his seat and headed toward the stage. Chapter 400. Titanfall revealed after stepping on stage and receiving his first trophy of the day. Itchin paused for a moment. Facing the audience, he spoke fluent English. "Hello everyone, I'm Itchin, the producer of Persona. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to have won this award. I've played all the other nominated games, and their soundtracks were all outstanding. I'm truly happy to receive this recognition. These past few days, I've met many game developers and had wonderful exchanges with them. I hope in the future, they'll have more chances to stand here again. Thank you." The host beside him chuckled. "Oh, I think you definitely will because the next trailer we're showing has something to do with you as well." So soon? Itchin blinked. He knew both of his company's new games had trailers scheduled to air at different points of the event, but he hadn't expected one to follow right after his award. Nodding, he turned to the camera and said, "Then, please look forward to our upcoming new title." After stepping down, he handed the trophy to Hazuki, letting everyone in their group take turns admiring it. Meanwhile, the massive screen on stage lit up as the trailer began to play. Players watching the live stream all over the world held their breath in anticipation as the logo appeared. First came explosion space battles unfolding outside a planet, futuristic warships exchanging heavy fire. Then, a hatch opened, dropping multiple pods that streaked down toward the planet's surface. The scene shifted to the ground, where intense combat was already underway. As the pods landed, squads of soldiers in specialized helmets stormed out, weapons ready, immediately joining the fight. A defending soldier, distracted by the sudden reinforcements, was blown away when a grenade shattered his cover. As he was thrown back, he glimpsed one of the newcomers rocket forward with a jetpack blazing, charging headlong at the enemy. The camera followed this soldier, the pilot. A narrator's voice entered. On this battlefield, the pilot is the deadliest force. Wall running, grappling, sliding, cloaking, close quarters, combat, one ability after another was showcased, gripping the audience's attention. After single-handedly clearing an enemy outpost, the pilot sprinted to the far side of a building only for a massive shadow to descend from the sky. But what truly sets pilots apart from infantry and machines alike is their bond with Titans. The dust cleared, revealing a towering humanoid mech. Gasps filled the venue as it caught the pilot in one hand, opened its cockpit, and placed him inside. Pilot and Titan became one. The Titan raised its mechanical arm, projecting an energy shield that absorbed a hail of incoming fire. From a side building, more enemies opened fire. Inside, the pilot activated another ability, halting the stream of bullets midair before flinging them back in a devastating counterattack that leveled an entire structure. The battle escalated, no longer just soldiers against soldiers, but Titans clashing in massive, earth-shaking combat. Giant robots, no matter how many decades they've appeared in sci-fi, remained an irresistibly thrilling spectacle. Heavy steel armor, humanoid forms, overwhelming firepower. Everything about them had the audience, both live and online, wide-eyed. The narration was revealed to belong to a regular infantry soldier in the Frontier Defense War. The trailer concluded with a bare-knuckle Titan brawl against an enemy blade-wielding Titan. At the end, the title appeared on screen. Developed by YC Games, Shanghai Studio. Release date: 2024. When the trailer ended, the cameras cut straight to the audience, zooming in on Ichin's group. Seeing himself on screen, Ichin stood and gave a polite bow to the hall. After sitting back down, Hazuki whispered, "Looks like the first reveal was a success. A shooter with giant robots, it's almost guaranteed to make a splash," Ichin murmured back. "But the real test will be how people react once we show actual gameplay." Turning to Kei Yagami beside Hazuki, he asked, "Kei, how's the online response?" On YouTube and Bilibili, the discussions are already blowing up. And after the trailer aired here, our company's channels will be uploading it separately. It should go live any minute now. Of course, TGA was mainly about the awards. The trailers were just part of the show. Following the Titanfall reveal, the next award was for Best Game Direction, which went to Alan Wake 2, a title that had sparked plenty of discussion after its release. The gameplay was indeed impressive, players reliving loops, learning, and ultimately assassinating 8 key targets in a single day. Ichin had tried it himself after launch and found it well made. The only downside? That terrible discount came way too fast, he thought. Barely a month after release and already on sale. What was the dev team thinking? More awards followed, along with a handful of new game trailers. The ones Ichin paid most attention to were the new entries in Battlefield and Call of Duty. Not that he particularly liked either franchise, but he was curious, would they still flop as hard as before? Especially Call of Duty. With Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard, many believe the next COD would mark the franchise's grand comeback. Ichin, however, was skeptical. The trailer shown tonight? Just CGI. No gameplay. No title. Not even a release window. Not exactly reassuring, he thought. Of course, when it came to gameplay footage, Ichin knew he wasn't in much of a position to judge others. A few more categories were announced, then Persona struck again. Twice. Best Narrative. Best Role-Playing Game. Ichin almost suspected the organizers were messing with him. Each time he sat down, he barely had time to breathe before being called back on stage. Still, there was no helping it. Awards had to be accepted. Handing the still-warm Best Narrative trophy to Yutaha, Ichin adjusted his suit and, for the third time that night, rose from his seat and walked toward the stage. Chapter 4:01401. Returning with full rewards. Dark Souls announced when Ichin stepped onto the stage for the third time. The faintly helpless smile on his face was perfectly captured by the cameras, broadcast on the giant screen, and seen by countless players watching the live stream. Taking the trophy in hand, he stood before the microphone, raised the award slightly, and said, "I think after this one, I probably won't have to come on stage again tonight. I can finally sit back and enjoy the ceremony. Honestly, I've been guessing for days which games would win the other awards." He paused for a moment before continuing. "As you all probably know, so far our studio has released 5 games, the 5th only just launched a few days ago. We are a team of developers with limitless passion for games. With every title we make, we hope players can find new kinds of joy. Winning Best Role-Playing Game this year means a lot to me, since RPGs have always been one of my favorite genres, and will certainly continue developing even more interesting role-playing games in the future. Thank you, everyone." Also, when I came on stage just now, the staff told me that the next game reveal will also be ours. Unlike Titanfall, which we showed earlier, this new game is an entirely different genre. For those who don't like shooters, perhaps this one will be to your taste. Finishing his speech, Itchin quickly stepped off the stage and returned to his seat. Today's awards had far exceeded his expectations. He was leaving full of gains with no regrets. And now came the final reveal for his studio at this year's TGA. With the host's announcement, all eyes turned to the big screen. Some producers who had spoken with Itchin in the past few days already knew 2 new titles would be revealed. Titanfall had already shocked them, so what kind of theme would this second one bring? The screen faded to black. Before even showing the studio logo, a grand symphony swelled alongside a soaring chorus. Then, after the logo, a burning circle of flame appeared in the darkness. The flame went out, and the king was yet uncrowned. As the deep female narration echoed, a colossal castle loomed on the screen, silhouetted against the twilight sky. Ash seemed to drift faintly through the air. The camera shifted. A massive Barado lay motionless across the city walls, appearing still and lifeless, its scales glowing faintly in the wind. Further scenes revealed a desolate city devoid of life. On the ground, skeletal figures knelt and prayed before a stone statue, accompanied by somber, dark music that perfectly conveyed the bleakness of this world. Nearly a full minute in, it was already clear. This was a dark fantasy setting, steeped in grand world-building. Then, a figure appeared clad in armor, wielding a twisted, long sword glowing red. He stepped before a bonfire and slowly plunged the blade into it. Flames erupted instantly. The screen cut, and the knight entered battle. Everyone knew this was now the live gameplay showcase. Humanoid and monstrous enemies alike emerged from the darkness, even colossal skeletons towering over the battlefield. The knight fought with a variety of weapons in diverse locations, rolling, blocking, taking hits, striking back, and even landing devastating backstabs from behind. It was unmistakably an action-adventure game, with what looked to be a wide range of abilities. At the climax, enormous, oppressive bosses appeared one after another. High Lord Woolner, Lord of the Boreal Valley, the Dragon Slayer armor, the Dancer, and finally, a massive dragon spewing oceans of fire. Under their ferocious attacks, the knight could do little but endure, unable to resist. At last, the protagonist was engulfed in flame and collapsed. Then the title appeared on screen. Developed by YC Games, Tokyo Studio. Release date, 2024. 2 brand new titles, developed by 2 different studios, both releasing next year. Judging from the trailers alone, their themes and gameplay showed remarkable promise. Though both were clearly large-scale, 3D games very different from Persona, which was already released, fans of Persona weren't sure if such ambitious projects could be pulled off. But one thing was undeniable. In terms of polish, Dark Souls already looked more complete than Titanfall. When the trailer ended, the audience erupted in applause. Fans of darker themes even stood, cheering and screaming in excitement. Whatever the final product turned out to be, at least this trailer was exactly what they wanted. Itchin rose and bowed, expressing his gratitude. Back in his seat, Yudaha hooked her arm around his and whispered, "Now you can relax, right?" "Yeah, it feels good so far." Itchin smiled, nodding. This trip to Los Angeles has been without regret. The ceremony went on, award after award being handed out, some surprising, some expected. Finally, the biggest award of the night, game of the year, unsurprisingly, went to The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild 2. While not brimming with brand new innovations, its gameplay still crushed all competitors this year. Persona, as a turn-based RPG, was naturally at a disadvantage against it. Breath of the Wild 2 had reached near perfection in every respect: art, music, gameplay, and map design, leaving almost no room for criticism. Truly, a deserved winner. And so, this year's TGA ended perfectly for Ichin and his team. That very night, without lingering further, they boarded a late flight out of Los Angeles. Meanwhile, both Titanfall and Dark Souls trailers were released online separately. And as players who had watched the live stream spread them across the internet, the hype for these two newly revealed games skyrocketed. Chapter 402-402. The return journey. The plane landed at Tokyo Airport, and Ichin's group disembarked. Though they had rested throughout the flight, the time difference still left everyone looking rather drained. Scratching his head, Ichin glanced at Hazuki and the others. "Let's go. Once we're back, take a full day to rest, then we'll head to the company." Compared to the others, Ichin seemed more energetic. Driving wasn't a problem for him, so he first dropped Hazuki off at her home before finally returning to his own apartment building. After saying goodbye to Yagami and Rin Toyama, he and Yutaha went back to their home. It was already late at night. Out of courtesy, they didn't disturb the elders living next door. Turning on the living room light, Ichin noticed their two cats were still staying at Ariri's place. They'd pick them up the next day. Watching Yutaha stifle a yawn, Ichin chuckled. "Come on, let's shower and then get some rest." Yutaha nodded. Jet lag really is rough, whether flying out or returning. And you can never rest properly on a plane. Even in first class, nothing compared to the comfort of home. They freshened up quickly and settled into their long-missed bedroom. Pulling back the covers, they crawled in, embraced each other, and drifted into sleep. After a good rest, they didn't wake until nearly 11 a.m. the next morning. 10 minutes later, after shaking off the grogginess, both were feeling much better. Another night's rest would have them fully adjusted for school and work tomorrow. They didn't cook lunch themselves. Instead, they went next door and enjoyed a home-cooked meal from Yutaha's mother. Afterward, Ichin changed clothes and told Yutaha to rest at home while he drove to the Sawama residence to pick up Peppa and George, their two cats. It was still a school day, so Ariri wasn't home. But her mother, Sayuri Sawamura, was waiting at the gate of their villa. As soon as Ichin's car arrived, Sayuri smiled warmly. "Ichin, you did so well at the TGA this year, 3 awards all at once. Congratulations." "Thank you, Auntie Sayuri." Ichin accepted the cat carriers containing Peppa and George, as well as the Yagami's kitten. Winning these awards was the work of the whole team. Ariri was a big part of it. Too many important sections of the game were thanks to her. Hearing her daughter praised, Sayuri was visibly pleased. "I really am proud of Ariri. Honestly, I used to think she might end up just taking on freelance illustration work to get by. But joining your team opens so many new possibilities. Ichin, they'll have to trouble you to keep looking after her in the future." Naturally, Ichin didn't refuse. She was a talent he absolutely wanted to keep in the company. Nodding, he replied, "Of course. Aside from being part of the team, Ariri's also mine and Yutaha's junior and a friend. Well, definitely take care of her." After a bit more small talk, he said his farewells and drove off. Sayuri watched his car disappear into the distance, sighing softly. "What a shame. Such a good boy. If only he could be my son-in-law. But this is fine too, as long as Ariri is happy." Meanwhile, Ichin returned to the apartment building and first dropped off the kitten at Yagami's place. As soon as Ko saw her little orange tabby, her fatigue vanished. "What? You're back, baby." She scooped up the kitten from the carrier, beaming. "I was planning to fetch him this afternoon, but you brought him back for us, Ichin. Thank you so much. It's nothing, just on the way." Ichin smiled. "Since the cat's home safe, they'll head upstairs now. Rest well. If you've got time tonight, come join us for dinner." "No problem. We'll nap a bit this afternoon, then come up." Back upstairs, Yutaha's reaction wasn't much different from Ko's, delighted as she cuddled both Peppa and George in her arms. After checking them over carefully, she said, "Not bad. They've been well cared for. Otherwise, I'd definitely have words with Aruri. Of course. Nothing to worry about." Ichin took Pep into his arms, smiling. After all, Aruri has started keeping cats herself. There's no way she'd neglect them. Oh, I also brought Ko's cat back. I told her they should come by tonight. So later he'll head out and shop for groceries. Yudaha, you can host them here. Yudaha nodded. All right, I'll leave the shopping to you then. After a full day of rest, Ichin and Yudaha returned to school for the final stretch of classes before exams. Even they had to take things a bit seriously now. Once afternoon classes were done, they went straight to the company. The moment they stepped in, they were greeted with cheers from everyone, and someone had even prepared handheld confetti poppers. Pop! The burst startled Ichin and Yudaha, showering them in streamers. Pulling a few strands off his head, Ichin sighed. What's all this supposed to be? It's not like we're getting married yet. Holding one of the spin poppers, Aoba grinned. It's to celebrate TGA, of course. 3 awards. We saw the trophies this morning when Ko brought them in. This is all thanks to you leading us, Ichin Kuin, so of course we have to celebrate. Still, this is a bit much, don't you think? Pointing at the colorful mess on the floor, Ichin glanced at Aoba and Nene. You two make sure you clean this up later, all right? The 2 girls exchanged glances, then stuck out their tongues in unison, sending everyone back to work. Ichin and Yudaha walked to the office area. In a glass display case filled with their games and merchandise, the 3 TGA trophies had already been placed there earlier by Ko. Ichin admired them for a moment, nodded in satisfaction, then entered his office. It was time to get back to work. Chapter 403. Late December. Livestream the rest of December for Ichin was spent either working or preparing for final exams. Fortunately, freshman courses weren't too difficult. Most were just fundamentals. And if there was one thing Ichin had plenty of, it was foundational knowledge, especially as a computer science major. The 5 days of exams passed, and with every subject finished, winter break arrived right before Christmas. As for the grades, they could be checked online later. There was no need to return to campus. With exams over, it was time to prepare for the Christmas party. For the past 2 years, everyone had gathered together on Christmas Eve, and this year would be no different. Near the end of the workday, Subaim stretched lazily and glanced at the time. Looks like Ichin and Yudaha won't be coming in today. They had exams this afternoon. Ruri, do you have plans for Christmas Eve? Want to come to our party? Party? Yeah. Subaim grinned. At Kia's place, it's huge. We'll cook tons of food and stay up all night. Though tempted, Ruri shook her head. No, we'll be home. My parents aren't busy with work this year, so we're having a family gathering. Plus, I want to spend time with my 2 little sisters. I see, that can't be helped then. Subaim didn't press further and began packing her things. Her work was already finished for the daytime, to relax with snacks and wait for quitting time. Ichin and Yudaha, after finishing their exams, indeed didn't go to the office. Instead, they drove straight to the supermarket. For the Christmas Eve party, aside from Rin Toyama's contributions, they too had to prepare food, so they needed to shop early. Pushing a cart through the meat section, Ichin inspected the cuts carefully before tossing several high-quality steaks into the cart. Steaks settled. Yudaha, anything you want? Clinging to his arm, Yudaha thought for a moment. How about chicken wings? We could do fried or baked. Oh, and let's grab some beef ribs too. Everyone loves roast ribs. All right, ribs and wings it is. An hour of shopping later, their car's trunk was packed nearly full. They drove home and had dinner. Afterward, Yudaha went to spend time with her parents, while Ichin headed to his bedroom. There, he booted up his computer and dug out his long-unused webcam and microphone. Before finals, he had announced on Bilibili that he'd do a live stream tonight to showcase some Dark Souls gameplay. Once the equipment was set up, he launched a demo build of the game's opening area. Around 8:30 p.m., he started the stream. Within seconds, chat was flying with messages. He's here. He's here. Where is he? New content today? Seeing the barrage of questions, Ichin put on his headset, pulled the mic close, and switched on the camera. Don't rush, it's only just started. Let's wait a bit for more people to join. After greeting the early viewers, he scanned the chat and picked a few questions to answer. Yes, finals are over, not too hard. Just another set of exams for me. Vacation starts now. For Christmas Eve, you'll be relaxing with friends at a party. As for going back home, that'll wait until Lunar New Year. I'll spend New Year's here in Tokyo with my girlfriend's parents. Then we'll head home together for Spring Festival. As for tonight's stream, like I mentioned earlier, it's only about Dark Souls. Titanfall won't be shown this time. Platform-wise, Dark Souls will launch on all platforms, including the Switch. But because of visual effects, the Switch version will have some graphical, effects, and frame rate adjustments. Still, we'll optimize it as much as possible. The moment he mentioned Switch, chat lit up with understanding hardware limitations. But it wasn't really a problem. Most players didn't rely solely on Switch, they had PCs or other consoles, and many were multi-platform owners anyway. Even PC-only players could run it fine, as long as their setup wasn't ancient. After chatting for about 10 minutes, the stream's viewership spiked, and Itchin got to the main event. Alright, let's take a look at the game you've all been waiting for. It's not very complete yet, so we'll just demo a small portion of the opening area to show you how combat works. Once he switched the stream to capture the test window, the audience could see the gameplay screen. Itchin's camera feed shrank to the bottom corner. On screen was the Cemetery of Ash, where the protagonist first awakens. Spinning his character around with the controller, Itchin explained, "I won't go into detail about the lore, yet we'll release several trailers later that will give you hints. For now, it'll just show you the gameplay. Moving I don't need to explain. Light and heavy attacks, guard and parry, rolls, and item usage are mapped here. Top left, you'll see 3 gauges. Red is HP, blue is for weapon arts and magic, and green is stamina. The first 2 are obvious. Stamina is used for rolls and attacks. Every dodge or strike consumes it. He walked up to a withered humanoid enemy, swung his sword twice to kill it, then rolled twice, nearly emptying the stamina bar. See? The action system may look simple, but you can't be reckless. Against easy enemies it's fine, but tough ones will punish blind aggression and counter you hard. After dispatching 2 more enemies, Itchin moved forward. Unlike in Dark Souls 3, the large crystal lizard wasn't included in this demo. He didn't bother detouring, he headed straight for the first bonfire. That big crystal beast? He'll leave that for you all to experience once the game is out. Chapter 404. Ayudex Gunder. The Ashen judged the monsters in the starting area. Aside from the missing crystal beast, were all just weaklings 2 swings each, and they were done. Itchin's main goal here was only to show off the basic gameplay. Lighting the bonfire and sitting down, Itchin explained to the stream. This bonfire is basically the save point of the game. Whenever you find and light one, then sit down, your healing items will be restored. But at the same time, all the enemies you already defeated will respawn. And when you die, you'll revive at the last bonfire you rested at. So when you're just starting out, make sure you sit at every bonfire you find, otherwise, if you die, you'll have to run all the way back. It sounded interesting, but the viewers knew they wouldn't truly understand until they tried it themselves. After clearing the enemies ahead, Itchin pushed open a gate. On the plaza beyond knelt a towering knight. A massive sword struck him down. Alright, time to show you the game's very first boss. When the game launches, this guy should still be the one you'll face first. He walked his character up and defeated the knight. The knight, who had been motionless until now, began to stir and slowly stood. At the bottom of the screen, a long health bar appeared, along with the name, Ayudex Gunder, the Ashen Judge. Even kneeling, Gunder was taller than the protagonist. Standing, with his hulking frame and long halberd, he looked utterly terrifying. So this is a boss? Way different from the trash mobs earlier. Now, this is interesting. Wonder if he's going to die here. Itchin drew some distance. In fact, while Gunder was still rising, you could sneak in some early damage. He hadn't removed that mechanic. But since tonight was just a demonstration, he didn't bother. Blocking Gunder's first 2 strikes with his shield, Itchin's stamina bar was instantly emptied, and his HP halved. Dang, half my health already? The damage is insane. Dodging away, Itchin glanced at the barrage of comments and chuckled. High damage is normal. The point of Dark Souls isn't to trade blows with monsters. The real strategy is dodging, or blocking then countering. And of course, if you think the boss hits too hard, You can always level up or change armor for more defense. In that sense, it wasn't so different from other big boss games like Monster Hunter. Of course, there were cheese methods too, like the infamous Hovel set. With high defense and poise, plus a big enough HP bar, you could just tank hits and brute force your way through. This time, though, Ichin planned to raise the stat requirements so it wouldn't break the difficulty curve later on. Trading blows with Gunder, Ichin told chat they'll fight him twice first to show you his moves, then he'll finish him off the second time. He advanced, attacking while rolling through strikes. No parries, just dodging and countering. Bit by bit, viewers realized how tricky the boss was. Holy smoke, slow and fast swings mixed. If you don't dodge at the right moment, you'll get nailed. That range is huge. Blocking eats stamina like crazy. Dodging seems safer. Wait, this is the first boss. Imdolmet. I can't even beat him in my head. As chat blew up, Ichin whittled Gunder's health down below, half-thin. Gunder roared. To the viewer's shock, black, tar-like matter spewed from his torso, writhing and twisting until half his body transformed into a monstrous form. His left arm elongated into a skeletal limb that supported his hulking mass. All right, phase 2. Couple moves in, and he'll probably die. Sure enough, Gunder's attacks became faster and more savage. After blocking a few hits and shaving off a little health, Ichin was crushed beneath Gunder's massive leaping slam. You died. The screen faded to black and white. Ichin set down his controller, stretched, and asked with a grin. So what do you all think? Not too hard, right? Just for demo's sake. I've already playtested this boss several times. After a sip of water, his character respawned at the bonfire. He picked up the controller again. Some of you don't believe me, huh? Fine, I'll show you. This boss really isn't tough as long as you keep a clear head and don't get greedy. This time, he skipped the trash mobs, sprinting straight to the fog gate. No hesitation, he rolled cleanly through every swing, counterattacking precisely, cutting down Gunder's health. At half HP, Gunder transformed again. But Ichin seized the opening, slipping in 3 quick strikes before the boss could act. He dodged the slam, landed 2 more hits. See? Even though Phase 2 is more aggressive, it also gives you more dodge opportunities. Blocking still works too, just don't chain blocks endlessly. Calmly narrating, Ichin chipped Gunder down. At last, with one final, simple light attack, Gunder collapsed. The black tar retracted, leaving behind the fallen knight's body, which then faded away. In the plaza's center, a bonfire ignited. Ichin set the controller down. All right, that's everything I wanted to show. We'll wrap up soon. Before we end, they'll chat a bit more and run a giveaway some Persona figurines for a few lucky viewers. He set up the draw and continued answering questions from chat. Is the game open world? Not exactly. Ichin shook his head. Dark Souls has large maps with vertical areas and exploration. But technically, it's a collection of interconnected zones, a sort of semi-open design. Not full open world, but you'll still have plenty to explore with no shortage of monsters or bosses. Even though Head only shown one boss tonight, the audience remembered the trailer had already teased several more. If the first boss is this well-designed, the later ones must look incredible. Chapter 405. Another year seeing a barrage question asking for a release date. Ichin thought for a moment and replied, when we're aiming for the end of next year, but to allow time for optimization, there might be a delay. By around June or July next year, we should be able to estimate more accurately, so don't worry. As for Titanfall, that one should be guaranteed to launch within a year. The Titanfall dev team had several veterans' experience with shooters, plus excellent 3D modelers. Combined with a shorter campaign length, development was moving faster than Dark Souls. Stretching his neck, Ichin continued. This year's output from our studio has already been solid Persona, The Binding of Isaac, and BattleBlock Theater. Next year, we'll continue expanding the team, though expansion takes time to adjust. Step by step. Don't worry, we'll definitely make even more interesting games. After answering a few more questions and finishing the giveaway, Ichin ended the stream. Just minutes later, Yudaha returned. You timed it, so you got back the moment I ended my stream? Yudaha smiled and nodded. Yeah, I even tuned in for a bit, quite a lot of people were watching. Well, We did just win 3 awards at TGA, so of course we're getting lots of attention. Ichin shrugged. But that doesn't really matter. Persona just launched half a year ago, so there's no way it's going on discount yet. Still, winning awards did give a little bump in sales. Though not discounted, both Steam and Switch stores had added TGA award tags to Persona and boosted its visibility. With its already high ratings, sales naturally climbed. Meanwhile, Slay the Spire and Hollow Knight were discounted. And Isaac had just pushed a massive update adding plenty of items and 3 new characters. Despite only being out a short while, Isaac had already sold over 400,000 copies. Battle Block Theater, in less than a month, had surpassed 150,000. For games of their scale, both were very successful openings. Glancing at the time, Ichin noticed it was already 9:50 p.m., close to 10. Let's shower, play some games, maybe watch a show, then call a night. After Christmas, the year wound down quickly. Another year gone in a blink. Just like last year, before New Year's, Ichin settled everyone's salaries early along with year-end bonuses, handing them out before vacation so the whole team could celebrate happily. After New Year's Eve, a 7-day holiday followed. Ichin and Yutaha, aside from visiting a few of the Kasimigakaka family's relatives with Yutaha's parents, didn't travel much. The winter was surprisingly cold. Even with a car, they prefer to stay at home snacking, cuddling cats, watching TV, and playing games. But on the 3rd, they had visitors. Opening the door, Ichin found the Yukino Shida sisters Haruno and Yukino. Haruno grinned. "Happy New Year, Ichin." "Happy New Year, Senpai," Yukino added. "Haruno, Yukino, Happy New Year, come in." Ichin hadn't expected them, but quickly welcomed them inside. In the living room, Yutaha looked up from petting the cats and asked curiously, "Haruno, Yukino, what brings you here? You didn't even call ahead." Haruno set down a fruit basket and said cheerfully, "It's New Year. Of course we came to visit. Last year you came to our house, so this time it's our turn." Picking up George the cat at her feet, Yukino smiled softly. Father and mother are very busy with New Year's social obligations, but they gave us both a break, so we came straight to Tokyo. "I see," Ichin nodded. Last year at New Year's, the sisters had been swamped, only catching a breather when Ichin and Yutaha visited. Since he was brewing milk tea, he poured cups for Haruno and Yukino and said with a smile, "I'm guessing it's because Yukino got into Tokyo University, and he probably wanted you two to relax. So Haruno, you're benefiting from Yukino's achievement, huh?" "You're absolutely right." Haruno beamed, sipping her tea. Yukino had told the family shed aim for Todai, but mother never expected her to be admitted early. When she found out, she was so shocked, and she actually smiled. So this year, aside from being busy the first couple days, they didn't drag us along. We got to enjoy ourselves. But unlike Yukino, we'll be busy once the holiday's over. Her future was already set, taking over the family business and growing it. That meant her free time would shrink year after year unless she found a strong partner to share the load. Yukino's path, on the other hand, was lighter. She still had 4 years of university ahead, maybe masters too, and planned to pursue law. Yutaha turned to her with a smile. "Come April, Yukino, you'll be our junior again. If Ichin's too busy with work, we can study at the library together." Yukino naturally agreed. She knew her personality, she wasn't the type to get along with everyone. But with Yutaha by her side, her university life wouldn't be lonely. After half a cup of milk tea, Haruno suddenly asked, "So, Ichin, no plans to go out these days? I know a fun place. Want to come?" "A fun place?" Ichin was intrigued. He knew Tokyo well, and no new attractions had opened recently. Before Haruno could answer, Yukino spoke flatly. "What she means is she wants us to come along to meet her arranged date." "Huh?" Ichin and Yutaha both froze, staring at Haruno in disbelief. Haruno just spread her hands, utterly carefree. "Isn't it interesting? Sounds like fun to me." Chapter 406. No chance. Not good enough the day after Haruno and Yukino returned to Tokyo. Afternoon. Since Haruno's arranged meeting with her matchmaking partner was set for dinner, the two sisters dropped by Ichin's place in the afternoon. But when Ichin saw that besides the Yukino Shida sisters, Hiratsuka Shizuka was also at the door, he scratched his head. Hiratsuka-sensei, why are you here too? After stepping inside and changing into slippers, Hiratsuka replied, last night I was on the phone with Haruno. She mentioned it to me. Just so happens I had some free time these days, so I came over from Chiba. Back when I went to my matchmaking meetups, Haruno tagged along a few times to mess around. Now it's my turn to return the favor. So that was the reason. In the living room, Yudaha's gaze immediately fell on Haruno when the three entered. Haruno, you look absolutely gorgeous today. Today, Haruno wore a white women's overcoat on the outside, a turtleneck wool sweater inside, paired with a fitted knee-length skirt and black tights. Once she took off the coat, her graceful figure was highlighted. With her carefully kept shoulder-length hair and refined makeup, she was practically radiant. Sitting down on the sofa, Haruno smiled. Whether I like it or not, this is something arranged by my mother. I can't embarrass her in front of acquaintances. So, Ichin, Yudaha, why don't you two come along tonight as well? The restaurant we're meeting at has a nice atmosphere. The food's good too. While I go on my date, you can at least enjoy dinner. Ichin asked curiously, are you sure we won't get in the way? Don't worry. You won't be at the same table with me anyway. Waving her hand, Haruno continued, you four can sit at a separate table. Just watch from afar. You can even help me judge what kind of person the guy is. At that, Ichin immediately raised his hand. I've got a question. What? You still haven't told us who this guy is. Yeah, I didn't. Haruno blinked in surprise. When both Ichin and Yudaha nodded, she finally explained, he's in business. Their family runs a construction company based in Kyoto, which has been doing well in recent years. They've just started expanding into Tokyo. His mother and ours are old friends, college classmates. Actually, they've met several times at banquets in the past. As for their son, he studied abroad for years, only came back last year to help manage the family company. I haven't met him myself. Yudaha asked, what about a photo? And how old is he? 26, a bit older than me. And yes, I do have a photo. Haruno pulled out her phone and found his picture. Since Hiratsuka hadn't seen it either, she leaned in to look along with Ichin and Yudaha. It was a casual photo of the guy, short hair, reasonably good-looking, glasses, a faint smile on his face. He carried a somewhat scholarly air. Not bad, Ichin commented fairly. What about his personality? Did you find out beforehand? I got some info, but only secondhand from my mother who heard from his mother. He's basically a good boy. Nothing majorly wrong, just a bit too sheltered. Spent all his university years buried in books. Capable enough, I guess, but otherwise, you only know once you meet face to face. I see. Yudaha nodded thoughtfully. It wasn't surprising. She had met the sister's mother before. While outwardly cold, she genuinely cared for her daughters. Even when arranging a marriage meeting, she wouldn't purposely harm her daughter's interests. The chosen partner would have been screened. He couldn't be too bad. Then Yukino suddenly thought of something. Glancing at Haruno's figure, she asked, Haruno, how tall is he? His height? Haruno hadn't expected that question and realized she didn't know. Yukino gave the answer instead, judging from the photo, maybe around 170 centimeters. Haruno picked up the photo again, studied it, and nodded. Barely 170. The moment she said that, all four women, including Hiratsuka, spoke in unison, unqualified. Hearing that, Ichin chuckled helplessly. But thinking it over, it made sense. All four women were tall. Even the shortest, Yukino, already stood at 168 centimeters and should surely break 170 as she grew. As for the others, Yudaha and Haruno were both 172, and Hiratsuka was even taller at 174. Given their heights, seeing a man who might not even reach 170, judging him not good enough was only natural. And that was just raw height once you factored in high heels, which all of them had in their closets. Even Yukino and Hiratsuka would tower over him. Rubbing his chin, Ichin remarked, looks like tonight will just be dinner, nothing more. Haruno, do we head over together, or should we go ahead and sit down first? Haruno tapped her chin with her finger. Let's go together. It's not like I'm trying to hide anything. Better to be upfront. After all, a girl going to a meeting like this needs a little backup, right? Anyone else saying that would have sounded perfectly reasonable. But coming from Haruno, who was skilled in Aikido, it rang a bit hollow. Still, the evening plan was set. They spent the afternoon drinking tea and chatting at Ichin's place. Before long, dusk fell. They split into two cars, Haruno driving one, Ichin the other, and headed for the restaurant. When they arrived, Haruno's matchmaking partner was already there. At least he was punctual, let in by the waiter. The group finally met the nameless Mr. Background Extra no one had bothered to even ask the name of. He looked decent enough in the photo, but in person, Ichin noticed the guy seemed extremely nervous. Ichin took Yutaha and the others to a table not too far away, leaving Haruno and the man their space to talk. Once they sat down, Ichin handed the menu to Yukino and Hiratsuka, then leaned in and whispered, "This guy's really nervous. Yukino, do you think he already knows about your sister's popularity and her way of dealing with people?" Yukino, who had also noticed his reaction, nodded thoughtfully. Quite possible. Chapter 407. Yukino's thoughts on her sister's future. Part of the dishes at this restaurant looked pretty good. After ordering a few, the four of them ate while secretly observing. Cutting into her steak, Hiratsuka Shizuka commented, the steak's decent. Whatever else, at least the choice of place isn't bad. You saw just now, right? How tall is that guy?" Ichin thought for a moment, then whispered, "Should be just a little over 170 centimeters. But I noticed his shoes, pretty sure they had height boosters. Without them, he might not even reach 170. And even like this, standing next to Haruno, he already looks pressured. Keep in mind, Haruno isn't even wearing heels today, just ordinary leather shoes." Yutaha added, "Also, did you notice? He's clearly nervous when talking to Haruno. Not sure if it's just her, or if he's always like that. Who knows?" Ichin shrugged, shifting his attention back to his short ribs. Between bites, he said, "Anyway, I don't see Haruno ever liking a guy like this. He doesn't even qualify to be one of her casual interests." Casual interests, huh? True. With Haruno's personality, she'd never looked twice. Hiratsuka nodded, then turned to Yukino. "Yukino, what do you think?" "It's just SOSO. Yukino, who preferred fish over beef, had ordered grilled cod. After a small bite, she said, "To become my sister's partner, simply being obedient won't cut it. She has zero interest in that kind of personality. Even if she agreed under mother's pressure, she'd abandon it in days and live separately. In my view, the only chance is someone with a strong personality and exceptional ability, someone she couldn't pick apart." Yutaha couldn't help but purse her lips at that. That kind of man is nearly impossible to find, which means these matchmaking attempts will never work for Haruno. Mother knows it too. Today was just to give it a try. She's aware the chances of my sister actually liking him are slim. But since the other side's family is one of her old classmates, she had to show up at least once. Saying that, Yukino glanced over at her sister. Though she couldn't hear what they were saying, she knew her sister too well. That polite smile Haruno wore was purely perfunctory. She was already running out of patience. After a moment, Yukino quietly said, "Sis is about to start." "Start?" Hiratsuka froze, then quickly understood. "Got it. Then let's eat slowly. Well, order a few more for Haruno later." Sure enough, 5 or 6 minutes later, the young man's expression turned stiffer and stiffer until finally he couldn't handle it anymore. He stood, bowed, and excused himself. At least he remembered to pay the bill before leaving. Meanwhile, Haruno leisurely sipped her juice, then called a waiter over to bring the menu and lead her to Ichin's table. After ordering 2 more dishes, she sat down with a relaxed smile. "Phew, even more boring than I expected." "Really that boring?" Yutaha asked curiously. "You two were talking the whole time. What did you even chat about?" "For mother's sake, I had to talk a little. Turns out he's hopelessly dull. Had prepared a whole bunch of topics, but they were all cookie-cutter stuff you can find online with a quick search." Since Yukino had a license now and could drive, Haruno ordered a bottle of red wine without hesitation. Taking a sip, she continued, "At first I humored him a little, but later I lost interest. Based on what ID learned earlier, I deliberately steered the conversation to topics he couldn't handle. That made him bow out on his own. What those topics were, she didn't say, and if she didn't, no one could guess. Not that it mattered. From the very first glance, none of them believed this man had any chance with Haruno. When Haruno started drinking, Hiratsuka got tempted too. She quickly finished her juice and poured herself half a glass. After a sip, she turned to Ichin. Not having some too, Ichin? It'll pass, Haruno. I still have to drive. Ichin shook his head. You and Hiratsuka-sensei are already drinking. That leaves just me and Yukino able to drive. If I join in too, we'll have no way home. It's fine. Just let Shizuka crash at a hotel. Hiratsuka glared at Haruno. Do you even hear yourself? Every time you got drunk, who was the one dragging you back to my place to rest? I never once left you alone at a hotel. Ahaha. I'm kidding. Don't be mad, Shizuka. Haruno laughed. Don't worry. I won't ditch you. How about staying at my place tonight? I picked up 2 more good bottles of wine from home yesterday. Fine. They'll take that as your apology for running your mouth just now. Looked like the 2 of them were in for another night of heavy drinking. Hearing that her sister wouldn't be staying over, Yukino breathed a sigh of relief. No need to guard against her barging into her room to share her bed. Dinner lasted almost 2 hours. The red wine was split evenly between Haruno and Hiratsuka. Afterward, Yukino drove the 2 of them back, while Ichin and Yutaha took another car home. With Haruno's matchmaking business behind them, New Year's passed without any major events. The next thing was helping Yukino pick out a car. Like Haruno, Yukino now held some company shares. With her dividends plus savings, she didn't need family money to buy something nice. After browsing, she ignored Hiratsuka's attempt to push her toward a sports car and chose a new Toyota instead. For the next 4 years, it'll still be a student. No need for something that expensive. As long as it's practical and reliable, that's enough. Hiratsuka sulked, pouting. Why don't any of you get it? While Haruno went with Yukino to pay, Ichin, standing beside Hiratsuka, said, Hiratsuka-sensei, unlike you, we're not crazy about cars. Even me, my own car's just enough to get by. Later, I might buy a few company cars for employees to use when meeting clients, just to look professional. Hiratsuka shook her head. Forget it. I won't bother talking to you guys about cars anymore. Totally pointless. And with that, she wandered off to go admire the sports cars herself. Chapter 408. Back to work. Nurturing Aerie, the 7-day New Year holiday finally came to an end. It was back to work. After breakfast, Ichin drove Yutaha and the 2 cats over to Yukino's place, then headed to the company himself. Yukino, now a soon-to-be university student, had plenty of free time. Since her final semester of high school hadn't started yet, her daily routine was simply caring for the cats at home and reading books to enrich herself. This kind of life was something Aerie envied greatly. At the office, Aerie sat at her desk sketching while grumbling. Why is Tokyo University of the Arts taking so long with their assessment? I just want to get my early admission already. Standing behind her with a cup of coffee, Ichin said, For you, Aerie, it should be no problem, right? Aerie had applied for early admission to the Fine Arts Department at TUA as an art specialty student. With her talent in painting, the award shed already won in Tokyo art competitions during high school, and her work experience at Ichin's company, Cinchuredo, the rest of senior year will be a breeze. Just as she said that, Aoba's voice came from nearby. Carefree? Not a chance, Aerie. Don't forget, you still have to come to the office. Aerie froze mid-stroke. She really had forgotten, but quickly retorted, even so, coming to the office is way better than going to school. That's true. Aoba nodded in agreement. I never liked staying at school either. The 2 of them then started venting about high school life. As someone who actually enjoyed studying, Ichin couldn't listen any longer. Smiling and shaking his head, he returned to his office. Unsurprisingly, Aerie's early admission to TUA went through without a hitch, freeing her to enjoy the remainder of her senior year. Of course, the trade-off for not having to attend school daily was that she now had to come to the company. But just as Shed said, working there was far better than school. At the office, she had plenty of friends to chat with about ACG. She could draw whatever she liked. There were always snacks, and since it was cold winter, Ichin would often treat everyone to hot milk tea. Nutrition was never lacking. If anything, there was the danger of too much sugar. Thankfully, Aerie was aware of this. Every time she ordered, she'd be the first to say, 3 parts sugar only. It felt like a futile gesture, but who cared? It wasn't every day, and if a bit of sugar brought happiness, who would refuse? One day, sipping milk tea, she finished a modeling project and sent it to Yagami Ko. Ko-senpai, can you check this for me? Oh, already finished? That was quick. Ko opened the file, labeled Nameless King, and carefully inspected Ariri's 3D model. Since it was an important boss, she spent over 10 minutes checking every detail. Moonmosa. As expected of you, Ariri, you've made real progress in 3D modeling. Hearing the praise, Ariri beamed. Though her drawing talent had always been outstanding and she had never shied away from being proud of it, 3D modeling was something she only started learning after joining the company. Fortunately, she had both the passion and the talent for it. Otherwise, she'd have been limited to being just an illustrator. Now, many of the key bosses and character designs have been entrusted to her. Her standing within the art team was clearly rising. As long as she didn't consider leaving, once the company grew large enough to have independent development teams, Ariri could definitely serve as an art director for one of them, overseeing entire projects. Yagami Ko saw this too, and after discussing with Ichin, began deliberately nurturing her, though Ariri was slow to notice. That didn't stop her from learning plenty under Ko and others. When the time came, she'd be ready to take on greater responsibility. Meanwhile, the buzz from Persona's 3TGA awards gradually died down after New Year's. Apart from his pre-Christmas livestream, Ichin hadn't streamed again. He only released one Dark Souls combat demo video, showing off some monsters and a bit of gameplay featuring the Dragon Slayer armor that had appeared in the trailer. After that, there were no further updates. Still, just that one stream and one demo video had fueled players' anticipation. Many streamers analyzed the footage, concluding that Dark Souls' combat system had far more depth yet to be revealed. And they were right. If everything was shown now, there'd be no surprises. Ichin himself posted online, reassuring fans to look forward to future reveals. As for Titanfall, though no information had been made public, Ichin as the boss new development was smooth. By July or August summer he planned a live stream to finally unveil it. Skipping ahead to March, the Dark Souls team had several new bosses finished and ready for testing. Arg, how did I die again? While Ichin was in the programming division, helping refine code, he suddenly heard Iriri's anguished cry from outside. Narumi couldn't help laughing. That's the 5th time in just 10 minutes. Is the Nameless King really designed too hard? Well, it's supposed to be a late-game boss. Hard is normal. Ichin remained calm. And it's not like I forced Ariri to test it. She insisted I made this boss, so he'll be the first to test it. Still, the fact that she's died 5 times in a row and hasn't quit yet looks like her mental resilience has grown a lot. Chapter 409. New project Fall Guys. After pointing out a few things that needed fixing and handing the task to Narumi, Ichin left the programming office. Over in the art department, Ariri was still struggling against the Nameless King. Unfortunately for her, Ichin had already tweaked the boss stats and moves to be tougher than the original version. The Nameless King was a boss title, but in truth he was the sun's firstborn, son of Lord Gwyn, the original Lord of Cinder, the so-called Eldest Sunday. In the original game, the Nameless King was strong, but there were plenty of strategies to beat him. With careful defense, players could even grind him down through shield tanking and get past Phase 1. But Ichin's version was different. In the first phase alone, both the dragon's moves and the Nameless King's swings of the Dragon Slayer's sword spear were brutally sharp. As a hidden boss, Ichin had raised his difficulty right from Phase 1, let alone Phase 2. Standing behind Ariri, Ichin leaned toward Ruri, who was watching. She hasn't even cleared the first phase yet? Ruri nodded and whispered back, this boss really is hard, especially if you're not used to this level of difficulty. It's punishing. Luckily, he's not required for the main story. If you can't beat him, you can always go fight other bosses, level up, then come back. ITLL get easier. After all, as a stat and gear-driven action RPG, Dark Souls always offered ways to ease difficulty for new players. Pump stamina to 40, go sorcery and play at range, or even turtle behind shield. Anything was better than rolling mindlessly. But against the Nameless King at equal level, you needed real combat skill. Sadly, Eri wasn't there yet. In the 1 minute Ichin stood watching, she was repeatedly battered, pulling back to chug Estus, then immediately pummeled again. The boss had only lost about a third of his health, yet she was already down to just 2 Estus flasks. And this was a test build where Ichin had maxed out the flasks, 15 flasks at 10. To drain that down to 2 already showed just how sloppy she was with her hands. As Eri fell once more to the Nameless King's sword spear, Ichin asked softly, "Not going to give her a hint?" "I thought about it." Ruri smirked but kept her composure. But she insisted on beating him alone, no hints allowed. "Nothing I can do." As a veteran gamer, especially fond of action titles, Ruri had a dark-themed history herself complete with Chinibu days and failed light novel attempts. Though she hadn't become a novelist, she still loved dark fantasy settings. Dark Souls was exactly her type of game. She had been the first to try the Nameless King once he was finished, and impressively beat him from scratch in under 30 minutes. Not only that, after clearing it, she even suggested improvements. In Phase 2, link a follow-up thrust after the overhead slash, then chain into a lightning execution move. It was a viciously brilliant design. Ichin loved it. He praised her highly, implemented the combo himself, and even worked with her to refine other parts of the Nameless King's moveset. The stats stayed fixed, but the fluidity of his attacks jumped to another level. It wasn't too obvious in Phase 1, but once players reached Phase 2, they'd feel it immediately. After all, he was Lord Gwyn's son, the son's firstborn. He needed to live up to the name. Seeing Eri throw a mini tantrum after dying, then pick the controller back up to try again, Ichin decided not to watch further and returned to his office. The company was starting another hiring wave. In addition to public recruitment, Ichin had arranged a private job fair with Tokyo University's computer science department. Several good resumes had come in. After screening them and checking attached portfolios, Ichin set aside 5 strong candidates from Tokyo University and 7 more experienced developers from other schools, then forwarded them to HR for interviews. Dark Souls development continued steadily. With BattleBlock Theater finished, Ichin hadn't fully merged that team into Dark Souls. Instead, aside from some light support tasks, they were being prepared for a new project: Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout. Ichin had already written the proposal, though he hadn't shown it yet. Now, with interviews about to begin, it was time to bring it to Hazuki. Calling her into his office, he handed her the document. "Hazuki, take a look. This will be your next assignment." "A new project?" She smiled, flipping it open. "I thought you'd have something lined up for me soon." "Huh? Fall Guys? Isn't this that game you mentioned once or twice before?" "I nearly forgot." As she read through, Hazuki's eyes grew brighter. She had watched obstacle course game shows before, Western and Chinese ones alike. Their appeal was undeniable. Whether contestants cleared the challenge spectacularly or failed in hilarious ways, it always made for great entertainment. But turning that into a game, a massive multiplayer obstacle course party game, that was something Shed never imagined. The level design echoed the shows, but being a game meant it could go further, more exaggerated, more whimsical. And with so many players at once, the chaos would only get funnier. Adding elimination rounds gave it a competitive edge, too. By the time she finished the proposal, Hazuki was convinced. As long as the stages were plentiful and well-designed, and the online system was solid, this game would absolutely take off. Chapter 4, 10-4-10. Yukino S. University enrollment. With the Fall Guys proposal in hand, Hazuki left to get busy. From here, Ichin didn't need to worry too much. Developing Fall Guys wasn't particularly difficult, just like BattleBlock Theater. The key lay in stage design. And in that department, the company had plenty of talent. Among the incoming interviewees, one was even a specialist in stage design, making it all the easier. Still, whether it's Fall Guys, BattleBlock Theater, Dark Souls, Titanfall, or the later Apex, they all have online multiplayer components. Looks like we'll need to get server infrastructure running soon. That's one thing we can't take lightly. Server architecture wasn't Ichin's strong suit, so he left it to his team. Fortunately, the programming department had capable people who knew their way around it. Soon, the new recruits officially joined the company. Some went into the Dark Souls team, while others, along with a few transfer from Dark Souls, were assigned to Hazuki's Fall Guys development group. Work on the new project began. Compared to Dark Souls, modeling for Fall Guys was far simpler, so progress was quick. Meanwhile, the Dark Souls team continued tirelessly creating monsters, bosses, animations, and regional maps, constantly refining them. And just like that, time moved on to April. As second-year students, Ichin and Yutaha no longer had to go through enrollment procedures like before. They simply picked up textbooks and schedules for the semester. But today wasn't about that. The main purpose was to accompany Yukino for her freshman enrollment. Originally, Haruno was supposed to come herself, but with two urgent company meetings, she couldn't get away and asked Ichin and Yutaha instead. Driving to Yukino's apartment, Ichin picked her up, and the three headed for Tokyo University. Sitting beside Yukino in the back seat, Yutaha smiled. Today you officially become a college student. How do you feel? Yukino thought for a moment. Not much, honestly. It doesn't feel very different just studying in another place. If I had to say something, it's that not wearing a uniform feels strange. Gone was the familiar uniform of Toyogaseki High. Today, Yukino wore a youthful spring outfit, and since the weather wasn't fully warm yet, she paired it with jeans. Driving, Ichin glanced at her in the rearview mirror with a smile. You're right, not much will change. But Yukino, once you start, you might relive your first year of high school all over again. Yutaha caught on immediately, looking at Yukino's face. With how pretty Yukino is, you'll definitely get a lot of attention. Yukino's expression stiffened. Back in her first year of high school, she had been confessed to constantly. At first, she politely turned people down, but it got overwhelming. In the end, she had to unleash her trademark sharp tongue, and only then did her school life finally quiet down. Of course, that gave her a slightly odd reputation for a while, but she hadn't cared. Now, 3 years later, stepping into university, an environment far more open than high school, she realized things might become even more troublesome if she didn't find a way to deal with it. Glancing at Ichin and Yutaha, what should I do? I just want to study in peace. Her expression made Yutaha stifle a laugh. There's no avoiding it. You're single, after all. Why not put your quick wit to work again? I'd rather not. Yukino shook her head immediately. And, senpai, you haven't used yours in ages either. Who says I haven't? I've still used it on Aerie. No, that's just bickering, Yukino thought inwardly. Not quite the same. She turned toward the front. Senpai, you're asking me? At a red light, Ichin eased the car to a stop and thought aloud. There's really no surefire method. Like you said, you're single. People are free to pursue you. The only real way is to make it clear when someone confesses that you're not dating during college. If she didn't want to resort to her blunt manner, that was the only option. As the light turned green and the car rolled forward, Ichin added, but honestly, I don't think you'll need to worry too much. Don't forget you're in the law department. The workload there is tough. If anyone keeps bothering you, talk to your professors. As a good student, they won't want your studies disrupted. And make a few friends in your department. Having people to walk with will make it easier to deal with things than being alone. Yutaha agreed. Exactly. You don't need a crowd, but you'll definitely meet a few you click with. Worst case, like I said before, we can go to the library together. I'm already a bit known around campus. With me there, if trouble comes, I can help. They were still on their way to enrollment, but everything they said was likely to happen. After all, Yukino really was beautiful. At last, with their chatter filling the car, the three arrived at Tokyo University. Parking, Ichin and Yutaha led Yukino toward the freshman registration area. It was bustling with new students and upperclassmen helping them move in or collect textbooks. Walking through campus, as expected, Yukino drew many stares. Her long, straight black hair, delicate features, tall figure, and slightly cool expression gave her the perfect aura of an ice-cold beauty. Within minutes, the university forum had posts about her complete with a distant photo. And since Ichin and Yutaha were already well known on campus, discussions immediately turned to Yukino's relationship with them. Even at Tokyo University, gossip was inescapable. Chapter 411. brother-in-law? Fortunately, the stares around them were something the three had long since gotten used to, so they calmly walked up to the freshman registration desk. Ichin and Yutaha didn't know anyone from the law department, but the people there clearly knew them, so the process went smoothly enough. While helping them fill out the paperwork, a junior-year upperclassman glanced at Yutaha and Yukino, then asked curiously, "Classmate Ichin, Kathafaka-san, forgive me for prying, but what's your relationship with this freshman here?" Ichin didn't bother hiding anything. He answered directly, "Yukino is my younger sister. She and her older sister are my mom's goddaughters. We're family." So that's how it is. The upperclassman hadn't expected that connection. After checking Yukino's details, she said, "All right, registration complete. Since you're commuting, you just need to go pick up your textbooks next." Yukino Shida-san, the freshman courses in the law department are quite heavy. You'd better be prepared. A confident smile appeared on Yukino's face. She nodded lightly. "That won't be a problem for me." "Thank you, senpai." After the three of them left, the senior whispered to a classmate beside her while watching their backs. As expected, Ichin looks even more handsome up close. And he really matches Kasimagakake-san, standing next to him. Yeah, but I didn't expect that new freshman to be related to them. Well, I guess that explains why her parents didn't come. Those two brought her instead. News never stays hidden for long. Since there were plenty of people at registration, it didn't take long before Yukino and Ichin's relationship was posted on the school forum. And along with it, Ichin suddenly earned a new nickname, brother-in-law. After helping Yukino pick up her textbooks and walking her to the law department's freshman classroom, Ichin finally received a text from one of his classmates, telling him what was going on in the school forum. Opening it up, he immediately found a top post. It was a thread discussing the girls among this year's new students. Following the information his classmate gave him, Ichin quickly flipped to the page about Yukino. After reading it, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Unbelievable. The shamelessness is the same no matter what network you're on. They're really calling me brother-in-law. He turned his phone and showed Yutaha and Yukino the screen. Yukino's brows furrowed unhappily after a glance. How can unwanted pictures like this, taken without permission, still be online? This isn't right. It really isn't. Ichin agreed. But since it's only side profile shots, not frontal pictures, and the other details are just basic information that anyone could ask about, the school forum admins didn't delete it right away. If you're uncomfortable, Yukino, they'll have someone remove your photos and the discussion. The admin is a senior from our computer science department. Last year, Yutaha and I had the same problem, so we went to him too. If it's not too much trouble, then it's best to have it deleted. Sure, just a word. Ichin nodded, called the senior, explained the situation, and got an immediate response. No problem. I was already planning to leave it up for just about an hour before deleting all the threads. Since you called, they'll have them take it down right now. After hanging up, Ichin refreshed the page and the entire post was indeed gone. As for the copies of the photos that people might have saved on their own phones, there wasn't much that could be done. Seeing it deleted, Yukino finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. A few minutes later, the three arrived at the law department. At that point, Ichin and Yutaha couldn't accompany her any further. Ichin looked at Yukino and said, "Go on. Yutaha and I will wait for you in the library. Once you're done, give us a call. We'll take you to the cafeteria for lunch before heading home." Yukino nodded and walked alone into the teaching building. They spent about an hour in the library. Near noon, Yukino called, and the two immediately went out to meet her waiting outside. Yutaha took Yukino's hand and asked with a smile, "So, how is it with your new classmates?" "Not bad." Yukino nodded. Though maybe because it's the law department, most people are rather serious. And there are relatively few girls. That was understandable enough. The gender ratio didn't matter so long as Yukino didn't run into problems. After having lunch together at the school cafeteria, the three of them had no other business that afternoon, so they left campus. They stopped by both apartments to pick up the cats, then headed to the company. At the office, Eruri had also finished her registration that day and arrived earlier. Seeing Yukino, Eruri ran over excitedly. "Yukino, how did registration go?" "Pretty smooth. The teachers and classmates all seemed fine." Yukino set the cat carrier down and let the cats wander before pulling out a chair to sit. What about you, Ari? Me too. It went fine, though there aren't many commuters in my class. Most are staying in the dorms. Looks like I'll be going to school without company from now on, just riding the train by myself. Ichin picked up Mizuku, who came over to greet him, and said, "Didn't you also go to school alone in high school? I remember you either took the bus or the train by yourself. Sometimes you just hitched a ride with me." Ari stuck out her tongue at him. "Bless her, what if I did? Speaking of which, should I go get a driver's license too?" At that moment, Kei Yagami walked over and quickly smacked Ari on the head. "Forget it, Ari. Driving really doesn't suit you." "What do you mean it doesn't suit me? I just wasn't serious before. If I really wanted to learn, I could do it in no time." Ari puffed her cheeks, glaring at Kei. "Kane, take me again this weekend. Teach me properly this time, you'll definitely get it." A while ago, out of curiosity, Ari had pestered Kei to take her to a practice lot in Tokyo and let her try driving. That day had nearly scared Kei to death. Now, hearing Ari want another go, Kei's face instantly went pale. "No way, Ari. Please don't. If you try again, my poor heart won't survive it." Watching Kei's head shake like a rattle drum, Ari puffed her cheeks even more. "It wasn't that bad. You're exaggerating." But it was clear to everyone Ari was simply one of those people born unsuited for driving. The problem was she didn't realize it herself and stubbornly wanted to keep learning. It really was quite a struggle. Chapter 412. The start of a new semester in the end. After everyone's persuasion, Ari finally gave up on the idea of getting a driver's license. At worst, she could just have her mom drive her in the future or hitch a ride with Yukino and Ichin. And if that didn't work, there was always a taxi. After all, she was a little rich girl. She wasn't short on money for things like that. Soon after, the university officially began and classes started. At first, Yukino and Ariri's schedules were quite tight. Yukino handled it fine, but Ariri had to cut back on the time she spent at the company. Fortunately, with the company staff growing, Ariri's work could easily be shared out to Aoba, Momoji, and Hifumi, so there was no need to worry about delays. As for Ichin, now entering his sophomore year, his major courses did become a bit more difficult, but still well within his ability to manage. He could handle it easily. One afternoon, after finishing a class, Ichin told Yutaha something briefly and then headed off on his own. Yutaha, meanwhile, packed up after her class and went over to the law department, where she met up with Yukino, who had also just finished, and the two went together to the library. Whenever she had more than 2 consecutive free periods, Yukino almost always spent them in the library studying. After picking up 2 thick textbooks and returning to her desk, she saw that Yutaha had also found what she needed and was already reading. Noticing the thickness of Yukino's books, Yutaha asked curiously, "Are your major courses really tough?" "They're manageable," Yukino replied calmly. "It's just that there's a lot to memorize and understand, so at the beginning it feels a little overwhelming." Even as she said that, there wasn't the slightest trace of frustration on her face. That was simply Yukino's nature. She wasn't the type to shrink back from difficulty. On the contrary, she only grew more determined when faced with challenges, let alone when it came to basic coursework like this. Watching Yukino study so earnestly, Yutaha said softly, "But don't overwork yourself. If there's something you don't understand, don't just get stuck on alone. Ask the professors when you need to, or you can even ask Nene." Even though her current job isn't related to her major, she's never let go of her legal expertise. Ichin told me she still helps out with the company's legal matters. Yukino nodded. "Yes, I know. If I run into something, they'll definitely ask." Yukino was very familiar with Sakura Nene. Though she looked small, with a round, cute face, she was a true academic ace. To not only complete her law degree flawlessly, but also participate in game development and even create her own engine, that was impressive. Even Yukino herself couldn't guarantee she could surpass such talent. That afternoon, both Yutaha and Yukino buried themselves in study at the library until about 5:30, when they finally packed up and left. Yukino then drove to the restaurant Ichin had reserved, where they met him, Haruno, and Ariri for dinner. The moment Yukino stepped into the private room, before she could even set her bag down, her older sister swept her into a tight embrace. Yukino, finding herself in a warm hug. Yukino said helplessly, "Sis, can you let me go first? I need to put my bag down. It's heavy with books." All right. After letting go, Haruno thoughtfully helped her set the bag aside, then pulled her to sit down by her side. "Yukino, is collage work tiring?" Yukino shook her head. "Not really. It feels pretty nice to be learning new things." "That's good." Haruno felt a bit relieved. She had been quite busy these days, and today she had finally managed to carve out time to meet her little sister. Haruno poured Yukino a glass of juice and said, "Yukino, I'm staying over at your place tonight." "Okay." Yukino's hand holding the cup paused for a moment, but she didn't object. She knew her sister was far busier than herself. With how little free time Haruno had, Yukino didn't want to let her down over something so trivial. Seeing no resistance, Haruno's mood immediately brightened several levels. She happily grabbed the menu, handed it to Yukino, and then called the waiter over. "Come on, Yukino, order some dishes. Make sure you pick more of the ones you like." Yukino gave her sister a helpless look, ordered 2 dishes, and then passed the menu to Ichin. "Senpai, you order the rest." "Sure, I'll do it." Ichin accepted the menu with a smile and rattled off several dishes without hesitation. He and Yutaha had been to this restaurant a few times already. He knew exactly which dishes were worth getting. After ordering, Ichin smiled at Haruno. "Haruno-ne, are you really that busy lately?" "Yeah, I really am." Taking a sip of her cola, Haruno explained, "Mother's handed me a lot of the company's matters to manage. How could I not be busy? The fact that I even squeezed out time to have dinner with you all today is thanks to me grinding away during the day. Luckily, tomorrow's Friday, so we'll have the weekend to finally relax a bit." "Then, are the blind dates still going?" Hearing that, Haruno immediately shot a glare at Eriri. "Don't stir up trouble, brat. Do I look like someone who needs to go on endless blind dates? I'm not Shizuka. Would you dare say that in front of Shizuka Hiratsuka?" Knowing Haruno's personality, she probably would. But if she did, the two of them would definitely bicker for a while afterward. Still, since the topic was brought up, Haruno didn't bother dodging it. "As for blind dates, they won't be arranging any for me, at least for now. You all know how dull the last one was. His personality and way of handling things weren't my type at all. Afterward, I told Mother about it, and she agreed not to arrange any more for me this year." "This year, huh? So after this year, it might not be so certain." Yutaha asked curiously, "Haruno-ne, have you really never considered finding someone on your own that you like?" "How could I not?" Haruno spread her hands. "I've been thinking about that since high school. But after 3 years of high school and 4 years of university, do I look like I found anyone? That's why I've left it to fate now. Besides, I'm still young. Even Shizuka hasn't found anyone yet. So what's the rush?" At that very moment, Shizuka Hiratsuka driving home from work sneezed out of nowhere. "Haruno, she's definitely bad-mouthing me behind my back." And with that, she immediately called. Seeing the caller ID, Haruno's eyes lit up, and she happily picked up. "Shizuka, did you guess I just mentioned you? So it was you. Only you would gossip about me behind my back. He looks like we really are connected at heart. Huh? You could even sense it." Haruno laughed, completely unbothered by Shizuka's angry tone. "Want to come join us? We just ordered the food." Shizuka went quiet for a moment, asked who was there, and then promptly turned her car around toward the restaurant. Chapter 413. Fall Guy's internal test. As soon as Shizuka Hiratsuka entered the private room, only a few dishes had just been served. She immediately sat down on Haruno's other side and lightly tapped her on the head. "Well, what bad things were you saying about me behind my back this time?" How could I? My relationship with you, Shizuka, is the best." But having known Haruno for years, Shizuka would never believe her words. She turned straight to Ichin. "Ichin, you tell me." Taking a sip of cola, Ichin placed some food into Yuta's bowl and replied with a smile, "Nothing much. We were just asking Haruno-ne about blind dates, and then she mentioned you, Hiratsuka-sensei. As I thought, nothing good ever comes out of your mouth." She shot Haruno a glare, but Shizuka couldn't be bothered to argue further and focused on eating her food. "All right, I haven't asked who's paying for dinner tonight." Ichin raised his hand. "Oh, it's you? Then no problem. Shizuka shook her head. I was thinking, if Haruno were the one paying, I'd have ordered 2 extra expensive dishes. Eri grinned. Actually, Hiratsuka-sensei, you could still order if you want. This guy's loaded. I know, but there's no need. I'm not exactly short on cash either. You've already ordered plenty. If it's not enough, we can always add more later. Taking another sip of cola, Shizuka looked at Yukino and Eri with a sigh. In the blink of an eye, even Yukino and Eri have graduated. Time really does fly. Ichin nodded. It does. It's already been 3 years since I started my studio. Speaking of which, maybe it's about time I gave Kei and the other founding members a raise? Yudaha agreed. They should, yes. Last year, aside from the bonus after Persona sales shot up, everyone only got a small salary increase across the board. But Kei and the other veterans deserve their own separate raise by now. With the project of the company growing larger and larger, Ichin not only had to maintain the usual welfare, but giving Kei and the others a raise was well-deserved. For him, raising a few salaries wasn't a big deal anyway. After thinking it through, Ichin decided he'd call them together tomorrow for a small meeting to bring it up. Though Yumiko isn't around right now, it doesn't matter. The salaries all come out of my pocket anyway. The rest of the evening passed peacefully over dinner. Eating and chatting, everyone happily spent over an hour together. When it was over, they each went their own ways, with Ichin giving Eri a ride home. April's school season slowly passed by. Yukino had completely adapted to life at Todai, her daily routine revolving around the classroom, the library, and the cafeteria. After class, aside from occasionally dropping by the company, she usually went home to spend time with her cats, soothing herself by cuddling them and drawing energy from their presence. Ariri's situation was similar, but the coursework in the fine arts department wasn't difficult for a genius illustrator like her at most. It just consumed more time. At the company, after a month's work, the first test version of Fall Guys was finally completed. Of course, it only had 2 competition stages and just a handful of costumes made, but it was enough to begin testing gameplay. Since there were only 2 maps, a public test wasn't possible, so they had to keep it internal. Fortunately, with so many people at the company, testing was easy. Once everyone opened the program, they all joined the single available room. 60 people filled it instantly. Ichin didn't join in, instead sitting beside Yudaha, watching her play. Yudaha picked a cat costume for her fall guy, setting it to a creamy white. Watching her silly, adorable character drop from the sky as the game loaded, she commented with interest, just the art style alone should be enough to attract a lot of players. You won't be saying that after you actually play, though for now it should be fine. Since this was only an internal test, Ichin figured there wouldn't be too many trolls. No one should be trying deliberate sabotage. Yudaha glanced at him suspiciously, but didn't press further as the game was about to begin. On the starting line, 60 colorful, oddly shaped fall guys crowded together, the sight itself already amusing. Countdown 3, 2, 1, go. At the sound of the whistle, the characters dashed forward toward the first obstacle course. It was a jumping stage, rows of spinning circular platforms ahead, each with a rotating bar sweeping across. One wrong move, and you get smacked clean off. Yudaha hadn't made it into the front row, so she calmly stayed in the middle pack, waiting for her chance. Timing it carefully, she jumped onto the first disc. Her rhythm was good. She cleared the first platform, dodged the sweeping bar, and hopped easily onto the second. So far, so smooth until a fall guy ahead of her got whacked by the bar and bounced from the third platform all the way back to the second, landing directly on top of her. With a scream, Yudaha's fall guy lost balance and plummeted off the platform into the clouds, respawning back at the starting line. Seeing the fall guy who had respawned beside her at the same time and the ID floating over its head, Yutaha's face twisted in irritation. That Eri. She did it on purpose, didn't she? Ichin burst out laughing at the sight. It was just too funny. This was exactly the kind of chaotic entertainment the game was made for. Even while laughing, he didn't forget to coach Yudaha on her first playthrough. You saw the controls earlier, right? Besides grabbing walls and props, the grab action can also grab other players. Grab players? Yudaha immediately understood. She tailed Ariri's character closely, jumping just as Ariri leapt and landed squarely behind her. Ariri, who had been focused on catching up to the front, suddenly noticed Yutaha closing in behind her. A bad feeling surged in her chest. And sure enough, the next second Yutaha's fall guy stretched out its pudgy little arms and latched right onto Ariri's back. No! Wham! Both of them were swept off the platform together. Kasumiga Kake Yutaha. Unfortunately, Yutaha was in Ichin's office at the time and couldn't hear Iriri's furious cry. For the next half-minute, the two of them just kept sabotaging each other on the very first obstacle. Senshirato Ichin. But the very next second, the office door was slammed open. Kasumiga Kake Yutaha. I challenge you to a duel. Ariri shouted. Chapter 414. A side quest released to the whole company in the end. That so-called duel never happened. Ariri was persuaded by Ichin to calm down and join in for the second round of testing instead. After Ariri left, Ichin turned to Yutaha. So what do you think? Want to keep going? Of course. A game this fun I definitely want to keep playing. Though she had been eliminated in the first round, the match itself was still going. Yutaha simply sat back and watched the second map being played. The second map was the honeycomb stage Ichin had tested before. Several layers of hexagonal honeycomb tiles formed floating floors. Each hex tile vanished the instant someone stepped on it. Players had to keep moving, trying to stay as high up as possible. Fall too many layers, and you'd be eliminated. The last player standing would take the crown. Compared to the first obstacle map, this stage had fewer mechanics. It tested patience and rhythm above all. Of course, even here, trolling was possible, grabbing or cutting off other players' paths. But if you overdid it and fell yourself, it was just shooting yourself in the foot. Under Ichin and Yutaha's watchful eyes, the match played out. In the end, Rin Toyama held out the longest and won. Sakura Nene nearly claimed victory herself, but ran out of tiles around her. After that match, they ran 2 more tests. Even with only these 2 stages, everyone had a blast. The novelty of playing for the first time meant even repetition didn't get old. With just a different approach each time, the fun felt completely fresh. Overall, the test was a success. Even with 60 players on the same field, the frame rate held rock solid at 60 FPS, with no noticeable drops. As for network stability, everyone was on the same company LAN, so nothing meaningful could be judged. The real test would come once public servers were up. When the testing wrapped up, Ichin and Yutaha left the office and called everyone together. Facing the whole team, Ichin smiled. Looks like everyone enjoyed Fall Guys. So, I got a small proposal. As you saw, we only have 2 stages built right now. That's nowhere near enough. So I'd like everyone to brainstorm some fun obstacles and map concepts. They don't need to be fully modeled or beautifully drawn. As long as the idea is clear, with a simple sketch, that's enough. If you think of something, write it down, hand it to your department lead, and they'll collect everything to pass on to Hazuki. We'll review them, and the ideas we adopt will come with bonuses. Bonuses! That alone was enough to jolt everyone awake. And for a game like this, where imagination could run wild, the possibilities were endless. With the whole company contributing ideas, who knew how many wacky, brilliant maps might be born, though some might also drive players to the brink of madness. After planting the seed and sparking excitement, Ichin went back to his office to resume his work. What he didn't expect was that Yutaha, who had followed him in, also started sketching ideas. Yutaha, you want to design stages too? Yeah, isn't it fun? Smiling brightly, pen and paper in hand, Yutaha said, for other games, I probably wouldn't be much help with stage design. But for something that's all about fun and obstacles, I think I can give it a try. Since Yutaha was genuinely interested, Ichin naturally wouldn't oppose. All right, give it a shot. Just don't forget about your light novel work, otherwise, Sonoko will be calling to scold you. Relax, I won't forget. Waving him off, Yutaha returned her focus fully to designing new stages. After releasing the side quest to everyone in the company, only a few days passed before Hazuki received over a dozen design reports. Carrying a thick stack of printed submissions, Hazuki came over to Ichin's office. Ichin-kun, someone turned in their assignment. Let's take a look together. Oh, that was fast. Glancing at the bundle of papers in her hands, Ichin chuckled. Not bad. Let's see then. Hazuki, have you gone through them yet? Not yet. I came straight here as soon as I got them. The reports had been printed in duplicate. Hazuki handed one set to Ichin, and the two sat on the sofa to begin reviewing. The first two entries had decent concepts, but lacked entertainment value, and their difficulty was far too low and suitable for adoption. Setting them aside, Hazuki commented, I heard Yuta has working on a design too? Yeah, she got interested in the game and insisted on trying. But even I don't know what she's come up with. On the secrecy front, Yutaha had done an impeccable job. She hadn't let Ichin see a single scrap of her work. So even you don't know? Hazuki smiled. Then it probably means she has something solid in mind and is focusing on it. Maybe she's planning to surprise us. I think so too. Ichin nodded in agreement, then suddenly came across a particularly interesting design. It described a huge circular platform. As time passed, magma would gradually rise from the edges, while the center of the platform slowly elevated, forming a pyramid. By the final stage, only the very tip of the pyramid would remain large enough for a single fall guy. Anyone who failed to secure the summit would be swallowed by lava. This stage was perfectly suited as a final round championship map. Though the concept was still a bit too simple, it could easily be enriched with more elements. Checking the designer's name, Ichin read, Ruri Goku. Hazuki, I think this one's good. Take a look. He showed Hazuki Ruri's design. She examined it carefully, then praised. Very nice indeed. Should we approve it? Yeah, let's approve it. Ichin picked up a marker and drew a check mark across Ruri's draft, officially accepting it. After spending some time reviewing all the submissions, Ichin and Hazuki ended up approving 6 designs in total. Compiling the 6 chosen entries, Ichin said, Hazuki, send out a company-wide email announcing these 6 designs have been selected. And make sure the agreed bonuses are included in their next month's paychecks. All right, they'll handle it now. 5 minutes later, everyone in the company received the email. Chapter 415-415. Titles in the programming team. Narumi Tsubaim glanced at the newly arrived email and, excited, turned to Ruri Goku. Ruri, congratulations. I can't believe your design actually got approved. Ruri herself hadn't expected it at all. For a moment, she felt almost dazed. Thanks. I didn't think it would pass either. But as it sank in, a bright smile spread across her face. Her full-time salary was already pretty good, but really who would turn down extra bonus money? And since both her younger sisters have been doing well in school recently, she decided she'd buy them some gifts once the bonus came in next month. Just then, the programming office door swung open, and Kirino Kasaka burst inside, storming straight over to Ruri. How the heck did you get approved? I don't get it. HM? Ruri gave her a sidelong glance and faintly curled her lips. I can only say it's talent, not something you can learn. After graduating university, Kirino had smoothly joined the company. Thanks to her excellent grades and her accounting license, she secured a spot in the finance department. Though she was currently just a regular accountant, with her abilities, she was sure to climb higher. And with good pay, the chance to work in a game company she loved, plus having Ruri as a friend here, she was more than satisfied. Still, Ruri's smug remark left her sulking. So what kind of design did you make, huh? Show me. Fine, I'll show you. Ruri opened the design document she had saved on her computer. Kirino looked it over, annoyed, but couldn't find any fault. As much as she hated to admit it, Ruri's design really was more fun than hers. She accepted it in her heart, but as a classic tsundere, there was no way she'd admit it out loud. It's only SOSO. Just watch you'll go back and design a stage that's way better than yours. With that declaration, she stormed off in a huff. Watching her leave, Sakura Nene asked curiously, the deadline for this side quest is still 10 days away. Do you really think Kirino can pull it off? Narumi Tsubaim shook her head. Who knows? But giving it a try isn't a bad thing, right? Ruri, meanwhile, stayed calm, continuing with her work. That girl usually just wastes time gaming at home. Better she spend her energy brainstorming ideas. Who knows, maybe she'll come up with something good. That would still be a contribution to the company. Plus, there's the bonus money as motivation. That's true, Nene agreed. Our bonus system here is pretty generous. And with Fall Guys, if someone really designs a great stage, the results are guaranteed to be impressive. You can tell at a glance whether something will be fun. It's just a pity I'm not in that dev group right now. Otherwise, with Ruer's design, I could have volunteered to help build it. Subaim rolled her eyes at her. How about you focus on your own tasks first? You still have plenty left to finish this week. Yeah, Yanene replied lazily, picked up her cup, and found it empty. We'll go get some coffee. You two want some? Yes. Then let's go together. Meanwhile, at Todai, Yutaha was studying in a library with Yukino. After finishing the short essay she was writing, Yutaha stretched her neck and pulled out her little notebook, turning her thoughts back to the half-completed Fall Guys stage design. Yukino, noticing her movements, curiously glanced over. Senpai, you haven't finished designing that yet? MHM, still missing a few details. Almost done, though. Yutaha didn't mind letting her see. She nudged the notebook a little closer and said, You can look, but don't tell Ichin, all right? I want to polish it perfectly and give him a surprise. Yukino nodded. All right. I want to tell Senpai. Hearing that, Yutaha smiled. Speaking of which, it's been a while, Yukino. You still haven't changed how you call Ichin? Calling him Oni-I-chan isn't that hard, right? Tease like that. Yukino couldn't help but blush. I'm just not used to it, she explained softly. I don't have cousins or older brothers among my relatives, and I've always called him Senpai. Saying Oni-I-san feels impossible. I see. Yutaha leaned closer, grinning. Then how about calling me One-I-chan? With the relationship Ichin and I have, that makes us family too. I've always wanted a cute little sister. Yukino gave her a speechless look. Great now Yutaha was teasing her just like Haruno did. No wonder the two of them got along so well. But after thinking for a moment, Yukino wondered if she really was being a bit too stiff. Ichin's mother, her godmother, treated her with so much warmth. She often called Yukino, gave her New Year's money, even sent her a birthday gift, a necklace that Yukino still wore around her neck. Glancing at Yutaha, still a little shy, Yukino finally mustered her courage. One-I-chan. Hearing that, Yutaha's face instantly bloomed into a satisfied smile. Ah, wonderful. Not teasing her further, Yutaha turned her focus back to finishing the last touches of her Fall Guys stage design. That evening, after leaving campus, Yukino drove with Yutaha to Ichin and Yutaha's apartment for dinner. When they entered, Ichin was already back, preparing the meal. Koyagami and Rin Toyama were also there. After greeting them, Yutaha happily skipped into the kitchen. Hugging Ichin from behind, she announced, Listen, Ichin, today at Collage Yukino actually called me One-I-chan. HM? Really? Turning around, he saw not only Yutaha, but also Yukino standing at the kitchen doorway. Yukino, that's not fair, is it? Meeting his gaze, Yukino, who had already steeled herself, finally called out, Oni-I-san. Though at first it felt embarrassing, once the word was out, it didn't seem like such a big deal. Yukino's heart immediately settled. As for Ichin, his face lit up with the same satisfied smile Yutaha had worn earlier. Looking at him, then at Yutaha, Yukino remarked bluntly, You two really are a perfect pair. Even your expressions are identical. At that, the two showed not a shred of embarrassment, only matching smug grins. Of course we are. 2 Chapter 416. Looking toward the future after dinner. Since they were all college students now and Yukino even had her own car, there was no need to rush home early. So Yutaha pulled her along, and everyone sat down together for tea and conversation. Talking about company matters, Koyagami turned to Ichin. Since someone's stage design got approved and will be rewarded next month, everyone else is fired up. They all want to come up with something good before the deadline. Yutaha, how's your design coming along? With a smile, Yutaha replied, I just need to finish the last part. I want to show it off half done. Once it's complete, then he'll reveal it. So confident, huh? Ichin sipped his tea, then asked Ko, What about you, Ko? No plans to design something yourself? Not me. Ko waved her hand. I know my strengths. If it were designing characters or something, I'd be fine. But for obstacle-based stages like this, I have no talent at all, so I won't join the crowd. Besides, didn't you say you were giving us a raise? I'd rather not waste brain cells over a small bonus. True enough, after mentioning raises at dinner previously, Ichin had gathered Ko and the other veteran employees the very next day, sitting down with each of them to talk about salary adjustments. The exact increases differed depending on their roles, but compared to others in the same industry with similar years of experience, even younger staff like Tsubeim Narumi and Momiji Mochizuki saw impressive raises. Ichin valued talent and ability over seniority. His veteran employees hadn't let him down once, and he was more than happy to give them more. With salaries raised, people like Hajime Shinoda and Tsubeim Narumi, who had originally wanted to try designing Fall Guys stages, decided to let others take the chance. If inspiration struck later, they'd simply share their ideas with the dev team after the deadline. Whether they got the bonus or not didn't matter anymore. Even someone like Shinoda, who used to live paycheck to paycheck, now had significant savings thanks to steady raises. Shed become a proper little rich lady. As for those like Aoba, who already had the habit of saving, their finances were even more stable. Hearing Ko's reasoning, Rin Toyama chuckled and nodded. True, raises are more practical. Let the younger, more energetic ones chase the bonus. We still have plenty of development work on our hands. Dark Souls had been in development ever since Persona released last year, nearly a year of work. And even so, progress was only around 40. Designing monsters and bosses was relatively straightforward. Once the tone and style were set, plenty of ideas could follow. The hardest part was the maps, the sprawling castles, and environments. The architecture needed to match the world's lore, vast and imposing on the outside, intricately designed within, layered vertically to make full use of space, and rich with areas for exploration. They also had to scatter hidden corners for ambushes and jump scares, deliberately crafting malice to challenge players. That was where the real mountain of work lay. As for the lore, main storyline, and side quests for NPCs, Ichin had taken full responsibility. The main plot had been almost complete since the planning stage, now already polished. Only some of the NPC storylines still needed refining. Multiple endings, the interplay of side quests, and how they all impacted the main narrative, those needed careful design to ensure replay value and a rich multi-run experience. Dark Souls. Ichin leaned back on the sofa with a sigh. This game will most likely be delayed this year. We'll need at least another year of development. But thanks to Fall Guys and Titanfall, which will release on time this winter, it's not a big problem. By next year, once Dark Souls launches, plus Apex running as a free live service title, we'll be set for this year and next. Ko began counting on her fingers. Let's see. We started with Slay the Spire, then Hollow Knight, Persona, Battle Block Theater, Binding of Isaac. That's already 5 titles. And with this year and next, we'll have 4 more. Our development pace is honestly terrifying. This is the result of everyone's hard work, Ichin said with a smile. My plans mean nothing without the team's execution. But even now, our numbers aren't enough. In the second half of this year, we'll need another wave of hiring to fill the empty desks. By the year after, we can start thinking about getting our own independent office, building our base. The current rented place won't be renewed. The old location will stay on as one dev team's office, effectively a branch studio. That way, we can keep expanding, developing multiple projects of different scales at the same time. Oh, we'll get our own building. Ko's eyes lit up. When we visited Nintendo's HQ, I was so jealous of their tower. Don't get carried away. Ichin rolled his eyes. At most, ITLL be a mid-size office building, 5 or 6 stories tall. And that's if we can even find a place ready to move in. There should be. Yukino spoke up. In Tokyo, with my sister's management, our family's business has been growing and resources have expanded. If you need a place, I'm sure she could find something quickly. That would be ideal. When the time comes, he'll definitely ask Harunone. Ichin wasn't the type to waste available resources. Family connections like that could save him both effort and money. And since they were family, he wouldn't let Haruno lose out, either maybe a little under market rate, but never at a loss. Ichin would never let his own people suffer. Rin Toyama patted Ko's shoulder to calm her down. All right, don't get too excited. It's still the year after next, quite a wait. True, we'll need more staff first before moving. Ko nodded, still unable to hide her smile. An office building of our own. It feels like only once we have that will we truly count as a big-name developer. In truth, given their sales, reputation, and team size, the company already qualified as a fairly large studio. But compared to the established giants, the gap was still there. On that, Ichin's confidence never wavered. No need to rush. Step by step, we'll become a true top-tier developer in due time. Chapter 417. Yutaha's work and the boy who tried to hit on the Monday afternoon. Ichin went alone to the company. As for Yutaha, she was still at the library with Yukino. When Ichin arrived at the Fall Guys development group, he handed over Yutaha's finished stage design to Hazuki. Hazuki, this is what Yutaha designed. Take a look and decide if you want to approve it. Personally, I think it's quite good. Oh, so Yutaha finally finished it? Then of course I have to see it. Hazuki smiled, took the printed pages from him, and began flipping through them. Yutaha's design wasn't a marathon-style course made of multiple stages strung together, but rather a single, consolidated map. Still, it was a massive arena similar in scale to the already completed Honeycomb Showdown map. But unlike the Honeycomb map, which tested players' patience and precision, this one focused on reaction speed under high-velocity movement. The stage's main structure was inspired by roller coasters. But unlike a real coaster, players weren't strapped into seats. They had a balance on dragon-like coaster tracks that surged and dipped at breakneck speed. As the coaster twisted along the rails, obstacles would pop up across the map, and items would drop from above to knock players off. So while moving at high speeds, players not only had to avoid interference from others, but also dodge waves of obstacles and flying projectiles. The difficulty was clearly higher than the current Showdown maps. After reading, Hazuki's eyes lit up. This really is good. We can definitely use it. Though Yutaha was a bit conservative with the obstacle design, we can make it more complex. Leave that part to us. And honestly, this design has sparked all sorts of new ideas. I feel like we can come up with a lot of fun stuff from here. Hearing Hazuki's praise, Ichin let out a quiet sigh of relief. After all, this project was Hazuki's responsibility. Even if he personally thought Yutaha's design was excellent, he couldn't just push for it to be accepted directly. Since Hazuki approved it after review, that was the best possible outcome. Centuredo, she had asked for a different kind of reward instead. Ichin thought for a moment and replied, "The reward's not an issue. You can ask for anything." And he meant it literally anything. He knew Yutaha wouldn't demand something outrageous, so whatever she requested would surely be something he could do. Half a minute later, her reply came. "Yutaha, since you said anything, then here it is. After work, come meet us for dinner. Then at night, let's go shopping for clothes. You'll pay for mine and Yukino's." That was it. Ichin agreed immediately. Shopping for clothes? No problem. Even if it wasn't just Yutaha, but also Yukino, it was no big deal. Over New Year's, Head handled his mom and Haruno together. He could definitely survive this. Easy. Once she got Ichin's confirmation, Yutaha showed her phone to Yukino beside her, smiling. "See? I told you, Head agree. Besides, with the two of us going out with him, he's the one who gets the bragging rights." That left Yukino speechless, but she had to admit it was true. Whether it was Yutaha or herself, either one going out with a guy was enough to make other men on the street turn green with envy. Neither Yutaha nor Yukino would deny this. They acknowledged it confidently, without a hint of embarrassment. After a pause, Yukino said, "I don't mind shopping, but I'll pay for my own clothes." "Donfus, you're not an outsider." Yutaha shut down her protest decisively, leaving Yukino no room to refuse. She then returned to her homework. She had to finish quickly so she could shop without worries later tonight. Time ticked by. At 5 p.m., Yutaha and Yukino packed up and left the library. But just as they stepped outside, a boy came straight toward them, eyes fixed on Yukino. It was obvious he was either here to confess or to hit on her. Yutaha glanced at him and whispered, not bad looking. Yukino's expression didn't change in the slightest. The boy approached and said to her, "Excuse me, could I have your contact information?" He smiled confidently, clearly proud of his looks. But unfortunately for him, it had no effect on Yukino. Without even sparing him a glance, she said flatly, "Sorry, I don't give my contact information to strangers." Then she left with Yutaha. As for the boys' feelings, that wasn't Yukino's concern. This was already the third such attempt in the 1 month since collage started. She had never given any boy a chance. After walking some distance, Yudaha chuckled. You really don't want to date anyone, do you? Doesn't seem like it. Yudaha, curious, pressed further. Then, do you have any standards in mind for your other half? You must, right? I know you've got romance novels in your room. You've even read mine. I do have standards. Yukino thought a moment. First, he has to be outstanding. I don't care about family background, but he must work hard to achieve something on his own. Then, height since him 170 centimeters. He should be at least 175 centimeters, ideally 180. Looks don't need to be perfect, just decent features and knows how to take care of himself. Someone like that boy just now won't do. His face was too effeminate for my taste. Worse, he was wearing perfume. Absolutely disqualified. Yudaha nodded thoughtfully. She had no objections. Given Yukino's own qualities, those demands weren't high at all. In fact, they were pretty modest. The rest is fine, but for looks, I think you should aim for someone more handsome. You got to think about the next generation, right? Yukino rolled her eyes immediately. Excuse me, I haven't even been in a relationship yet. Don't start talking to me about the next generation. That's way too far off. And with that, she dropped the topic and headed for the parking lot. Chapter 4:18. Shopping accompanying girls while shopping required both stamina and patience. Doing it for one was already like that, let alone for two at once. Sure, walking down the street with them drew plenty of stares, the kind that gave a man a sense of pride. But more than anything, one needed to brace himself mentally. After all, when it came to shopping, girls' endurance simply couldn't be measured by common sense. At first, during dinner, Yukino had said she was mainly just tagging along for Yuda's shopping. She claimed she'd just walk around afterward to digest the food. But an hour later, she had completely forgotten those words. Inside a women's clothing store, Ichin trailed behind Yudaha and Yukino as they picked out outfits, his hands already weighed down with multiple shopping bags. This was already the 5th store they had visited, and their total spending had surpassed 500,000 yen. For the three of them, that wasn't much. A single meal they cooked together at home could already cost a fortune in ingredients. Thinking of it that way, perhaps they'd been a little too low-key outside. Ichin slowly shook his head. No, keeping low-key wasn't a bad thing. It'd save a lot of trouble. At that moment, Senchuredo beside them, Yukino agreed. I think so too. How about this one instead? She handed Yudaha an off-shoulder crimson dress. Compared to her old habit of judging clothes solely by fabric durability, Yukino had changed a lot. Thanks to the influence of Yudaha, Haruno, and even Hazuki, she had learned the right way to choose clothes. Occasionally, she even flipped through fashion magazines. Taking the dress from Yukino, Yudaha smiled. You're right, this one feels more like me. He'll go try it on. With the clerk's guidance, Yudaha went toward the fitting room, while Yukino kept browsing. Ichin walked up to her, smiling. Found anything you like? Yukino shook her head with mild frustration. No, the spring collection here doesn't suit me. It's either tight-fitting or off-shoulder styles that are all about showing off the figure. Saying this, she couldn't help but lower her head, her eyes falling to her feet. Already in college, and yet her figure hadn't changed at all. By her first year, her sister had already looked better than a model. Yukino seriously suspected that when their mother gave birth to her sister, all the body-shaping genes were passed on, then none left for her. Ichin noticed her subtle movement, but wisely said nothing. A girl's appearance wasn't something you could casually comment on, especially not with someone as proud as Yukino. One wrong word, and she'd be upset. Looking through the racks, he also realized these clothes really didn't fit her style. It wasn't that Yukino couldn't wear skirts. Her height and proportions would make them look good, just not the best. And Yukino herself didn't like revealing outfits. She wasn't dressing for parties or banquets. For daily wear, she preferred comfort first, design second. Pulling out his phone, Ichin checked quickly and said, if nothing here works, let's head upstairs after Yuda's done. There's a shop up there that should suit you better. Yukino had no objections. Glancing at the bags in his hands, she let out a small smile. Isn't it getting a bit much? It's fine. Ichin didn't mind at all. It's still early anyway, we can keep going. And since I've been watching you two shop, now I kind of want to pick up some clothes myself. They'll need your help choosing later. For now, they'll just run down and drop these in the car, then come back up to join you. The parking garage was only a floor or two below, not a big hassle. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice called out, "Ah, iti ingon. Yukino." They turned and saw Narumi, Tsubaime, and Momiji Mochizuki approaching. Ichin smiled. "So it's you two. Out shopping too?" "Oh, right, you live in the apartments nearby." Indeed, the two still lived in the place they had rented before. They had considered moving into Koyagami's complex, but after 2 raises, their finances were stable, and with a kind landlady, they hadn't been in any rush to move. "Maybe later." Narumi laughed. "Yeah, it's less than 10 minutes away on foot. We just finished dinner and decided to stroll. But today's group is unusual. Ichin-kun, are you out with Yukino alone?" "Of course not." Ichin pointed toward the fitting room door that had just opened. "See? Yuta is changing." Yutaha stepped out in the crimson off-shoulder dress and, spotting the pair, smiled. "You two are shopping as well? Want to join us?" Narumi and Momiji exchanged a glance, then shook their heads. Narumi replied, "Nah, we're just browsing. We've already planned where to go. Let's go together another time." With that, they waved goodbye and headed toward their chosen store. Once they were gone, Ichin turned his attention to Yutaha's outfit. The off-shoulder long dress looked stunning on her, highlighting her figure perfectly. "This one's really good," Ichin nodded. "What do you think?" "I like it too." "They'll take it." After she changed back, Ichin paid for it directly. Then the 3 of them went upstairs, where Yukino finally found several outfits she liked. Next came Ichin's turn to choose clothes for himself. For Yukino, this was her first time picking clothes for a guy. She found it surprisingly fun, a totally different experience for shopping for herself. The 3 wandered the mall until after 9 o'clock, arms full of bags, before finally leaving and bringing the night's outing to an end. Chapter 419. Morning pickup. Driving back to her apartment, Yukino struggled a little as she carried 5 large shopping bags and unlocked the door. The moment she opened it, a familiar voice greeted her. "Yukino, you're finally back?" "Nei-san?" Yukino blinked in surprise. "Why are you here? You didn't even call." Haruno rose from the sofa and walked to the entryway with a smile. "I got off work late today and only just arrived. I thought you'd be home already, but you only just got back." "HM, did you go shopping for clothes? By yourself?" "Not alone. I went with Oni-san and Yutaha-senpai." "Ah, so, with little Ichin and Yutaha." Haruno nodded knowingly, then let out a mock sigh. "So you went shopping without me? Is the little sister really more favored than the big sister?" Ignoring her sister's nonsense, Yukino changed into slippers, carried the bags inside, and greeted the cats one by one, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Once she made sure they had eaten properly, she went to the kitchen for a glass of water. When she came back out, she found Haruno rummaging through her shopping bags. "Nice clothes," Haruno said with a grin, holding up a jacket. "You picked this out yourself?" "I chose some, and Oni-san and Yutaha-senpai gave their opinions too. I'm quite happy with everything I bought today. Very good choices. Let me guess, Ichin paid, didn't he?" Yukino blinked in surprise. "How did you know?" Putting the clothes back, Haruno said matter-of-factly, "Of course he did. Maybe before, no, but now? You're his little sister. If he takes you and Yutaha shopping, of course he'll pay. You know his personality. He's always good to the people he considers family." Yukino nodded in agreement. Even before, Ichin had always treated her and Eruri kindly as juniors, let alone now. Putting the bags away, Yukino got ready for a shower. Senchuredo, he was feeling tired. Yes, he definitely needed to start working out again. In the passenger seat, Yutaha looked equally sleepy as she buckled up. Honestly, Eruri could have just gone to school on her own. Did she really have to hitch a ride? I could have slept an extra hour. That morning, Iriri's parents had left early for work, before she was even awake. The Sawamuras had never thought to arrange a chauffeur for her. Back in high school, if her parents couldn't drive her, she simply used public transport. But today she had called Ichin directly, asking for a ride. Considering she had class first period and the timing, Ichin had agreed. Taking a sip from his thermos of coffee, he started the car. "It's fine. It's not like this happens often." Well, just pick her up. Yukino's free too, but she's taking Harunone somewhere this morning, so she couldn't help. Might as well, since we're passing the Sawamura place. Yuta, you can nap a little on the way. Aren't you tired? Itchin? I'm fine. Coffee will do. Besides, I don't have class first period this afternoon. I can catch up on sleep later. That was the good thing about university. With gaps in the schedule, you could use the time however you liked, even for a nap. They drove to the Sawamura villa, where Eruri was already waiting. She hopped into the back seat, smiling brightly. Thanks for the ride. Dinner's on me tonight. Now, that was considerate. Since she offered, Yuta let go of her irritation about the morning call. After all, getting a free meal out of Eruri was rare. It was worth the trouble. After dropping her at campus, Ichin and Yuta headed for Todai. Carrying her bag, Eruri checked the time and let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I asked Ichin for help. Otherwise, I'd have to make breakfast and wait for a bus. I'd never make it. Taxis aren't reliable either. Relieved, she stepped on a campus only to spot two classmates staring curiously at her from the gate. Eruri, who was that guy who dropped you off just now? I saw him total hottie. Is he your boyfriend? Eruri waved her hands frantically. No, he's just a senpai and a friend. My mom couldn't drive me today, and I overslept, so I asked him for help. Besides, it wasn't just me, his girlfriend was in the car too. Dans près de well de rumeur. Anyway, let's hurry, class is about to start. Hearing he wasn't her boyfriend and that he already had a girlfriend, the two girls instantly lost interest and walked in with her. Much like Yukino, Eruri quickly gained attention at Tokyo University of the Arts. Her looks and talent made her a well-known figure among the freshmen in the fine arts department. But unlike Yukino, whose family was prominent in Chiba, Eruri's family was established right in Tokyo. Not long after enrollment, some upperclassmen who knew her background had quietly spread the word about her well-off household. That alone discouraged many boys who had been hoping to approach her. And since Eruri always went straight home or to the company after class, suitors at school rarely even had a chance to see her. In class, she pulled out her textbook for the first period, art history. It was one of her least favorite subjects. Too much memorization, her worst area. Once everything was ready, she half listened to the chatter of the other girls, mostly gossip about which senior boys were handsome or who was being confessed to. With so many girls in class, gossip was never in short supply. Handsome guys, huh? Eruri rested her chin on her hand, uninterested. Instead, her mind drifted to the work she hadn't finished yet. Even though she had delegated some tasks because of school, there were still key jobs that only she could handle. Chapter 420. Sales breakthrough on the NS. Since Ichin and Yuta didn't have class first period that morning, the two of them stopped by the cafeteria after arriving at campus to grab a bite. Ichin bought 2 sandwiches, one for each of them, and they sat together, eating leisurely. Checking her phone, Yuta asked, "There's still about an hour until second period. Ichin, where should we go?" After swallowing his bite, Ichin suggested, "How about the library? Read for a while, and the time will pass quickly. Just sitting outside would get boring." Though he wasn't nearly as frequent a visitor as Yuta, Ichin had been to the library a few times and liked the atmosphere there. Yuta agreed happily. She was a regular there anyway. After finishing their sandwiches, they headed to the library, each grabbing a book and reading quietly for over half an hour. When the time came, they went their separate ways to class. When Ichin entered his classroom, plenty of students were already there. After greeting a few close classmates, he chose a seat toward the middle back and took out his textbook. That was when a few guys who often played games together crowded over. "Hey Ichin, when's your company's new game coming out? I really want to play Dark Souls. I'm looking forward to Titanfall, but there's been zero news. When will you announce something?" Ichin chuckled at their eager curiosity. "Don't worry, games take time to make. As for Dark Souls, we don't have a set release date, yet it's still in development. But Titanfall should have new information revealed around July or August, so be patient. Oh, and besides those two, we've got another new game the work scheduled to release before Titanfall. It's an online multiplayer battle game. Pretty fun. If you're interested, look out for the public network test in June." Development on Fall Guys was moving at lightning speed. With everyone at the company contributing ideas, stage design was progressing smoothly. The plan was to hold public online tests in June and August to evaluate server performance. If no issues cropped up after those, the game could be ready for release around September or October. The moment his classmates heard about a new title, they got excited. Unfortunately, the bell rang and they had to return to their seats, saving the questions for later. Of course, Ichin couldn't actually tell them details about Fall Guys. Even as the company's boss, he had to keep what was confidential. After classes ended in the morning, Ichin met up with Yutaha and Yukino, and the three had lunch together in the cafeteria.